Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. All right, let's belly flop right into it, guys. How is everybody doing today? How are we feeling? Are you guys feeling you're rested or maybe not so rested? I don't know about you, but this is what I just tweeted this. It's day 7, right? We're day 7 of the trial, the substantive trial. It's yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot so far. Long days. Yesterday was a long day. It's been a great ride so far though. I mean, who was here watching Johnny Depp's testimony yesterday? I particularly loved watching it with my friends on the panel here, the guys that had never come across the audio recordings or really any of these details about the severed finger in Australia. Oh my gosh, it was wild, wasn't it? So it was great because a lot of them have been saying, "Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know. He's really got an uphill battle." And I remember telling him, I was like, "Just wait, just wait. You're going to get the audio recordings. You're going to get stuff that's going to be crazy in this case." They're like, "Yeah, okay, maybe." But oh my gosh, look at where everybody's coming in from. We've got Zimbabwe. We've got I saw the UK, Great Britain. Where else are people coming in from? Brazil. That's so great. Indonesia. That's awesome. That is awesome. I love seeing so many people here. I can't believe already a half an hour before trial starts, we've got over 2,000 people in here. How awesome is that? Yesterday, peak viewership concurrent together was we had over 11,000 people watching at one time. That's insane. Like I've never seen anything like that on my channel before. So I'm super grateful that you guys are interested and that you guys are, I guess you seem to be enjoying the commentary on the channel. And with that, just a quick reminder that we are going to be talking throughout the trial. So if you absolutely don't want commentary, I try to keep the volume moderated, but at times things fluctuate because we've got different kinds of microphones and stuff that we're working with here. So at times we're gonna have some moderations and stuff, and I'm trying to work with it. But if you don't want commentary, head to some of these other channels, Long Crime, Court TV, Sky News, Fox 5, or whatever. You can find them, and then you'll get absolutely no commentary on them. You'll definitely get a straight stream on them. But here we're here to give you guys commentary. We're here to give you guys our thoughts as lawyers, as humans, as we've got Spidey, the behavioral analyst that likes to pop in as well. We've had Nurse Liz, who gave her impressions as a nurse on some of the testimony. And yeah, so it's been I have had a great time kind of enjoying this with other people here. And I hope you guys have too. Speaking of content and enjoying stuff, I just got a notification that our recap from yesterday is finally live. I am so sorry. I'm trying to get all of these out with enough time so that people can watch them before we go live in this day. Oh, hey, Nurse Liz, I see you in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Anyhow, okay, day 6 recap is live. And if you guys haven't seen it, if you need to see it, we will be, I don't know, maybe we can drop a link in the chat or something. But it definitely is going to be up on the channel. So hopefully people will be enjoying that, because there was a lot to cover. Even though it was just Johnny Depp, it's like there's so much that he covered, right? He talked about the Australia incident in March 2015. He talked about the plane from Boston to LA. He talked about another time the door kick incident where she kicked the door into his head after like either faking an injury or verbalizing an injury. There's just so much craziness that happened that was revealed yesterday, and those audio tapes just blew her case wide open, in my opinion. Okay, let me get some super chats. Oh, and speaking of super chats, so today at 6 p.m. East Coast time, I'm going to be on Chrissy Mayer's channel. So I'm going to need to. I do have a hard cutoff today. So I'm going to try to keep up on super chats. If for some reason I get behind and I can't get to all of them, I will do another stream tomorrow so that we can make sure that every single super chat gets talked about. Maybe it'll be some kind of like a review of the week or something. But I for sure will go over all of them. If I don't get to them today, I'm really, really sorry. I definitely want, because I know that people, they want to see their comments be seen, be heard, and responded to. And I know that, people can be, upset sometimes if they don't see them, but rest assured, I will get to all of them, even if it's not sometime today. So I have that one commitment. So other than that, I think that was everything that I needed to cover in my brain. Okay, well let's get some super chats here. Paulina says, "Hi, Alita. I've been watching the most I can while I don't have to be in calls. I have been enjoying your commentary and I can feel his pain. I have been in a similar situation as him. Kisses from Brazil." Oh my gosh, Paulina, I'm so sorry that you've been through that, but hopefully you're out of that situation and hopefully things are better for you. But I can absolutely feel it as well. I to me, he has come across very, very sincere. Yeah, it's been absolutely. See here. Lena Stensgaard, thanks for hosting these streams. Thank you. Thank you for watching. J Phillips 4400 says, oh, wait, hang on. Do I have people asking me for a link again? Okay. No, I'm good. Okay. Okay. J Phillips 4400 says, if JD tells his lawyers, I just want my story out, do you think he talked to them into letting him go on a little than most might? Good morning. I absolutely think so. I think that was the first impression that I got when he first started, and she would just ask a question and let him go on, because otherwise, having had the experience of crafting a direct examination, even though I haven't yet had the experience of bringing one at trial, and it's like commenting on these trials, I'm always like, I really want to do one. But I have had all of the preparation for going to trial, right? So when you do craft a direct examination, you have a certain route that you want to take usually, because you have certain points that you need to hit in order to basically either meet all of the elements that you need to meet if you're on the plaintiff side, or to show the other side that they haven't met their elements, that there's enough there that they don't win. In other words, like, you have certain pieces of evidence that you really want to get in when you are leading a direct examination. And so having somebody wind on for quite a while can be a little bit stressful if you feel like, no, we have things that we need to cover, and I'm not sure if this person is going to get there. So the amount of space that they gave him was like, it was all about trust. Almost, it seems like they had a lot of trust that he would get to where he needed to go with his responses. And it definitely seemed like he was like he needed that space. And that was the conversation that they had, where they said, we will ask you questions every once in a while, and just respond however you need to respond. This trial is all about him getting his story out, and it felt very much that way with his direct examination. Hey Kurt, how's it going?
I couldn't help noticing your sub count is showing there, 64.5. Not bad.
Yeah, it's been growing. It's been doing pretty well. Thank you. Hey Nate, how's it going? Oh, you there?
Nate's doing great.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. There he is.
Hey, there you are. Yep.
No, not so much.
Oh no, there you were. Let me get some more super chats here. I see some $20 ones that I've got to make sure I hit before we do anything to go live. Dragon's Treasure says $20 says Amber's defense team will try to go down a weren't you actually a bad father though route today.
Mm.
Also, what do you make of the Momoa Instagram thing? I know that was one of the things I was gonna talk about. Finally, I'm out of clever shilling ideas. Please do it for me.
The Dragon's
So of
Treasure
course,
is truly wonderful tea. I can say personally, I've enjoyed his tea,
yes.
and it is a high quality product. So if you like tea, and it comes in a wide variety of flavors, so different strokes for different folks. So I would recommend the Dragon's Treasure for your tea related needs. So check out the Dragon's Treasure, and don't forget the discount code Amber Turd to get 10% off on your purchase. But of course, with a reminder that our friend Legalbytes, not so much me, mind you, but Legalbytes gets a cut of every sale. I am doing this for free. So yeah.
um he is correct. I do get a commission if you use my code Amber Turd, and also you get 10% off, and also you get to support a small company, right? Like how many businesses are going out of business just because of big
Yeah.
business, right? But it genuinely, I will say this, before I had any kind of like affiliate link code with Dragon's Treasure, I was buying Dragon's Treasure already. So I had already purchased it. I already knew it was a great product. So make of that what you will. This that's still, still there. I get a commission, but it is a delicious tea. I love it. I don't personally want to go back to other regular teas since that. So yeah. Um Waves, thanks so much for your super sticker. Really kind of you. Hey, Chrissy McDaniel, welcome to YouTube members. Brittany Freeman says, oops, my last super chat was meant to have a message. My bad. I meant to say we need hashtag #MePoo t-shirt in the merchandise store. I might just do that. I think I will. I think I will. I've got a few merch ideas for this trial, and that is one of them that I'm thinking of for sure. Jay Watt says, do you think her team actually likes her? I see Johnny's team physically comfort him at times and vice versa. How would you or the panel handle a client like Amber Heard? I mean, I would, like I said before, I would have her in between attorneys. Definitely would. I would have, uh, just have more like communication between her and people, throughout breaks and whatnot. I mean, I guess she's had a bit of that. But yeah, it helps if you like your client, and that's not always the case for lawyers. I've had plenty of clients that drove me nuts. um, but it's yeah, yeah. Also, I just realized I never addressed the whole Jason Momoa Instagram thing. Have you heard about this, Kurt?
No.
So people on Twitter are kind of going a little crazy because Jason Momoa. There's been a thing about Jason Momoa's Instagram account because for a minute there, like a week before trial, right around the times that it came out that Aquaman 2 was going to be delayed, suddenly Amber Heard stopped following on Instagram. She stopped following Jason Momoa and Aquaman on Instagram, both of those accounts. And so everybody saw those and was like, oh, she definitely has been kicked off of Aquaman 2. Why else would she do that? Right. And I don't know if that's true. But then, like, of course, as soon as people noticed it, all of a sudden she was following them again. um, Anyhow, now apparently on Instagram, Jason Momoa is following Johnny Depp. And that doesn't necessarily mean, I know a lot of people are taking that as, he supports Johnny Depp. He's all team justice for Johnny Depp. Maybe that is the case. The timing of it certainly would suggest that because it's like right after his testimony, after those tapes came out at trial, could very well be. Or it could also just be that he just wants to follow Johnny Depp because his name is coming up a lot right now, and he's just interested in following him.
Pure cynicism. I
Um,
love it.
it also keep in mind there is such a thing as hate following, right? Like how many people follow political figures that you don't like? um and part of it is because you want to see when they say something that you don't like, and you want to speak out against it. There are things like that. So, and I'm not saying that that's what's going on here, but I'm just saying that that is a concept, that is a thing. um So it is, it's entirely possible. Maybe it is a subtle dig at Amber, that he's saying, you know what, I'm gonna go follow Johnny. I'm gonna interact with him on social media. Maybe not. It could be entirely meaningless, but it is excuse me. It is very, very interesting, to say the least. Um, so yeah. Oh gosh, I have to capture these as well. Things are coming in. Actually, you know what? I might need to slow down the chat here, because things are coming in pretty fast. Let's see here. Oh, Brittany Freeman, thank you so much for your super chat. Charlie Peralta, thank you. Alexandra Brazier says, "Hi, Legal Bites. What is your dog called, and what breed is he or she? Thank you for the stream and the information. The legal commentary is great. Thank you so much." So my dog's name is Indy. She's on the floor next to me, but she's my little Oh god, I just realized I'm kind of blocking the camera here. So she is my shadow, essentially. She follows me everywhere. So every time I come into to stream, it is she's right here with me. Even if Mr. Bites is in the other room, she's usually here with me. Um, but like I said, her name is Indy. She is a chocolate lab mix. I don't know what the mix is. But she's got a lot of lab in her, a lot of lab tendencies. She absolutely loves water. Any kind of puddles, she's always walking in and sometimes laying in. But yeah, she is wonderful, and she is a very, as you guys can tell, she's a very chill dog, and I love her very much. See here. Inger Joanna says, "It feels like watching the trial with friends." I agree. I mean, I've got friends up here, so I feel like we're all just hanging out with friends, and I feel like everybody in the chat, for the most part, people are being pretty friendly, right? So it definitely feels that way. Seaman 431 says, "How is this still going after the recording yesterday?"
Oh,
Well, Kurt,
geez, we have
how
so
do
much more
you feel?
testimony to go.
Yes, yes, but how do you feel about how it's going?
No, well, I think it's going well for Johnny Depp, and you would kind of hope that's true because we're deep into the plaintiff's case, and you would
Mhm.
hope at this point that you'd be feeling really strong for Johnny. And sometimes that's not true. Sometimes you are in the plaintiff's case and you're like, geez, this isn't going that great. And so when you're already kind of on your back foot, by the time the defense starts, you're like, "Nyeh," because the
Yeah.
things are not going well. So I think things are going pretty well for him. I think his overall narrative is coming through. I think his overall story is being heard. I am sure the details are being ignored or forgotten, as the case may be. But the overall sentiments, I think, are very powerful. That he's come off as very relatable, humble. It's
Mhm.
amazing that he's able to talk about having penthouses 1, 2, 3, 4. By the way, I went to my private island, as one does. As some still somehow come off as relatable and like just another one of the guys.
Yeah.
He's actually pulled it off pretty well, I think,
Mhm.
in all things considered. So I think he's doing really well. I was a little bit disappointed with the direct just because there wasn't more. Um, I was his attorneys were trying to do yeoman's work a little bit there at the end by trying to get information on specific damages because they
Mhm.
were asking him like, what jobs did you have between the date these days and these dates, right? And then what jobs did you have after that date? The whole point of that question is to go to damages, right? The whole point of that question is please show us the job opportunities you had before. Please show us what job opportunities you lost by number or comparison. And either he didn't understand the question or whatever, but he was not giving them the answer. For whatever reason, his attorneys didn't want to walk it through him piece by piece, which I don't know why they decided not to do that.
I have a
Uh,
feeling that it's because there's other ways that they're gonna be able to get it in
yeah,
with other
I
records,
guess,
other
but I mean,
individuals.
you kind of wanted to hear it from Johnny. It's like how he's been hurt. And it's like the only thing I've lost is everything. I'm like, that's so it's a little cliche. Something more specific would have been
But it
helpful
felt
for me.
real, in
It
my
did feel real.
opinion.
I mean, I'll give you that. It did feel real.
Yeah.
Um, let's see where else. Oh yes, there were other. The fact that there's like other tapes and other instances. I don't know when they're planning to bring those in, or how. Um, I think you could have done more with his direct, but I mean these guys have thought the strategy through and through about when they're bringing things in and when not. So I'm not ready to throw them under the bus for it, but I don't know. I felt like we could have done more. So I don't know. It's going
Okay.
well. I thought he could have gone more well. How are you doing, Nate?
I'm all right now. I got my computer
Great.
All
not
right.
so
Nice.
choppy this morning. How you guys doing?
Great. It's nice
Good.
to see
Good.
you.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I forgot. Let me turn my camera off again. I like this
No.
view better, man.
Well, you
No,
can
yes,
relax, but
you know
but
what?
it's nice to see you.
Oh, I appreciate it. No, well, past couple of days I just didn't too lazy to turn my camera on. But yesterday my daughter was running around, and sometimes they'll be
I
here
understand.
and they take off all their clothes, and now it's like running around. So I'm like, oh my
Mhm.
god.
Yeah.
And I remember one time I was on a live stream and my daughter literally jumped in my arms with no clothes on. I'm like, babe, what are you
Oh
doing?
no.
Go take your bath. Go take your bath.
Oh no, oh no. And then I guess to answer maybe another version of this question, how is it still going? As in, like, why would it still be going? Well, because the structure of this trial is such that because he's the plaintiff, he gets to put on his case in chief first. She
Yeah.
still is entitled to put on her own evidence at the end of it. Now, if at the end of his portion, the plaintiff's side rests, then the defense has a chance to stand up and say, Your Honor,
You
the
haven't
plaintiff
proved your
has not put
case.
on enough evidence to state a claim, and then therefore it should be dismissed. And then they'll kind of go back and forth, and the judge will most likely deny that motion and say, okay, let's go to the next part. And defense, put on your case. So,
This is
yeah,
well,
this is just usually how it goes.
I this is one of those few cases where I think it's the cliche. One side has the facts, the other side has the law, and they're trying to figure it out because right now, factually, Johnny has it, right? He has all those facts, the recordings and all this. But when it comes to the legal side of it, I think Amber's side has the legal aspect of it. And I think, at this point
I,
in time, we're kind of fighting between the two. But I think the argument essentially is legally, do we have enough for defamation? Because morally, I think Johnny Depp has already won.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he still has a way to legally win and have it not be a weird thing. It might be that, like, it's a very gray area. It's definitely not a home run. It's not a home run. It's not like the Cardi B defamation case where
Yeah, that's
where
a
her
home run.
defamer went on the stand and admitted,
Yes, it was
yes,
me. I did the
I
thing.
I knew that what I was
Yeah.
saying was basically not real. Like,
Yeah.
that is a completely different thing. Like, that is so rare. I wish that one was live streamed, because that would have been so awesome to get on a live stream.
To
I
hear
think the
you
But
say that,
transcripts
right?
are coming out next month, so I'm looking forward to reading them. And
oh my
that'll
gosh,
be good.
dramatic
Yeah.
reading. Dramatic reading. We love a good dramatic reading around here. um yeah, but I think that I do grant you that, yes, it is a gray case, but I still see Johnny Depp winning this. I still do, because I think that there's enough there to tie the 2018 article back to 2016 and the allegations that she used for the DVRO, for all of that stuff. And that is, at least on his side right now, that is looking like she was freaking lying her ass off and making things look way worse than they were. So setting things up in such a way that it was very hoaxy. So I definitely see that. I definitely see a way for him to win, for it to be a legitimate win, legally speaking, as well. Even if it's not the most home run kind of case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shirley Peralta says, I'm wondering why they don't play the whole audio. It's because part of it is, relevance. There's also other issues of, whether or not the things that they're saying actually are, I mean, the
Relevant.
way that they're getting most of these in is that they're admissions against a party opponent, right?
Mhm.
So, and also time, because they don't want to be using up all of their time on all of these recordings if there are certain pieces that are going to be much punchier, right? Like, you want the most bang for your buck for the stuff that you're getting in and putting in front of the jury, because if you give them too much, they're not going to notice the punchier parts amidst the sea of stuff. You
But
know what I mean?
but there was an observation from yesterday though. The judge, when they were playing the audio, said we're going to play these bits of the
Oh,
audio, but the full 2 hour thing is going. So the jury will have access to the full recording. But the parts that were played in court were just for
okay.
our consumption for the questioning.
Okay. Are you guys hearing this?
Yeah, I'm hearing
Yes.
You are. Okay. All
it.
right.
The birds sound nice.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah.
It sounds very springy, right?
Who's that?
I don't
Oh,
know.
that's her legal. Looks like her legal team. Or
Oh,
somebody's
weird.
legal.
For me, I don't know what's going on with my side. Okay. There we go.
They're allowed in through the back door. They don't have to go in the front door like peons.
Yeah, nah. When you get a celebrity client, they're not going through the front door. I used to love when I was at the DA's office. So you get the DA badge, so you can just flash the badge. Everybody else is getting searched like crazy. You're like, excuse me.
Oh man. Celia says, keep up the good work. Thank you. Paulina Lara says, are the Australia tapes not in evidence? They
I believe they are. Yeah, I believe
yeah,
they
I
are.
believe they are. I believe they are. So, or at least the ones that we heard yesterday about Australia. Yes, absolutely, those are.
See what I think is going to happen today. Oh, go ahead. You can read. I know you're trying to read.
Oh,
Super
okay.
chats.
Like I said, could JD sue the Me Too movement? I doubt this is all
Nah.
Heard's doing. No, and also, I mean,
You
that's a
sue.
grassroots movement. Like, who would you sue?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
the
You have
world.
to sue people. Who?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who's the
you
Me
need
Too
to have
movement?
someone to
I'm
give you
suing the
some kind of
BLM.
redress. Yeah,
Everybody who's part of BLM. Nah,
Yeah.
this doesn't work
yeah.
that way.
It's not something that we would really be able to do. Oh, Nate, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how cross-examine now. Two things, because we always talk about strategy. The cross-examination this morning, and I'm thinking for the
Yes.
next couple of days, probably, because he's probably going to be up there for a while. So this is probably not going to be a commando raid, right? Because we always talk about how we like the commando raid style: get in,
Yeah.
get out, do your damage, and let chips fall where they may. So I'm thinking this is not going to be that. I think this is going to be a little bit more involved. What I would plan to do for Johnny, my plan would be lull him in with mundane questions early, get to
Yeah.
the spicier thing after he gets to that yes, get to that repetition, then slam him with the questions I need him to slam, because after you start yes, then start hitting him with the questions I want and let him fight with me there, because if he starts fighting, if he's saying yes, or no, and the responses, and then later on when he gets start getting spicy, he starts fighting me, it makes him look worse than the questioner. Also, as a strategy for what I want to question about, I want to narrow. I believe if I'm Amber's team, the law is on my side. So I'm going to narrow it to the legal issues, right? You're not suing about cutting a finger. You're not suing about it. You're suing specifically about this article and narrow it to that, right? These three statements.
Right.
So now, and if I can just hold them to those three statements and narrow it to that time frame, all this other stuff happened, but it's irrelevant because we're talking about these three statements. And the last thing I'm going to do also is I don't think I can overcome that Amber was abusive to Johnny, right? She said it on tape. But now I want to say, so what, right? I want to get that, so what? But he was also abusive to her, because I think that's a win for her, right? He abused me too. So those are the things that I would want to get out of this as a strategy piece on cross-examination. I know that was long-winded, but sorry, but I was like thinking about that all night. How would I get Johnny? That's what I would do.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're just not given any volume here, but the volume is on, as we can see. So we're just going to be waiting for things. And guys, again, I mentioned earlier the day 7 recap. I was waiting on it. I believe I said that it was live.
Yes, sir. I saw it.
I got notification. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to make sure that people know, because people were asking about it. So you can definitely check out the day 6 recap. Of course, I prefer you also watch the live stream, but if you need to see that first, hey, by all means, watch it on 1.25 speed or something, and then get caught up and come join us.
That must be tough doing those the nightly recaps, because I was doing weekly recaps when I was doing Arbery, and I was like, that's tough. You nightly recaps, it must be hell.
At least with nightly, you've only got one day to cover with that, right? So with a weekly, it's hard to figure out what are the high points throughout this week entirely, but it is kind of tough doing these on a daily basis, especially after getting right off of a live stream, and then being like, okay, now I have to look through my 20 pages of handwritten notes and then figure out what am I going to say, and what was the most important part, what's going to be enough that gives people a good sense, and then also is not too much that I get stuck in the weeds, which is always my biggest problem. But yeah, it's been definitely a journey, but it's also been great because then I'm also reviewing the testimony. I'm reviewing my notes. I'm reviewing on kind of a regular basis, what exactly happened.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now
We always talk about their dress. I think Amber's looking okay today. She's you see she's
so.
going with the white theme again, the white shirt,
Mm-hmm.
lighten up.
Oh, perfect.
Johnny's
Which
in all
exhibit?
black today. Is he going to come out hot and heavy, or is he going to try, or is he going to?
We
I
will
think
see.
I don't think he know. I think he only. I think he's like a hammer. He only sees nails.
All right. That's
You think Rottenborn or
Yeah,
Johnny?
Rottenborn. I think he's
Yeah.
a hammer.
Thank you. Anything else?
We have the thumb drive with the
with
additional.
with the knife pictures on it for me, 92 and 93. Great.
Knife
Thank you.
pictures.
All right.
God, those
Take
that
any
that knife still it kills me, so to speak.
Anything
Yeah.
further?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's
All
just me,
right.
but in
Ready for the
isolation, it
jury.
doesn't seem that ominous. But
Well,
I-
yeah,
When you put it in context.
but
Yeah.
in context of everything that we saw, oh,
yeah, okay.
Stupid update on my phone. Now I don't get any notifications for text messages. So it's like I gotta actually open up the text message. I'm like turning on notifications. It's like it's not. It's I don't know. It's just, yeah, I'm
You're
a
a mess.
boomer. I'm
you're
a
a mess,
boomer.
Nate. All right, jury is coming in. Sarah Moore says, "You deserve every subscriber and every bit of success. Thank you so much for entertaining and educating us on the trial. Your channel is necessary." Thank you. I appreciate that. DJ Smith says, "Aside from this cross today, I'm very interested on how on earth Amber will try to claw her way out of this
Good
damning
morning, ladies and
testimony. Love
gentlemen.
you in the panel."
Have a
Thank you.
seat.
But don't. I hope people
right.
don't get wrapped in.
Cross-examination.
We only heard one side. We have to wait till we hear the other side before we start
Agreed.
making the judgments.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the courtroom right now.
Morning, Mr. Depp.
Morning, Mr. Rottenborn.
Yes,
Ooh.
2 days ago, when you first
Here
took
we
the
go.
stand, you discussed your upbringing and some of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified how she abused you physically, right?
Yes, sir.
Throwing things at you, hitting you.
Yeah, there was quite various forms of physical abuse.
And she abused you verbally by insulting you and your siblings, right?
Yes, she did.
And you testified that sometimes that verbal abuse, that emotional abuse was worse than the beatings, right? Do you remember that?
As a child, it has more of an opportunity to plant itself.
He's trying
in
to
your
lull
head.
them into the yes and no's.
Sure.
Yes.
So you'd agree that abuse can take many forms. It can be physical, can
you
be verbal,
abused her.
can be emotional, right?
Yeah, I knew those was going.
Yep.
And you testified that your dad
Different types of
wasn't
abuse.
abusive, but that you saw him punch walls when he was in an argument with your mother sometimes, right?
Excuse me. I witnessed my father, the only reaction that would be called a physical reaction from the abuse he was very stoically taking from my mother. I saw him maybe twice, 3 times punch a wall. Once, as I said, once he punched the corner of the wall, and I watched his hand, his hand basically shatter.
Right. Mr. Depp, your walls weren't the only thing that your father punched, were they? In fact, once he punched you in the face and knocked you down, didn't he?
Yes, when I was 15 years old, this was just before I'd dropped out of high school. One morning, yes, in my mind, I was done with school. So he had asked me to.
People keep saying I'm
do
breathing.
something
I'm not breathing on the mic.
very-
My mic is muted.
He asked me
It's
to
not me.
take the dog for a walk or something,
I think
or
it's
take out the
recording.
garbage, something menial, something strange. And I just said, no. And he and he gave me
Those background
gave me a
sounds are
quick
from
shot.
the feed. They're not from us.
Pretty
Yeah,
hefty,
exactly.
and it rattled my head. It rattled the cage, Tweety
Sure.
birds and stuff. Sure.
So the jury hadn't heard about that before. When he punched you in the face, it actually knocked you to the ground. And then when you got up, you were all too happy to take care of what he wanted you to take care of, right?
I was excited to take care of it.
Right. And yesterday, I believe that you testified, why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? It doesn't work. You gave that testimony yesterday, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, you try to conduct yourself as a gentleman, right?
Yes, sir.
And you think that you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, right?
That was essentially, when you have deep, deep roots in the South, Kentucky and such.
Didn't
So-
slavery exist in the South?
Your parents, your father, your
But
mother,
notice
it's
he's
your
not going to
grandparents,
yes or
it's your
no.
uncles,
He's
it's
a
your
long-winded
aunts, it's this, it's
answers.
that. It's
You know,
It's tough to control him.
yes.
actually,
raised to
it's
be a
the
Southern gentleman,
attorney's
that is to
problem
say,
because he
Yeah.
says yes.
chivalry
As soon as he
was
says yes, you're
still
supposed to come in with the
alive
next
and
question.
allowed.
But he says yes, and
Right.
he allows him to
And you think
explain.
you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, correct?
I believe I do.
Now you ask your next
I've
question.
certainly
Yeah,
done my best. all my
exactly.
life.
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
Oh, here we go. The text
That's a strange
messages.
question. Paul Bettany is a good friend. Yes.
You've done drugs with him.
See,
Yes,
now
I
he's cutting him off.
Cocaine, right?
have. Cocaine, yes.
Alcohol,
What I tell you, get him to yes or no.
Alcohol,
Yes,
pills,
yes,
including
yes.
Xanax and Adderall, right?
Yes.
Mm,
No. Answer doesn't matter.
that I'm not so sure of.
Okay.
Where's he gone?
His internal
Johnny is just-
monologue coming out.
But he's so lovable though. Like even now, listening, it's like that's the perfect thing to say to
Make
break the
approach.
tension.
I
Alright.
just want to
Yeah.
discuss one thing with you,
Okay.
Ms. Myers.
Where's he going?
Well, so far so good.
Yeah.
Abuse comes in many different forms. Agree to that premise. You
I-
raised your voice. You punched a wall. That's where that's eventually going to be going
Hmm.
in the future. You saw Johnny Depp punch a wall. You saw Johnny Depp raise his voice. You saw Johnny Depp berate Amber Heard. That's abuse. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where it's going.
This is physical abuse isn't the only type of abuse, and if you can get the jury to buy that, then his claims are
Yeah,
done. His defamation claims are done, I should say.
yeah.
Now, someone DM'd me yesterday also saying that there were people that were saying that they could still see the scar on his cheek from the cigarette burn. I don't know if you guys can see that on his right cheek that's facing the jury, but somebody mentioned that. I didn't notice it. I can't really see it now, but let me know if you guys see something. Because that's a very interesting thing if the jury gets to like look at that the entire time that he's testifying. So now he's looking at the text message between him and Paul Bettany. And these are going to be bad, guys. They're going to be
Mr.
bad.
Depp, you remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, correct?
Yes.
And you gave that testimony under oath, right?
Oh, impeachment.
Yes.
You gave quite a bit of testimony in that trial, right?
I wouldn't be able to judge that myself. I don't. It felt
Fair
like it.
point.
Fair
Okay,
answer.
well, let's take a look at some of it.
It's my
If
only
you can
trial I've
turn
ever
to
done
page
before.
45, please, in front of you. It's page 12 of the document. There's 4 transcript
Oh, I
pages.
see page
on
12 of the document, certainly.
Yes, sir.
Good tone and good cadence from the attorney, though. Trying to,
Yes.
he's not too hostile. Let's just get to business here. We all know what this is about.
Yes, sir.
And
12 of the document, you say?
yes, in the lower left corner, there's a page 45. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you see that on the bottom of that page, there's a discussion of Paul Bettany and the things drugs that you did together. And there was a question. The question is any sort of pills. And your answer is yes. There could have been Xanax, or if he needed, if he asked for Xanax or
Hey, lead
Adderall,
attorney.
whatever, I would of course give it to him. Question. So you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for. Is that right? Answer. If he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I would give him what he asked for. Question. Would you give him a Xanax? Answer. Yes. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
And you shared, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs or alcohol at that time, right?
You could
The
quibble
two
on
of us were
enjoyment.
making a film
Yeah, but
together.
why?
With
This doesn't
respect,
hurt
sir,
Johnny.
that wasn't my question. My question was the
Oh.
two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs and alcohol at that time. Yes or no?
Now he's trying to
At
control Johnny.
times.
Good for him.
And Ms. Hurd was quite adamant that you didn't drink anymore and that you should stop using recreational drugs, right?
Oh, yes.
And she didn't like it when you were high on drugs or drunk on alcohol, right?
She didn't like it when it was her perception that I was high on drugs.
Huh.
Her perception is quite different than the truth.
Nice.
That's what
Nice,
we're after,
nice.
is the truth.
Nice
Let's turn
answer.
to, can you pull up exhibit 178?
That's a pretty
please?
clever answer.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Is that defendant's 178 or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all right. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, you got to say it for the
Mm-hmm.
person who's typing it all
reporter.
in. Yeah.
Court reporter, yeah.
Oh, all right. I'll send it to him.
Mr. Depp,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we?
What?
approach, please?
Maybe
Mm,
she knows what he's about to get into, and they want to make sure that what they're going to get into is kosher, so to speak.
Fair.
But that was a good answer, though.
Yeah.
She didn't like her perception that I was on drugs, and her perception was often wrong. That was good. That
Right.
was good. Okay, let me get some super chats while we're waiting. Andrew Rohn says this is more a question for Kurt. Who was worse at lying, Sherry Papini or Amber Turd?
Well, we haven't really seen Amber Turd on the stand yet.
I
So
haven't heard a lie yet.
Yeah. Don't know
you
yet.
will
We'll
hear
see.
it.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to hear it.
There's plenty of fodder for impeachment because she's changed what
So
she said before
much.
many times. So it's like there's no way that she can give a straight answer on the stand because she's given multiple answers for a lot of stuff. Peach T says, "Thank you for streaming and all your input. My new name for AH is Absurd Herd." That's a good one too, actually. Valley says the Sun newspaper in the UK is continuing to call Johnny a wife beater even after yesterday's testimony. Is that case all done and dusted?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way that he can have a claim against them while this trial is still pending. Jessica Bird, welcome to YouTube membership. Jay Watt says 100K subs. Will you put RGB in your background? LOL. I mean, hey, Ruth, you mean RBG, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg? I'll put any Supreme Court justice in my background, regardless
Story.
Wait, what?
Just a story.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. I mean, yeah. I'll put any Supreme Court.
Yeah, just
Look,
pick a random-
I named my cat Holmes after Supreme Court justice. So I'm all about surrounding myself with Supreme Court lore, right? So I also would be totally in for getting like a two cats at the same time. Oh, they're talking about colored lighting. Okay, never mind. That was my editor just texted me. I'm a dum-dum. Sorry.
No, I
Mr.
have
Depp,
I have like the color changing
This is a
bulbs. I've
text
only recently
message
got them, but
exchange that
it
you
changed my
had with
world.
Paul Bettany on June 11th, 2013, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of redacted defendants.
What I really need
Exhibit
is some sort of
178.
crowd control feature
and
so
permission to
chat can
publish, please.
control the lighting. That'd be great.
Based off of Your Honor's ruling,
All right.
that's fine.
178 with redactions.
Let's burn Amber.
Michelle, could you
Nice.
please
Burn the
blow up the
witch.
first text at the top? In this text, Mr. Depp, you text Mr. Bettany, let's burn Amber, 3 exclamation points, right?
sorry.
You see that?
I do see that.
And at this time, June 11th, 2013, Amber is your girlfriend or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend,
Yep.
for sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, let's burn Amber. Because the next text down, you can move down and blow up the next text, please, Michelle. You say, let's drown her before we burn her. 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Yes, it's referring to the
and you
text
didn't-
prior to.
You didn't
From Mr.
stop when you
Bettany.
said, let's drown her.
He just
before
got
we
the yes.
burn
That's
her."
all they wanted.
After that, you made another comment, and I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to use today. But unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of documents with language like this.
Nice little preface.
After you said, let's drown her before we burn her, Mr. Depp, you
Yes.
said, I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead.
Damn.
That's what you said that you would do.
Okay.
Defamation's
After
looking a
you
lot less
burned her and
likely. I'm
after
just
you drowned
saying.
Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife.
Yes, I did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 245, please?
Trying to show he's abusive from the very start.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know these were even out there. This is some crazy
Yeah.
shit.
I did.
Uh,
I don't know if you're saying I want to
Your Honor,
fuck
there's
her to make
been,
sure she's dead after I burn
no
her. Maybe that's
objection
not
to
the
this
woman for
exhibit,
you.
so I'd move for its admission and ask for permission to publish.
if you're trying to, especially if you're trying to prove that the guy is, not aggressive.
Hmm.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages, but at the bottom portion, there is some from his daughter that we would ask be redacted.
Fair.
And Your Honor,
And that's hearsay because it's
that's
hearsay.
okay,
Yes.
but there was no objection to this
I
on the
understand, but
exhibit list.
they don't appear to be relevant, which
That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
And they're not relevant too. So it's a double whammy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't object before.
Yeah. You're allowed to object at trial.
We didn't see him before.
Yeah. So those are bad, but they also have talked a lot about how he's.
245 in evidence with the redaction.
They're gonna talk about
Yes,
this on
Your Honor.
redirect 100%.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Oh, they got to.
Mr.
Yeah,
Depp,
they have to.
About his dark humor
this,
and the
the
pain and what was
top
going on then.
Text message.
Yeah.
They
we're
want
gonna
these out
focus
of
on a couple
context.
these, but the top
Amber Heard's
text
team wants these out of
message
context.
is a text from you to Paul Bettany
2014.
on May 30th, 2014, correct? Might need to scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes.
And you recall that you testified yesterday about the flight that you took from Boston to Los Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes,
You remember that? Okay.
yes, I did.
And you testified yesterday that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text. On May 30th, 2014, you texted Mr. Bettany, just a little bit smaller. You texted Mr. Bettany, I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days. Powders. Half a bottle of whiskey. 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas. Pills. 2 bottles of champers on plane. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout. Screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. Read that again. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine.
That one I hadn't
Did I
seen.
read that right?
That's
Yes,
pretty
you did.
bad for him.
And when you said pills are fine, this was when you were just starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the oxycodone. It was before the detox on the island, yes.
Right, and you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
Could you go 2 texts down, please, Michelle? And this is a text that you sent on June 8th, 2014. Just scroll over to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this, I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there is nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were brief visits and fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself. Actually, almost walked to your place at about 3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop tears. Did I read that right?
You did.
Michelle, can you please take that down and let's pull up.
So far, this is good cross.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get out your
yeah.
points.
325.
Yep.
He's doing a better job of
Please.
keeping control of the witness.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny's not giving these long, I can't even say the word. These long speeches.
Yes.
Mr.
Letting
Depp,
letting
is
these
this a
texts speak for
text
themselves.
message exchange that you had with Miss Heard on December 18th, 2014.
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
All right, any objection?
May I have a look at the,
Of course.
If you look at the
Your Honor,
bottom.
may we approach real quick?
Okay, sure.
So while they are having the sidebar, I see a question in the chat. Is this bad for Johnny? Yeah, this definitely looks bad. These are bad texts. This is bad information that has come out. They've done some groundwork on Johnny's side to talk about how to show the way that he illustrates with his words and how it's not necessarily always a literal that what he says should not necessarily be taken literally, and that he has a dark sense of humor. So the texts about burning Amber, et cetera, they've laid some groundwork, but those don't look good. The jury probably doesn't like seeing these.
Not a domestic abuse case. Yeah, when the killer and
Yeah.
make love to her dead body, that doesn't go well. Right?
No.
Just like, I know there's a lot of Johnny fans but that doesn't go well to 12 or 6
Yeah.
random people who are hearing it for the first time. I'm sorry.
But this is kind of what we were expecting for this cross-examination, right? We knew that there was going to be some fire to come out. We knew that they were going to pull out some stuff that was going to be very uncomfortable for him. So we're expecting this, and he will get a redirect from his own attorneys after this. And I expect that they'll go through all of
Michelle, if
these
you could
tough
just
points and
scroll
say,
down as
what's the context
so
here? Explain it.
the court and Mr. Depp's counsel and Mr. Depp can see it all.
And so far, he's handling himself well through this, I will say.
Yeah, Johnny's doing actually a great job. It's not as punchy as it could be if he was fighting. So,
and he's also not trying to explain things like some people would, like, oh, but,
Sorry,
you know,
Your Honor, we have no objection with the.
Just, it
the
is what it
unredacted
is.
version.
Yeah.
exactly.
This version that
Okay.
I'm seeing right now, correct? Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, all right, 325. Hold on.
Excuse me, sorry, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen the other pages, but this page we have
Oh,
no
this is-
objection
Is
to.
this the only page?
I believe this is the only page to the document, Your Honor, right?
325 is only one page?
Just one page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
No redaction. Other than identifiers, but yes, you can do this one. Go ahead.
And Michelle, if you can blow up the large text at the top of the page. Mr. Depp, on December 18th, 2014, you sent this text to Miss Heard. And I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went too far. We/I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrank. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares. I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do/did. It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life, because, motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl, how do we end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you." Did I read that
Okay.
right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle. If you could please pull up Exhibit 153.
So
Yeah,
essentially,
that
he's
last
just going to
one,
read
that last one wasn't that bad.
Nah,
Yeah.
it wasn't bad at all. That was BS. It seemed like he's just going to, he's essentially, this is what course examination is, right? He's going to read Johnny's text messages and without the context
Sure.
and let the jury believe, because the jury's supposed to believe that he's talking about hitting that last one, which I don't believe it was, but that's what he's trying to convey.
And he's having these pauses after reading these texts also is helpful, because it's letting the jury take it in, think about it, be like, ooh, how do I feel about this one? I don't really know. I was thinking this way about Johnny before, but now I'm not so sure. Like it's
Your
allowing
Honor,
them
we
to
have
digest
a
it.
redacted version of this, but we'll put up the fully unredacted right now.
All right, just give counsel a moment to review
Of
it.
course.
Your Honor, this has phone numbers in it, so.
I
if
know.
it should be-
Yeah, I know.
You
We-
just-
Understood.
Just so you can see it first.
Oh, yeah, to the
They didn't
to the
redact phone
witness.
numbers out of it if they were gonna. I just that seems strange to me. If they didn't at least do that, because that's a given in any kind
Yeah.
of like phone numbers. That's personal information. That's always going to be redacted.
Yeah. But show the unredacted version to the witness.
Mr. Depp,
Publish the redacted
I'd like
version.
to turn your attention to the top 3 text messages on this page. These are text messages that you sent on January 17th, 2013. See that?
Now they're going back
So I'm
further in
reading
time.
The page.
Right. And the way these text messages are produced, sometimes there's big date skips and they're kind of jumbled in. So they're not all on the same chain.
No,
So
of course,
what I'm asking you about is just the top 3.
certainly.
And those are texts that you wrote on January 17th, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to publish just those top 3 texts with identifiers and the others redacted, and move for admission of that redacted exhibit.
As long as it's not this version, that's fine. The
We'll
version
put up on the screen what I propose to admit as an
Let me
exhibit.
see what you're going to put up on the screen
Okay.
first.
Yeah, you got to look at that first before you put it up.
Yeah, make sure it's clear to the court.
And I'm going to need to see it as if I'm Johnny's attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
But I gotta say, just as of right now,
we have no
it's not.
objection to this
He's
version,
not.
Your
He hasn't hit it as hard as I thought he might be. But it's a textbook cross, but it's not really moving the needle for me. You know what I mean?
Michelle, can you blow up the?
Well, maybe
text
he's
boxes, please?
starting slow.
On January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following: "For the idiot cow," 3 exclamation points. Next text: "Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in.
Oh,
Don't
Jesus.
worry."
That's the CUNT we
Apology
heard about
again
To the
before.
court and the jury for this language. And then you close by saying, "Did that worthless hooker arrive?" Did I read that right?
Oh my
Good,
God.
sure.
You can take that down, please. We talked
That one
a
wasn't
little
good.
bit about the term monster yesterday, correct?
Ooh, monster.
Yes, I've heard that word quite a lot. Yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday
There's
that
her
you used
theme.
that term to placate Amber, right? And I believe that you testified that it was the word that she clung to describe what
For
was
some reason,
in
the
her
video
mind,
feed is
not
black
yours.
for me, so
I
it's
wrote down what
it's
you said.
coming
You
in from
remember
the
giving
court that way.
testimony?
The monster,
They don't love you, legal bites.
more than anything,
God, I
was,
know. Let's see if
Ms.
there's another
Heard's
one.
I think they're
way
still
of
showing the
referencing,
exhibit. They haven't
whether I
changed the
was-
camera.
Yeah.
whether she perceived that I was on substances or taking substances. So the word monster became, it represented for her the consumption of alcohol or any other substances, whether it was actually happening or not, her perception. And so monster became her click word,
Right.
if you will.
But actually, the term monster to describe yourself came from you.
Well, initially, Ms. Heard, I believe she started out with demons. She started out with, saying that I had demons. And then when monster was put into a conversation, which again, I have a particular way of using words, vocabulary in my vernacular. So monster was something that which she stuck with, tried and true. I mean, she just stayed with that.
Right, but
you'd have to
it
accept
came from you. The term
unless
came
you
from
wanted
you.
to argue.
The term came from you, didn't it?
It's very probable. It's possible. It's probable that I might have used that word. Certainly.
It doesn't really matter where it came from,
And in
honestly.
2012, in fact, Elton John was one of your friends who was trying to help you get sober, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you sent him a message in 2012 where you thanked him for his help, and you said, quote, "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact." Isn't
Yes.
that true?
Yes. Again, the monster referring to alcohol and substances.
Yeah,
Correct. And you didn't send that
Yeah.
message to Miss Heard. You sent that to Elton John. "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you."
This is not effective right now.
Correct?
Elton
Can you pull up exhibit
was
408, please?
was a dear friend who has been sober for 40 years, 30 years. So he was. We'd had discussions, and he wanted me to get clean, sober. So Elton actually sent a fellow called Charlie Dunnett, who worked with Elton for years and years. And has
Mr.
helped
Depp,
Elton.
I appreciate
He's
that.
gonna
My
cut
only
him off.
question was just to confirm that you had sent that message
And that's
to Elton
that's what
John,
he's got to
nothing
do.
else.
Yeah.
So I'll just,
yeah.
okay, I'll
Yeah.
just stop talking.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to be
Certainly.
respectful of the
Not a
court's
problem.
time. and
Okay,
the
I'll
jury's
just
time.
stop
Sorry?
talking.
I just said I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time, and I trust that you do too. So
And particularly my
All right.
side's
I don't
time,
feel
which
I'm
is this is
wasting
getting
anyone's
counted
time,
against
so-
can you
us.
pull up exhibit 408, please?
Don't waste my time.
No, but you always throw it to the jury. We don't want to waste the jury's time. So, just yes or no, please.
Yeah.
Blame it on the jury, right? We don't want to waste their time.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the bottom text on this page. And can you confirm that this is a text message that you sent on April 9th, 2015, while you were married to Amber, to your sister? Do you see that?
The last,
The last text on the one on the bottom.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of 408 with all the identifiers redacted and everything except the last text redacted.
Just the last
Yes, Your Honor.
one text.
We object, Your Honor. If we could approach just very quickly.
All right, approaching again. And by the way, we haven't gotten any kind of indication on what the jury is thinking, but I have been talking to some people that are in the courtroom. We might have somebody during lunch popping in to talk to us about what they've been observing inside the courtroom. So
Cool.
hopefully we can get that. And in the meantime, let's get some super chats. Alyssa Marie said, would they be able to use the audio of the doctors and workers / security looking for Johnny's finger and describing what they see the moments after the incident if Amber Heard recorded it without them knowing? I mean, it's less about recording them without them knowing, more about whether the court can get that kind of testimony in elsewhere, particularly through the witnesses, because they've been able to call these witnesses, right? And they've testified in various forms. So I don't think that we're going to be hearing those particular audio tapes. Lord Illuminus Pooh says, win or lose, Johnny got his side out. He wins. I think that's definitely a win for him.
Yeah, I think
Pamela
Johnny
2
wins.
a.m. Pamela 2 a.m. says, Amber Heard 2016. Tell the world, Johnny. Well, Johnny has told the world. Today will be hard. I'm glad I have all of you to watch it with. Thanks in advance to the whole panel. Of course. Thank you so much for watching with us.
The one I had, the one above it. Okay. And Mr. Depp, to clarify, is sis in those texts, is that your sister, or it could be Amber's sister too, right? Or the other.
Sis, I was referring to Whitney.
Whitney.
Heard,
Okay,
yes.
so Amber's sister. Okay.
Yes, Amber's
Okay.
sister.
I think they did a really good job of preparing us for the dark humor, though. I think that was
They did.
really,
Yeah.
because I was prepared for that.
Through him, through other witnesses, we heard from, I think Isaac Baruch mentioned it. And I think that also, and I know Sean Bett talked about his dark humor. And then he also went through describing why he uses dark humor. It's to deal with the pain that he's been through. And the way that he explained it made a lot of sense. It was
Your Honor,
coming out of
those
his childhood,
redactions, I asked for permission or move to admit Exhibit 408.
No objection? Yes. All right, 408 with redactions.
And Mr. Depp, on April 9th, 2015,
Yes,
while you were married to Miss Heard, you texted someone named Sis, which may be her sister, you testified.
yes.
You said, I'm all right. I ... though I never, ever want to lay eyes on that filthy whore, Amber A. Most embarrassing. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you called Amber that filthy whore, she was your wife at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's pull up Exhibit 4.
I mean, it's doing something for me, Nate. I'm telling you.
What's doing something for you?
I'm like, because you were saying earlier, the testimony wasn't moving the needle. It's like it's moving it for me a little bit.
Yeah,
let's
no,
be
I
honest.
mean, I agree. I'm starting to be moved a little bit after that last kind of soiree of, yeah.
Yep.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention
Okay.
Is there another? Let's see. I'd like to direct your attention to the fourth text up from the bottom.
Four from the
Chat number 1616.
Hmm.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's a text message exchange between you and Jerry Judge on April 26th, 2015, just a couple of weeks after you referred to Amber as a filthy whore. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, permission to and move for admission of this exhibit with the 2 text exchanges in that chat between him and Jerry Judge.
All right, well, why don't you show me what it would look like redacted?
Okay.
We do that.
Okay, sure.
Now,
It's just
before we
those
publish
2,
it.
Michelle?
something I noticed, the last text about her being a filthy whore and the one that they're about to show are from April 2015. March 2015 was the Australia incident.
She's having trouble with
I
this.
expect them to bring that up to say, what happened right before these? Oh, I lost the tip of my finger.
That's fair.
And she also, smashed a cigarette in my face. And oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure she was cheating on me. I'm sure. I don't know. There might be something that comes up to that effect, unless they might not want to, unless they have somebody else that can corroborate that suspicion that he had about something like that.
Yeah.
But or maybe they wait until somebody else, comes in and testifies. Oh, by the way, she totally was
Any
cheating on
objection
him.
to 427
No objection,
with
Your Honor.
redactions? Okay, 427 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can just blow the text up, Michelle, of both of those. Mr. Depp, on April 26th, 2015, Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple of years ago, right?
That's correct.
He writes you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the 2 of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The 2 of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate. We've been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever." All caps. "Love you, brother. JD." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
So they're definitely showing him going up and down.
Michelle, could you
With his
please pull
relationship
up
with her.
Exhibit 445, defendants?
And you don't ask him to clarify. Not what did you don't
Nothing.
ask what did the monster
Nothing.
mean? Just leave it. Go to the next
And
question.
in the text that we just
Let
saw,
the jury figure that out.
when you were used the word monster,
But that's what
Or-
redirect
Ms.
is
Heard
for.
wasn't on
Redirect
that
is
text message,
for.
was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention in this message to the second text down, which is a text from you to Dr. Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, on June 28th, 2015.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, 26, 28, 215, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of a redacted exhibit with simply that text. We're happy to redact the rest of it.
Is that text 139 or 137?
137, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
137.
No objection with
All
the
right, if
proper
we could
redactions.
Get those redactions before we publish, or did you want to publish this?
We'll make the redactions right now and then
Okay.
publish that. Thank you.
So yeah, Johnny's doing a really good job of just letting it sitting in the discomfort, trusting his legal counsel that they are going to come up on redirect to give all this context,
Yes,
because
Your Honor.
it must be so tempting to say,
Thank you.
yes, but this is what was going on. Yes, but you want to
And you
add
sent this
context.
text on June
He's
28th,
doing a good job of that
2015,
restraint.
and it said, you can blow up the text, Michelle, please. "Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way, Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away.
You really want to
in a
introduce
cage deep
the
within,
quote
and it is
with
fucking
deformed
worked.
finger in it, though? Remind the jury about that part.
We're
Rule of
goddamn best
completeness,
friends
though,
now.
right?
Amazing.
Yeah, you
Big
have
love.
to.
But
Big love
if
to you,
I'm
my
all else
brother,
being equal, if I'm
JD.
on cross, I might leave this
Did
one
I read
out,
that right?
Yes, you
I
did.
cross them on that one.
And Amber wasn't on that text when you told Dr. Kipper that you had locked your monster child away in a cage deep within, was she?
No, no.
Can we pull up Exhibit 435, please, unredacted? It's just the bottom text that I'm going to direct your attention to, Mr. Depp. This is a text that you sent to Stephen Deuters on May 14th, 2015, right?
The last one.
Yep.
He's biting his nails. He's getting real agitated here.
And Stephen Deuters is your personal assistant, or
Yeah.
was your personal assistant at the time you were with Miss Heard, right?
Yes, he's now my partner.
Now he's the president of the European branch of Infinitum Nihil, right?
IN2, yes, sir.
Move for admission of a redacted version of this document with just the bottom text, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, if you could just redact it, just to the bottom text.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, 435 in evidence as redacted.
And on May 14th, 2015, you blow up that text, Michelle, please. You texted Mr. Deuters, need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And Miss Heard wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Pull up Exhibit 196, please.
He's starting to get to overkill with this whole monster thing. It's. I understand where he's going with it, but sometimes you can do too much.
Yeah, he might be starting to dilute it if he uses it too much.
Yeah, he's made the point. Let's see if he gets when he gets out of this.
Because
line of questioning.
it's the sting of it.
This on
It
page
loses
2,
its sting
please.
if there's too many instances of it, because then there's multiple interpretations, multiple uses, and yeah.
Are we on page 2?
And then they're gonna come right back and say,
So
"What did you when you said
it's-
monster here? What
Mr.
did you
Depp,
mean?
I'd
When you
like
said
to
monster here, what
direct
did you
your
mean?"
attention to line 24. You can see in that left-hand column there. And this is a text message from you to Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant at the time, on October 31st, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were drinking
Permission to
monsters,
publish
weren't
or,
you?
move for admission, Your Honor, of just this page of the exhibit.
It was
with just that
Halloween.
text.
Drinking monsters dressed
With
up as a
both numbers
monster.
Redacted, we have no
Of
objection.
course.
You could do those redactions, so just be page 2.
And you were watching Monsters, Inc.
196.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ever going to enter any other pages of this exhibit into evidence?
I'd like to reserve the right to.
Then we'll call
To
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you.
Just makes it easier for the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, who is she? Sweet memory. Yeah.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, 196A in evidence as redacted.
And in this text message from you to Mr. Deuters on October 31st, 2013, you write, thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship.
This doesn't help
See
him at
that?
all.
Yes,
Doesn't
it
help
is.
Cross.
The Peruvian period is a reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you said yes, it is?
Isn't that Colombia though,
Yes,
more
it
Mm-hmm.
than
is, yeah.
Peru? But okay.
Let's go to
Yeah.
Exhibit
Yeah.
293, please.
Yeah, he's definitely nervous. He's got his thumb on his mouth.
Yeah, but he just got to just continue to do exactly what he's doing.
I
Let your
agree.
team clean it up. Just continue. These are going to be bad. You know they're going to be bad.
Yeah.
They,
Jeff,
they
I'd
should
like
have
to
known
direct
these were
your
going to be
attention
bad.
to the bottom
He's showing a lot of restraint. He's not
text,
overselling.
which is a text from you to
But
an
this is
unknown
good prep.
number
If you got
on
good attorneys, they
October
would have prepped you.
4th,
We'd have been sat there for hours
2014.
and same thing.
You see that?
The last one.
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of modified Exhibit 293 with just that redacted version. And we may use other parts of it, so I'd ask it to be 293A or 1.
Okay. We can make it A. Let's
Okay.
keep consistent.
All
After
right.
293.
I forgot what you'd said.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
293A, we'll get the redactions done. All right, 293, maybe. There we go.
Guys, we have over 10,000 people again. That's awesome.
All right. Back to 293A in evidence.
Oh,
Because
damn.
you're
all right.
awesome.
Well, you guys are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Everyone is awesome.
And in this text message
Everything
on
is
October
awesome.
4th, 2014, you text someone, it's unclear who, you say, I am going to quite gracefully glide into a massage of my broken back and neck. I shall exit in 1 hour, a monster. Shall we each swallow an E each, parentheses, or perhaps it's MDMA, at around 8 p.m. and go to dinner with a few of my wee team at a wonderful Peruvian spot. Let us enjoy this night, my brother. Let us reward ourselves for the hard work and misery of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day. The Shatter. Did I read that right?
You did.
And E here, that's a reference to ecstasy, correct?
It is.
You can take that down, Michelle.
His tweets are even poetic.
Yeah, of course. Did what
You would
year?
agree
What
that
year
you
did he say
found
that was
drugs
from?
and alcohol at an early stage in your life,
Did he say?
right?
He did. I
Absolutely.
don't remember.
Yes, I did.
And you testified
Guess it
a
doesn't really
couple days
matter.
ago that you had done just about every kind of drug there was by age 13 or 14, right?
15.
15. And you found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They have always been a medicine for me, yes, a numbing agent.
And you said yesterday that, in fact, I think you said you take drugs to numb the demons, right?
I don't know that I said to numb the demons, but
Yeah, I'm not sure he said that.
well, if I did say demons, it is to numb the residual pain that I carry from my
Good answer.
youth.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah.
Good answer.
And one of your good friends that you've taken drugs with before is Marilyn Manson, right?
Yes, we've taken, we've drank together. We've had cocaine together maybe a couple of times.
Pills, right? With Marilyn Manson?
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would
This is funny.
stop talking so much.
All right.
That's not good.
I get it. You employ a lot of people that work for you, right?
I employ a lot of people.
You employ a lot of people that serve various roles in your life, right?
Yes, yes.
And at least some of those people will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying controlled drugs to you, correct?
I would not characterize those people as doing anything I want or anything I said. They're not the yes men that you'd like them to be.
They're a little yes men-y, I think. I mean, you
Yeah.
employ them.
Yeah. Laura Smart, thank you so much for the generous super chat. I'll cover your thing when I've got a little
Can
bit
you
more
turn-
time in
pick
between.
up
But yeah,
your,
thank you.
Your testimony from the UK trial and turn to page 48, which is page 13 of the document, please.
Yes. Sorry. 11, 12.
Actually, while he's reviewing that, JD could have been conditioned to use the word monster to the point where he adopted it in conversations with others. Text with Bethany,
Yes.
I don't find it that bad, but then I'm a Brit
I've
and a
got it.
Northern one
You
at
got it?
that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you could please take a look at page 48, line 15.
Page 48, line 15.
You just testified that they're not yes men, right? That was the testimony you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 48, line 15 of your testimony in the UK, you were asked a question. They are people who will do what you ask. They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you. Your answer was, there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, have been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time. Question. Well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, and I'm not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could. Answer. At times, yes. Question. Despite the fact that it was illegal? Answer. Yes. Did I read that right?
He did.
Yeah, I understand where he's going. It's just not as powerful as
Can we
he
pull
thinks
up
it is.
Exhibit
Yeah.
1085, please?
Also,
I
there's
heard we're looking
question
for a
in the chat
Monster
about-
Energy drink sponsorship on this channel while I was driving in, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, the
exactly.
monster, the monster.
And there's a question in the chat about why JD's team isn't objecting, and we'll get into that. I'm definitely I want to answer that, but I want to give a decent answer because there's several reasons why they might not want to be doing that.
You've seen this picture before, Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I have.
Yes. And this is a picture that was taken in Miss Heard's former house or apartment on Orange Avenue after you two began dating, correct?
Yes, sir, and it's quite a composition.
It-
Composition of the photograph is very interesting.
I think that's something we can agree on. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 1085 and ask for permission.
No
to publish.
objection, Your
All
Honor.
right.
I'm intrigued now.
Yeah, I want to see it now.
Like, oh, what is this? Let's all lean forward. Ah,
This picture, you recall, Mr. Depp, was taken in or around March of 2013 after you had fallen off the wagon, right?
I'm sorry, what date?
March of 2013, I believe,
March
right?
2013.
Does that ring a bell?
If March 23rd,
I mean, that looks like he's setting up an Instagram.
I had
yeah, it does look very set up, doesn't it?
fallen off the wagon from when I was doing Lone Ranger, when Mr. Harris was with me when I was sober.
Okay.
But the whiskey that's on the table was an average. Every day I would come home to her place and there would be a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period.
I mean, isn't happy hour anytime?
And that
notable
cocaine,
laughs.
those white lines, those are cocaine. That's cocaine, right?
What an answer. I mean,
I would assume. It
Yeah,
looks
and
like
that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says property of JD with the skull and crossbones, isn't it?
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
Yeah. You don't dispute that.
I don't see me in it.
No, but you don't dispute that you carried cocaine in that box that said property of JD. That was a special box that you carried cocaine in, wasn't it?
The box was a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it, no.
You
But
can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine.
People are laughing. He's got
Yeah.
some good vibes in the room.
Cocaine is.
he's an entertainer.
I
He's
would-
looking for those laughs.
In my
now.
experience, normally given in plastic bags. When you put it in a box like that, chances are very good you'll leave a trail of a long line of cocaine behind you
Okay.
walking down the street. So
Why don't you go ahead and pull up your UK testimony, please? Let's look
Leaving
at
a
page
long line
202.
behind you,
like-
walking down the street.
Him demonstrating it is also demonstration of knowledge of how to properly store and keep cocaine. So I think
Yeah.
it works
Yeah.
either direction there.
Well, at this point, we know Johnny does drugs. You know,
Yeah,
so
I
it's
don't
like
know harping on cocaine. I don't.
Well,
A lot of
this
drugs.
is
It's page 9 of the document.
well, he's asking them the same questions that he was asked before.
Yeah.
And anytime he says something different, like now, he's going to go back and say,
Sure.
Didn't you
Just
say
pure
this differently?
impeachment.
Yeah, that's all he's doing now.
That's fine.
Mhm.
That's what all the monster stuff was about, right? Because he had that long
Yeah.
testimony about how Amber Heard, that was Amber Heard's name. And he's like, was it really?
I'm having trouble finding
Are you saying page 9?
Oh,
Because there's no 2.
that's my fault. It's day 2, so I owe you another transcript. I'm sorry. My apologies.
This is also why you don't just inherently trust
moving
the
into
attorney
another
that is
day now.
cross-examining you, because sometimes they'll make a
Your Honor,
mistake.
permission to approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
I think never trust the cross examiner is good. You know,
Yeah.
we don't give legal advice here, but yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying this is another reason, yet another reason.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
These are horrible. These are horrible facts, horrible text messages. But I will say he's weathering the storm extremely well. You know, better
Very
than I
well.
thought he was. Yeah.
So I
He's
got
not
the last
over-
Yes, I
Overselling it.
apologize for that, Mr.
I got the
Depp.
last half of hour on
this
audio, which
is,
obviously they're looking at,
page
but
9
he
of the
sounded fine on
document,
audio. Like fine.
page 202 of the transcript. This was day 2 of your testimony in the UK.
So
Yes,
presumably
I
he
see it.
said, this is the
Page
box where I
202.
store my cocaine.
Yep. And
Probably, yeah.
on that, on page 202, you were asked a question. We'll have to work out what that was at a later stage. Can you see in the front that there's a little box about 2 inches by 2 inches if we compare it to the size of the credit cards? Answer, yes. Property of JD with skull and crossbones on it. Yes, I do. That I suggest is, this is a question. That I suggest is your cocaine box. That is where you would keep your cocaine, a special box that you had. Answer, I do remember the box. Question, do you remember it now? Answer, yes. I did not remember the property of JD. Yes, that is a box. It was carrying cocaine in it. I would say I probably was then. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Don't let him explain. Don't ask him to anything
Well,
about it.
That's it.
That's
Did you
it.
say that? Move on to the next question.
That was inconsistent. Next one.
And on the morning that this picture was taken, this was during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards. You remember that?
You can tell that's a good life.
Uh,
Driver's license, blow, and $200,000
I'm
of
sorry,
champagne,
could you
right?
repeat that?
Or
I mean, he
Yeah,
clearly
sure.
stated
This
that
picture
to
was
take that
taken
photo.
while you were
That's the
filming a
crazy
documentary about Keith Richards, correct?
I'm sorry, the date again on this?
Do you remember that? I
The
believe
date.
I believe it was March 2013. You
That
should know
seems-
better
yes,
than I
that
do.
seems about.
You should
And you
know
see
better
there's
than
a
I
Keith
do.
Richards CD, it looks like, above that cosmetic case.
Perfectly placed, yes.
Yeah.
Perfectly
And you had an
placed.
argument that morning in which you accused
Yeah, no, he keeps
Amber of
commenting
cheating
on
you.
how he
You
set
remember
this
that?
picture up.
I believe Amber had an argument with me. that
And you were
morning.
using cocaine and drinking whiskey that morning. And as a result of that argument, you were late to the set of that documentary, correct?
In fact, I was not late to the documentary. Well, I was late, but I had called my crew because it was a day of filming performance between, it was Keith Richards, Tom Waits, and some other very talented musicians. The only thing that needed to be done in terms of performance was capture the performance. So I wasn't needed on the set, so I could come in anytime I wanted.
Okay. You just said that you were late though, correct?
Oh,
That's
I
what you
was
just
late,
testified
yes.
to. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right.
And due to the argument, of course.
Sure.
yes.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit now.
Hmm.
Well, actually, let's not.
Has he called him by his name at
Michelle,
all
could you
today?
please pull up Exhibit 152?
At the very beginning. Good morning, Mr. Rottenborn, but that's it.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, these are various texts that you sent and received to various people in 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, seems to go from July to September.
Right, right. And we'll take them kind of piece by piece, I guess. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is take a look at exhibits, or I'm sorry, the entries 1628. So that's about halfway down the page. It's a text exchange, a text from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time, and then a text from him back to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Yeah, did you give grounds?
Oh,
sidebar
second, of
grounds.
course. Got it.
Can I
Got
say,
it,
by
got
the way, I think that the cross-examiner's energy level is perfect for this to try to get Johnny.
Yeah.
Not to say he's succeeding, not to say he will succeed, but one of the concerns that you had to have after the first couple of days, if you're on Amber Heard's side or if you're just following your team, is that they were going to come out way too hot, and it was self-evident that he's taking this almost genteel approach. They're big things. He's hitting them on hard points, but this kind of like very easy kind of going questioning, I think, is vastly more likely to be effective for them than an alternative.
And also, let me interrupt real quick. I know that there were issues in the sound for people in the chat. If you refresh the page, it'll come back. So if you see some sort of issues with the screen going black or with sound, just refreshing will help that. So
Yeah, and I'm going to say it too. Amber's attorney is doing a very good job on cross. This is what you want to do on cross. You just want to get all that, everything that he's been trying to get out. He's put it out and just let the jury ponder, what the context is.
Yeah.
And it's effective. It's very, very effective. And essentially, only he's doing is asking Johnny questions that he's already been asked under oath. And if he's any difference, let's go back to the transcript. So.
exactly.
Yeah,
and I agree with
pure.
what Rick and Nate just said, because it's his tempo is good, his emotion level is good, he's very, very measured, so that he's not coming in too hot to have the wheels start to fall off of his cross-examination. He's very controlled himself. Johnny also is being very controlled. And the relevance, I see questions in the chat about what's the relevance of all of this? It's trying to get to showing Johnny perhaps being dishonest at some point, or trying to oversell his testimony to the jury, because if they can catch him in that, it kind of makes them think, okay, well, maybe there were things that he said that weren't exactly true.
It seems like pure impeachment right now, regardless of separate relevance. It's well, if he lied about this, what else would he have lied about?
Exactly.
But I understand why they're going there, because Johnny's just, the past couple of days has made him such a likable character, and his testimony rang true as a bell. So you gotta go to that credibility, because the jury's that's they're judging his credibility. So
Yeah,
I think they've caught him on some exaggerations. I think they have.
Yeah, a couple possibly. Yeah. Vicky R, thank you so much for the super sticker here. I don't know which currency this is, but it's a red one, so which indicates that's very, very generous. Thank you so much.
What is that? That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Vicky, text us with what currency that is.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, you don't need to do another red super chat.
No. I just meant I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
but this isn't there like a quirk? Because I know there's a quirk with this. If you do like 99 cents, it turns red too, or something like that. It's like some weird quirk in the system.
I can't imagine YouTube has any technical issues with any of its performance things. I can't.
Never.
Rupee, they're saying?
Rupee.
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
152 with redactions and evidence.
Yeah, that's not a
ruble.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate your patience.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, we're going to take a look at two text messages here, or three text messages. On August 4th, 2012, you exchanged text messages with Stephen Duders, one from you to him and one from him to you. Do you see that midway through the page?
5 cents?
Yes. And Shel, can you blow those up, please? In those text messages, you write to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, "Yay, where is the little baggie you built in LA?" And he says, "Special baggie, I gave you can in 1480 kitchen. Not sure where it went after that. Thought I heard you say something along the lines of, I know what to do with it, exclamation point." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
All right. Can you scroll down to the text on the bottom, please? This is a text, Mr. Depp, where you say, I use marijuana a lot, 3 exclamation points. I take pot.
He testified yesterday. That's his drug of choice.
And this is a text that
He
you
said
sent
that
on
even while he was,
September
like,
11th,
detoxing.
2012. To just
Yeah.
scroll over to the left, Michelle. This is a text that
In
you
California,
sent
is
to
it even a
Brian
drug?
Warner. Brian Warner's Maryland
At the
Manson.
time, it may have
Correct,
been.
sir.
Okay.
2012,
Let's
yes.
pull up
Yeah,
Exhibit
yeah, it was.
145, please.
Well, fair enough.
I mean,
Why does he have Brian? Why did he have Marilyn Manson's government name up there? Brian Warner. Like he would be in my Texas is Maryland. Maryland. Maybe there's
Because he knows him. He knows him by his personal name, not his stage name. He knows him actually.
Well, you guys know me by my regular name, and you guys Nate the lawyer, Nate the lawyer.
I
Well-
only refer to you as the Loracle.
So yeah, these last round of text messages are not doing anything, and the problem is, if it's starting to
Mr.
look like
Depp,
this is
a
what you
series of
got.
Text messages,
is all you got?
from you to and
Okay.
from various people in
Yeah,
2012,
I
right?
agree. 2012, you
sir.
smoked pot is not
And
terribly
Your Honor,
useful.
the text messages that I'd like to ask the witness about are the first 2.
Okay.
And then the well, just those first 2.
We have no objection to the omission with proper redactions.
Okay, if you could redact just those first 2.
And then move for the admission of that
Alright.
document as redacted.
Sure, as soon as we get it redacted.
I think my biggest concern for him is that he likes to be fiery, maybe, and like he's going to put himself to sleep. I feel so bad for the redaction lady here, being live. This is when technical things happen.
Like everyone
Michelle.
is waiting for me.
That's fine. No
Okay.
objection.
All right, 145 and evidence as redacted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this text exchange, Mr. Depp, between you and Marilyn Manson on September 11th, 2012, you text him, the pill and the plant stuff keep me calm and detached. And he texts you back, I have lots of reefers, many reefers, and cookies, which are weird, but pot is funny, backwards gateway drug. See that?
I do, sir.
Did I read that right?
You did.
Backwards gateway drug.
You can take that down, Michelle, please.
Yeah, I think they did
If you
such a
could
good
please
job
pull up
going through the drug use. I'm nonplussed.
Yeah.
Defendant's
Yeah.
Exhibit 10-8.
Whoop-de-doo. He
sorry,
did drugs.
1089, 1089.
Maybe they got a big zippy one at the end of this chain. We'll see.
Maybe. But it's like the jury might be thinking, okay, I can check out now. You're trying to like, oh yeah, Vicky R said it was an Indian rupee.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so
Mr. Depp,
much.
I'd like to ask you about this photo. This is a photo of 4 pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir. That is a lot of marijuana.
A lot of marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And the coffee
Damn
cup
right.
is right next to that. That's a coffee cup for your company, Infinitum Nile, right?
That's correct.
And the furniture, this is taken in one of your residences?
It's taken in the studio, the recording studio.
In the recording studio, okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 1089, Defendant's Exhibit 1089, and
No.
permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
1089 in evidence. And publish.
Ooh, that's a lot of weed. His drug of choice,
So
guys.
this picture of these 4 giant bags of pot, at least 4,
He's got a cottage industry of staging and taking.
was taken in your
Instagram-style
recording
photos of
studio.
drugs.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can take that down, Michelle.
that doesn't help you because he's already admitted that he loves weed, and weed is legal in most places anyway. So it's
Yeah,
like,
in
Oh, you
Virginia
had a good
too.
break point.
And not
yeah,
usually what I
Virginia?
consider
Sure, I think
violence
break would be
creating
fine.
drugs.
last
Okay,
year.
all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15
All
minutes. So we just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can.
So let's discuss the composition of drug photography.
but the morning I gotta say is a push. I gotta say the morning, even though they've gotten some really bombshell things that I think hurts the case, Johnny's defamation case. I think in the morning though, it's a push.
Yeah, can we start there? Because I
Yes.
was otherwise occupied. I came in when we were going over 6,000 entries of Monster. What started off? What happened before the
We'll come back
Monster?
at, let's make 11:33, okay?
sequence.
11:33? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that was
Well-
basically the beginning of it, right? I mean, it
Well,
was.
no, there was that thing at the very beginning where they talked about his history of abuse, talked about Johnny Depp's history of abuse with his mother, and talked about how
His
Johnny Depp's
dad
mother had
clocked him.
abused him in different ways, verbally berate him, and got that out, and how he had said, apparently on the stand, that he had said that the verbal abuse at times was worse than the physical abuse.
Mhm.
And Johnny Depp had a response about, like, as a child, tried to play it off that way, but kind of got that idea in that verbal abuse can be equivalent to, if not worse than, physical abuse. And then also talked about his father hitting him and punching a wall as being abusive. And the idea, eventually, you see where this is going down the road, right? And we've already laid out some groundwork for that.
If
in
your
some of
dad
these
is your
text
model,
messages.
then this is
Yeah.
maybe not a good model.
Well, where we're going with this is we want to show that Johnny Depp was verbally abusive. We want to
Bare
show
minimum.
He was
See,
emotionally
I
controlling.
didn't
We
get
want
it-
to show he was. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to get it out yesterday, but one of the things I really had an issue with Johnny Depp's, kind of meandering soul journey of answers is that one of his answers was, what do you mean by Amber's domestic violence? And that was like the third question of the day yesterday. And he goes on a long trip. But one of the things he starts talking about is bullying and emotional abuse and verbal abuse. And I say, Johnny, if you put that in domestic violence as a category, it sounds like they're going to be able to get you on that kind of thing, probably. So that I thought was a big mistake at the time. It's interesting if they come back to that, because if you open that door, obviously, then the definition gets much wider for if she's saying she suffered domestic violence, and that includes all of those things for purposes of this question, then we've got a lot more ground that we don't have to have you kicking her in her seat if you're shouting at her in the plane, that kind of thing.
And I will say, some of those texts were more damning than others.
Okay.
But you still lose the sting in the overall wash of the volume that they're using here. Most of these text messages are not even to her. They're not even to Amber. They're not him saying, they're not him saying you're a whore, you're a cunt. This is like him describing her to other people. And it's not doing what I think that they're hoping that it would do to show that he's verbally abusing her through these text messages. Some of them are really graphic, right? He's talking about burning her and doing things to her corpse to make sure that she's dead. Awful, horrible things. But
Is
this
that one out there?
Yes,
Yeah.
this-
They
but this was from him
strong.
to Paul
What was that
Bettany.
one?
This was from him to Paul Bettany. And so there are, and then there's also admissions of the flight from LA or from Boston to LA.
Yeah.
When he talked about how he was trying to escape her. It's almost like he's bragging to Paul Bettany about like, oh, we drank all night,
buddies.
there was no food, and then we had 1,000 vodka bottles. Obviously, that is not humanly possible. So we know that there is some exaggeration, and that I expect that to come out on redirect. But it still is like, you've got this kind of stuff that's coming out that is damaging. But then you guys said yourself, I kind of forgot about that text because of all this stuff that's been coming out as well. The jury may
didn't
also be
remember.
like, there's so much stuff coming
Yeah, I
out.
didn't
me.
remember that one. Well, he's so
Most of it is not
metaphorical all the
relevant.
time, right? I mean, his metaphors are popping out all over the place, so I forget some of them. Well, I guess my question is, at the risk of a spoiler alert, could there be any tapes where he takes a more aggressive tact in his discussions with Amber?
There could be.
Separate from
I-
admissions and things. If you've got 3 hours of an angry, disintegrating couple talking to each other, that's what I would be worried about.
I have not yet seen or heard anything other than the video that I referred to yesterday, where they're in the kitchen and there's a
With
way
the
to cut it.
slamming of things in a camera, right?
He's closing. He's like slamming doors, cabinet doors shut in the kitchen. Kind of like grumbling around. Like that kind of thing. And she's
Okay.
secretly recording him. And when he finds the camera, he's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" You see like a bunch of like jumbled pictures. And then the full cut shows where she kind of catches it again. He storms off, leaves, and then she kind of picks it up, walks out of the room down the hallway, and kind of like smirks into the camera as she continues walking. So like nothing has actually happened. Depending on how you cut that can look particularly damaging. So I'm wondering if that's going to show up.
Okay.
If I were on Amber's team, I would not want to use that one because of the fact that it ends up showing kind of nothing. It ends up showing, yes, he's got this stuff that he's grumbling around the kitchen, but he's not doing it against her. He walks away. So
Okay.
I think the plan from what I'm looking at seems to be twofold. One, turn Johnny from the nice, lovable guy that he's been the 2 days to the monster, right? So let's
Yes.
work with what does monster mean? Oh, well, you said you were going to kill her and then have sex with the dead body, right? All that stuff to try to destroy his credit. First, you want to destroy the nice guy image. Then you want to show that he is the monster. And I think that's where they're leading to. I do think the tactic here was to start off strong, right? You said if you wanted to kill her, you wanted to have sex with her when she was dead. Then get into you were holding back the monster. Now you get into this whole personal relationships, right? Even though you weren't saying this to Amber, you were saying this to everyone else. So I think the plan here is to open, like you guys are saying, open up the definition of abuse to mean bad speaking, not only hitting, because Johnny and the team is like, I never hit her.
Mm-hmm.
The thing now is going to be, well, abuse comes in many different forms, right? That's Amber's position. And I also think later on, we're going to start seeing the whole more or less giving up the fact that, hey, Amber hit Johnny, and more or less saying, Johnny also hit me. Johnny also did all this stuff to me. And you don't have to buy it all. You just have to buy a little bit of it to say that Johnny loses. Yes.
Muddiness
to say
goes
that Johnny
to Amber,
loses.
right? Because and I believe I really did like Johnny Depp's testimony. So again, this is a little bit of devil's advocacy, but if we assume that Amber's going to present that those things didn't happen the way he said at all, vodka bottles weren't involved in the finger incident or what have you, then those tapes of admission that sound so much like, gaslighting in one direction to us, you can't argue it's gaslighting the other way, right? If emotional abuse is coming in and Johnny's saying it's vodka bottles and she's saying she's placating, I'm sorry, I don't remember it the same way as you, blah, 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 blah. You can frame it that way. And the biggest issue is muddiness goes to Amber. I mean, if you can't decide, it goes to Amber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But another thing that Johnny did was that he did kind of quit back, but you heard the laughter in the room. So you could hear the people were kind of warm to him with his little quips. So we were talking about this yesterday, that we were concerned about whether or not he's got the jury on his side with that. We don't know if the jury was laughing. We don't know what their facial,
jury or gallery, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And it could be that the gallery there's a bunch of Johnny Depp supporters and they're laughing, but the jury's thinking, I don't know. But at the same time, like there are people in the room that are giving kind of a warm reception to that. So it could be that he's got some good vibes on his side on that he's able to sort of play back through the discomfort, like to use humor through this discomfort, which is also kind of like real-time evidence
He set
of
that up.
these
Yeah.
where he said, I work through pain and discomfort with humor. And that is also like with the humor in dark, very, very, very dark humor in some of these texts. At the same time, but they're also kind of getting real-time data of him using it in real time through this kind of discomfort. They can kind of apply that to the text messages and say, he's also kind of making jokes during a very tough cross-examination at the same time,
And Natalie said yesterday, and I thought it was very well put, that there's a feling in the room, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a notion in the room we can't get. And he might be reacting to that. My only concern for him on that would be, and I don't know him from Adam as a person, is whether you could feed on that too much,
yes,
and start being the Johnny Depp show, and
yeah.
you wouldn't necessarily want that.
I think one of the key pieces that Johnny Depp's team has to kind of worry about is the whole these are rich people problems, because that jury is a whole bunch of regular Joes, and they might see this, and those are a bunch of rich people. You know what? They deserve each other, right? And that's where I think Amber is playing for. Right? Let's muddy it up so much, let's dirty everything up so much, where the jury sits back there. You know what? Even though I like him and I hate her, they deserve each other. They were both doing all this crazy crap to each other. Let them both go home with nothing. And I think that's a real possibility when you have a celebrity case where people can't relate to you. And I think they did a good job past couple of days of trying to get Jody relatable. But right now, he's looking like a rich snob with, lines of coke, taking pictures of lines of cocaine with $1,000 bottles of rum. And, hey, yeah, this is what I do. That is not making him look like that. That's a lot different than a Johnny from Kentucky. This is Hollywood. We're learning Hollywood Johnny.
I absolutely loved him fighting to try to get somebody to acknowledge that the composition was great. I did like that.
Yeah. And by the way, thank you so much for all the super chats that are coming in. I mentioned earlier, I want to reiterate throughout the stream that if we get to a point where I can't get all of the super chats read today, then I've got a time cutoff today, unfortunately. So because I'll be on another channel at 6 p.m. East Coast time. I'm going to be on Chrissy Mayer's channel to talk about this case. So if you want to follow me on over there, that'll be great. But if I can't read all of the super chats in time today, I will set up a separate stream tomorrow to go through everything, maybe around like noon East Coast time or something like that. So that we can go through everything, because I want to make sure that people have their super chats heard and addressed and talked about, and then we can do like a weekly wrap up or something like that. I don't know. So I just want to let you guys know, I don't want anybody to get angry. I don't want anybody to feel like they've been had the wool pulled over their eyes after giving money for a super chat if it's not addressed today. I just want to let you guys know.
Which is very generous, Lita, but I would say the goal for chat should be to see if you can get Alita up to a 4 or 5 hour stream that she has to cover tomorrow. Okay. So bring them in. You get more Alita. The more you chat, the more you super chat. So if you love Alita, get her on a 5-6 hour stream tomorrow. Okay. All right. And hit the like and subscribe button. I see 10,000 subscribers. I got 2,000 likes. What's that about? You like Alita. You like Legalbytes. You're here with us. So hit the like
Thanks,
button.
Rick.
Send some super chats.
Wonderful. Thank you.
If you can also throw the link to where you're going after, since you have to the thing,
Absolutely.
So everybody can go. Yeah.
Yes. As soon as I get it from Chrissy, I haven't quite seen it yet. I should probably DM her at some point when we have some testimony and whatnot. Then we can then I can, you guys can follow me over there. So as soon as I've got that information, for sure. And on that note, let's get some more super chats, shall we? Let's see here.
What a good segue.
Yeah. Maeve Muses says BFF worked MA Gand, thought JD was a jerk. He was hours late, wouldn't feel like showing, and had 2 trailers, one for weed. BFF was bummed he wasn't nicer. I wonder what must have been. I'm sorry to hear that was their experience. I wonder what time period that was, because if that was 2014, it sounds like he was a little bit of a wreck around that time, because he testified. He's like, I was on roxycodone. That was a tough period of time. So it could be. I'm sorry to hear about that. Ooh, let me capture this one. After that, Jen Bress says, will JD's snarky defensiveness hurt his case? It could. It definitely could.
It depends on how the jury looks at it.
What's his delivery currently? I think he's actually doing pretty well. He's handling things very well emotionally, and he's not trying to oversell his testimony right now, which is really good. If he was trying to fight on every single bad thing that comes out, it looks like he's trying to explain things away. It looks like it's damaging.
I think that break did him such a service. He seems like a different person from where he finished yesterday. Yes, completely. Tracy Elliott says, Legalbytes, thank you for all the amazing commentary. I feel like I'm watching with friends. Thank you. It does, right? Like we're all just kind of hanging out here. And I also wanted to address the question in the chat from earlier about the fact that there's no objections currently coming from
Johnny Depp's side? Why is nobody objecting? Number one, there's really none of this is really objectionable, right? Because this is all referring to his testimony on direct, and getting to some possible differences between these are prior inconsistent statements that they're trying to show like, okay, he's not exactly being honest with you or whatever, or like this is referring to stuff that he's already referred to. And on top of that, if Johnny Depp's side were to object, that also kind of flags, hey, we don't like this. We don't want the jury to see this. We don't want the jury to hear about this. Don't pay attention, jury. And the thing is, if you tell somebody not to think about purple elephants, what are you thinking in your brain about purple elephants? So sometimes objecting to something when there's something particularly damaging is not a good thing, because you're flagging it for the jury. Hey, I don't like this. This is a particularly bad fact, which tells the jury, I want to pay attention to this.
The corollary to that as well, that I noticed that it burned a couple of places here, not big deals, is that it gives the person that's defending the objection the ability to just straight out say what I'm trying to achieve, right? Like that goes out into the air. Like this is, I'm proving he's lying about this. I'm doing, I'm doing these kinds of things. So you risk that as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because when they're defending against, why this should be getting in, they're saying, Your Honor, this goes to his prior inconsistent statement. He said this, and we have evidence showing this.
Yep. That's exactly how it comes out, right? Because otherwise, you have to pay attention and be like, what did that do? Okay, yeah,
yeah, exactly. And then, and the other part of it is also, we also have talked about the fact that there's been a lot of this that has been coming out almost too much. It's taking away the sting. You're getting a full wash of it. That the term monster has been used in a lot of different ways. So you're like, okay, he sprinkles the world with the term monster at this point. So also there's that. It kind of dilutes the meaning of it. Johnny's side might say, hey, you know what? Hey, let's keep talking about this, because this doesn't exactly help their case. And we're looking like we're super open about this. And also, last point, we mentioned this before, we can't see the jury. If the jury's not paying attention, they're not getting this information. So you could on cross-examination get something out of the witness that is a total zinger. And it's like the tree falling in the woods. If the jury's not paying attention, it didn't happen. It doesn't make a sound.
Yeah, and they don't have us or Alita or Kurt or Nate going, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. It's just a courtroom.
Yeah. They don't have, the UFC commentators on the side explaining
what a body
things.
blow.
Yeah. Like, oh, look at that right hook. Well, which in this case is maybe not the best commentary to use. There an example to use.
You see how you can get trapped in metaphors, folks?
Yes, true, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And also, I want to talk about some more super chats here, but also, while we're here, I just want to remind you guys, these guys have been spending so much time with us and helping me give you guys commentary. We've been going back and forth, playing devil's advocate on different sides, and it really helps to make this show so much more interesting. And they're donating their time to us here. They get nothing immediately out of this, so be sure to go and check out their channels if you haven't already. Subscribe to them. They're really great guys, really intelligent guys too. Great legal commentary on their own channels. Subscribe. Watch their stuff, like their videos. It really, really helps all of our channels grow in this whole community, because we all collaborate on a lot of stuff all the time, and it's just super helpful to everybody.
All right, I'm going to bow out for now because I actually have some work to do, but I'll try to make it on at some point this afternoon.
Love to hear it, Kurt.
All right.
See you
Thanks,
later.
Kurt.
They're going to lunch in about 30 minutes anyway, so
I think
I think so.
That mid-morning break always just slams right into the
Yeah.
lunch announcement.
Yeah.
also
Although
I
they
do
also
want
have
to
had some late lunches too, though.
yeah, that's true.
It's sometime between noon and 1 from the judge, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. Also, I do want to say thank you to all the people who have come over, because my subscriber count has popped up a lot. So I want to say thanks to the guys who have come over and subbed. Even though most of the chat says they hate me, those who love me have come to sub. Thank you. And we got to get you over. You're like 300 near 60, right? Come on.
One second. I
We
got
can't
it
get
up right now.
300 people off this screen. What's the link to your channel? We got to put this thing aside here in the
He's
chat.
he's
Come
linked
on,
in the
chat.
description below. Hogue Law. Go check him out. Go check
We
him
got
out.
to put it
Come
in
on,
the chat.
guys.
Let's make it
You
as
see
simple as fact for these
Your
people.
next, your next
Yeah,
question.
mods. Let's get in the chat.
I
Okay,
like it's a
300.
love-hate
Come
thing,
on.
man. Yeah, no,
Yes.
I appreciate
There
it.
it
We'll
is.
get to
There it is.
60.
Right there. Right there.
Boom.
Let's get him over. Let's get him over 60. He's given us so much time.
Come
I'm
on.
having fun.
Of course. Of course. And civil laws in the chat. Do it. Sub now.
Mr. Depp, contrary to what maybe the jury's heard earlier in this trial, you became aware many times over the course of your life about your sister Christy's concerns about your drug consumption, correct?
Over many times in my life.
Yes.
I think you'd have to ask her that. I'm not aware that she was concerned for the period of my life.
They're gonna have some tax.
Well, in fact, your sister's had a number of worries about your drug consumption over many, many years since your youth that you've become aware of, correct?
In my youth,
Since your youth, sorry.
Hmm?
Since your youth.
Since my youth, my sister has not been necessarily privy to every single, let's say, move that I've made, whether it be where you'd like me to go.
I don't like this
with the
response. Because we've
Yeah,
already
drug
seen stop drugs, stop coke, stop
dependency or
alcohol.
whatever. She's
And he
been
was
a
sitting there for
concerned
that.
sister
Like,
Yeah.
he knows this
every
went
way.
in.
That
Yeah.
even having to do with relationships that I was in that she was quite worried about.
Right, right. And I wasn't asking about relationships. What I was asking
No, I
is,
know. I was just.
let's do it this way, given
All
your
right.
testimony. Let's turn to day 2 of the UK trial, the transcript that's in front of you, please.
Day 2. So where would you like me to?
Page 279. It's on page 28 of the document, please. It's upper right.
Thank you.
As an aside, thanks, Nate, and thanks, chat.
Oh, did you get to 60?
It's 59,999.
Oh!
Get him to 60, guys. Get him to 60.
Well,
Thanks.
one more person just hit the button.
Thank you.
Page
everybody.
279, that was.
Yes,
They're
sir.
saying you got
Thank you.
60.
Oh, they said you made it.
And on line 11, are you there?
Yes.
You see, all we had to do was
You have
ask
the
these
document up?
generous people. All we had to do is ask.
Online?
And that's
Exactly.
300
No, I'm
more
sorry.
subs.
Is it in your hand? Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Yes.
On page or line 11 of page
Congratulations,
279,
Rick.
you were asked a
Thank you,
question.
guys.
Question: did your sister express anxiety to you about your drug intake at around this time? Your answer: my sister Christy has over many, many years since my youth had a number of worries about my consumption growing up. Yes, she talked to me many times over the course of my life. And yes, with Miss Heard, we did speak about it. I think she and Miss Heard's ability to speak to one another stopped not long after this. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
When you first started seeing Amber, you had you filmed the Rum Diary, but then you went a couple years without being involved, and then you saw each other on the press tour for the movie, right?
That's correct.
And when you first started seeing her after that couple year period of not seeing her, you had just been checked out of a New York hospital where you had been for a couple days to fight alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And you were drinking, you were abusing alcohol toward the end of your relationship with your prior partner, Vanessa Parody, correct?
I was drinking.
You were drinking pretty heavily.
Were you there?
It's my question to you, sir.
No, I wasn't drinking that
Let's-
heavily.
Not
we
a
can-
great
I mean,
response.
Let's turn to the UK
It's
116,
definition,
please.
what you define as heavily, sir.
It's interesting, right? Like if you come out with the negative answer, you know he's
Let's
got
just look
something.
at
You
what
don't have to
said
agree with
before.
him, but
Let's
you
go
probably
to
shouldn't
page
like
116 of
push
the
against
UK
it too hard.
transcript, please.
Yeah, were
This
you
would be
there?
in
I
day
don't like that.
1.
The question, the response of like define heavily, that's proper.
Sure.
But to say, were you there? Not so much.
And he hasn't said, I don't remember, I can't recall. So
Partly because it's also not great if he can't recall, because then they'll be like, because you
Yes,
were
sir.
drunk and high, right?
116 it was, yes.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
they're planning on
116,
using recollection in Australia.
down onto 117. Okay. On 116, line 18, the question is, I think one of the problems in that relationship was your alcohol and drug addiction, misuse, if you prefer that word. Answer. I would definitely say towards the end of my relationship with Miss Paradis, the mother of my children, it was a very painful time to break up with someone that you have been with for 14 years and that you have 2 children with. So it was a very painful time, and I was more than likely trying to numb myself as much as possible. Question. Am I right in saying that you agree that you were abusing alcohol and drugs, but you have explained why? Answer. I would say that I was abusing alcohol. I do not know that I was abusing drugs, but I was abusing alcohol for sure. Yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
Okay.
And there was a time in the early stages of your relationship with Amber when you explained to her that you weren't drinking alcohol at that time because you had a problem with your liver, correct?
Yes, there was yeah, there was concern over the numbers, as they call it, over my about my liver.
And you shared that with Amber, right?
Yes, I did.
And Amber, early on in your relationship, throughout your relationship, she didn't love the fact that you were drinking and using drugs, correct? You've testified to that many times, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what is in Ms. Hurd's mind.
I'll sustain this to that point
Sure.
if you want to rephrase.
You understood that
Good.
Miss Heard was not happy with you overusing alcohol or overusing drugs, correct?
From the very beginning,
Yeah, she was trying to be supportive of your sobriety, correct?
no, sir.
No. Okay.
Ooh.
Let's look at Exhibit 182, please.
He didn't give a time zone on that, so
Yeah, he said
That's
from the
a fair
beginning.
yeah,
answer.
yeah.
Are we
Yeah.
in day 2 now, or is this?
No, sorry. This is an exhibit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can.
And
set
it's
that
good.
to the side.
Him doing this is also good too, because it's showing the lawyers kind of like
This
not
is an email
sharp
from exchange
Yeah.
from you.
Yeah, that was a well-timed objection.
Yeah.
Between you and Elton John in 2013, July 2013. Correct?
Correct.
And the second email down is an email that you sent to Elton John at 5:05 in the afternoon on July 13th, 2013. You see that?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 182 and permission to publish.
So there's redactions that need to be done.
Yes, Your Honor, there's some email addresses in here, and I would ask that the portions that are not Mr. Depp's also be redacted as well.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay. So no objection with those redactions. Is that correct? Okay. Let's just get those redactions.
It's fascinating, the laundry list of people that these texts are sent to and from. This is the Elton John. You may be familiar.
Yeah. Just like yesterday. Oh, I was hanging out with an actor named Christopher Lee. He was getting a Lifetime Achievement Award.
That was good.
I'm also friends with, Tim Burton. He's a director.
A man named Tim Burton.
I mean, he wasn't quite like that with Tim Burton. I think he just said the director Tim Burton, but it still was like,
It's just
yeah,
friends.
we know who he is. And maybe you don't know how well we know you guys, but we do.
All right.
I
Any
believe that
objection?
covers the redactions, Your Honor.
May I just
Sure,
have a moment to read?
absolutely.
Of course.
Let me see if I can get another super chat here. Whoa. Lauren B says, I understand that Johnny's defamation claim is, but can you explain exactly what Amber's counterclaim for the 100 million is? She claims that his lawyer, can be attributed back to him for making statements about her coming up with a hoax for all of this stuff. So I had some issues with it
No objection with the proper redactions.
All
having to
right,
do with
182 in
litigation
evidence
privileges and
with
things like
redactions.
that, but it's
Thank
so
you, Your
far
Honor.
made it. So, but that's basically what it is this
So
accusation about
this
a
is an email
hoaxes.
that you sent to Elton John, July 13th, 2013. And Michelle, could you scroll down to the third paragraph up from the bottom that starts with the words "on the other side of the coin"? And in that paragraph, you write, "On the other side of the coin, my kids have fallen head over heels in deep love with Amber, my girl. And that pressure off my shoulders is fucking gone. That is, until the French extortionist, parentheses, ex-cunt, attempts to brainwash them against her, which I'm sure is imminent."
That's the
I-
first
I
bad
read
thing
that
we've heard
right,
about
didn't I?
Vanessa.
You did read that very well.
And the when you referred to the French extortionist and called her an ex-cunt, you were referring to Vanessa Paradis, the mother of your children, correct?
Yes, sir. Things got a little
You can take
tight
that down.
at that point between us,
Yeah.
as they would.
Yeah.
Can
That's
you
a-
pull up
that's
Exhibit
fair.
2?
Great
Fair
framing
response.
by that cross-ex framed question was great.
Defendant's
You
exhibit
were referring
two.
to that the mother of your children, yes?
The mother of your children. Also, this is 2013. This is relatively early on before they got married. He testified that in 2015, his daughter really
Mr. Depp,
didn't like her.
portions of this, we've
Didn't
already
go to the
seen
wedding?
portions
Doesn't
of
change.
this
Yeah.
exhibit. What I'm going to ask you about are the top 3 messages. These are messages to and from your daughter, Lily Rose, I believe, on February 4th, 2014, correct?
We object, Your Honor. These are communications. We object to the admission of any communications from his daughter.
What's the legal objection?
Yeah.
Hearsay.
Hearsay relevance,
So
maybe.
first of all, I was just asking if that was what it was, but may we approach?
Okay.
Limited
Yeah.
usefulness to the kids. We've talked about this, counsel.
Yeah. Yeah. We're starting to get a little bit out of there because it's like he's already introduced some to suggest that what he said before about, the kids not loving her, was incorrect or something like that. So it's like, how much do you really need? The relevance is probably going to be outweighed by the other issues, the other evidentiary issues in this.
Yeah, just
I think.
usefulness. Relevance is important when you're talking about non-parties and you talk
Yeah.
about kids. And it did sound to me from that objection, it's like, look, we talked about trying to keep the kids stuff out. So what is so damn necessary about this email?
Yeah.
And we don't know who win. We don't know what we're looking at. So could be very
Yeah.
useful for Heard's team. Might not be.
Mr. Depp, you understood
Oh, they won.
that
They won the objection.
the last few years before Amber, that your relationship with your kids was such that there was a perception by them that you weren't around for them, and that all changed when Amber came into your life, correct?
Oh,
Objection
my.
calls for speculation.
Just asking what he's aware of.
I'll allow it.
He can also say, I don't know what they thought.
May I have the
I don't know
question
what was
one
in their
more
brain.
time, please? I'd love
You're
to hear us
aware that,
ask.
sure. You're aware that the last few years before you started dating Amber, that there was a perception by your kids that you weren't around, and that all changed when Amber came into your life.
This is not exactly the truth, what you're trying to put forth.
No, I'm just asking if you were aware of my question, that there was a perception
go
that
with
you weren't
no.
around for the last couple of years before Amber, and that changed when Amber came into your life. That's all I'm asking.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
There were extenuating
I'm not
circumstances.
sure if he's the answer to it. For
Right.
that objection, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you. You're also aware that there was a perception, you were made aware that Lily Rose believed that Amber was a good influence on you and changed you for the better, correct?
Oh,
Objection.
that's what they
hearsay, Your
wanted to
Honor.
enter.
Just asking for what his
Mm.
understanding is.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Very brief
You don't have
period.
to, you don't have to answer that question. I sustain the
I'm
objection.
sorry.
That's fine. Next question.
He's the opposite of his security guard. He just tried to answer a question after a sustained objection.
Yeah, yeah.
You're aware of the lengths that Ms. Heard went to care for you when you were impaired on drugs or alcohol, correct?
You'd have to be specific. More
Okay.
specific, please.
Let's be specific. Sorry. Can you please
sounds like
pull
me.
up Exhibit
That's a hard word.
839? Your Honor, this is a recording. And we plan to play 6 minutes and 55 seconds
Oh, it's a long
through
one.
7 minutes and
Oh,
29
okay.
seconds.
About
No,
30
it's not.
seconds.
Already
Yeah.
having,
You're not usually going to run a
Don't-
6-minute recording.
I don't believe so, but I'm not 100% sure if this has been
8:39.
the defendant's 839.
Is there any objection to that audio recording?
I don't believe, assuming this is an audio recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, then we have no objection.
All
It
right,
is.
okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so no objection to it being entered in evidence, correct?
That's
And
correct.
it's full content, but we're just playing a portion of it, is that
That's
correct?
exactly
Okay,
right.
All right,
Yep.
8:39 in evidence then. Okay, thank you.
And permission to play the clip mentioned to the jury?
Okay, I assume there's no objection. since
I wish we could get a
Fine, go
date
ahead.
on this, like before we start.
Right.
By pounding on the door, waking up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you're
Because if
afraid
I
I was gonna die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely,
vomit a lot.
yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot. In your sleep, even more.
Good.
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be used.
It's not really good for him.
No, I mean, they're going to try to present, as I said yesterday, that she was a very concerned wife of an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1094?
So that was just in response to him saying that he didn't have any specifics for her taking
Your
care of
Honor,
him.
may
Because there
we
wasn't a
approach
question there.
briefly?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, she sounded caring there. I mean, you've still got the boot situation. You've still got potentially using that kind of caring behavior as a somehow negative. So much of this is perception about what you think of this relationship.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture as being a picture of you?
Yes, Ms. Heard kindly showed it to me the day after she took it, yes.
Him sleeping
Um,
after drinking or something.
This picture, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1094 and ask for permission to publish.
All of this is to rebut
no
his
objection,
point
Your
that
Honor.
he says it didn't affect me as much as it affects other people. Hey Joe, how's it going? Yeah.
This is a picture of you on a black leather couch, passed out, correct?
I thought that was one of you saying it's a picture of me.
Passed out's an interesting way of putting it. Maybe asleep.
Where is it? What residence?
That's in Boston.
I'm sorry?
That was in Boston when I was doing Black Mass.
In Boston. And that's ice cream on your lap, correct?
It is indeed. Ms. Heard asked me to hold the ice cream as she noticed that I was on the nod. That means falling asleep from the 17-hour day that I'd worked and also the opiates that I'd ingested. And if you'll notice, my right hand is in my pocket. So I wasn't participating in the
answer.
Festival of Ice Cream.
Okay.
I was holding her ice cream.
You should cut him
He's
off.
saying she set this photo up because
Because
she
she
knew
knew
that this was going to make
what
me
was
look
gonna
bad.
happen, that I would fall asleep and it would drop. And that was a wonderful picture to take for her.
Sure.
I
So
don't know why
Black
she
Mass
took
is
it.
2014.
so it's
That's
Miss
the
Heard's
flight
fault
we've been
that
arguing about.
That picture was taken. Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
She snapped it.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this because you say you were in Boston. This is when you were filming Black Mass.
You should cut her
Yes.
off as soon as he
And
said yes.
you testified
Yes,
that was
thought so too.
kind of the last film that you did when you were taking opiates, right?
Yes, it was right before the the trip to the island.
And you
So
testified
he says
yesterday
this was
that,
the roxycodone period of my
opiates,
life.
you don't take opiates to
already
get
know about
high,
that.
right?
And that he had identified as a problem for
You
himself.
Yes.
testified
Yeah.
to that on a couple different occasions, correct?
You certainly can take opiates to get high. If I doubled the dose, then I would most assuredly be ready for sleep.
Right.
That's not a blackout. That's
Sure. So if you
Sleep.
double the dose, you'd be ready for sleep, but it wouldn't get you high in the way that other drugs would, correct?
well, the high is it's a extreme downer. It that's its job.
Right. And for that reason, I believe you testified yesterday or 2 days ago. It's not like you take those pills to get high. You remember giving that testimony, correct?
I said that it's not like I took the pills
Mhm.
to get high. I took the pills to
Thank
be
you.
normal, to stay normal, so
Okay,
that I
let's pull
wouldn't
up
get sick.
866, please.
What number did you say? I'm sorry.
Defendant's Exhibit 866.
Johnny, is this you saying
But I also
need those
believe that I
opiates to
said
get
that
high?
I asked Nurse, or I told Nurse Debbie that I had told her that I needed more
He's
than I
allowing him
actually
to go
took
on and
because I
on.
always
There's no
wanted to have
reason
one
you allow him
or
to just
two
go
in my
on and
pocket
on.
just in case
Yep.
Mhm.
the
He's
kick
losing
started.
some
Mhm.
level of control,
Um,
or at least allowing him for a period of time.
If you could
Yeah,
take a
why
look
allow
at
him to
the
rehabilitate
um,
himself? Why would you
I
allow him
wonder
to
if they
fucking
don't
off?
think
the
he's gonna
text at the
burn
top of
himself.
that page.
Yes.
It's a text exchange between you and Erin Borum. Erin Borum, you testified as one of Dr. Kipper's nurses, right?
It's Amber's nurse, isn't it?
And this is a text exchange that you had with her in August and September 2016, correct?
So I'm looking for the, oh, yes. Which one are we looking at here?
The
Up at the
top
top.
three. And in the first, she tells you that she's watching Black Mass for the third
Yes.
time, right?
Yes, so August 30th, yes.
Yep. And Your Honor, I'd move for, I'd like to admit this exhibit 866.
Why is it relevant?
And permission
know.
to publish, please. And particularly, I'm talking about the top
Object.
3 texts.
The top. So redacting the other text, just the top 3 texts and the identifying.
Yes, Your-
Information.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no objection, but we would ask that the fourth text message be included as well as
So the top
context.
4 texts.
Sure.
Yes, for completion.
And obviously the phone numbers redacted as well.
Of course.
Let's get that up. Let's see what that looks like.
All right, what are we going to see here?
What are we gonna see?
She's
They're
saying
so-
she saw Black Mass. He's probably going to talk about the experience of filming it.
Usually, and they haven't been strict about this, litigator has to establish the relevance of the evidence before it gets admitted. You can discuss it. But
I think that what has
It should be a
happened is
Virginia
they've
thing,
stipulated or
procedural.
they've agreed to a lot of these behind the scenes because initially they had a lot of fights about evidence in the first couple days, and the judge said you've got to stop wasting court time.
They did do yes.
So they may have just said, okay, you know what? Yep, it's admitted, even if they haven't fully laid the foundation in front of the jury.
That's why I thought we would get to see a poop photo yesterday, and I was left sorely disappointed.
It's okay. You can find it on Twitter. Some
is
people
she buttoned up to her
tweeted
top
at me.
button? Is she top buttoning it again today?
Yep. You mean her shirt?
Yeah.
Her collared shirt? Yeah, it's all the way to the top.
Oh, okay. At least she has her hair down on one side.
Yeah.
She's got a different hairstyle every day. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Thank
she
you,
does
Honor.
have a little bit of
Michelle,
a
could you blow
suffragette
up that
feel
third text?
today.
Starts with you are the sweetest,
All right, what do we got here?
please.
Oh,
And
He's
in this
being hit
text to
on
Ms.
by a woman.
Borum,
That's shocking.
after she's telling you that she's watching Black Mass for the 3rd time in a row, you write, I was high as a motherfucker when I made that film.
I knew it.
Ha.
I
See
knew it.
that?
Called
Did I
it.
read that
see
right?
Yes, you did read that right.
anybody else want to go watch
Now,
it now?
you can take that down.
I want to watch it this weekend.
You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or two. Yes, sir.
Assaulted a
You'd agree
couch.
that at times in your life you've expressed yourself through destructive behavior.
Yes.
And you'd agree that at times when you were angry, you smashed things up, right?
More in my confused sort of youth, yes.
And you said in an interview one time, you said the following quote, you know, you have bad days and, you know, some guys go play golf. Some guys, you know, smash hotel rooms. You've said that before, right?
Like in 1990.
It was
It's just a yes or no question. You've said that before, right? In an
I've
interview.
said it as a joke,
And
yes.
you believe that if something feels stronger than
Perfectly
you, that it's a
legitimate.
human reflex to smash something or throw something against a wall or punch a door, correct?
I don't believe that I'm the only human being that's ever punched a door or broken something in an internal bout with myself. No,
You-
I
you
don't
believe that
I'm
that's-
unique in that way. Sir.
You believe that that's something that happens when you get frustrated, right? And that it's a mini explosion that comes and goes quickly.
This is
You
all
agree with
legitimate.
that, right?
When I was younger, it was a little bit more accessible, if you will.
Let's pull up Exhibit 143, please.
I think this is a strong line of questioning from.
Yeah, this is ripe territory. It honestly is. I would want to be doing the same thing if I were this attorney.
Can you scroll down?
Hey, you got three women
This
in
is an
black
email
masks behind
exchange
him.
between you and Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, in April of 2019.
It's a
You see
film
that?
homage.
Yes.
And it's 2 pages, I believe. So let's go to the second page, please. Or the bottom of right there. And you see that on April 19th, 2012, you wrote him, I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here. Did I read that right?
Yes, you
Did you
did.
say animals?
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd like to move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 143 and permission to publish, please.
As long as the email addresses are redacted, we have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, just redacting the email addresses, but the full content comes in, is that correct?
Yes, Your
Okay, I
Honor.
want to make sure I got this straight.
Did he give a date for this? Well, we'll see it.
Redact the identifiers.
It's interesting because the inclusion of animals there puts us into metaphorical, exaggerated territory. One presumes, but
All right. Is it you agree with
Let's
that?
just, can we just, let's make sure that is that the only email address?
And you're sitting there as his counsel.
Okay.
You're taking notes on this to
Wait a
rehabilitate
minute,
all this
could you
stuff,
Go down to the second page again for a second.
Go down to the second page, please.
like item by item. What needs rehabilitation on?
Mhm.
Can we just see the top again?
Let's go to the top.
it's funny. Some of
Top
this
of
stuff,
the
the
first
text
Top of
messages,
the first
about
page, thanks.
blowing up hotel rooms and things, it does really sound like he wanted to be a rock star.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
At some
No
point.
objection,
We know that
okay.
from
do
his
you mind if I
background.
read this?
And we know
or
that
you
he
want
is
to
a
read
rock
this,
star.
to me?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm
We're
not
gonna-
familiar
we're
with
gonna take a
the
look at it.
Empire's work.
All right,
but yes.
143 in evidence, you can,
Like a rock star of a different nature, like more literally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you scroll down, Michelle?
This is 2012.
Yes.
So you write to Mr. Duders, I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here. And then if you scroll up, he writes simply, watch out for Mike Tyson. Have you numbed? Correct. And then you write, don't want nummies. Thank you. Is it okay to put on a condom after the fact? I mean, if I just wear it for the rest of the day, like that works, doesn't it? I've had to kill a few of the animals for sustenance. I've made quite a mess. There's blood and animal tracks everywhere.
That's
I read
funny.
that right?
You
I mean,
did.
he's joking
This
around.
seems like
right?
jokes.
You are currently in a lawsuit for assaulting a crew member on the set of one of your movies in July 2018, correct?
Yes, someone
Yeah.
brought a case against me.
Right. A man by the name of Greg Rocky Brooks is suing you for allegedly
Objection, Your
punching him
Honor.
twice in the
Relevance
wrist.
and
All right,
403 and 404.
It's inflammatory.
403.
Yep.
Max
Approach.
403.
Let's duke it out in quiet outside the presence of the jury. Currently in a
I don't know
lawsuit
how
for
I don't know
assaulting-
how he was allowed to ask that question.
No kidding. I thought that would have gotten a judge shout right there.
Yeah, judge should be yelling at it. If he's being sued by someone, those are
Do
just,
that
Those
again.
are allegations that have not been established.
Yes.
It's very, very prejudicial to him. Highly
Yes.
prejudicial. When the other guy could be
and not
completely
at all
full of crap.
probative too, right? Because anybody
Not
can make an allegation against him.
Right.
A separate
that's a
incident,
character
separate time,
attack.
separate circumstance.
And I understand his character is on debate. He put his character in debate by basically saying, I'm not someone who's a domestic abuser. But domestic abuser has nothing to do with some guy claiming he assaulted him.
Professional setting,
Yeah.
man, not domestic abuse, not proven.
And that is something that like he should get punished for even bringing it up unless he had pre-approval, which is unlikely he did.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be the hope, is at least the judge said you could make reference, but be cautious and not no.
If the judge allows him to go down this line, I can't understand it.
Was not a particularly fiery sidebar.
No.
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the particulars of that lawsuit.
Okay.
But other than this, the
Oh
two
my God.
bodyguards who were with you on the set of the movie on the day that's the subject of that lawsuit were Sean Bett and Jerry Judge, correct?
That's correct.
I categorically deny the allegations asserted against me.
Because Sean
Your
Bett
Honor, can we
previously
please
testified
take
he never
the,
saw him be violent.
Sure, yeah, we can
That's
take that down.
available down.
Thank you.
So that goes to also impeaching Sean
I'd like
Bett from
to
earlier.
shift gears and
If
talk
it's
about
legit.
talk about
Yes,
Hicksville.
anything
of
about
course.
I remember taking a trip to a place
Yeah.
called the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May 2013, correct?
I do indeed. How could I forget?
And the people, it's like a little mini trailer resort out near Palm Springs, Joshua Tree area.
That's correct.
All right.
Beautiful
And
area, by the
people
way.
that were there with you on that trip were Amber, her sister Whitney, right? A woman by the name of Christy Sexton, right?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Rocky Pennington,
Yes.
right? Someone named Kelly Sue Milano, or Kelly Sue Eater.
You got me.
You just remember Kelly Sue, right?
I don't remember a Kelly Sue.
Okay. Well, in fact, Kelly Sue, you recall, was sitting close to Amber, and
No, I don't recall.
you thought
Kelly
she was
Sue.
being affectionate toward her. You'd agree with that, right?
Sitting
I
close
suspect
is
you
not
did at
the
some point.
description I would give it myself.
Well, you just testified you didn't remember someone named Kelly Sue, but I'm putting it to you.
Well, I
You remember someone named Kelly Sue who was sitting close to Amber and being affectionate, and you took exception to that, didn't you?
I wasn't aware that her name was Kelly Sue. Terribly sorry about that. I didn't know her name, but it was someone I'd never seen before who had clearly taken some happy something and was very affectionate with my girlfriend.
And so you removed Kelly Sue's hand from Amber and you yelled at Kelly Sue and told her that Amber was your girl, right?
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir. Not in the way that you're saying it.
Okay.
I like the kind of cookie jar delay there as he goes to reach for his binder. Just so we're clear, when I say not correct, not just like that.
I certainly did remove her hand from.
Oh, stop!
her-
Stop!
Yeah.
That's
I
the
mean,
answer
'cause-
to your question.
You're trying to now be like, okay, I know you're going to try to get me on this. So I'm going to try to like bridge that gap a little bit.
No, just wait to get
Back
hit.
my way into this.
How would they establish, unless they have video, how would they establish that he did it?
Oh, Mr. Depp, it's not a matter of how I said it, it's a matter of how you've said it.
How
So let's take
you've
a look
said
at
it.
page 239.
You
It's a
were
good UK
inconsistent.
transcript, please.
It's a good
This is from
segue
page
there.
2.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good cross examiner, I have to say.
He's doing pretty well today.
229?
239,
239.
page 18.
So we're 2013. We're pretty early. And someone sidled up to his girl.
Yep. And we know that Amber has been in relationships with women prior to this. So it's not like
Sure.
this is like a weird
Well,
a
he said when
weird
they met that
thing.
she had a wife,
Sorry.
right? I don't know
Yes.
her
All right,
history.
A lot of
Okay.
papers.
Yeah.
239, yes.
It's going to be 239 and 240.
This
Okay.
is going to go to jealousy.
Jealousy
Thank
and
you.
control,
And you see
and paranoia.
on page 239, line 22, you're being asked a question about the incident we've just been discussing. And you're asked a question. And how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation?
Where are you reading from, sir? I'm sorry.
Page 239, line 22.
22, okay.
You got it?
Yes, I do.
Question, and how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation? Answer, I removed Miss Kelly Sue's hand from Miss Heard's body, and I told her, do not do that. That, first of all, that is my girl. Second of all, it is rude and invasive. She was quite glassy-eyed, and she seemed pretty unsure of her surroundings. She seemed very unstable on her feet, and I remember saying to her, if you were going to take this drug, MDMA, you should know if you were able to handle it or not, correct? Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And after this incident, you went back into the trailer that you and Miss Heard were sharing, and you had a big argument, right?
Yes, there was an argument.
And the argument started about Kelly Sue, correct?
I don't
Amber was
recall.
unhappy with your reaction to her and what happened, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you could rephrase.
You had an argument with Miss Heard, and you understood her to be upset with the way that you had handled that situation with Kelly Sue, correct?
I mean, I recall that that was a part of the argument, but as I had told Ms. Heard, I was sorry if this, I mean, I was protecting Ms. Heard's honor, and I was protecting my girl from someone who was clearly unable to deal with the substances that she'd taken.
Right.
She was a little forward.
I wasn't controlling my girl. I was protecting her from somebody else.
And I know that there will be differing accounts of what happened in that trailer over the course of this trial, but you would agree with me, Mr. Depp, that at a minimum, you smashed up a bathroom sconce during that argument, correct?
Yes, sir. I punched a bathroom sconce. It was right by the mirror.
And apologies if we've already covered this, but this trip was in late May 2013.
I don't recall.
Okay. If you could pull up Exhibit 181, Michelle, this has already been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
By the way, Robin Aiello, thank you. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I don't have 181.
So he regularly
Did we not?
smashes stuff up.
Oh, you know what?
And he's testified
I
to
forgot that this morning. I'm sorry.
that
So
being his
181.
way of releasing the tension, releasing his anger.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, we haven't looked at this one yet this morning. Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you about the third text down. This is a text exchange from you, a text message from you to Paul Bettany on July 11th, 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then above that, there's a text message exchange between you and your sister, Christy, on July 10th, 2013. Correct?
The text above it, yes.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 181 of just those three texts.
No objection, Your Honor, with the proper redaction.
All right, we could get those redactions done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We don't want people just hitting up Paul Bettany. Presumably he doesn't have the same cell phone from 2013, but we don't know.
Maybe he's like Joe Rogan, who has like 4 different cell phones, with like people on different
Sorry.
different lists.
Could you please clarify which text messages are going to be offered?
The top three.
Top three.
Thank you. Yes.
Mandy Fabani says, please allow Kurt and Nate to run the show for a minute while you make a Me Poo shirt. I need it. I really need it. We all do.
Did you see that was trending for like half a minute?
For longer than that, actually. It was depending on geography, it was starting to trend for sure. Aslan, thank you. Kaya K, thank you. M. Lou says, I listened to the full audio from yesterday and the unedited file is nearly 4 hours long. 4 hours,
No
yeah.
objection then to those redactions? All right.
No objection.
Okay, 181 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
If I'd like to take a look at the text that you sent to Paul Bettany on July 11th. If you could blow that up, please, Michelle. And we just talked about this trip to Hicksville. If you just, yeah, there we go. If you go to the second paragraph or the kind of the fourth line down, you write to Mr. Bettany, missing you and yours and await our dangle on the island. You may have to drink for me. I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on a recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad, oh, how I love it. Did I read that right?
You did.
Displayed ugly colors could just be that he was rude to her.
If you go up, please. This is a text message from exchange between you and Christy, in which Christy texts you, she wants to talk to me. She doesn't know what to do. Loves you, but doesn't know always what to do. She's worried about it all. And you write to her, it was not pleasant today. I wasn't aware she had another goddamn photo shoot tomorrow. That's really why she fucking left. I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. That's what you wrote to your sister about Amber on July 10th, 2013. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to, you can take that down, Michelle. I'd like to turn to the Boston plane flight that we've talked about a little bit in the trial.
Yes.
The night before the flight, and sorry if we covered some of this, but just to orient the jury to the sequence of events. The night before the flight, Miss Heard was in New York and you were picked up in Boston by private jet. So the jet that you chartered picked Miss Heard up along with Savannah McMillan and then flew to Boston and picked you up along with some other people. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then all of you flew back to Los Angeles.
That's correct.
And the night before that you were due to meet up to take this plane flight, you and Miss Heard had a heated discussion on the phone about scenes that she was doing in a movie with James Franco, right?
I don't recall what the argument was about. There are many to.
Let's go to page
We caught a
293
lot.
of your UK transcript, please.
Yes.
Did I say 293?
Yes.
Okay. And on line 22, you were asked a question the night before you were due to meet up. Did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
In fact, I'm not sure where you are.
Okay. Day
Sorry.
2, page 293. It's on page 32 of the document.
Line 22, I think, is the issue.
Page 32, line 22. Thank you, Your Honor.
Line 22.
Line
Okay.
22 on page 32.
Yes.
Too many numbers. Are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
that's right. Thank you.
question, the night before you were due to meet up, did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you
That's kind of an
suspected that
improper
Amber was
impeachment.
having an
He
affair with James
here said
Franco,
that
correct?
he
That
don't
was
remember.
the reason for your argument.
Yeah, yes.
And when you got on the plane, you considered that she was also being judgmental toward you because she believed that you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs, correct?
That was a constant.
And I'm talking about this particular plane flight.
Well,
You
still
consider that
constant.
she was being judgmental toward you because she believed you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs when you got on this plane, correct?
Yes,
And at some point on the flight, you ended up sleeping on the bathroom floor, right?
I did.
You testified to that yesterday, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And when you landed, you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles, correct?
I don't recall being quite ill. It's possible. I don't know
Ooh, that's not particularly
what you're
helpful.
referring to.
Let's
Maybe you
take
could
a look
take
at
me there.
page, yeah, sure. Let's take a look at page 313 of your UK transcript, please.
3:30.
Yeah, him saying I don't remember being ill is
It's on
not
page 37
particularly
of the
helpful for
document.
him. Because they can use that to say, of course you wouldn't, because you were so intoxicated. How could you possibly remember?
May we approach
Three
Your Honor?
thirty.
All right,
I'm
let's
sorry.
approach for a second.
Right, and their opening has already suggested they're going to put memory into play with some of these incidents.
Right. Right. So that's not, that is potentially problematic. Although this was the flight coming back from Black Mass, wasn't it? This is the same one that was the fight. That's what the fight was about, or what?
It's all that period of time, I
Yeah.
think. We're very
Yeah,
early on.
that's-
It's
Yeah.
it's an interesting point that you're making because there's so many times that someone gets asked a question like, "Do you remember? Do you remember this? What about this?" And they say, "I don't remember. I don't remember." And I'll tell my client, "It's okay for you to say I don't remember. On a lot of things, I need you to remember the bare facts." This particular case is unique in that every time someone, a witness or the plaintiff says, "I don't remember," it's like this is an indictment on who he is as a person, that he's always blacking out and stuff like that. Most
Yeah.
people, if you ask them questions about stuff that's going on over the last like 8 years or 10 years of their lives,
Yes.
they're going to say that if they're being honest, they'll say, "I don't remember" about like 70% of what you're asking them because there's so much going on. But here it becomes like an indictment of him being, some blackout alcoholic because of his drug use.
It's such an
It's
excellent
not
point.
fair, but it's not fair, but it is reality of a courtroom.
Right. Yeah. It's just the nature of the allegations in this particular case.
Yep.
Mr. Depp, do you have page 313 in front of you?
I do, sir.
Okay. Can you just read, you can read to yourself, the page 313, line 14, that starts with the word "were." Okay.
Mm.
And then read that question and answer.
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles?
Yes, but it doesn't refer to me being ill on the plane.
Sure. Okay. We'll get to the plane ride in a few minutes.
Oh, I thought we just did.
Let's turn to Exhibit 236, please. Defendant's Exhibit.
Sorry, I've got a mess going on over here.
It's on the screen.
Oh, and I don't have a mess. Excuse me.
These are text messages that you sent to Amber on May 25th, 2014, the day after that plane flight, correct?
Okay. Yes, okay, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 236 and ask for permission to publish with the identifiers redacted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if you just redact those identifiers. All right, 236 in evidence with the redactions. You can
And
publish.
thank you. Blow up the top email, please. And in this email to Amber, the day after this plane flight, you write her and you say, once again, I find my place, sorry, start over. Once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. And I know you can't either. I must get better, and I will. For us both, starting today, I love you. Again, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Yours. Did I read that right?
You did.
And let's pull up Exhibit 245 one more time, which has been
There's
admitted into
there's
evidence,
definitely plenty of
this morning,
space
Your
for
Honor.
redirect here. The placating, the shame that someone might feel having a drug addiction. There's plenty of space for rehabilitation on that.
Mr. Depp, I know that we've seen this before this morning, but your email that I just read to you to Ms. Hurd, or your text, was from May 25th, 2014. 5 days later, you text your good friend Paul Bettany, and you tell him that you had drank all night before you picked up Amber to fly to LA. You tell him that you had no food for days, powders, which is cocaine, right?
This already came in. Why is he?
Powders is cocaine, right?
This
Sure.
this is getting
Half a
recredited
bottle of
now.
whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas,
I think he's ending the cross
pills,
here.
2 bottles of Champers on plane, and then you write, what do you get? An angry, aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love.
I
For
see
little
that.
reason as well.
Mm.
I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, the 2 bottles, you can leave that up. The 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about, when you wrote 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about the plane ride from Boston to LA, correct?
Yes, it comes just after 1,000 cans of Red Bull.
And at least parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout, right?
There's
There's no reason you tell Paul Bettany that you were in a blackout if it wasn't true, correct?
there are again, when I write something, when I write a text, especially if I'm in a particularly impassioned place, it's a canvas, it's a painting.
Right.
You
And I
choose your
appreciate that.
colors.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question was very simple.
Okay.
Would you agree that at least on parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout?
No, I wouldn't agree that I was in a blackout. I
Okay,
would say
let's
that
look
there's
at
a
page
difference between a
333 of your-
blackout and when you're on opiates.
Let's look at page 333 of your.
If there is a blackout, do you have the capacity to yourself say you're in a blackout?
333.
This
It's
is
a
day
very
two.
Curious about
philosophical
this.
question you're
This is
asking.
from the UK trial.
If it's a legitimate blackout, do you know?
It
Yes,
sounds
we
very
seem to
similar
do
to
that a
like,
lot.
I think, therefore I am.
Philosophy with JD.
Actually, he would probably have some amazing conversations on philosophy.
I have no doubt he would be an enjoyable
Honor, may we approach,
conversationalist
please?
after all of this.
Oh my God, yeah. So he's had some responses where he's kind of given some extra explanation to sort of give context, but he's only done that a few times. So he can get away with doing that a few times here and there where he's like, I don't really think that the way that you're trying to have me answer this is fully fair. You can do that so long as you're not overdoing it. And so far, he's been doing a very good job of not overdoing it. He's been very measured. He has not been really like fighting or combative. He's had like maybe one or two quips, but like very, very, very
Do you see
mild.
that
I was
page, Mr. Depp?
very concerned about that yesterday.
333,
He's
yes,
doing
I do.
great so
Okay.
far.
And you see on line 8,
Agree.
you were asked a question, but parts of that flight are blacked out. Answer, apparently, but yes, apparently that is what I am saying to Mr. Bettany. Question, yes.
He didn't
Is
even
there
sound
any
convinced to defend
reason
him.
why you would say that to Mr. Bettany if it were not true? Answer, probably not. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you would agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and that you had taken drugs either before or during the flight, correct?
I know that I knew that I was going to have a very ugly, I was going to end up with a very ugly situation with Amber. So
Mr.
I
Depp,
doubled up
with respect,
the,
trying to respect the court's time and the jury's time, that was not my question.
That's
My
a
question
good
was
way to
simply,
understand
whip
when
the
you
you
witness
would
take 5
agree,
minutes to look for a
you would agree,
document.
you would agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and you had taken drugs either before or during or both.
I
Correct.
Objection compound.
All right, sustained.
You would agree that you were very drunk on that flight, correct?
I do not agree that I was very drunk on that flight.
And you would agree that you had taken drugs either before or during that flight, correct?
I had taken a double dose of the roxycodone, which is different than a blackout.
But
Your earlier testimony,
don't
just said
agree that
was
you
to
were
get
very
high,
drunk.
so you got that problem.
I don't recall drinking a whole. You don't need to drink a whole lot when you're on those things. You don't have time.
You just testified you weren't drunk on the flight, okay?
I don't recall being drunk. No.
All right, let's look at page 335 of your UK testimony.
Okay, Mr. Rottenborn.
This is why
Okay,
he let
Mr.
him run on
Rottenborn.
with some of his answers.
Yeah.
Line 11, please.
He did say a double made him sleepy, but he also said you would, if you were looking to get high from Roxy, you'd take a double dose. I mean, that's why he let him run on.
You were asked a question.
Yeah.
I want to make sure it is quite clear what you were saying about the Boston plane incident. You were very drunk. You had taken drugs either before or during or both. Do you agree with that? Answer, sure. For the purposes of getting through this, let's say yes. Everything you have said, I agree. Did
Yes,
I read that right?
You did. I was caving in from.
That's
I know
my
you
question
were.
was simply, did I read
Yes,
that
yes,
correctly,
yes,
Mr. Depp?
I understand.
Now, can we pull up exhibit 243, please?
And somewhere in this flight,
Actually,
we have to get.
no, you know what? Let's go
Elaine's
to exhibit 221.
bullet point swears, right? She got those from somewhere. Either that or she just wanted to yell them out in court.
Your Honor,
I'm not putting it past her. but-
this is a recording, and I'd be happy to read. We're going to play three
Everybody's got their kicks, right?
excerpts from it.
Okay. And
Well,
there's
if
no
it is a
objection to
recording of the
entire
flight
audio
somehow,
recording coming in, is that correct?
then prepare your censor
Can,
buttons.
may we approach? I would just
Yeah.
like to know what it is first.
Okay.
May we approach talking outside the presence of the jury again? We got some super chats. Marie D says, appreciate all of you so much. Legalbytes, your content is so refreshing. Uncivil, your coverage of Redonda was so needed and important. Nate, you're just too cool. Much love. Thank you. Jay Watt says, what order will closing arguments be in? It'll go plaintiff and then defendant and then a rebuttal by the plaintiff. And that is because, just like the case in chief, it's all because the plaintiff has the burden of proof Although in here there are some counterclaims, so it's a little bit off, but generally speaking, that order starts with whoever files first. He's the plaintiff in this case, so he has the initial burden. So yeah, that's why. And so he has to be able to reserve some time at the end to be able to respond to what Amber's side says in closing as well. Arif says, I'm afraid he's going to blow all the likability on cross. He's already shown contempt. Chum in the water for a savvy cross examiner. So far, he's doing all right.
I agree.
Kaya K, thank you. Lena Stansgard says, again, thanks for hosting these streams. Again, thank you. Brian Espinal says, let's say that JD is coming dressed as a pirate, so Turd copies him, jury immediately deliberates, one and done. Dunzo. Kaya K says, what are the chances of Johnny winning? I think they're fairly good. Even through this cross-examination, now a lot of bad stuff has come out. It's a lot of the sting has come out at the same time, but we can definitely talk about it over the lunch to get other people's impressions too.
Your Honor, we would offer the full exhibit 221 into evidence with the following 3 excerpts to be played. The first is the start of the audio through 1 minute, just the first full minute, and then 250 through 320, 2 minutes and 50 seconds through 320.
So it wasn't an
And then
objection. I don't know
9:30
what
through
the
10
sidebar
minutes.
was about exactly, but
So
clearly this is
221
being
is
allowed
entirely
in.
in evidence, but
Mhm.
you play those excerpts. Got it.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
I would not be thrilled if that was on a flight.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that's not good.
That's your voice making those moaning sounds. Sound like an animal in pain, right, Mr. Depp?
Thanks for the metaphor.
That's exactly what I said before. Yes, that is sounds like a pained animal, and
Let's
it
go to
is my voice.
250, please.
Are they going to establish like what this is? I mean, is it the plane? Is it?
Yeah, that he's on a plane.
And then let's go play 9:30, please.
I mean, the first audio was worse than the second.
Who's taping it?
No. I'm gonna stay with this one Canadian in case he gets sick.
What was I supposed to hear there?
Mr. Depp, do you know who the male voice is who at around 9:41 says, no, I'm going to stay with this fucking idiot in case he gets sick? You know whose voice that
Oh,
was?
I didn't hear those words,
Okay.
but
I didn't hear it
All right.
either.
yes, that's Jerry Judge. If you wanted me to answer that.
That was Jerry Judge's voice. Okay.
Yeah.
So you finish this flight. You send the text that we've seen to Amber. You send the text to Paul Bettany. And at some point after this, you decide that you want to go to detox. And you went to detox. You testified a little bit about it yesterday in August of 2014 in the Bahamas, correct?
The recording of the pain noises is not from that flight, sir.
It isn't.
Not my question. My question is, you went to
You
detox
established
in
it as
August
it- you just said it.
2014,
He's
I
saying the
right?
flight to the
Don't recall
Bahamas.
exactly.
and you were there on the island with.
Oh, on the island, yes,
Yeah,
of course.
you were
Okay,
there on the
okay.
island with
I got tripped up too,
Amber
Johnny.
and Debbie Lloyd and Dr. Kipper, correct?
That's correct, yes.
You and Amber were on one side of the island, right?
Yes,
And Amber was effectively dedicating herself to your well-being during this detox process, correct?
you could describe it as that, as at the beginning, yes, certainly.
She was trying to help you get through it, right?
One would think.
And as far as you know, she's never been in any sort of detox in her life, right? Certainly not when you were together, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And we all heard your testimony yesterday. Detox, it sounds painful. It sounds tough. Fair?
Yes, that's.
And
Sounds like an understatement.
Yeah,
From his
he wanted
testimony.
to say
testified
that.
yesterday.
He wanted to say that.
That smile
for
said that.
Not giving you medications at a certain time, but you, sir, have no personal knowledge of whether or when Amber had been in touch with Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd about when to give you medicine, correct?
I
You
remember.
have no personal knowledge of that.
Yes, I do. I remember Amber calling them on the radio, and when I was complaining that I needed the meds when I was in agony and went to the shower, she called them up because she had said that I was in a manic state or it was in some mania, and they came up there.
Okay. And sometime after detox, fair. And you said that they came up there. But my point to you is you have no personal knowledge of what Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd communicated to Amber about whether and when to give you medicines. You weren't part of those communications, correct?
Sure, I was. I was there during those discussions.
Right, but
There were times sort of written down, but the golden rule essentially is if the patient is in an uncomfortable or potentially dangerous state, which would lead to seizures, medication should be distributed. That's what I remember, even though if it was supposed to be delivered at 4 p.m. and it was 3:15 or 3:30,
According to you, that's what you recall the golden rule was, right?
yes, I
Okay.
mean, that's what doctors and patients.
And
do that.
sometime after detox, you texted Amber and you said, "Thank you so much for getting me fucking clean, baby." Right? Remember that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you, actually, let's pull up. You didn't just express your thanks to Amber. You expressed it to other people as well, what Amber had done for you, correct? Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 120, page 41, please. This is plaintiff's exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Johnny did a good job of getting in that golden rule bit to say, it's actually dangerous for somebody to be withholding these drugs if they're going to be going into the withdrawal. So to the extent that they
Is
would
this
be getting a
screen
seizure.
thing, or am I searching for something?
This is a screen thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't know because he's got testimony also that has the nurse also withholding. I mean,
Right.
I don't know what other conversations they had, but he could. This cross could have a good point if they can point to another conversation she's having outside his earshot.
And
Yeah.
the only question I have for you is the question on the top of the page,
Yes.
sent on August 19th, 2014, from you to Paige. Now, Paige is Amber's mom, right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just this page of this exhibit with just that text and the identifiers redacted.
Which page of this exhibit is it?
I'm sorry?
Which page of the exhibit is
It's
it?
at page 41,
Page 41. So
or it's listed as exhibit 120
testified that he likes her
underscore
mom, right?
0041.
He doesn't
Mhm.
like her dad, but he likes her mom, something like that.
Or well, he warmed up to his dad.
Okay, all right.
That sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, page 41. And we want it redacted? Or
So just to be clear, if it's just the top
Just the top
text
text?
message and the identifiers are removed, we have no objection.
Okay, so we
Yep.
redact that way?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just that page, yes.
And just
Yeah, sure.
page 41. Okay, all right, so 128 in evidence as redacted.
Live courtroom redactions.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is in this text that you send to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, on August 19th, 2014. You say the following, and I understand that you gave certain testimony yesterday about what you perceived Ms. Heard's role in your detox to be, but on this date, you sent this text to Ms. Heard, to Paige Heard, and you say, I couldn't have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of ocean without her, to be honest. It was a hell of my own doing, and your little girl walked through with me step by step. I know you're already proud of her, but if you'd have seen her in action, amazing. It was an exercise of monumental patience and instinct. I wouldn't be alive, sweetheart. There were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. It was Amber and Amber only that got me through this, and it was not easy. Thank you for her first. And thank you and that sweet fucker David for all of your words of support. I'm through the other side now, I think. I hope. All this boy's love, your son Outlaw. Did I
Oh,
read that right?
You did, sir.
Son Outlaw is cute.
You can take that down. Thank you.
Yeah, there have been some other texts also from Whitney, where she's also called him Brother Outlaw.
Now,
Also,
you flew, you got married to Amber on early February 3rd, 2015.
Apparently,
Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You remember the year today? 2015, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And a week after your wedding, you left for Australia to start the process of shooting the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean
Let's
movie.
get into it.
right?
That sounds about right. Yes.
And Amber was filming in London at the time. She left directly from the wedding to fly to London to film London Fields with Billy Bob Thornton, right?
That's correct.
And the plan was that she was going to fly out from London to Australia directly to join you for the filming of Pirates 5, right?
At some point, yes.
And she was going to stay in that house with you for the duration of the filming, correct?
I don't know that it was the duration, but sure.
Okay. And you testified on Tuesday, I guess, that when you went there in February of 2015, you'd been off of alcohol for 18 months. You testified to that. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
That's just nonsense, right? We've already looked at
Thank you.
May 2014, you were drunk on that plane, and you've admitted to that. So that's not 18 months before. So that testimony that you gave when you said you had been sober for 18 months before you arrived in February of
Objection, Your
2015 was not true, correct?
What's the objection?
May we approach?
Your Honor,
What's
I mean,
what's the objection?
He's testifying, Your Honor.
It's a compound. Could you just do maybe one question? Let's do that.
fair. Cross examinations
Mr.
need to
Depp,
be
you had not been
simple
sober
questions.
off of
One
alcohol
question at a
for 18
time.
months before you went to Australia in February 2015, correct?
It's possible that it was not 18 months. Maybe it was 17. Maybe it was 16. Maybe.
It was actually a lot less than that because at a minimum, you were drunk on that plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014.
That's incorrect, sir. I said that I had had a glass of champagne and I had taken a double dose of the narcotics, of the opiates. That's a very different thing from being drunk.
Okay, and a very different thing from what you texted Paul Bettany, correct?
Again.
Okay, so you
You do have to let him answer.
The
if you're gonna
Boston
throw
flight
in a
was in May
correct.
2014.
Yeah, you got to
go
answer
to
it.
Australia in February of 2015, having testified that you were off of alcohol for 18 months. Now, when you went to Australia in February of 2015, you also lied to the cast insurance company that was insuring you for Pirates 5, didn't you?
After she cut my finger off?
No, no. Well, that's your account of it, sir. Before you went to Australia, let's do it this way. Let's pull up Exhibit 500, please.
500?
500, Defense Exhibit 500.
What does he say to the insurance company?
Yes, I'd like to see who I lied to.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's
They're both
What
they're
did he
both
say?
on tilt. Cross-exam guy is clearly ready for Australia, as is Johnny.
Mr. Depp, you see this as it's called a cast insurance medical certificate, correct?
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Okay. And it's dated, this is in, I believe it's in not the way we do dates in the US, because you can see on the lower left column, examinee's start date of filming 16/2/2015. So that means February 16th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Your
And
Honor,
the date of the exam,
before we go any further, we'd ask to be able to see this entire document.
I'm just asking about the top of it. I'm happy if we want, there's specific parts I'm going to ask him about, but if they want to scroll through it, that's fine.
It's unclear.
Sure,
whether
ask all
Mr.
this
Depp
stuff.
has
Just
ever
get him
seen this, so
upset.
we just appreciate the courtesy of being able to see the entire document.
That's fine, Your Honor. I mean, I'm going to direct him to certain parts of it, but that's fine if they want to. I'm just trying to move things along here.
I understand.
Well, this is important stuff. Let's take our time, shall we, counsel? Look at him pacing, man. He's like Darth
Yeah.
Maul
Yeah.
up there.
he's a caged tiger. That's what we call that, a caged tiger.
I'm sorry.
I have a hard copy if you'd like to look at that.
They'd like to see page 3.
If I may approach, Your Honor, that would be. It's
Wasn't this
Cage
sharing
tiger.
the
Yeah,
discovery
we
shit
just
they
have to figure out how to
have
roll this
after
back
that?
into Johnny in the elevator. You're
they
not
just
about to
scrolled
punch
the
your
last
wife,
page,
are
so
you,
we can
counsel?
just view it here. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I appreciate that.
Go, Mr. Rottenborn. Your question?
That'd be a funny
Yes,
comment.
I do. Mr. Depp, this is your signature on the page of the document being displayed here, correct?
That is
And it's dated February 11th, 2015.
correct.
Your Honor, with the understanding that if the exhibit for the court will have to redact signatures, I'd move for admission of this document and permission to publish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may have some medical information, so at this time, we'd like an opportunity to ensure.
It's a weak objection.
This
I mean-
is an insurance form with medical information. I just want to make sure we're not publishing anything that shouldn't be.
Your Honor's made clear that anything that comes into evidence in this case will be published to the jury, whether it's
Well, there may be
confidential or
irrelevant
not.
medical information that Your Honor has already ruled is not admissible.
That makes it weak. That makes it stronger. That'd be a great line for him to throw at him. With him pacing there, you look like a caged animal, but I don't think you're about to hit Amber.
I agree that she's presenting the objections as weak, but I don't know, man. Counsel seems to be right on the edge. I would just pepper him with things. I don't think Johnny's team is caught off guard by this document. I think that they're just slowing it down. Frankly, with this kind of discussion, it's 12:52. I might call break.
Yeah. This might be a good time to do that.
Yeah, lunch. Let's fight about Australia after lunch. Maybe we got Outback Steakhouse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Australia's going to be a chain of questions, right? Now I'm convinced they should go to lunch.
You're just hungry.
I am hungry. I'm always hungry. I don't eat until after these
You
streams.
sound like hangry. Hogan's a caged animal, just stuck in his chair.
I am. Well, see, I worry now. See, I'm in a roller chair, right? And so every time Spidey's on, he said, "Wow, those chairs are the best things ever to evaluate people." And I'm like, locked in. Don't move, Rick. And then he's like,
Don't
"That tells me
move.
something too." It's like, oh my god.
Every time you breathe, it tells me something.
Mm.
Every time you don't breathe,
Do you
it tells me
feel
something.
do you feel unmasked around him? Do you feel like uncomfortable, like he's like constantly assessing you and like seeing through your soul?
You know, no, because he also said that when it comes to being in real time, he gets so much less. He has to often watch something several times over to really get the details of something. So, you know, when he comes on live and he's giving his live impressions, he says that this is only like a certain amount that he can get from it. He then wants to go back and watch it several times to really pick up on these details. So when he's hanging out with us and pointing things out, he's picking up little things, but there's probably a lot more that he could get. So I don't know. I guess I'm okay.
I think there's a lot more he keeps back there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was
Probably
actually
right.
My niece is studying to become a behavioral analyst, and I told her that I don't have any professional training in it, but I've spent my whole life studying it. And the key thing is to remember that 90% of what you pick up, you keep to yourself. You never, because people hate being judged. Everyone hates being judged. No one likes
Yeah,
it.
people
Well,
get
aren't-
very self-conscious when they think that they're being studied by somebody.
Yeah. It makes them unsettled around you. They hate you. I learned that when I was 20.
But
And then
what
can
is it?
you-
Isn't
can you
isn't the
scroll
rule
down,
what like
Michelle?
80% of communication is
Scroll down
done
again.
non-verbally?
Something like that.
Okay.
Something like that, right?
Your Honor, these redactions were on here before I'm told before we got the document, so no issue there. And then we would propose to just redact the, if you go up one page, I don't, that's the proposed redaction. And if you want us to redact the first two, the first three lines, M, N, and 2, that's fine too. Why don't you go ahead and redact those, Michelle?
That's fine with those redactions.
I'm just trying to move this along as quickly as we can, Your Honor.
Alita, somebody made a meme of you. I put it on in the private chat.
Oh no. What is it?
All right.
Let me see.
500 in evidence with the redaction.
I was gonna say, is it because of the photo? No.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we looked at your signature, Mr. Depp. If scroll down, please, Michelle.
Nice.
2 more pages.
Anything like that
There's
for
your
us would be a
signature.
lot worse.
And then this is it's an insurance form for
That
your,
looks like you.
that the studio
that
Disney
is
took
great.
out for your for you
That is funny.
filming Pirates 5, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. And you see the role here. It's listed as Captain Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, coverage status, full coverage, effective date, February 11th, 2015, right?
I see that.
And you're aware it's not uncommon for studios to want to insure actors that are playing in a movie in case something happens, right?
It's happened
That's
for
common.
30 plus years for me.
Correct.
almost
So if you can
mandatory.
scroll up, please. And in order to do that, you have to provide certain information to see if you're insurable, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this document, which you signed, dated, I believe, February 11th, you were asked the question, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? Michelle, let's unredact the, well, there's section B is illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. And you check the box to the right. Michelle, is there a way to unredact
I was gonna say, I assume that's no, counsel.
the headers in that column so we can see which one is yes and which one is no?
This is gonna be a long talk with the associate. You can't redact the headers.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I mean, the funny thing about this, right, is you've got a jury. It's like, have any of you ever lied on an insurance form, jurors?
Lane Maxwell.
If we all
Maxwell
close our
trial.
eyes and we ask you to raise your hands,
Imagine
Thank you.
that no one would be charged with a
So-
crime for it.
Mr. Depp, when you were asked the question in this CAST insurance form, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? You say yes, that you've used some prescription drugs. And when in the question that says illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not, you check no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes the witness has to eat
At
it.
around this time when you were,
He
you can
lied.
take
Yeah.
that down. Thank you. At around this time when you flew
Yeah,
to
but it's the way you
Australia in
eat it,
February
though.
of
And he's eating it
2015,
like, yeah.
you were,
What else would you
Yeah.
expect?
Yep.
you were starting to feel depressed about your role in Pirates and your acting legacy generally, correct? Well, let's do it this way. Let's put up Exhibit 350, please.
Well, we go ahead and take our lunch.
Sure.
break at
Thank you,
this
Your Honor.
time, Okay.
All
let's-
right.
Let's go ahead and take.
All
our
right,
break.
lunch.
Go to
Got some
2:10, okay?
lunchies.
So,
I
don't
can
talk to
cut my
anybody
video
unless
now
that's the
about
case.
Mike
And
Tyson
the
beating
outside
up
resources
passengers on the
leave back at
plane.
2:10, okay?
Is that happening? The world
Yeah.
is crazy.
That just happens.
Oh boy.
No, it's funny. I was coming from Vegas, and guess who they sent me? Well, not next to, but the next row is fucking
Mike Tyson, and he was beating
Mike
up people on the
Tyson.
plane.
Nope, he was not beat
All right.
that
Oh.
time.
Please,
Thank
that's
God,
the- all right.
Maybe
because
not
I
a
wouldn't get
cold
behind
one.
kicked. He wasn't beating people up then, but after we get off here at LaGuardia Airport, so I go to the bathroom, and guess who walks in behind me? Mike Tyson. So I'm like, all right, I'm hoping this is not one of those jailhouse moments, but it's the champ.
They have
So I-
dividers. Did they have dividers?
They didn't have the in LaGuardia don't have dividers. So I go.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
So I
unfortunate.
go in the bathroom, do my thing, but then I'm like, I want to say what's up to the guy, but it's awkward, I'm just peeing and like, oh, what's going on, Mike Tyson? Can I get an autograph? No, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait till I leave the bathroom before I ask for an autograph, right?
Some bro code stuff, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes.
I go wash my hands and I see Mike just shoot out the bathroom, right? So I'm like,
Oh.
all right. So I wash my hands, but so he's there with his girl. So I tell my wife, my girlfriend at the time, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna take a picture of Mike. She's like, all right, I don't want to take a picture of Mike because he bite people's ear. That was the ear biting piece. So she was like, I don't want to take a picture of him, but you go take a picture of him. So I go take a picture of Mike. So I'm like, champ, can I get a picture? He's like, yes. So next thing I know, he takes his hands and put them all on my head and puts them all on my shoulder. And so he takes the picture and he's like, hey, you're a really cool guy. I'm like, yeah. He's like, you know what? I had this funny story. My girl was just messing with me about going to the bathroom and not washing my hands. And I always tell her I don't piss on my hands. And he's holding my hand while he's telling me the story. So I'm like, oh my God, what do I can't yank my hand away because I don't want them to get punched by Mike Tyson, you know? And he's like holding my hand and his hands are so big. So he's holding my hand. He's like, yeah, can you believe that? And I said, Mike, I don't wash him after I take a shit. And he looks at me, he's like, that's disgusting, bro.
Yeah, in Mike's
And that's
voice.
that's the Mike Tyson story. But what can you do? Mike Tyson's gonna beat me up because I'm like, Mike Tyson. So
Oh
Technically,
man.
if you think about it,
Oh God.
when you're taking a whiz, your hand is actually touching your own genitalia, as opposed to when you take a dump, where you might not end up touching anything at all. So,
that's true.
Well,
Okay, that's the lawyer's analysis.
That's
Uh,
the legal analysis.
yeah, I don't know if I have anything to add to that here.
Why not?
Let's get some super chats.
Hey, but are they backed up?
Well,
A little bit.
Oh yeah, woof. Yeah, you better start writing them off.
but wait. Can we not tell the people what breaking news just happened?
Yes,
You
Oh,
very
should share
exciting.
all
it.
right. Here it is. I
You should
got
share
it
a
right here.
screen with the headline.
Very,
Let me
very
share it right
exciting.
now. I'm going to share it right now. Here it is.
Yeah,
Share
make
screen.
share because people need to know we are in a celebrity's presence right
No.
now.
That's right. Yeah.
No,
Forget
no,
Mike
no, no.
Tyson.
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Forget
Those
Johnny
they're
Depp and
celebrities.
Amber Heard. They're not in Business Insider. No.
Oh,
no.
but it's
They're
behind
in
the
all the other
paywall. All
journals.
right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just
We
going
just need the headline.
Yeah, I'm
We
just going to
need
share
the
the
picture of
headline.
the headline.
Here it is. Hold on. Let me just share this.
We
'Cause
don't know
I
what
was-
interviews we're given. We don't know
I
what
got-
she says about us. She should say, well, most of my success is really without anybody
Were you
else.
interviewed?
No.
For
Holding me
this?
back.
Alita,
Oh,
were
not-
you interviewed for it?
I was. I
Oh.
had an author that reached out to me to talk to me about live streaming trials and kind of this new thing, because it kind of came across his desk and he was very curious about it, and so he wanted to hear about this new kind of phenomenon in LawTube.
I haven't
So
read it yet, but I'm eager to see all the mentions that your co-hosts here got in this article.
I actually haven't read it yet myself because it
Joe,
literally
it's only her
just
favorite
went live.
co-hosts.
So
she picked her
yes.
3 favorites.
of course.
They got you staring
Um,
into our souls with this one, Alita. I'm like,
I know they wanted a photo of me, and I was like, I just have what I took for thumbnails. Maybe I need to like get some better photos taken now or something. I don't know.
That is your thumbnail photo.
It is from one of my thumbnails from a while ago. So of course, no, I talked about how much I love the supportive nature of LawTube, how we get into this this area of live streaming, just talking about all kinds of stuff, but live streaming also trials and and hearings and stuff like that. And when somebody has an interesting thing that they want to do, then we all like to jump in and support one another. And so yeah, much love and support to the whole LawTube community.
Yeah, no, we had to take a moment for this, right? Because you've got however many, over 60,000 now. You've been covering this now this will be the end of week 2 today. You're now getting coverage. We'll expect to see you on Good Morning America and places like that by the end of next week. We're going to give you to the end of next week, Alita. It doesn't have to be tomorrow, but like the end of next week. And then we're just here to observe. You just have to remember us. When you're running Entertainment Tonight or take over Court TV, will you? Because their headlines, I know I highlighted one yesterday. They're all over the place.
They are. They really are all over the place. Yeah, for sure. It's I know those headlines, right? And that's part of the reason why we do what we do, is because we want to call it like we see it, and that's not necessarily the way that the usual, you can call it mainstream media, corporate media, whatever you want to call it. It's not necessarily the way that they see it is how we see it, and so it's helpful. There's the meme you're talking about.
And this is, as I said, anybody memeing our faces that way, we the rest of us would do
This
much
is
worse
good,
than you,
right?
Alita. That is that is an accurate depiction.
Look at the original.
Actually,
they did a good job.
Well, that's what, a Rapunzel baseline. I
think
probably?
Rapunzel. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does kind of look like Rapunzel. Oh man, that's so funny. That is really funny.
All right. Now we can stop embarrassing you. We can get to your super chats and everything else, but you cannot skip stuff like that. All right, it's too rare. So congratulations, onward and upward. Now let's get you paid.
Thank you. And I hope the same for everybody else in LawTube, right? Because it's like everybody.
100,000. I heard you're handing the stream over to Legal Mindset for him to pick up the rest of the trial. So.
Well, if he can give as much background information, maybe, I don't know.
No. The algorithm likes you right now. We can't give that up.
Oh yeah.
But it's a wonderful thing, and I'm super grateful that people are watching with us. And I hope the same thing for everybody else. It's like Nate had his blow up with U.S. women's soccer. Nick Rekieta had his insane thing with the Rittenhouse trial, and it's like we've had other instances. Like Good Logic had a really great boost from the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Unfortunately, that couldn't be live streamed. It probably would have been bigger, way bigger, if he could have live streamed it. But it was one of those things that it was great. So it's like, and hopefully Joe gets another one. Hopefully Rick gets one. I really hope the same for everybody. Well, I know, but another subject, right? Like that just catches flame in the, in the public consciousness.
Yes.
And
for the breach of fiduciary derivative lawsuit between Elon Musk and Twitter, y'all are welcome. You come on over. I'll handle that one. It'll be a blowout.
Yeah, absolutely. But seriously, you go on to any of these guys' channels and your brain will expand. You'll learn so much. I feel like I'm always learning stuff because we don't necessarily cover all the same stuff. We don't necessarily have the same areas of expertise, we might know enough to be able to talk about it, but to get a really good in-depth analysis on some of these subjects, it's really helpful to go to some of these other channels because you can really learn a lot more. So,
Yep.
Amen to that.
yep.
And also, you get to hear us argue with each other from time to time, which is
all the time.
And this,
yeah.
by the way,
Always
I
great.
think that's a good thing because you hear alternative perspectives to have a
Yes.
healthy approach to lawyering.
I told you, Joe,
Yeah.
after last night, I just want to say things to poke you. You so you come screaming in with a 10-minute anti-Rick screed. It was glorious. I loved it. Go
It
check
wasn't
out that
just
stream archive
anti-Rick.
from yesterday.
No,
I'm going to be clipping that out, actually, probably, and putting it on my channel, my rage against you guys.
I see what I'll do Apple versus Epic, but it's just going to be one hearing. It's not going to be a 6-week long thing.
Fair point. But we'll all, jump into your channel for all of that as well, of course,
I can bore you with 100 years of antitrust law. It'll be fantastic.
Beautiful.
I would love it. I love it. I
Yeah.
when that all started to blow up in 2020, right? That was 2020, summer
Even in
2020.
law
Yes,
school-
it was 2020. Yeah,
Even in law
Activision
school, when
was
I heard the term
2021. So those are our
antitrust,
two
I
big stories
shuddered.
so far.
I was like, I don't want to deal with antitrust. It just sounds way too boring and complex.
I actually
we have so much fun with antitrust. Are you kidding me?
Mhm.
I
And
had
not only that, we got the Senate and the FTC fighting with each other. We got people coming in my comments telling me I'm reading the Sherman Act wrong. It's from 1890, folks. It's 2 sentences. You can read it too.
Yep. And then there's the thing that complicates is there's a lot of case law that comes in to obviously, interpret that and change the meaning over time. But I had a lot of fun starting to learn about antitrust law to research for my initial videos on that thing. And I've done like a teeny tiny fraction, such a small percentage in comparison to what you did, Rick, or what you have been doing on that whole thing. And oh, by the way, I'm so sorry, Kurt. Welcome. You're on that second row. It's whenever I have 4 of us in here and there's somebody else that's waiting. It's like I can't see that bottom level to let you in.
You can
I
turn on.
saw you
there's a-
guys talking about that article. I didn't know that there was a Business Insider for Alita too, because Emily D. Baker recently had
Emily
one
was
as
on
well.
one.
Wasn't that also Business Insider?
that was
Yeah,
Business
well, I
Insider.
just
So-
interviewed yesterday
covered the
for
space.
it, and
Yeah,
I didn't
so
want to.
I-
I didn't
I-
really want to talk about it in case it didn't turn into something, or it
No,
just.
that's fine. I just want to know how long it is before you're talking about how you were born in Kentucky and now we're hanging out with Elton John and Marilyn Manson and all the rest of it and forgot all
Well,
these
I-
people that you grew up with. Of
I
how
can't
long
be-
until we're abandoned, forgotten, thrown by the wayside as you ascend to fame in the glitterati.
That's
Kurt.
not
I
going
don't
to
know,
happen.
but like, as soon as it's Kurt, you're touching on something here because before Nate, when he was like, one of these small time guys like you or me, we didn't hear these great stories, and all of a sudden he's waxing sentimental about the time he's shaking hands with genitalia sweated Mike Tyson, and I'm
Who,
like,
me?
I don't know if
Oh.
this story. I don't know if this story just happened now that he became like so big time. Or if
Well,
it,
no,
like,
he-
really-
no,
Joe-
that
Joe-
was actually,
Joe-
that
I
was
wish I had
one
a
of the best
story to
stories.
compensate too,
That
because now I feel
seriously-
so small. I wish I had
If-
some story
you know,
to bring up.
If you
See,
missed
This time
it,
I met Newt Gingrich.
I
just-
apologize,
Does
Before
this
you
do anything for
respond-
anybody?
You know,
if
what?
missed it,
Me.
that was one of the best stories I've ever heard on LawTube. I'm not even kidding. That really.
Which
was
one? The Mike Tyson one?
That was a
It was
great
well
story.
presented.
Oh.
He's practiced the cadence there. That is a well
really
rehearsed
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
set of the
really good.
story. I liked it.
It was a
There's
great
a little
story.
embellishment.
We're gonna get a,
but
you,
Alita,
you and Emily
Alita,
are gonna
before I
get a
forget,
show on the Blaze or something, and forget all of us guys in the
but,
YouTube world.
Not at
before I-
all.
before I forget, Alita, if you go to the StreamYards thing, there's in the settings, there's something that says notify me when someone joins, and it'll bing you when new people come
Oh.
on. Yeah.
Where is that? Okay.
It's- it's-
Under general settings, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, this way you won't leave us sitting in your background for like 20 minutes at a time.
No, this is
while
just
we're-
something to
It's
get
a
used
it's a
to.
it's
yes,
a new
under
Just something to
guest.
get
there's a new
used to, Joe.
feature. It's a
Play
new
a
feature
sound
they
when
put
guests
on.
enter. Oh, I like that. Okay, good. Done.
So now
Done.
you won't-
Now,
you won't
now
have
I'll
that
never be
anymore.
embarrassed again by like making
now you
people
gotta-
awkwardly wait for me.
famous last
only-
words.
The only thing is you gotta now get used to the ding, because sometimes it'll be ding and I'll just be still. I'm like, what the hell was that ding? But then somebody's
The U.S. Supreme Court came down with a couple decisions today. Anyone want to talk about that?
which
Sure.
one?
What'd
Which
they
one?
Well,
cover?
the one that I was following was dealing with electronic billboards from Austin. Was dealing with content neutral regulations. So
Sure.
Austin had a rule that said you couldn't have electronic billboards except on location. So if it's off location, it had to be, a traditional billboards. If on location, you can have a digital billboard. And and the thing that most obvious comes to mind is like the bank where they have like the crawl with the time and everything. It's like old school, right? It's with the digital thing. So the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that was a content-based regulation. And their reasoning was because you couldn't determine if it was on premise or not without reading the sign. Because if you had a sign at a bank, how do you know if that's an on-premise sign? Because maybe the billboard isn't talking about the bank. Maybe the billboard at the bank is talking about, I don't know, the Walmart down the street because they got an advertising deal, right? So it's like, how do you determine if this sign is talking about on-content speech, on-premise speech, or off-premise speech? And then you wonder into these wonderful vague areas about like you can't even determine if it's on-premise or not. Because like a school billboard that says support the Booster Club by going to Fuddruckers this Thursday at 9 p.m. Is that on premise because it's talking about the school booster club, or off premise because it's talking about the Fuddruckers at 9 p.m. Right? Well, anyways, the Supreme Court apparently nipped that all in the bud, and apparently it is not content based. Apparently, it is a content neutral regulation. So the
That's the
Fifth Circuit was
direction I would've
wrong, and I
gone.
was wrong, I guess. So fun.
What was the other case?
Oh, there's like 5 cases that dropped today. I haven't seen them all yet.
I'm sure at least 3 of them are
Anything
unfun. It'll
significant?
be,
Anything that
repairing
the
rights
public at
or
large has been waiting for? I assume not.
No,
Nothing
nothing
like the
like,
gun
nothing
law.
The one-
super big.
the
Unless
one
you're
that,
really into IRS law. Do you want to talk about Boekler versus IRS? That came
Well,
down
there's
today.
the one that the news media is going
IRS
crazy
cases
over
are
is the Puerto
sexy.
Rico one. They just ruled that if you're living in Puerto Rico, you don't have a right to federal disability insurance.
Yeah.
The case was this guy named Jose. He was born in Puerto Rico in 1954 and lived in New York from 1985 to 2013. In 2012, he became eligible for disability benefits under the federal program when he had a stroke. He was getting the benefits in New York, moved back to Puerto Rico, and then they stopped his benefits because he was living outside the United States. And he sued, saying that it was equal protection. He should be, because he was an American citizen, and just because he moved from New York to Puerto Rico, which is another American territory, he should be able to continue to get the benefits. But they said since Puerto Rico is not a state, but a territory, they can exclude Puerto Ricans, those who reside, American citizens who reside on Puerto Rico, from federal benefits under a rational basis test.
All right.
So, and it was 8-1, 8-1. The
That's
only
going back,
dissenting
that's probably
judge.
going all the way back to the insular cases, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
It's going all the way
yeah.
back to insular cases.
Who dissented?
Let's
Sonia Sotomayor, because of her parent, she's Puerto Rican.
Yeah, that's right. She's born in Puerto Rico. Yeah.
let's talk a bit
And
about
which essentially,
the,
which it doesn't.
That's pathetic. That is so
The fact
pathetic.
that the fact that he's getting, that he was already getting the benefits, that he was here, and that he was here, that he's a citizen, it just doesn't make sense that he's not leaving America. He just left the state to go to a territory which is still controlled by the federal government.
How humiliating is it for our justice system that the intersectionality of a justice would have any input at all into swaying their
Well,
decision?
you assume that's the reason. I mean, I don't know if it is or not without reading her reasoning.
I'm sure she didn't say it. She didn't say, "Well, I'm Puerto Rican. This offends me."
Well, the insular cases themselves said it was only supposed to be the rule of law for a time. And that was what, 90 years ago or something? So it's been a little bit now. So the idea of overruling the insular cases isn't exactly like the first time anyone's ever thought of it. They thought of it when they wrote the decision.
Yeah, like these may not be able to last.
all right, guys.
Everyone
let's,
wants super chats.
let's
Super
get some super
chats.
chats here. And then we'll talk a bit about the cross-examination as well. I'm sure we'll get some questions from it. KDP says, hello from Canada, but I live in South Korea. Oh, you and Legal Mindset. Found your channel a couple days ago and loving the commentary, learning a lot. Fun fact, in South Korea, statements don't have to be false, just have to cause reputational damage.
Really?
I feel like Andrew has said that at some point. Legal Mindset, I feel like he said that, that's crazy if true.
That's actually Jewish law also. Doesn't matter
Really?
if it's true or not. You can't just blab about other people and harm them.
Huh. Interesting. Klaus
Not like that, not on civil
2.0.
penalties, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Clause 2.0 says, can the jury award JD a win, but award a different amount than the 50 million, either more or less? Thanks, guys. Y'all are great. Absolutely. Because they can say, yes, we find in your favor, but you're not really entitled to any money because of, I don't know, we find an issue with your damages. Sometimes they can give nominal damages, like a single dollar. That has happened in many cases. I don't know about defamation, but I've heard of at least, all kinds of civil cases.
Taylor Swift, she sued for $1 and won.
Yeah.
That's right. Nerdy Nisi says, I am highly interested in the portion of the joint statement citing there was never any intent of physical or emotional harm, since the defense tried to use a portion of the statement against Johnny. Yeah, expect Johnny's team to use it against Amber as well, because it's kind of I guess hurtful and useful for both sides in different ways, right? Andy the Game Maker says Darth Vader breathing. Yeah, I think it's the court reporter that we're picking up at times on the mic. Kelly B says, shooting my shot with Nate. Is he single? Nate, are you single?
No.
Definitely not. He's been married for a while.
Yeah.
Am I the only single one here? I think so. Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Heyo, everybody, get in Kurt's DMs. Hell's Gate says, afternoon from the UK. Am I right in thinking that defamation means 1, what was said was untrue? Yes. 2, what was said was true/partly true, but materially misrepresented, giving a false impression. Yeah. It could be either. It could be either of those.
Falsity by omission.
Yes. And here, because of the, you could even not necessarily, what you're saying by omission, you can within the greater context have a statement be defamatory that technically isn't false, right? Because that's the defamation by implication.
Like the 5 in corporate land, that's saying true statements and statements that you have said aren't otherwise misleading due to the fact that you didn't say the things that people are actually interested in.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Leah Lambert said, sorry if you've already addressed this. Can you please explain what the grounds for impeachment are in a trial setting? Basically, you need to catch them in we have a pop. Oh, we have somebody who's been in the courtroom. Welcome, Christina. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Hey,
Good.
Christina, what's up?
Hi, Nate. How are you?
Good.
So Christina, explain to everybody who you are, what you're doing. We know you're there in Fairfax.
Yes, I'm in the courtyard area right now, the Fairfax County Courthouse on lunch break. So I only have a couple minutes, but I'm an independent journalist in Northern Virginia. I publish my articles on Substack. They are at radixferum.substack.com. You can read them there. I'm kind of covering the trial, I guess. And it's been a very interesting day so far, for sure.
Christina, don't downplay it. Your insight is amazing. I'm watching.
Oh, thank you.
What do you can you see the jury engage their mood or reaction to like whether they seem to
give us those details?
Yes,
believe
sure.
in Johnny or not?
Okay, so there's one juror who takes copious amounts of notes. Like goes through legal pads. And I've noticed that like every day with that particular individual. There's another juror who sort of has this this look that's almost like it looks like perpetual surprise or something, and the eyes are going back and forth between the attorney and the person on the stand. They seem to be, though, very engaged in what's happening, I guess.
Okay.
But there's one who looks a little bit bored and kind of sleepy. But the environment inside the courtroom is pretty interesting, I guess. There's been a lot of people are kind of laughing at the strange way that Johnny Depp talks when he answers questions. And on the morning break, Amber Heard was talking to her attorneys about that. I guess she doesn't like the sort of audience laughing at him.
Sure.
Yeah, she doesn't like them connecting with him.
The laughter
Yeah, exactly. It seems like he's holding an audience, you know, like it's in a weird way. It's like watching him perform or something and being part of like I don't know, the crowd. It's very strange. And a lot of these people that are in the audience, a lot of these people are here for Johnny Depp. Almost every single person I've talked to is a Johnny Depp supporter.
Interesting.
So I think there's one Amber supporter, but there's one woman who is from the UK. There were two girls that came from New York. There was a guy who drove from California to be here. So it's pretty interesting.
Wow. So
Yeah.
mostly non-Virginians, like supporters of the various people here are
Yeah, a
showing
lot
up in
of
court?
Johnny Depp supporters. There are a couple people who happen to be local that just wanted to come. And one thing I've noticed over the past time that he has been testifying, there are more people that have showed up. Like when I got there up this morning to the 5th floor where this is happening, as soon as you get out of the elevators, at 8 o'clock in the morning, people were just lined up already. And that wasn't the case last week.
So they have
Yeah,
viewing
little
rooms, or
dollar
this is all in
testimony
one
last
room?
week.
Do
What's
they have-
that?
They have
Oh, I
viewing
just said a
rooms,
little
or-
dollar testimony last week.
Yeah, right.
Christina, do they have viewing rooms? Like, because they can't fit everyone in one room. If you're telling me that they're lined up around the block, they must be.
No, there's an overflow room, I believe. But I have not.
Yes.
I've been pretty high up in the. I get there early, so I get in right away, and I get into like the 3rd or 4th row.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Awesome. So you're saying that it sounds like they're connecting with his strange vernacular.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
how,
his texts are very interesting, I guess.
yeah.
I
So
was actually-
how does that, do you notice any kind of a difference when they're starting to see some of these bad texts that are coming out as well? Is there anything like, are they kind of wincing, does it feel like that's changing at all with that, or are they kind of, does it seem like it's kind of the same?
Just everybody in general, or the jurors in particular?
I guess the jurors in particular, that's
Okay.
what we're most interested, but I mean the room in general as well, but we could separate those two.
There has been a couple people turning and like looking like, like that kind of face. But the jurors, I guess they probably have been instructed not to kind of make like obvious tells with their behavior. So there's one individual who does the sort of like furrowed brow. I noticed that when they were putting some of these messages up on the TV, like, oh, yeah. So it just, I don't know if it's deep in concentration, but yeah, sort of like a furrowed brow. Yeah, but I think that for the most part, it seems like he talked about his relationship with Hunter S. Thompson, and sort of how when he is writing, he's kind of, I think he said he was like drawing it on a canvas or something, like saying something like he's had 100 Red Bulls. I think they understand that that's not, he didn't drink that many. It's just sort of his exaggerated, his colorful language, I would say. Yeah. I think that people kind of are starting to get a feel for how he writes and communicates. So, but there were a couple winces, and then when I came out on the break, there was one lady who said that she would help her husband prepare for trial, and she goes, "Oh, I can't believe his lawyers didn't prepare him better for this."
Interesting.
I'll also say this, Christine, Amber took your advice from last time we were on the stream, and you could just saying she should be putting light color, she should put her hair down. It's like she was
put her in
watching
a
you,
dress
took
with her
all
hair
your
down. Yes, but today she's in the pantsuit again today, though. But her hair looks a little better.
She's looking a little bit like a suffragette to me today.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Which I think
got
is
a
maybe
Hillary
the vibe
Clinton.
that she wants to go with,
Yeah.
But that is okay. So that is fascinating. So we are seeing maybe some negative reactions to some of these texts, but people are also getting a good feel for his, his vernacular, as he puts it. And
I think
very interesting.
When Rottenborn tries to press him on things, he's kind of, he'll make these comments and then everybody starts laughing. And I feel like he sort of wins people over. That's the kind of feeling I got just kind of looking around at everybody and their reactions to that. It seems like they're he's putting that stuff in almost in a context in a way with his goofy commentary.
When he writes a text, I'm in a hotel room with animals and rainbows. You don't know if it's You literally don't know, is he making a joke?
Oh my God.
Is he high? Or is he completely serious that there are literally
There's animals
in there?
there.
That's
I
the
know.
crazy thing. You don't know.
It's
I
so
know.
true.
It's wild. I'm sure it's going
Yeah.
to get even more wild after lunch here when we go back in.
Oh yeah. We're going to
It's getting
Australia.
Has there been
interesting.
any change from what people are saying after the cross-examination of Johnny Depp? Has there been any perception of people reacting to that?
Yes, there were people kind of saying this is really boring now. Like I talked to a couple girls who were like, "We're just gonna go home. We've had enough of this. We'll come back later, maybe tomorrow or something." I think people
Okay.
are just kind of finding it not as interesting as his prior testimony. That was, obviously not him being pressed to talk about things he already testified to in the UK and kind of how he's kind of contradicted some of that. So I think for people, they just find that sort of thing boring. That's the kind of vibe I've gotten talking to people.
Okay. And that, I mean, that could also be the way that the jury is feeling, or maybe some jurors are feeling as well. Because this is what I always like to say to the people in the chat, to the viewers. If you're bored, the jury's probably also bored.
Yes,
So
yeah, exactly. That's right. And I think from watching some of them, they look like two of them look like they're on the verge of like falling asleep all the time. There is one person who kind of has I don't want to say it's not a scowl on his face, but he just doesn't, he seems so unemotional. Like he doesn't react to anything. And I can't get a read on that person. So
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Were you also able to see any of the other testimony in this trial in person before Johnny?
Before today, like, have I been here other days? Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, so did you see Isaac Baruch by any chance?
Yes, I loved
Tell us about
Isaac.
that.
Oh, that
Yeah.
was the audience loved him. The people that were sitting, I was on the third row that day. I think it might have been my first day there. I'm not sure if I attended on the first day. I think
Okay.
he was the second day,
Mhm.
right after Christie. Yeah, people really liked him, and he's a storyteller. He's a storyteller. He's a likable character, and everybody loved him. And after he left, people were like, "We want him to come back. Bring back Isaac."
We felt the same way.
I want to hear from him again.
We totally felt the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what can you tell us about the jury in terms of like age and gender? Like age range, I guess you could say.
There are a lot of younger looking folks. There are some people who look like they are maybe middle-aged, and it's about half and half as far as gender.
Okay, because there was
So
one
it's
juror
pretty.
who had to go home because of a hernia
Really?
issue.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that was a couple days ago. I remember during one of the recesses they had to, or I think it was during one of the recesses they had to talk to him, and he was like, I can go home and take some meds and relax, and I'll be back tomorrow. And she's like, you can't do that.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that's the guy that. Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That
So,
one made interesting faces
oh,
during
really?
this. Yeah, I felt like I could always read what he was thinking. He just
Oh,
kind of
man.
made eyes like,
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if it's because you don't have a baseline read on somebody before this.
Right.
You don't know if that's just their natural sort of how they handle themselves or conduct themselves. So it's kind of hard. You don't want to make assumptions.
Absolutely true. Now, what about I know there's been a lot of video deposition testimony here too, and on our end, we were like trying to just like work our way through it. It was like we were just grinding, right?
Oh
Like
my
trying to pay
God.
attention. I mean,
Mhm.
how like were you there for any of that? Could you see how the
Yes.
jury was responding? Were they paying attention?
Oh my God, no. Especially when they had Brandon, the property manager for the East
ECB
Columbia
manager.
building. Yeah, when because talking about all these technical things with the video footage and does that video look grainy? I went and saw myself on the Law and Crime stream later, and I'm like this, like I look like I'm about to fall asleep, and I keep like adjusting myself to like wake myself up. I feel like if that's how we were, and I saw a couple people just get up and leave during that. They were like, okay, this is at the end of the day. We're just out of here. We'll watch it on the live stream or something. I
Yeah.
can imagine that the jury probably felt the same way. It's tedious, you know?
Yeah,
Very.
It's hard.
and
It's tedious.
and a lot of those questions, you know, unless the two parties stipulate to entering that footage into evidence, which was why the judge at the end of the day said, "Hey, by the way, my favorite word is stipulate. So if you guys can agree to this, we can save a lot of time." You know, and that was kind of like a very strong hint for them to cooperate a little bit better. But you know,
Yeah.
if they don't stipulate, then it's like those are kind of important questions, important but horribly boring questions to get through, to you know, to lay the foundation for the stuff to come in. Like, do we actually trust that this is what it is? Okay, yes, we do.
Yeah.
You know, is it an accurate representation? Blah 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 blah
Yeah,
blah.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it
Would
is.
you say the time code is accurate to the best of your knowledge? Yeah, we could do the whole thing by the time we're
Yeah.
halfway through.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't think anybody enjoyed that. And then when we had Nurse Debbie, it was, I don't recall. You know,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes. That was really rough as well. And we
it
were
was
lucky
hard to
enough
get
on.
through.
Yes. And we were lucky enough on this channel to have Nurse Liz pop into the chat, and she started kind of talking about, you know, why she might be doing that. So I was able to invite her on. And so she came on and was explaining to everybody, like, here's why she wouldn't be recalling anything, is because she doesn't want to add any kind of color, anything to this. She doesn't even want to read her notes in her own voice, because there's a possibility that someone could misinterpret that, twist it in some way, and then it becomes medical liability for her. So
Oh,
it's
that
like,
makes
for her,
sense. Okay.
yes, yeah. So it was, but without that explanation, I wouldn't have. I haven't done medical malpractice myself, so I wouldn't have necessarily thought about that. So it was really great getting her insight for that. I can only imagine that in the courtroom, people were just like, "Why?"
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. It's exhausting because everybody that is here as sort of a spectator, right? They're getting here, some of them at like 5 o'clock in the morning to get in line. They start giving out the wristbands at 7 a.m. They do that until 9, unless I think they have a limited amount each day. So people get here super early. You know, they're getting up at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to get here on time, and then just standing around and waiting for hours. You're sitting in that upstairs hallway. You're standing there for 2 hours before they let you in and you sit down. And then it's an exhausting process. I think, you know, it's probably exhausting for everybody. I can imagine for the jury as well. And who knows how long it's going to go on, possibly another couple weeks. So it's a lot of time.
I mean,
A lot of
maybe
time
actually
to
another
spend on
4
it.
weeks is what we're expecting, is for this trial to
Really?
last a full 6
Oh,
weeks.
fun.
Yeah. But yeah. So here's a question from the chat. Somebody wants to know
Mhm.
if the jury was ever laughing at any portion of this
No.
trial during any of the testimony. No, they
No,
haven't
no, no,
been.
no. No, and I think they've probably been told not to do that. I can imagine
Yeah.
they've been given some kind of instructions because
Yeah.
no, I haven't seen anything like that. But the first day he took the stand, though, they were sort of he was looking directly at them when he was talking, almost like he was talking to them, and they were all sort of just watching him, you know, like intently, like he had their attention, you know.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then but are people giving that same kind of attention now during cross-examination?
No, not the same.
Okay. Interesting. That
Yeah.
is very interesting too. Because another point that I like to make is that, you know, and this is one of the reasons why I'm so thankful that you've come on here to give us this information, is because, you know, you can get the best information out on a cross-examination that's a total zinger of a question or a response.
Yeah.
But it's like a tree falling in the woods if nobody's there to hear it. Does it actually make a sound? You know, if the
Right.
jury's not paying attention, does that evidence actually make any difference at all?
Yeah,
Probably not.
exactly. And then there's a lot to kind of go through to get there, and they're going back and forth. They want to bring up stuff from 3 years ago because they're trying to, I guess, impeach him. And that can be very boring, I think, for people to kind of even just try to follow, like, what are we talking about? We're going to 2012 in one step, and then we're back to 2015, then we're going back to messages from 2013, and it's hard to like wrap your head around the context of everything. You know, like, what is the context of this? And some of the girls were saying that out in the hallway, like, why are they even talking about this? This has nothing to do with him beating Amber. And I'm like, well, they're going to get there eventually,
Yeah.
but the point is that they want to try to trip him up and see if he contradicts things he's already said in their evidence. So, but for people who maybe aren't familiar with the process, they kind of don't, they see it as very boring, I guess.
See,
And
that's an
they
interesting
can't,
observation from when people say that it's not about him beating Amber, because that's like, what exactly is the question is really interesting here, because to talk about,
Yeah.
you know, I'm a victim of domestic violence, and what does that potentially mean?
yeah. And her attorney, the first thing he said today was, you agree that abuse can take many forms.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Talking
Yeah.
about his mother, talking about the verbal abuse, talking about how he had testified the verbal abuse was at times as bad as, if not worse than, the physical abuse. And he tried to say something along the lines of, well, you know, when I was a child, that those words really stung or something, but the point is still there. So that's where, that's the reason they're all going there. The Johnny Amber Heard's lawyers want to focus on the technical and focus on, you know, show domestic violence through basically any means of whatever. And so, you know, that's why. But it's interesting that people are asking that, because it's like, it might be interesting for the jury too, the questions they're asking themselves.
Abuse can take many forms. Domestic abuse cannot take many forms. It's not like verbal abuse is considered. No one calls verbal abuse from a spouse domestic abuse. Domestic abuse implies violence. It does not imply being an a-hole.
We've had some discussion on the panel about that, though.
I got to disagree. I think a domestic abuse is obviously mental abuse too, but then I think you're talking about domestic violence. I think what you're talking about is the physical portion of it. Domestic violence is different than domestic abuse.
So when you think, and when people are standing up and talking about how they've been a victim of domestic abuse, they're talking about relationships where no one ever laid a finger on them. Do you
I've been in
be.
situations, yes, where people have said that they were in a relationship that was extremely abusive and never had a hand laid on them. But then they
don't call it. I agree with you.
But they don't call it domestic violence. They don't call it.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna grab my lunch now. Is there anything else you guys want to know before I head out?
I think that's about it. That should be it. Thank you so much. And by the way, guys, her link to her Substack is in the description below. Go and check out her stuff. I'm sure she's got some awesome insight from viewing this trial from inside the courtroom. There's a lot of detail that you can't really get on these live streams. We got a lot from these live streams, but
you can't even
the vibe of the room.
The courtroom is so different in person than it is on the screen. It looks so much smaller than when you're in there. That's one thing. But thank you for that. I appreciate it, guys.
Of course.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much for your time. I'd love to have you back sometime too.
Oh, thanks. I'll probably be covering this for a while, so I can pop back in, I'm sure.
Sounds great. Thank you. All
right. Bye, guys.
Bye. I don't think people say domestic abuse are talking about a jerk spouse. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think people use the term that way. I know.
Well, I think you're reducing it. I don't think we
abuse.
mean it to mean a jerk spouse either. You know, there's jerks are as I say on my channel, it's not illegal to be an asshole.
Yeah.
But there's certainly there's certainly versions of emotional manipulation and abuse and things that do fall under this. And in fact, one of the biggest problems that the Johnny Depp team has is that Johnny Depp went off and started talking about Amber's domestic violence as emotional manipulation and gaslighting and abuse and confusion and that kind of thing. That's why they're trying to roll that back in here. And you don't have to believe it. You can say, hey, that's not enough for defamation and that kind of thing. That's fine. But it's a part of the conversation.
I want to clarify my position here. I agree that it can be abusive, terribly abusive by a spouse without ever laying a finger on them. They can be awful human beings without ever laying a human being and destroy a person, literally destroy them psychologically, emotionally, and be in many ways far worse than physical abuse. I just don't think the term domestic abuse is referring to that type of abuse. They just call it abuse by my spouse. They don't refer to it as domestic abuse. That's my take on it. You guys are free to disagree.
Right, and that's why the headline.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
So I think we've got a little more than 15 minutes until we go back, right? If my time is
clock.
No, I was gonna step out real quick to take Indy out and then come back for like a few minutes. Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
right.
Anytime.
Cool. All right.
Alright.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that my timing is right and that I'm not thinking that it's gonna, jump up while I'm gone.
You're good.
Don't worry,
You're
we will
good.
be
Okay.
good.
All right.
We taking
cool.
over manpower. Oh,
There
sorry.
you go.
I'm still here.
All
Sorry.
right. I'll be right back, guys.
If anyone is curious, really, it's Richard Hogue is the driving force behind. From Business Insider, if you're watching this, Richard Hogue is the one who's driving this whole show. It is his show. It's his world. We're all living in it, and
Completely inaccurate.
he
This is
wisely
designed to trip
takes
me up.
he wisely takes Alita
You're on
Legalbytes
cross-examination
as like
now.
the front woman here.
Yes.
But it's
Oh my
really
God.
he is the brains
This
of
is
the
all
operation.
no. You've heard me enough on this. You won't believe this gaslighting you're getting from Joe here. This is violence of some kind here. No, I was going to back you up, Joe. The next thing I was going to say was in order to help Joe's position, but now I'm not gonna. So there.
You know what?
I'm being
Let's
nice.
do this.
I'm
Hold on, Joe.
complimenting you.
Joe,
I'm complimenting you. I'm
Well,
saying
matter of
you're
fact, I want to
great.
ask each one of you guys, as of right now,
Yeah.
what do you think Johnny Depp's chances of winning this thing on? Because I'm at like maybe 30%, and I know the chat's going to be, oh, Nate's an idiot, he doesn't know shit. But I think his chances are low. They like every question I hear, they get lower and lower and lower. So right now, where we stand, what do you guys think his chances are going into the other sides?
I have two versions of this in my head. So I think I'd probably put it at 50-50, which is like the worst lawyer answer ever, right? But the versions in my head are assuming that Depp's team can put together a pretty gnarly cross-section on Amber Heard's testimony with tapes, with counter statements to establish that this was a person that was exaggerating and hoaxing and doing these kinds of things, to really challenge that and be one of the last voices in the courtroom. If that can happen, I think you can get into that framework where the jury is saying, well, let's punish the bad person. What box do I check? Outside of that, I think if you get a jury instruction that says it has to be a false statement, you get the whole defamation. These are the boxes before you.
Yeah.
I think that's a problem. And I think that as much as we might feel about the sincerity of Johnny Depp's testimony, that I do believe Amber Heard's team seems good. I got my issues with Elaine, but they seem like a competent team that you can get up there and frame enough of it as, well, no, I wasn't gaslighting him. He was gaslighting me. And this is how I saw things. I was placating him, and these memories were that if you get into that muddy middle of what happened, you can't even get to preponderance. And then when you say it's a defamation that's based on a thing that happened that's not actually in the article, so you've got implications layered on top of that maybe you go, no. Have no idea what happened. Rich people problems. Sounds horrible. Sounds like somebody abused. Sounds like something happened, but get out of here. I think that's a possibility from the jury as well.
What are your percentages, Kurt? What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think it depends a lot on the jury instructions, because the question that the jury is actually asking is going to be pretty important. But I think that the odds of Johnny Depp winning in the court are pretty good, because I think that there's very decent odds that the jury is going to ultimately come down to the question of who do we like more? Do we think that Amber here, who's the nicer person, and try to do some justice that way? So I think the odds are pretty good, but I think Amber Heard's lawyers are doing a very good job on the technical aspects of this. So if they couch it right and they have the right jury instructions and they do a good closing on the technical aspects of the question the jury is actually supposed to be asking, rather than getting into the stuff that's not the jury question, then I think they have a decent shot.
Joe's in full cross-exam. Thank you. That's not
odds?
responsive. Yes or no?
Yeah. I'd say 70% right now.
Good.
Johnny's winning.
Johnny winning.
I have him 81% winning right now.
I like the way. Oh, hold on. You need to explain the resolution. How do we get to the definition of where does that 1% coming from, Joe? Help me out.
Which 1%?
The extra over the 80. How did we arrive at an 81?
How do we get from 80 to 81? How do we get that level of precision?
80 felt too low. 80 felt too low.
Sure, and 82 is too high, obviously.
82 is really that's being a little bit of a homer.
Sure.
So
no, I get it. 81 landed right there.
That's
so you're feeling very confident in Johnny Depp's case.
I'm gonna back it up in a video. If you guys check my channel,
will there be math
in a video where I'll back up the math in a video as to how it is as of right now. I mean, look, that could change. It can go up.
Yeah, obviously it could change.
Right. but it can go up or go down. You know what I'm saying? But as of right now, you ask me, I say 81%. You know, and if you guys check out my
Why
channel,
are you so
subscribe to my
confident,
channel,
Joe?
I'll walk you
I don't
through
feel like
why
I've heard
it's 81.
Well, not just 81. Why are you so confident? I don't think I've heard your thoughts on like the overall kind of terrain here.
Okay, I think that Lizard Brain wins the day.
Okay.
Mm.
And I think Lizard Brain of the jury, as detailed further by Christina, that only enhanced it that much more. That he's holding a captive audience for 3 days here.
But Joe,
and you're asking me to flesh out my reasoning.
No.
What
I'm saying is the observation I want to make is that what you just said about how Lizard Brain is going to win the day, it almost seems like you're also conceding that legally it's not as strong as you would like.
No, not at all. Legally, he sucks.
And that's what I'm saying. So why when I say that the chat hates my guts, and you say that it's like it's a good thing? Why?
I'm saying the legal element to it doesn't matter. It doesn't. You know what? It doesn't matter in that jury room. When they're deliberating, which is all that matters at the end of the day, the legal elements behind it are as long as you can get past certain hurdles, which I think he certainly can.
Yeah.
So once you get past those hurdles, in that case, I think they're going to be out for blood. I think they're going to be looking to crucify her. If you look at our chat here, a lot of people I think come in. Why is it that everyone here is on his side? It's the same reason that
I'm on his side.
It's the same.
I'm not even going to pretend I'm not. I am on his side. So
a lot of this stuff comes down. That public opinion doesn't just it doesn't form because there's someone who's molding it. It forms somewhat organically. People see the story, they hear the story, it resonates with them. The same reason it's resonating with 90% of the audience here, it's going to be resonating with 90% of the jury. That's my point.
No.
It just is resonating, and then Lizard Brain kicks in. I think the audience has a better feel for what's going to happen than most people realialize, especially.
But this is just his case right now. So
yes.
you're also under the
assumption. I said right now. Right now. 81%.
And I don't know that it's wrong that Amber Heard's going to get up and have a sincerity issue or have an evaluation that's potentially going to be a problem. Is that you're not conceding that right now? You're saying just we're at 81% just based on Johnny's direct?
I'm saying based on where we're at now, it could go up if she melts down. In other words, we haven't seen the defense yet. If she looks really credible, I think that number comes down. If she looks and she sounds believable and can explain, I think that number will come down. If she has a bit of a meltdown where she just, even if it's not a meltdown, like a literal meltdown, but even if she just smells fake, I think that
it's over.
I think people pick up on it. I think we're more tuned to it than people realize, and that number will go from 81% to 90%. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what my take is on it.
Okay, no, I appreciate it because I don't know that I'd heard your specific discussion of the terrain.
See, the one thing that's pushed me a little further, because I was honestly 50-50 before the day started, and it was pushed me to 30%, are some of those questions on cross-examination. The fact of the whole abuse can come in many different flavors. Agreed. Also, I wanted to kill her and have sex with the dead body. Like all those little text message monsters, all kind of like, okay, even if I agree with what you're saying, it kind of seems like you both were. It's gotten a lot muddy, like Hogue was saying earlier. So if in that sphere, I'm thinking these messages, if the jury peels down these messages, they can come to the, I think, Lizard Brain conclusion that these are two rich people who got rich people problems and they're wasting our time and they both should get nothing.
Yeah,
that's what I think is a reasonable conclusion when you're talking about Hollywood millionaires who's taking pictures of 3 lines of Coke and $1,000 bottle of champagne, talking about with his trophy wife.
Well, right, and I think
it's hard to sympathize with.
Johnny's testimony is interesting because I still haven't picked up on insincerity, but what the cross-examination has done is said, well, your self-image, your concept of whether you're blackout drunk, whether you're an alcoholic, that's legitimately called into question. And how you describe these various things, how you feel about what Amber did or didn't do for you in detox when then you send something to her parents. And I think you can rehabilitate that. I think you say, I want her to be high in the image of her parents and that kind of thing. But you add up all these instances and you say, well, at bare minimum, his self-image isn't lining up. So that opens the door for Amber to come in and say, no, he really was a problematic alcoholic. And when I saw him slipping off the wagon, that did, engender a very negative response from me. But obviously that doesn't mean I should be hit and that kind of thing. So I just see it landing in the muddy middle if she presents as sincere at all. And I don't know. People have told me the depositions are, they're a problem for her. And if she comes off as plastic and static and all these various things, she's going to lose. But if she's not, if she's relatively competent on the stand, I can't see it as any better than 50-50 for Johnny Depp.
What are your percentages, Alita, right now?
For winning or losing?
Just as presented.
We all
Yeah.
came in with our vote. We all came with
Wait,
our
wait,
ballot.
John, the
Nate exploded.
Okay,
premise is,
it wasn't just
what's
on
your
my end.
percentage John Depp?
Yeah.
My
Sorry. What's your percentage that Johnny Depp will win? That was me, my computer. Yeah.
I would say, I based on the evidence that we have that has come in, and based on what we heard about the witnesses, I'd say he's got a good, 70% chance of winning.
Alita and Kurt, right on the number.
I didn't hear anybody else's numbers, so I don't know.
Well, Hope didn't really give a
I knew
number.
I
Did
liked
you give a
Alita.
number?
No, he said
Hope?
Hope said 50%. He said 50-50.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, this I accuse myself of cheating because it's a typical lawyer percentage to give.
But I do think so because I mean, we've heard a lot of damaging stuff that has come out on cross, and all of us going into the cross examination were like, this will make or break him. But we've gotten word from somebody in the courtroom saying that nobody's really paying attention, it seems like. I mean, maybe they are, maybe people just are, maybe the jurors don't look like they are. I'm playing devil's advocate here.
We have
What's
to
that?
discount for it's not his narrative. I mean, it's not stories, it's plucking out things.
And it is jumping out of timelines, which is never good for retention for memory purposes ever, because people are like trying to figure out, like, you're throwing data at me, you're throwing facts at me. I don't know where to store this information. And like for me, as I'm writing down the dates of these different text messages and things like that, I have been through this information enough that I'm like, okay, this is after Australia. This is immediately after. This is now during the time when he's, filming Black Mass, when he said that he's been addicted to roxycodone. He's admitted to that. This is like things like that I'm able to put into context, but maybe I might have more context than the jury does based on what we've heard, because of, I started doing my research a little bit earlier. So, I don't know, but it does sound like they are paying less attention now than they were yesterday and the day before when he was on direct.
But I think it's because the simple reason is because the attorney for cross-examination is only trying to do one thing: make Johnny look less credible. How'd you answer this question? Oh, let's go back to what you said here. How'd you answer this question? Let's go back. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make Johnny look not credible. But he's missed the key point in cross-examination, which is putting forth the narrative. And he's not doing it within a story, because you don't remember. And this is a good thing for you, for those who want to be lawyers out there. People remember big moments. They don't remember the whole narratives. They don't remember the context. So in any trial, there's usually a narrative that both sides. I said this on, I feel like, every day. But there's narratives, and you want the jury to buy into your narrative, and then they'll put the details in where it needs to be. But as long as they buy your narrative, and Johnny's narrative right now, I'm buying, and I think most people are buying, is that he's the abused spouse. And
he's sincere.
Yes. And I think what happens is on cross now, the cross examiner is supposed to put a narrative and put a timeline in front of him and say, okay, let's go through this, so the jury can say, oh, in 2013, when you're doing this, so they can follow it. But right now, he's just really shooting at all different spots. In 2016 and 2013 and 2015, you're all over the place. So that's what's making everybody bored in there, because nobody can follow along during a timeline to say, this came first, this came second, this came third, and there's no real aha moment. It's just like, so what?
Well,
he said a whole bunch of things that are inconsistent. Who cares?
I think that's entirely right. And I think that's why you saw a marked change in demeanor from the cross-examining lawyer when we got to the start of Australia. I think this is a sequence they have planned, and it's a set of questions that are going to narrate how he is lying or otherwise impeachable on the Australia description, because it's so important to them. They hit on Australia very hard in their opening statement. And we're expecting Amber Heard to have a completely different understanding of events. So this is a very big sequence for him. He's pacing like Darth Maul. He's ready to get into Australia. Johnny Depp's going to try to trip him up because Johnny Depp's just going to, misread things and fight just a little bit on actually, isn't it December 19th kind of stuff?
What does
and I think
drinking
that's gonna,
heavily
that's,
mean?
That's potentially going to work for Johnny Depp because we've seen this particular cross-examiner get on edge. And he wants to start hitting those stuff. He wants to be on pace. He wants to give you those big moments to the jury, and is getting. It's like, oh, well, we haven't been published that document. Could we see it, Your Honor? I'm just reading the damn thing. But
and this is where the baseline that Johnny Depp has spent 3 days seeding into the minds of the jury will play to his advantage. When he comes out and he's sort of flighty and a little bit ducky and whatever, it's not him being a jerk, evasive type of witness. That's just Johnny Depp. That's who he is. That's how he talks. That's how he deals. And he's not changing his demeanor to try to win an argument with an attorney or make the attorney look bad. He's just Johnny Depp, and that's how Johnny Depp acts and talks. Yeah. So I think that plays to his advantage, and this is where the payday is coming. That advantage
sequence.
helps.
This is a big sequence. For those of you, hey, is court ended today? No, this is a big sequence coming out of break, and you could tell. Even Johnny Depp could tell. He responded to it. He got a little combative. You don't want him to go that far if you're on Depp's team on this, but this is a big sequence. Is Australia?
But they need to do something. Their plan for the morning has not worked, because if you ask me what happened this morning, I'm just saying he said a whole bunch of things that were inconsistent, but it really didn't move the needle. Going into this evening, you need them to go home thinking they got him. If they go home right, like say if we were going home right now, I would say the defense had a disastrous cross-examination.
Or at least they didn't quite meet. They didn't quite meet their success mark. They didn't do it. They didn't do it.
I would call it a disaster. I would call it a disaster.
If it's just alcohol and drugs and these kinds of things, I think all we've got right now is Johnny isn't very detail oriented. We don't have those knife in the back. He's doing this to get you, jury. He's doing this to hurt my client, Amber. He's doing this because he's a bad person. It's still just kind of cocaine, alcohol.
Which is the kind
lying
of
on a medical form to the insurance company. Ooh. That's what I'm saying. The insurance
company. I made that joke. And look, I'm an
like,
officer
yes.
of court. I've got oaths and things. I don't lie on these forms, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course not.
But
of course
people,
not.
People
as long as you're not asking me under oath.
People with insurance forms. Come on.
Yeah.
Right. But it's and the thing is that the reason why that's so ineffective is Johnny didn't present himself as a very detail-oriented person on direct.
Exactly.
When asking about, well, on the Boston to LA flight, what was it that you were filming? And he says,
I don't even know what films I've been in. This guy's know what movies he's been in.
I was high off the Roxy Rottens. I don't know.
What movies did I do for 2 years? I don't know. Just name any movie.
Was that Mordecai? Was that Black Mask? I don't even know.
Did it surprise any of you that he never saw Pirates of the Caribbean 1?
At the moment, yes. Chat said that he never watches his movies. I do know that there are stories about actors that don't like to see themselves. Might be part of it.
Yeah. I can see that happening.
I hate watching myself also. I never go back and watch
your videos.
Oh, not me.
I don't. Yeah, I don't like
You're
watching my
good.
live streams or anything either.
How could you guys expect other people to watch it if you guys don't watch it?
By the way, I'm totally kidding. I
watch
rewatch
myself.
my videos
I watch
3
Nate's
times.
Glorious.
I'm going through the comments. I'm like,
I watch everybody else. I watch everybody else. It's for me. It's just.
Fan.
It's painful because I become my world's worst critic, so I'm like, I'd rather just know that the criticisms are there. I know I do a lot of ums and uhs, and I try to be conscious of it, guys.
I've got famous interviewed law tubers telling me I have drip now, so I'm all good.
You got drip.
Just maximum.
Yeah. I will literally, I'll literally go back to a video and I'll be like, wow, I look really good.
My business insider interview will be, talk to us about your drip.
Yes. Oh my God, that'd be great.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Going back to watch people's like really old videos, like I watch mine. I am so cringy. I'm like, I can't believe I'm like, oh my God, that's me. Like, hi, my name is Nate Brody, and I am a YouTuber. I'm like, what? Like, I am not natural at all on this. Yeah.
You like to watch Virtual Legality.
Welcome to my channel. How
look
do
at
you
my-
do?
I am a law robot. I do
look at
not
some
want
of my
to make
stuff
a
and I'm
mistake.
like, wow, I thought my voice changed before I started this. I'm like, hi, I'm Johnny.
Yeah.
I'm
You're
also
too young
reminded-
to get into this movie theater.
Oh my god.
I'm also reminded of how, like, what turned out to be a 15 or 20-minute video took like 5 hours to film because I did
Oh.
so many retakes because I was like, no, I didn't say that right.
No matter how, and
That
it's,
wasn't
it's so
good.
funny. In the shower, like I know the script at my heart. This I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna say it this way, like I'm all good. Then as soon as the camera comes on, I'm like, what the hell? What the hell's my name again? I didn't write it down. If I'm going to say it, I need to write it down.
That is funny. I do have a lot, so I mostly am okay doing a one take. The place where I make the mistake the most is I'm Richard Hogue of the Hogue Law Business Law Firm of Northville, Michigan. Like my identification is the toughest part for me. It's like, wait, I'm a what? No, oh crap. All right, let's redo it.
I do that all the time too, where I'm like, welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a
You're
lawyer
just so
licensed in California and DC.
Your intro video is so welcoming. It's just so.
Ah,
It's
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm Alita. Let's talk law.
well,
Oh,
thank
but
you.
one of the best things was my editor. He was like, we could just do it once, and that's it. I was like, you know what? That makes effing sense. Because every video I was doing it like brand new. I'm like reading the same thing. He's like, we'll just do it once and that's it. I was like, oh,
All you
Duh.
fancy people with your interviews in your national periodicals with your editors. I use a PowerPoint
Seriously.
slide and I love it.
Me
And
too.
it does well.
PowerPoint. That's my bread and butter PowerPoint. Thank God. No, not Google Slides, but
Are
Oh,
they
let's get
late?
some-
Is our judge late? It's 2:04.
I'll be right back.
When is the
I
time?
guess so. Yeah. I mean, it's look, we're still waiting on the feed here. Well, let's get
The
some
great
super
state of
chats while we're
Virginia.
waiting.
What's
Yeah,
the
let's
first? There
get
were
some super
lines
chats
in the cafeteria.
Let's see if how's the sound? Oh, yep. Terrible
she's
sound still.
back.
Still, yeah, not yet. That was the horrible sound, meaning we're
I'll
still
be-
at recess.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna get some super chats while
Let's
we
do
are
super
waiting.
chats.
Yeah, let's do it. Leah Lambert says, sorry if you've already addressed this. Can you please explain? Let me show it here. Can you please explain the grounds for impeachment are in a trial setting? So, yeah, I started to explain this earlier. So basically what it is you have a witness that is making a statement on the stand saying, when I approached the intersection, it was green. The light was green. You can say that. And then, but previously that person has either done a deposition or made a statement to, let's say to some newspaper about, some incident about this incident that we're going to get into, in the lawsuit. Any kind of a prior statement that is inconsistent with what you just said can be brought in, read into the record. It doesn't necessarily get brought in as evidence. So you've seen sometimes where they've brought in a certain few lines of deposition, and I think it was Amber Heard's lawyer was trying to say, I'd like to admit this into evidence, and Johnny's team was like, nope.
Yeah, there
Nope.
was something along those lines. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you can bring it in for the purposes of impeachment, basically to show the jury this witness is saying this now because you're here in the room, and they have an interest in convincing you. But when you weren't in this room, back when they were either in their deposition or back when they were talking to the press or back when they were, texting their friend, this is what they said before. So it's just to show, okay, the story has changed a little bit. This person has not exactly been consistent. There are all kinds of reasons why someone might be inconsistent. Of course,
Yeah.
it could be that they're lying, could be
And
that their
innocent
memory is
reasons.
faulty.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but basically that's how an impeachment works. And it's just basically to show an inconsistency in the testimony. Bubbleoni Rising says, if she floats, then she is not a witch like we thought. Monty Python. Yeah, that's right. What else floats? Small rocks. A duck. Anyhow, that's not that's not an exact quote. It's not
No.
small rocks. That's just like one of my favorite things. And just so you guys know, I know that it's we're 8 minutes behind the hour. And I'm keeping track here. It still
I think you
doesn't
got your eye
show.
on it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it still doesn't show anything. So anyhow, C-Man 431 says name is pronounced. I know. I'm so sorry. And when I read this earlier, I read it a little bit otherwise, and it was perhaps a bit suggestive. I didn't mean to. I read it a little bit too quickly.
Well.
So it's pronounced C Man 431 and thought text sound like he was high because holy hell. He did kind of sound that way, right? But then since we've gotten to know him on direct, it seems maybe a little bit different. And I'm
That's
really
what I
sorry for
thought.
mispronouncing your name.
Like day one, I think I said, "Oh, that sounds like drunk text that I get," but now I'm not so sure because presumably he's not high right now, and on the stand for the last 2 days, and this is how he talks in metaphor and like just random imagery. So
Yeah, and just like circling all the way around the subject before he comes around back to get to the answer.
all the way around. There's one answer in there that is something like a 30 paragraph story, and then and yes.
And to answer your question, I met her on the set of Rum Diary. You know, Pamela 2 a.m. says, is it just my TV or is the panel's mics louder than the court's? Just wondering. It might be my sound bar. Love your commentary. We are constantly trying to adjust it. Also, we have mics that sometimes do an auto adjust on the mic gain. So I apologize for that. I'm trying to continue to moderate it myself. So sorry about that. I really hope that that I'm adjusting things sufficiently enough for people to be able to follow along. Latest says, I hope when they cross-examine Amber, they make her explain the poop. Scold her like a bad dog. I think it's going to come up. Oh, and here we are. We are coming back here. Turn on the
We
sound.
actually do have
Didn't
a
notice
very
the black on
brief
black on
preliminary
black.
Sure, that's
if we
fine.
could approach.
Okay.
All right, they're approaching. Let's do some more
Starting
super
with the
chats.
sidebar.
Yes.
Oh, everybody, whole teams.
Whole teams. Okay, hopefully it's nothing too serious, right? Natalie says, would you think that he was instructed to wait for redirect to address the text? Yes, absolutely. I think that probably was was part of the coaching, I guess. You don't want to say coaching,
We don't
but
say coaching.
preparation. Coaching is the improper thing to do. Preparation is the correct thing to do. But yeah, I mean, probably they said, we will address all of these on redirect. Don't worry about it. Let everything come in.
Trust
Yes,
us. You're paying us a lot
exactly.
of money. Trust us.
Exactly. Whimsical says, I do not think them trying to paint JD as a raging, drug-fueled, raging, vindictive ex will go well. So far, it seems like it's not particularly winning for them, but we'll see after lunch. Maybe they've got some extra firepower coming after this. Bogey 34 says she hit him with fists and pans, but those mean texts, eyes rolling emoji. Yeah. Just Nova 1138 says, I think the jury is smart enough to know the difference in thought and action.
Sure.
Could be. Potato Pirate says, Mr. Depp, do you find creative exercises such as darkly sarcastic texts a way to vent frustrations with your abuser without turning them against her? Obs. Yeah, I mean, that's totally possible. And that's probably what they'll say, something along those lines on redirect. Ruby Johnson says, it almost sounds like he's overcompensating for an abusive partner. I mean, he's talked a lot about placating, right? So that could also be in the jury's mind, that they are that his messages are all about placating her, not just to her face, but also to other people about these things.
like
He's
her
admitted
parents.
to lying to the ER doctor about his finger in Australia.
I
So
would
that
expect
was an
them to
example.
address the parents' email because that one was so effusive. Say, well, you wanted her to be good in the eyes of her parents, that kind of thing.
Of course. Carolyn R says, unhappy couples send texts like this, but she ultimately went on the cover of People magazine and Washington Post. Rottenhouse said the trial is all about the op-ed. Michael Turchin says, when they show texts like that, where he's saying he'd smack her around, how does he get his point across to a jury that those words do not necessarily represent his actions? It's all going to be on redirect. They're going to ask all kinds of questions for context and what did you mean? And does this mean that you would hit her? No, of course not.
I was going to say, there isn't a text that says he had smacked her around. Is there? I thought it was always aspirational.
Yes.
Okay.
It was all just expressive of like things that he would like to do, which doesn't necessarily indicate that he actually did those things, right?
Because that time I smacked her around would be a much bigger problem. It's a big problem as it is. I mean, his evocative text, but
yeah,
an omission would be a much bigger problem.
Agreed. Faces says, please explain how his private texts with friends and family who are not Amber are allowed into this trial. How did Amber's lawyers get them. Oh, so they got them through discovery. They're able to ask for all kinds of, they can ask for all text messages, all emails, all forms of communication between Johnny and Christy Dombrowski about Amber Heard between a certain time period. That's how that would be requested. And so they can look at everything, whether or not it's relevant to this particular litigation. It could be saying, you know, Amber went shopping and she spent a lot of money and I'm complaining about it, you know, or it could be, hey, she took the dog out for me. That's great. You know, there's all kinds of communications that they would be able to get that they wouldn't be able to use at trial.
Now you want to think about legal bills, think about compiling that, and then think about the other side reviewing that.
So much. I mean, think about the number of exhibits that have been listed by the two sides. There's like over 1,500 or 1,700 exhibits. Think of all the text messages. Yeah, exactly. That's what's been filtered in. And this is a really long sidebar, by the way.
This is ridiculous long. This is looking serious so far.
Especially because they've got a lot of folks up there from both teams. I really hope that this isn't anything like some crazy funky business. Was that a bailiff that just passed by?
I think that's a bailiff.
Yeah. There's some serious.
Has the jury been called in at this point?
I don't think so because nobody they haven't
either.
stood for the jury yet. Man, oh man. Tails DM says, I'm noticing that these texts are completely removing all the preceding and post text for context. Would be a shame if JD's team fleshed that out.
Presumably they don't mean anything. But yeah. Okay. We might not ever know what that was all about.
Yeah. It could be about, you know, something that they've been arguing back and forth about, some stipulated evidence or a witness to come up or something. It could have been absolutely nothing, but that was interesting that it took that long. Now the jury's coming in. Let me get
full 5 minutes for the full teams. I don't know.
Yeah. Potato Pirate says, if verbal abuse, where's the vile text to Amber? Good point. Aaron Lara says, this is my first time watching any trial, and I'm so uncomfortable when they ask questions on cross. Secondhand embarrassment, strong for me. Love from Iceland. Thank you so much.
You know what's funny about that is my wife texts me. She's listening to this stream. Hi, honey.
Hi.
And she'll text me on occasion and be like, "You're wrong. I think that guy's a jerk." And it was about like the cross-ex lawyer, and I'm like, yeah, he's doing fine, but it's totally understandable, especially if you're not even ever thought about it. It's like, yeah, they're gonna come across as a jerk. They're trying to attack you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sometimes you've got to be that person for your client.
Afternoon. Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 175, please?
Should be back in insurance form land, right?
Mr. Depp, is this an email exchange you had with Bruce Witkin on June 6th, June 7th, 2013?
It's June 7th, 2013.
Okay. And if you scroll down to the bottom, that I'm not going to read it aloud, but that email address is your email address. Is that right?
I don't. Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So this email is an email that you sent to Mr. Witkin on June 6th, 2013 at 7:05 a.m., the one that starts with seriously be woozy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Bruce Witkin was a longtime friend of yours, right?
Yes, sir. Quite a long time.
You met in Florida many years ago, right?
Yes.
And then he lived in Los Angeles, and you all were very close friends until a few years ago, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, permission to publish or I'd move for admission of this and permission to publish with the email addresses redacted. And if they want me to redact Mr. Witkin's responses, that's fine.
They're
We
circling
have no
back.
objection to that, Your Honor, and I don't think we need to have Mr. Witkin's response redacted.
All right, so you just want to have just the identifiers redacted and that's all?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So they decided on the break to pull in another kind of probably narcotics impeachment kind of statement.
Could be.
All right.
Okay, now I know this is a few years before Australia in 2015, which we stopped with right before lunch. But I want to just, if you can scroll down, Michelle, please, to the
Can't
paragraph
shake
that
it.
starts "brain is on full tilt."
Wow, that's
Maybe
an
just
email.
blow up the first couple sentences there. Okay, yeah, perfect. So in this email to Mr. Witkin in June of 2013, you write to him, "Brain is on full tilt. The circus never stops. Feel physically fucked constantly. I'm wired up so tight that I'm barely able to deal with people on any level that is remotely enjoyable." See that? Did I read that right?
Yes, I see. Yeah.
Now, Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 350, Defendant's Exhibit
That
350?
doesn't help
That was
Amber.
the sentence you wanted? I feel that way sometimes.
And that could also be about Amber, about the way that she's treating him.
Well, it's what it's 2013, so yeah, that's early Amber.
Yeah.
This is a text exchange that you had with Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, on March 6th, 2015. So we fast forwarded a couple years. You see that?
Is that 1628? Is that the third one down?
Yeah, yes, sir. 1628. Third one down. And this is a text that you sent to Mr. Duders on March 6th, 2015.
Sorry, just reading it.
Appropriate. He's allowed to do that. Also could be stalling for time, though.
Yes.
And by this point, you had been in Australia since about the week after your wedding, right? So for 3 weeks or so. Is that about right?
Seems right, yes.
Okay.
So we bounced back
And
to Australia again. What
Amber
was the
didn't arrive
strategy of that
until around
opening?
this time,
Dumb.
correct?
Bad
Beginning of
move.
March.
Yes, I recall that Amber arrived around 6th, 7th.
The 6th or 7th of March, right? Okay. So you'd been outside of her presence for the last 3 or 4 weeks prior to this, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Can you, Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 350 with identifiers redacted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the top email to Mr. Holmes and the last email from Mr. Duders be
So
redacted.
just the two in the middle?
Yes.
Sure.
that
And
where
honestly,
Mr.
Your Honor, then if we're going to do that, we can just redact the, actually, we can redact the second one too. So we just do the third.
Your Honor, we believe that's necessary for context.
Okay, for context, all right, so we'll just get rid of the
Okay.
first one and the last one.
He's trying to
and the
keep some stuff
identifiers.
out.
So it should be the two middle text.
Yeah, interesting.
But we're
that
going
he
to see what he wanted out.
Yeah. I think that was a team decision to do that little bounce back, and I don't have any idea why.
They had a perfect opportunity to collect their attention immediately right after lunch. And I feel like that was a squandered opportunity because that did nothing for Amber.
Yeah, let's finally talk about Australia. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you could just,
350 in evidence as redacted. Okay, good.
thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you could blow up the email starting with honestly. So this is an email. You've been in pre-production and shooting in Pirates 5 for the last couple of weeks, correct? By March 6, 2015.
What was the question, sorry?
By March 6, 2015, you'd been in pre-production and shooting for Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks in Australia, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So your email to him, to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, reads, honestly, I will not again be doing anything that involves the discussion of furthering my embarrassment of having whored for all these fucking wasted pieces of shit, nothing, years on characters that I so ignorantly started to think of as my legacy. Every cunting fight, every fucking time, I held my ugliness and rage deeper down and get in check when there was still room in my head to do such a thing. Did I read that right?
Not
You did.
thrilled with the
And
direction
that's
of
what you're
Pirates
writing to Mr. Deuters having been on the set of Pirates 5. For
But
a couple
who
of weeks,
was by
correct?
Pirates 5?
That's correct.
I
The
agree.
screenplay that I received was
I read that
not,
email as they're totally just selling out
up
my
to snuff,
character.
I felt.
They've just,
So
yeah,
that
they've
was
milked it
part
for
of
all it's
this.
worth.
Was my anger was that the screenplay was very lazily written, and I had to do a lot of rewriting.
And with you in Australia, I think we covered this, was Debbie Lloyd. You testified to that before lunch, right? Debbie Lloyd was your sobriety nurse, she's supposed to help you stay sober, correct?
She was there to give me meds and
Right.
Johnny Depp
So
knows when a series is going.
The fact is,
stay on the path.
okay. The fact is, Mr. Depp, you had been using a fair amount of drugs during those 3 or 4 week period before Miss Heard arrived in Australia, hadn't you?
Marijuana was what I was using.
And not just that, other drugs too, correct?
No, not that I recall. No.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 346, please.
Walked
I
into
feel like
that
all
one,
this
you know.
talk about drugs has numbed me.
Well, God, I'm almost a damn teetotaler, and I don't care.
I agreed. Yes.
This is a text message exchange between you and Nathan Holmes on February 25th, 2015. Correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Holmes was another one of your personal assistants, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He and Stephen Deuters were kind of the two main personal assistants during this period of time, right?
That's correct.
And at the top of the page, the second one down, do you see where Mr. Holmes tells you
Objection, hearsay.
that he just testified that he was only using marijuana, and this is clearly impeachment to that, Your Honor?
This is Mr. Holmes'
Well,
words.
we're gonna go text by text, and before I ask for permission to publish and for motion for admission, we'll go through it. But
I'll sustain as Mr. Holmes.
okay,
Da-na-da-na-da-na-da.
Mr. Depp, why don't you take a moment to read this text from the top down,
Thank you.
please?
Yeah, I just don't. I'm actually getting to the point where it's like, is all you have drugs?
Yes.
Because if that's it, I'm really getting into.
They really needed to
Getting you close
thread
to
the
81%.
needle. What's that?
I'm not close to 81% yet, Joe. But in all honesty, I do want to get you guys got to aim at the direct questions here. He did
Yes.
drugs. He probably wasn't entirely truthful about various aspects of it.
Yes.
I'm also still reading sincerity, so he's probably not too terribly careful about the details of what he was taking and when.
Yeah.
Fine. Totally fine for impeachment. I get it. I'm going to discount that testimony somewhat. You actually have to get to the issues here.
The thing is, like, Johnny did a lot of drugs is one thing,
Okay,
but
yeah.
is Johnny
So,
doing drugs interfering with his
Mr. Depp,
ability
does
to
this
remember these
refresh your
incidents?
recollection
The
that, in
issue,
fact,
and they're
you
not
weren't
getting
doing
there.
just
They're not threading
marijuana
the needle.
in late February 2015. In fact, you were doing cocaine that Nathan Holmes was supplying to you.
In fact, there's nothing in there that says I've been doing cocaine.
Does this refresh your recollection, Mr. Depp, that you were given cocaine
Ooh.
by Nathan Holmes in late February 2015?
Cross-ex
getting
guy had the
flustered.
old frustrated breath there.
Even if I were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes, there's nothing here that says I was doing the cocaine.
And Nathan Holmes was
Good answer.
upset, or you understood that Nathan Holmes thought that you might be upset with him for taking some of your cocaine. Isn't that right?
I think
Objection, Your
that's-
Honor, hearsay and speculation.
Yeah, you just kicked the
So
Holmes
what was
testimony.
his
man.
understanding?
I'll sustain as a speculation.
Yeah.
Question.
Okay.
There you go.
And in fact, Mr. Depp, you also were going to see Marilyn Manson in Australia around this time, correct?
Correct. He was coming to play a show in Melbourne.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document with the following text messages. We can redact whatever else they want, although I think well, the ones that, of the witness's own words that I'd like to show are 80039, 80041,
I thought he was going to say them. I was like, you're going to have to approach with that.
80086.
Yeah.
Those are all words from Mr. Depp.
The words I'd like to admit is the following sentence.
I have a highlighted copy if you'd like me to approach.
Yeah, we have no objection as long as everything else is
You just
redacted.
want to look at his highlighted copy and make sure that's.
Oops, I touched the screen horribly.
No, that was
Pardon me.
you. It's okay. You're good.
All set.
Okay. So no objection to the redactions? To-
No objection to
346
admitting those with
with
redactions, yes.
Okay, thank you. Get those redactions. All right, 346 in evidence for redactions. You can publish it.
So you can see
hope
these
the
texts were
redaction
sent
version-
on
oh.
February 26th and February 27th, 2015. And if you scroll over, Michelle, and can you just blow up the text portion of it? You text Mr. Holmes, your personal assistant, have you heard from Manson's Ryan? Now, Ryan was Marilyn Manson's personal assistant, or he worked for him. That's what you understood, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And then you say, yes, and of course, yes, please, and you will pay Ryan for it. 2 exclamation points, 2 question marks. And then you write, disappear, we should have more happy pills. 3 exclamation points, 2 question marks.
Now, I'm
Can
not
you?
big on the drug
Followed
scene.
by
but
3
Happy pills
exclamation
is
points.
not cocaine.
Did I read that
best I can
correctly?
tell.
Yeah.
You did.
Okay. Can you take that down and please pull up
Although they
exhibit
were question marks
349?
instead of exclamation points.
In case anybody didn't notice, want to make sure people know.
To be clear, those were question marks.
We're
I
asking
gotta
questions,
tell
not
you.
exclaiming.
He's a smart dude.
He is. He is a very
And
smart
Mr.
dude.
Depp, this
Whether it's
This
strategically
text
wise or not,
exchange
he's
I'm
smart.
going to ask you about is from just 2 days later, after February 26th. On February 28th, it's the last 2 on the page.
Okay.
February 28th, 2015, there's a text from you to Mr. Duders.
I would object to the, as hearsay with respect to the text from Mr. Duders.
That's fine.
Okay, you're just, so you're.
So just the second to last one is all we would seek to admit.
I mean, I think Depp's team is killing their context.
Yes, Your Honor, and
Yeah.
we're happy to redact Mr.
It's a
Duders'
healthy
response.
response from his perspective.
Started off as a good cross. It's not so much anymore. And I said it before, I'll say it again. The best cross, in my opinion, is a short one. Short,
I don't know
to
what
the
they're
point,
doing.
get your zingers in, keep the attention of the jury, get out as soon as possible.
And
Outside
also-
of the tone, which I think is right, I don't know what he's
Yes.
doing right now.
It makes
Right.
it makes it memorable. It makes it like, wow, remember when he got like rocked during that?
Yes.
You know.
They should have come in swinging at Australia off a break.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so 349 in evidence. with
The
redactions.
pace is too slow. He's
Like,
not
the
telling his
redaction.
own narrative.
The fact that they're not ready with redactions is
So in this
is
text
just throwing them
message,
up naturally.
Mr. Depp.
Yeah.
Sent on
By
February
the time they get to
28th,
Australia, the attention of the
2015,
jury is in Middle Earth.
you,
like-
you send Mr. Duders
It's in
an
New
email.
Zealand,
And if
not
you remember
Australia.
what we
Yeah.
had just looked at
Dude, it's a good point.
was you reaching out to Mr. Holmes, asking
not
if he had
even
heard
close enough
from
as New Zealand.
Manson's assistant Ryan.
What do we
and
got
that's
here?
Saying yes and yes and yes, of course, please pay Ryan for it, and then asking for more happy pills. And in this text message, you say, yay, hello, Master D. I say, I do believe that Ryan, parentheses, Munson's, gave you a wee baggage for me. Where does it reside? X. Did I read that right?
You continue to read them right, yes.
And
my
where it says
God.
Munson's, that's a typo and should have said Manson's, correct?
It's a nickname.
His tone is good
you
when he
can take
does it,
that
though. I'm
down.
not gonna lie.
He's fine right now.
Thank you.
I don't know how more
So we've
people in
gone
the
from
courtroom
February
are-
26th to February 28th. I'd now like to fast forward to March 2nd of that year, 2015.
Sure,
Can
we're
you
doing
please
good
pull up
work, but
Exhibit 353.
What were those texts about?
I
I
don't
think
know.
those two girls from that was it Christina that she interviewed? I think they had it right. What is happening? What are you doing?
Exactly.
He's drowning Amber. That's what he's doing.
Drowning her under the sea.
No, it's
Aquaman
like
is far,
she's-
far away. Can't save her.
Her lawyer has her head like in the bathtub, and he's just sort of like pushing. This is worse domestic abuse than anything Johnny ever did to her.
Oh my God.
By far.
Your Honor, well, let's.
I mean, look, it could be cocaine. It
let's do
probably
it this
is,
way.
but he's
Um,
adamantly
Mr.
denied it, and you don't have anything
Depp,
more than
these
it
are
and
text
baggies.
messages back and forth from you to your other personal assistant, Nathan Holmes, in March of 2015, correct?
Appears to be, yes, yes.
Your Honor, I know that the whole thing is going to draw an objection, but I would like to.
But I'd
move
like to try
admit
anyway.
Mr. Depp's text, which I have here highlighted, and I think we can redact pretty quickly through this document. And I'm happy to have them highlighted if you'd like me to approach.
Well,
and-
if you could just
Sure.
show it.
It's
to
the
counsel,
responses.
the highlighted
So he knows he's lost
Is it
2
the
or
one
3 of
page
those in a
document or-
row.
It's actually
Mhm.
three.
3 page.
And we may not do all of them now, but I think. it's
And he
okay
probably
to just-
feels like the vibe in the room is against him when he draws these objections. Because like
Yeah.
why else would he say that?
His text,
By the way-
these texts are worthless without the context. They are worthless.
I want to explain to the audience, when you're in that position, you're a litigator and you know that you're striking out, you feel it. You can feel the whole room looking at you, and you're like internally, you're like sort of just dying and drowning and trying to feel like, how do I get out of this moment? And that's what he's experiencing right now internally. He knows he's losing. He
Kind of
feels
like when Elaine in her opening statement was like, and I know that I'm going on for a bit, but I've got a little bit more to say, because she could tell that
We have
everybody
no
was
objection
bored.
with just admitting Mr. Depp's
Okay, so
messages.
353 with the redactions.
Yes, and I think we
Okay.
can, if you'll just indulge us for a minute, I think
right,
we
that's
can
fine.
get all of that done. Thank you.
Okay.
Good luck, Michelle. And thank you for using her name. Michelle, you're doing good work. Your Herds team, that's fine, but redactions live with everybody staring at you, that's no fun. We've all sat in the first year chair, the second year chair, so you're doing good.
I would hate being that person.
This is really not right. This shouldn't be put on you in this context. So
Man. Yeah. It's not you, it's the circumstances.
no.
This is awful. There's so much dead air in this cross-examination. No one knows what's going on.
They should have known you can't redact live and keep your pace.
Not
this
in a
is-
cross-examination. No way.
You assume they're getting paid a handsome amount by Amber Heard, and
Mhm.
that this is not their first trial.
His hit at
No way.
moment to moment, his delivery is fine. Moment to moment, his questions are fine. Moment to moment, he's dealing with Johnny Depp fine. Strategically, the macro of this, terrible.
Exactly correct.
By the way, I just want to point out to the audience, this is something that in a transcript will read really effectively. But if you're
yes,
sitting there in
good
the
point.
room, you
assuming that
know how badly it's going.
Ms. Myers agrees with our redactions.
This is what's
here.
lost when you can't watch the trial.
Exactly. Such a good point, Joe.
Can we just see the other pages for the redactions?
Oh, we're not done yet.
Okay.
So we just did 3 pages of redactions, and Johnny
All
Depp's
right,
team
thank
has
you.
to approve them, which they
353
just
evidence
did.
for the
And now we
redactions.
can
Thank
move
you, Your
on.
Honor.
To the jury.
Can you please go to the first
What are we
page of
talking
that
about?
document?
Right?
So February 26th, February 28th, now we're up to March 2nd.
All right, what do we
Nobody
have?
cares.
On March
Well,
2nd.
Nobody cares.
Well, we
few
want to
days
be on March
before
7th.
Ms.
We
Heard
do.
arrives in Australia.
Yeah.
You text Nathan Holmes, and this is going to take a little bit just to kind of get through this. So Appreciate the court and the jury's patience here.
Sure.
But you text him on number 73 and you say, no, you're not. Why? That is not a part of the job description. And I'm telling you now, any one of any of you guys start to lecture me, I just do not want to hear it. No stupid bullshit about sappy bollocks. I am a grown fucking man and I will not be judged. Did I read that right?
You did.
Keep going, please. And I will never, ever live in this world cage any longer. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Okay. Did I read that right?
You did.
And if we go on to the next page, please.
We don't want to read that's very
Continue.
sweet. You know I love you.
Say, I don't want to depend on others for things like that. I'm not unhappy. I am insane. Big difference. Did I read that right?
You did.
No system.
Johnny's doing well to not add context.
Then you say,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to risk it for you or anyone. So I can get what I need. Also, may I be ecstatic again? Helps. Color me deceased. By ecstatic, you're
okay.
referring to taking ecstasy, correct?
It's very likely. Before Ms. Heard arrived, she had asked me to score either MDMA or ecstasy tablets before her arrival.
Are those different?
So once again, Ms. Heard's at fault for these texts.
I'm not blaming her for the text. I'm just stating the facts.
Okay. Well, let's talk about those facts. So
Solid answer.
Ms. Heard arrives in March in 2015. You can go ahead and actually, you know what? Let's go down one, Michelle, because we're going to fast forward a few days and we're going to come back to this. Actually, just one day. This is when you text Mr. I don't even remember if it was Holmes or Duders at this point.
Who knows?
Mr. Holmes, correct? And you text him and you say,
This is
yeah,
on
Mr.
the
Holmes.
7th.
Yeah, so
Yes.
we fast forwarded another couple of days, I guess 5 days, and you say, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business, please. I'm in bad shape. Say nothing to nobody.
Okay, Whitey stuff.
Did I
sounds
read
great.
that right?
You did, sir.
Okay.
Sounds like cocaine. He's talked about doing cocaine with Whitney, for example.
And I wanted
he's
to
denied it
take
in
a look
Australia.
at that, Mr. Depp,
I suppose
because
there's been so much drug talk. It's hard to keep track of that. Who knows if the jury's keeping track?
you just testified that Ms. Heard was the one who wanted ecstasy. But in fact, when you sent this text on March 7th, 2015, this was right after you cut your finger off.
No,
And right after you told the doctor that you cut your finger off, you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy. That's entirely possible, correct?
I'm not sure that you have the date correct about when my finger was chopped off.
Okay.
Isn't it March 7th?
Okay, let's take a look.
I'm pretty
We're
sure
gonna
that
take
the
a look.
date was the 8th.
There's a lot of dates involved, but I'm pretty sure it's the 7th.
It could be that by the time he got to the hospital, it was the 8th.
Yes, that could
It was
be.
after midnight, you know.
That's right.
Well, that's important if this text is before it, if he's trying to make the point that it's after it.
Now, Mr. Depp, you remember testifying, let's put it this way. Sometimes these texts, the dates of the text messages, you would agree that they're obviously Australia's 12 hours different from this part of the world, correct? Or something like that.
Yes,
Something
it's a
like
different
that,
time
sure, I'll
zone.
agree with you on that.
So the date stamps and time stamps that are reflected on these texts may be reflecting a different time than when they were actually sent.
I'm not an
Objection.
expert at the cellular
Calls for
network, I'm sorry to
speculation.
say.
You agree with
Calls
that,
for
right?
speculation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
That's so
well, then
problematic
let's-
for him.
let's do this.
For,
So is it
for,
your testimony
for
that
Heard's lawyer.
right after you cut your finger off, that you, or right after, I won't give you anything to argue with me yet. Right after you sustained an injury to your
He's
finger.
Johnnying back at
Mm.
him.
that
We
you-
left. He's left.
Right after you sustained an injury to your finger, is it
Ooh,
your
he's
testimony
getting
that
under
you
his
did not
skin.
ask for cocaine and ecstasy right after you told the doctor about your finger injury? Is that your testimony?
Regardless of what date you believe works within the world time zone, I don't believe that someone who has gone through opiate dependency, who has lost the ability to produce dopamine and serotonin in their own body, because that's what the opiate does. Your body no longer needs to make the dopamine or the serotonin.
He's almost like an
The
expert.
dopamine and serotonin, as you
No one's
know, I
stopping him.
imagine,
Did you
are
write it after
one
or
of the
not?
things that keep us
I think he should stop him, honestly.
Yeah.
in a
Ooh, it's a strike. It's not.
And I-
it gives
Mr.
us
Depp,
our moods. It gives us.
I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was,
I'm just trying
right
to
after
school
you
you.
told the
on-
doctor about your finger injury,
Trying to school
were
you.
asking for coke. It's entirely possible that you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy.
Objection.
Yes
Calls
or
for
no?
speculation.
Calls for speculation of his own
I'll allow that
text?
question. Answer.
Clearly need more Whitey stuff. Yes, it's a reference to cocaine, but that doesn't. There's nothing here that says that I ingested the drug.
See,
Not
now
saying
he's
there is,
starting
but
to
you were
he's starting
asking
to
for more
argue a
cocaine.
little
You were
bit.
It's
asking for more
equivocate.
ecstasy,
It's equivocating.
correct?
again.
Yeah.
Why are you
I wasn't
asking for it
asking
if you're
for-
not going to use it?
Well,
More
I mean, I think the right
ecstasy. I was
answer is that
asking
it doesn't
for
mean I got
ecstasy
it.
because that was what
Yeah.
was requested by Ms. Hurt.
Let's take a look at the UK transcript, day 3. Permission to approach with that,
All
Your
right.
Honor?
Day 3. Oh yeah.
He looks like he's being very sincere with his. He's starting to think outside of his head now. Almost, it sounds like the day 3. Oh yeah, like this is thoughts that you would have inside your brain, but he's thinking out loud now.
He looks like Jack
I mean,
Sparrow
I couldn't hear you.
on the beach.
I'm sorry.
Like marooned there.
I'm going
He's
to
like,
ask you
"What
to
day we
turn to
at?"
page 463 and 464 of this, please.
Sure thing.
I don't know if I would advise this, but certainly making them fight so hard on something that doesn't seem terribly consequential is, you know, he's spinning his wheels a bit.
Mm-hmm. He's stuck in this drug-addled mud.
But like it's a win, like it's a big win if he gets him to say he had cocaine, and I'm like, I'm not sure.
And that's the thing, is that it can be so tempting as a litigator to try to fight
Are you
for
there?
every single
I'm
point.
there. Just reading.
Got to pick
sorry.
your battles.
And on page 463, line 20, you're asked a question, Mr. Depp, what I am asking you about, and I think your barrister, Mr. Sherborne, agrees, the times we have to factor in, it may be we can put in an agreed local Australian time. But what is important, do you see, is the order that you have cut your finger off, and straight away, after telling your doctor that you cut your finger off, you are asking for cocaine and ecstasy. Answer,
Okay.
yes, that is what it. Question, that is what it looks like. Answer, appears to be, and it is entirely possible that I was in the state that I was in. Did I read that right?
Okay.
Yes, you did. Asking for cocaine.
That doesn't mean he
So-
got cocaine.
It doesn't mean
Okay.
We
anything.
talked about the cocaine
No.
and the ecstasy. Let's talk about
You're in a cocaine request
the-
after
What
the
a,
event.
what a waste of 15
argument,
minutes.
altercation that you and
Mhm.
Ms. Heard had in Australia. You testified that you were sitting on a bar stool, right? In Australia. This is
Or
before.
so you're
can
fast
take
forwarding
this
to
down.
the end of the of that argument.
Yeah, We've heard your account of the argument, and the jury will hear Ms. Heard's account of the argument. What I want to ask you is some specific questions
They're
about.
only going to hit
You're
drugs.
sitting on a bar stool. You've had three
I
or
think
four.
this is the
think you
finger
said 3
slicing.
shots of vodka.
Yeah.
I did 2 or 3 shots of
okay.
vodka, yes. Yeah.
And you're resting with your hands kind of hanging over the edge like that, right?
Okay.
Well,
All right.
after the first bottle whizzed past my head and shattered, as I said, I walked around the bar, grabbed the larger, there's another bottle of vodka, the only one there. The larger bottle, brought
Let him
it
tell his
back
story again.
and poured another shot.
Not what you want on Cross.
And did it.
I don't know why he doesn't
And
stop
right,
him.
and that was like a what we'd call a handle of vodka. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's one of the larger bottles. It's got a handle on it.
Right.
Yes.
And it was.
See, it would
was
be very
full at the
dangerous to be
time,
thrown
other
at
than
me.
the
Yeah.
shot that you poured.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the
Wasn't
full
full.
bottle. No.
Okay. And at some point before you claim you sustained an injury to your finger, I believe you demonstrated.
claim
to
you
the jury
sustained an
yesterday
injury to
that
your
you were
finger? I
resting
think we
with your
got that
3
one.
fingers, your middle 3 fingers kind of
Yeah.
hanging over the edge. Is that fair? Is that right?
Yes, I just had
Okay.
a bottle thrown at me, so I was.
He's going to
When
do it
she
again.
grabbed the second bottle.
Right. I'm just asking
He's
where
gonna
your
keep
fingers
saying
were.
it's just throwing bottles, throwing
Your
bottles,
fingers
throwing
were, your palm
bottles.
was facing down and your 3 middle fingers were hanging over the edge of the bar, correct?
You're going to question the
Basically, that's
physicality of
correct.
this.
And Miss Amber was 7 to 10 feet away, correct?
At what point?
Once she walked, yes, once she'd grabbed the bottle, yes.
Okay. And your testimony, and we've heard it yesterday, but your testimony is that somehow she wound up with this handle of vodka and threw it, and it damaged part of your middle finger. But what we didn't talk about, and what I want to ask you about, is it didn't. If it happened the way you said, it didn't damage any other part of your hand, correct? No other part of your fingers, none of the other middle fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were injured, correct?
Objection compound.
We can take it piece by piece.
It's
None of
usually
the
a good idea.
3
He's
fingers
starting
that
to
were
fall
hanging over
apart
the edge of the bar
with these
were
compound
sustained
questions.
any injury other than your middle finger. Is correct?
The middle finger certainly took the brunt of it as the tip.
And there's
was cut off.
there's no record of any glass being found in that middle finger. Correct?
Objection calls for
I
speculation.
don't know.
I'll allow you to answer.
I'm not a doctor, and I'm not sure what was found in the middle finger.
Yeah,
What I do
present your
know is
evidence,
that when I
Haas.
went to the emergency room, that they they had to inject me with a block to be able to put it
He's going to do
into
the story again.
a bucket and take a wire brush to.
You understand, I was in a major amount of
um,
pain. So
all
as they tried to
clean,
fix up,
because I had all the makeup still left from Pirates on there, and
Makeup from Pirates. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But
Okay.
none of the other fingers on your hand were sustained any injury that you're aware of, correct?
no, there were nothing else was severed. No.
And in fact, it wasn't just makeup from Pirates that was on your hand. It was paint that you had dipped your middle finger into to write, along with blood, to write on mirrors and lamps and assorted furniture in the house, correct?
Objection compound.
All right. I'll
Yeah.
say it's the compound.
It wasn't just makeup. You testified yesterday that it was just makeup from the set of Pirates 5, but in fact, after you sustained an injury to your finger, you dipped it in paint in the house and you wrote in paint mixed with blood all over the place.
Objection compound.
again, start with the paint, dude.
Yeah.
You dipped your finger in paint in the house.
There you
and
go.
wrote on objects in the house.
You've been here
Objection.
before.
No, and you dipped it in paint.
That was just
You
dangerous.
took it
You
and
dipped your finger in paint.
There you
after
go.
suffering an injury.
Why are you looking so angry about that, man? It's freaking first year.
Yeah.
yeah.
And then you used that finger to write on objects in the house. Yes or
That-
no?
Yes, that was after after writing on the walls, the blood had kind of dried, as it were, and so I stuck my finger into a can of paint and also, excuse me, mineral spirits to to put my verbal messages onto the wall.
And you use your finger as a paintbrush, right?
Essentially, yes.
And can we put up Exhibit 369, please?
She looks like she's about to cry. Maybe if
It
she
might-
knows
you know,
how
it might
badly
be
her lawyer's
plaintiffs.
doing.
Let's-
You can't love to see 3 objections in a row from your highly paid counsel.
About compound questions, for crying out loud.
Just stop saying the word "and."
Exactly. It's the problem is he's been put off. He's off center, and
Now,
so he's struggling
Mr.
with
Depp,
it.
we're gonna take a look at some pictures shortly, but you'd agree with me that there was quite a bit of damage to the house in Australia after this
Oh, I
incident.
would love to
correct?
get some house pictures.
There was quite a bit of damage to the house during the entire incident. Yes.
And you don't remember the television breaking, do you?
I remember I believe there was a coffee cup stuck into the screen, or a plate or something like that.
And you don't remember the window breaking, do you?
I don't remember a window breaking.
But you do remember that there was quite a lot of blood everywhere, including on floors and sofas.
Well, I'd noticed, that's how I'd noticed that I was leaking. There was heat in my finger, and I felt this warmth and this liquid, and then I noticed that the tip of my finger was gone. And at that point, I think I went into some sort of shock or whatever is closest to a kind of nervous breakdown.
Yeah, you testified that breakdown. You could have also defaced a painting by drawing a penis on it, didn't you?
I don't know about that. I don't remember drawing
It's-
a penis on a painting.
Given the state you were in, it's entirely possible that you did that, even if you don't remember it to this day,
Well,
correct?
speculation.
Yeah, what? Come on now.
Drawing a penis on a painting was not the first thing on my mind.
Let's
I
look.
had messages to write, reminders that were for Miss Heard.
But you don't deny that if a painting was defaced with a penis drawn on it, that could have been you, even if you were blacked out and don't remember that, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Could
There
have
you
been
go.
you.
There you go. Oh, I'll allow it.
What?
This was no blackout. I know you love the word. It was no blackout.
Ooh.
It was shock.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Depp. Respectfully, it was, you don't deny that you could have defaced a painting in the manner that I just described.
Well, given that I had written some messages on the bathroom mirror, and then Miss Heard added to them, it's also not impossible that Miss Heard may
Miss
have
Heard added to them?
drawn a penis on a
Fair answer.
painting somewhere. I that's not where I was going.
You pushed me there. You pushed
Yep.
me into saying
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Let's take a look at page 451.
It doesn't seem like the
Your
sort of thing
testimony
he
in the
would
UK
do.
trial,
It seems
please.
too juvenile for him. It actually seems like something more likely she would do.
Yeah.
We hadn't gotten the paint yesterday, and we hadn't gotten Miss Heard adding anything to the language on the walls, had we?
Mm-hmm. Mm-mm.
Yes, sir.
And if you look at page 451, line 21, please. You were asked the question, let me ask you, is defacing a painting something that you are likely to have forgotten? Answer, I recall a painting on a lampshade, on a wall, on a mirror. I remember dunking my finger into paint thinner and using paint when I had run out of blood to paint with, and I could have defaced the painting, I suppose, but I do not remember a painting specifically.
What? It's the
Question
same damn
down below on
testimony.
452 line
What he just
15.
said, that's not contradictory.
To
So
get
there are
the
parts of this
win.
episode that you do not remember
Every
at all.
little
Because
win.
that would be quite a big
It's
thing,
petty.
Not,
would it
it's not effective.
Painting a penis on a picture? Answer, it would be quite a big thing. I do not recall. Question, it is not something you would do by accident, is it? You do not accidentally? Answer, no, I would say not. Question, you have no recollection? Answer, I am sorry, I'm not 100% sure that I can say I did that. Did I read that right?
You got him,
did read
boss.
it right, sir. Thank you.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 374, please.
Is it Defendant's Exhibit 374?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to be fair, this lawyer is experienced. He's not a terrible lawyer. He's
Not
just
at all.
having a rough cross-examination right now.
Not at all. I see the chat saying, "Oh, this guy sucked." I actually don't think so, and I think that's actually stronger for Johnny Depp. I think this is a good lawyer with facts that he's not happy with and trying to get
Mr.
around them
Depp,
with
you
questioning.
recognize
And a
this
tough
as one of the
witness.
mirrors that you
Very tough.
wrote on.
That's where I was going about to
with
go.
your
He's a
injured
very
finger
tough witness to cross
in March
examine
of
because he's so
Yes, I do.
shaky all the time.
And
you can't hit him.
yesterday you texted, I'm sorry. We've seen a lot of texts today.
It's all right. I did text
Yeah.
someone yesterday.
Yesterday, you testified that you wrote on the mirror, and I don't remember exactly what you said, but you essentially said that you wrote things about your past with Miss Heard or grievances
Reminders.
that you had with her, correct?
Reminders, yes.
Okay.
Of falsities.
Your Honor,
yes.
permission to move this in as an exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
Pictures.
No
Give us
objection.
pictures. We
374
want to see what he wrote.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see some pictures. This is
Are we going
this
to
is
see
exciting.
the pen 15 on the wall or on the painting?
Pen 15. Really? That's what you say it? Pen 15?
Alita is a lady, Joe.
Starring Light.
The Stand.
So
Blinthy.
on this, which you wrote on with your severed finger, you wrote in some
Why is it black?
mix of paint or blood, starring Billy Bob
Sure. I can
and
see that.
Easy Amber.
Easy Amber.
Yes, sir.
I can see that. Okay.
Miss Heard arrived directly in Australia from filming the film London Fields in England with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't seen your new bride in 3 or 4 weeks, and she arrives. You're not happy about her filming with Billy Bob Thornton. And so as part of this
Compound.
altercation incident, after your finger is injured,
He's gonna
you
say,
write
well,
starring Billy Bob
no.
and Easy Amber on the mirror, correct?
Objection, compound.
Yes, thank
Boom.
you.
I'll move on.
Just,
I'll
I'll move
Let's
on.
pull up
I give
Why
up.
did you move
I
can't
on?
answer
Just
the
break it
Hell outta
apart.
here.
Because he can't just say you were upset that she filmed with Billy Bob, right? Because then he'd be like, no. And then what? It's just a bad question. And he's
Terrible.
having a rough time and the wheels are falling off the train.
Yeah. This is
It's
Amber
funny.
writing.
On the lawyer side, I'm sympathetic to this right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's and to also
This
I
is,
feel like I
Mr.
have to
Depp,
point
you
out
recognize this as
it's easy for us to
another
comment.
mirror
It's so much
on
harder
which
to
you
be
wrote with
him in the
your-
room.
in blood and paint after your finger injury in March of 2015.
Yes, sir. That's in the same bathroom.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 375 and request permission to publish.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 375 in evidence, publish.
Why is his finger painting black?
Paint might have been black.
Call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe.
What did Carly Simon say?
Maybe it was Let the River Run in the New Jerusalem. Let the
Love is
river-
naked.
Okay. Can we please
It's like
pull
you
up,
take his texts up to
exhibit
11 when he's writing them in blood on a
377.
mirror. Oh, you're so vain.
Oh, that's probably you're so vain. That's probably it.
You probably think this blood writing is about you.
Mr. Depp, this is a picture of a lampshade that you wrote on after you sustained a finger injury on March 8th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 377
No objection.
All right,
Hit us.
377 in evidence. You can publish.
Permission to publish.
Good luck and be careful at the top. So that's ambition.
And
that's he's talked about ambition.
on this lampshade, which appears to be sitting on the ground, you write some mixture of blood or paint. Good luck and be careful at top.
Yes, correct.
Correct?
Yes. I thought it was good advice.
Okay.
Still do.
Now,
why would he write that
you
if
have
he wasn't
never-
just assaulted by
I know
her? Like, ask
Ms. Hurd will
yourself
give
that.
her account of this.
Why would he be so
of this
angry with
incident
her?
later in the trial? Just to be clear, you have never seen Amber inflict harm on herself or on her arms or anything like that, correct?
Objection compound.
Sustain.
Yeah.
You've never seen Amber inflict harm on herself.
That depends on your definition of harm, sir.
Physical harm.
Interesting.
That's
Yeah.
quite a broad word.
Interesting.
That's a very
Good answer.
interesting comment.
Can you please pull up your UK testimony at page
It's not really an
434?
impeachment.
Presumably he's got a no here, right, to the same question.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Although
but the
I don't
jury's
know.
going to be like, okay, all right, like you're going to tell him that he said before, no, I've never seen her harm herself. So what? Why are we sitting here?
Anything
What are we doing here?
boring or flailing in cross-ex of Johnny Depp is a big win for Johnny Depp.
Objection, Your Honor. Maybe we
I'm
can-
leaning towards 82% at this point.
Yeah, that my
I'm gonna
70 is going up.
I'm going to upgrade to the Joe zone here soon.
Yeah, agreed. That 70% is going right on up for a potential win for Johnny.
I really thought they'd have better stuff on this Australia thing. There seems to be ways to attack this.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, how far are we from land? How far are we from land? We're
Mr.
so
Depp,
far.
are you there on page 434, line 25?
434, okay. Yes.
And in the UK trial, were you asked this question and did you give this answer? Question, you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms or anything like that during the time you were with her? Answer, no. Did I read that right?
I don't see it on page 434. Can you?
You got to go to the top of page 435. So sorry if I wasn't clear. Let's go.
Oh, 435. Okay.
Yeah,
You
so
did
the
tell him the
bottom of
wrong page number.
34, question, you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms, or anything like that during the time you were with her. And then the answer at the top of page 435 is no. Did I read that correctly?
That's
You did.
Thank you.
That's an
Um,
accurate question.
Now,
Rather than just broad harm.
you testified yesterday that when you went to the hospital that you told them that you had injured your finger in an accordion door. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I do.
That's actually not true, is it? You actually told the hospital that you had cut it off with a kitchen knife. Isn't that right?
No, that's not true.
Kippers.
So he had
I
told the
believe there
ER.
was one of my team who might have said that to the doctor, but that was not my. Those were not my words.
Totally legitimate excuse there.
Yep.
At any rate, we were looking to keep Amber's name out of it.
Very believable thing also.
We were looking to keep Amber's name out of it. That was the team's orders. We didn't match up our stories because I'm bleeding into the back of our car. And yeah.
Yes. Yeah. This lawyer just actually almost made it sound so much
Mr.
more
Depp,
believable.
I'm not going to move this exhibit into evidence, but do you see the portion where it says, thanks for seeing and treating this patient? You see that? And then right after that, it said he sustained an injury to his right middle finger tonight after accidentally cutting it with a kitchen knife. You see that?
I do see that.
And there's no mention of an accordion door in that document, is there?
Okay.
I just don't know that you can get around
I'll read it if you like, but
protecting my wife.
that was I didn't sign my name to this.
And-
That's not my statement to them. I used the accordion door.
You
So if they
testified
used
yesterday
another
that you told
excuse, then I can't help them.
you testified yesterday that you told Dr. Kipper that Miss Heard had in fact been responsible for your finger injury. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
And Dr. Kipper
But in
doesn't
fact,
doesn't
in
corroborate.
subsequent communications to Dr. Kipper, you referenced more than once that you chopped off your own finger to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I think the key word is chopped off my own finger. When you say to someone, I've chopped my finger off,
Giving him room
that's
to explain.
just going straight to the
He's like coming right out of chat with
fact.
that one.
You don't get into, she did this, I did that, this, that. My finger's been chopped off.
Yeah.
Whose finger?
Let's take
My
a look at
finger.
Exhibit 398, please.
Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And it's not a win. Accordion door knife isn't a win. I don't know
not.
what we're doing.
It's not a material difference that makes any difference for Amber's case at all.
No.
He's trying to get these
I'd
Pyrrhic
like to
victories.
direct your attention, sir, to the
Pyrrhic's a
text
great word
message
for it because
number
he's getting burned to the
94,
ground.
which is a text message from you to Dr. David Kipper on March 19th, 2015.
All right.
See that?
Hit us. How did he frame it?
I will in a second.
Sure.
94. This is, yes, March 19th, so I was in Los Angeles, yeah.
I was under the impression Amber Heard had a different explanation for this. Do you think they're going to go with kitchen knife now?
I don't know.
That's what I thought. I thought
I
they
thought
kept
I thought
saying
they-
kitchen knife.
I thought they were saying he smashed it himself with a cell phone.
Phone slam is what we
Yes,
heard
that was
from-
it. Yeah,
Phone
that's
slam
what I'm
is what we
saying.
heard
There's literally
from
4
Debbie.
different stories.
Here's
There's
about
the
these
door, knife, the cell phone, or her.
Your Honor, I would
throwing-
move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed.
You know what's
without any
impeachment?
identifier redacted.
What's impeachment is if you go up with 8
no
Amber
objection.
stories
All right.
on her testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, what's Amber's motivation for telling different stories?
Well, if they go for knife now, you'd have that in your back pocket if they went with phone before. But otherwise, the knife doesn't matter unless you're planning to go with knife.
Apologies.
Mm-hmm.
If Amber's version is true that she did not harm him, why would there be any explanation for there being multiple different stories? If there should just be one story that everyone knows, this is what happened with the cell phone, this is what happened with the knife, this is
Yeah.
what happened with the
Yeah.
I
electric
mean, you
door.
could maybe
The only
get there
reason for
to-
there to be
I'm-
multiple stories is if you're trying to protect someone and everyone's
Create
coming up with
evidence as
different,
redacted.
stupid explanations.
Well, cut off my finger with a knife sounds more crazy than slammed it in a phone. So you could come back with the protecting Johnny's career type defense, but
That's interesting.
A little bit more.
That's not bad.
Thank you.
They're protecting John.
So in this text message from
you.
you to Dr. Kipper on March 19th, 2015, you text him, "My most sincere apologies to you, Doc. I understand your decision based on my immunity to do the right thing, and I truly do thank you for your concern. I must apologize for not having had the presence of mind to respect the man who has been the most kind.
seen this
and who
one
has done
before.
more for me
The
than
jury knows this
anyone
one.
ever. There was no call for my spineless and base behavior toward you. I honestly understand the reasons for your concerns in your letter and can say to you now, they no longer are an issue. Thank you for everything. I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should
It's
never
so funny.
cut my finger
Counsel, would
off
you say that
again.
that is a
I love you,
accurate
brother.
depiction of events?
Johnny.
Let me hold up my left middle
Did I
finger,
read that right?
perhaps alone.
You did.
And Mrs. Heard was not on that text message.
It's still here.
No, she was not.
Can you take that down and put up Exhibit 499, please?
See, that was more damaging before we knew what his sense of humor was like. But now that we know him and seeing this text again, it's like,
That's true.
oh, I get it. I remember seeing that before and I get it now.
That's true. You can go find a clip of me saying, "Oh, that's bad," because it says he did it himself. He's joking.
Yeah, now we understand. Oh my gosh.
And I'd like to,
It's a good point. Like I feel like I know Johnny Depp now in ways that I never knew before.
I'd like to
Like
direct,
we all know
direct
Johnny
your
Depp now.
attention to item 39.
I mean, we've gotten the most intimate moments of his life, it
Second
sounds like.
text down.
Some of the most embarrassing moments, too.
Which is a text message exchange between you and Aaron Borum, Dr. Kipper's nurse, on October 31st, 2015. See that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm into this for the lawyering here, but this
Your
seems
Honor,
like
I move
roads
for
to
admission
nowhere.
of this exhibit with just that text message
No objection.
All right, if we could redact it.
and the appropriate redactions. Thank you.
We don't object. You're free to burn yourself to the ground as much as you like.
Free to use up all of your time on this because we know you're limited and the clock is running against you right now because this is your cross-examination. This is just such a bad mistake, such a poor use of time by the defense here.
Well, I think it's critical for them to try to argue that their client didn't sever Johnny Depp's finger, but this seems like the wrong way to do it.
Mhm.
All right, 499 in evidence with the redactions.
And in this text message from you to Dr. Kipper's nurse, Aaron Borum, in October of 2015, you say, and I'll just try to read the relevant parts.
Quite the
Sent
opening.
huge text to Kipper, no response. He's an odd duck, old Kipper. This is the second time that he's held off giving me meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. First time, I had just chopped my finger off.
What's he supposed to say? The first time Amber had just chopped
Oh
her
well,
finger off?
I want off
Yeah.
of the majority of
How
the
would you
stuff
say that
anyway.
differently,
I
counsel?
guess that's a new way to stop X. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
And
I
Amber
guess you
is
could say I
not
had just
in
had
that
my finger
text
chopped off.
exchange, correct?
No,
Yeah, but I
she's
mean,
not.
someone's only going to be that careful
like
if they're
to,
thinking
we
about
can
possible
pull up,
liability or litigation later.
exhibit
You know what I mean? Like,
And it's a text
343.
message.
Exactly.
believe
This
it's
is not something
plaintiff's
people
exhibit
expect to be read in
343,
in a
and
courtroom.
this is where you tell Amber in a recording
Okay.
that
Okay.
you mentioned the day I chopped my finger off. So
Let's listen to some
that.
recordings.
Right.
Let's do that.
Entering in 343 into evidence. the
Yeah, I think it's
343.
plaintiffs. It's the same one that was played yesterday. I believe that was
Okay,
plaintiffs
it's already in there.
343.
It's 343 already in evidence.
That's the 2.5
Just for the
hours.
record, which portions are you playing?
Sure.
That's already been admitted.
Okay. Which portion are you playing?
I'm playing 2:02:15 to 2:02:19. Is that right?
4 seconds. Okay. That'll be context free.
it says, I cut my finger off.
It's edited
I
really
don't know if we'll be able to
choppily.
get it exactly right. So there's a second or two on either side, but we'll do our best.
That's
Oh, an extra second he's wasting of us.
If it were only a second.
I know.
Do we have the
Welcome-
date
welcome,
of
Bree.
Hey,
this
Bree.
recording?
Hello.
Mr. Rottenborn?
we asked, what's the date of the recording?
I don't know. It's a plaintiff's exhibit. I'm not. I don't know the date of the recording.
Oh,
Like you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay. Yes.
What?
You hear that?
What?
You said
Literally,
the
that
day
was
I
it.
chopped my finger off.
Come on.
Let's play it again. Let's
That'd
do it
be
again.
great.
He looks surprised. I said what?
Like you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm
which
talking about
one.
Australia, the day that.
Now
I
we're
shot
talking
my
about
finger off.
Australia. Okay.
The day that
Are
I
you
chopped my
sure that's-
finger off.
Yeah, let's do it one more time. 'cause
what
you
I'm
actually
saying?
don't.
Or is it the day that I got my finger chopped off?
No, you say the day that I chopped my finger off. So let's play it one more time because I think I left out the word that. It says the day that I chopped my finger off.
Like you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm
which
talking about
one.
Australia, the day that. I
Now we're
shot my
talking about
finger off.
Australia. Okay.
The end is ruined. So
I'm not so sure. In fact, earlier you had
It's a little covered.
quoted Jerry Judge from
Yeah.
the airplane tape is calling
But
me
even
an
if it
asshole.
says that, so what?
Wait till the asshole falls asleep. And I'm positive that those words never left his mouth because he would have.
he's rejecting the
If I would
earlier
have been making
plane
those noises
recording.
in the bathroom, he would have ripped the hinges off.
Maybe they left his mouth when you were passed out, sir. Respectfully.
Let's
listen to
I
this
don't
one more
think I
time.
was.
Yeah.
I don't
I'll
think he
sustain
was.
it.
Yeah,
to
move to
argue.
strike.
Sustain us to arguing.
I'll
He's
sustain as
arguing.
argumentative, and I'll move to strike.
Yep.
Right. Next question.
He's getting right
I
under
just wanna
Rottenborn's
play this
skin.
video, this one more time.
I mean, he's been there for a while, really.
fight you're talking about? I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we can move on. Let's bring up
Can
exhibit
see nothing on that.
380, please.
380?
This is another recording, Your Honor. I don't know whether it's been admitted into evidence yet.
380.
Why would you?
Plaintiff's 380 or defendant's 380?
I believe it's defendants. I left my cheat sheet.
Okay. Thought it was an easy question.
I'm sorry. It's
Okay, 380.
I had it written down and
All
I
right.
Yeah,
don't
this
have it in
this
front of
has me believing that this is all they have.
This is
How-
all
how-
they have. What else?
how could
What else
there-
do you think they could have?
Yeah,
Honestly, I could frame a thousand things.
Plain,
out of what Johnny
pl-
said
plaintiff's
yesterday.
380.
it's
They
like
would
they're
have
running
brought
a
him out by
clock.
Oh,
now.
All right, I don't know if that's in evidence.
They tend to
Plaintiff's
focus on
380
like one
in evidence?
thing.
No. So you're offering 380 before we hear it.
You
can we
start
put it
with
in
your
evidence?
strongest.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd move it
I
into
mean,
evidence.
maybe they don't
and
because they
the-
come to Australia. like an hour
portions
and-
that I'd like to
a
play
day.
are 33, 33.
They're coming into
through
Australia a day and a half
34.
into the cross.
Okay,
no
so
objection
that's a
to
real
the
length of
audio.
clip.
As long as this is an audio recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, we have no objection.
This
Okay.
portion is.
Nurse
This
Liz,
portion
if you're
is-
still in
Yes,
the
I
chat,
believe that
check your
there's other
email.
portions that involve other people, but as best I'm aware, well, actually, no. May we approach? Because I think
Because I think I'm floundering and I need a little bit of help. Yeah, hopefully Nurse Liz can join us because I just sent her a link to come on in. I know she's been talking about this particular digital injury.
Digital. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, enough hours on a live stream and you start to come up with all kinds of fun puns. Oh, I hear a pop and she's here. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I have so many feelings.
Yeah, tell us your thoughts on this.
Hit us, yeah.
Let's go through your mind.
So the
Yeah.
whole thing is just ridiculous. I mean, if you've seen the injury, it was like clearly
Yeah.
cut off. You would only
Yeah.
get that if you threw something. So if you slice your finger with a knife, first it's a really clean cut. This one was kind of like a chunk. It looked like
It was.
a dinosaur
Yeah.
bit it off,
Yes.
which is very unlikely given that there were likely no dinosaurs there. And so your other options
Glad you
are
pointed that
like-
out.
yeah, like, and the fact that like if you cut it with a knife, it's a straight chop. Why would he cut it with a knife with his non-dominant hand? He's previously testified that this is his right hand is his dominant hand, and that's the injured one. Almost every time you see a self-inflicted injury, it's onto you use your dominant hand because that's the hand you use.
Mhm.
Like the velocity would be like the thing
Right.
that would chunk
Ladies
it
and
out
gentlemen,
of
they're
your
going to work out
finger.
an issue with one of the the audio recordings. So we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess
There we
for
go.
the afternoon, okay?
Why
Not
wouldn't they
that's the
have a
case, we're
medical
not doing the
expert to
outside research, okay?
testify about this, though?
Yeah.
That it's a velocity. It's clearly a velocity injury.
I expect them to have some experts after Johnny.
I hope so. I
Yeah,
hope so.
Johnny's not the end. I mean,
He's the
he-
middle here.
yeah.
This is a 6-week trial and this is only week 2. It's Thursday, right? Yes.
It is Thursday.
Okay.
I'm right there with
I
you.
understand Johnny when he's like,
Okay.
I wasn't really sure about the date or the time or the movie that I was filming.
What year is it? Oh my
man.
God, that was a show. I know you guys are in chat saying that was boring or whatnot, and it was, but it was also a show because
It was.
that was an implosion, folks.
Yes, it was a very slow implosion. It's almost like you have a train that's going down the tracks. All of a sudden it loses a few pieces here and there, a few pieces there and there. And all of a sudden the tracks disappear and it's just in quicksand.
He needs that break as much as anybody else does.
I'm going to tell you right now, it would have been the same result and much faster if he actually just used gasoline before he lit himself on fire, rather than just like using matches on his own suit one after another to burn himself. So
I just don't. I fundamentally don't understand it because I don't know all the background. I don't know the 1,500 pieces of evidence. I don't know that kind of thing. It seemed just from what he gave you yesterday, there should have been ways to better poke at the things at issue, the stories about the incidents, not whether he
Yes.
did drugs.
And this may be this was something that I thought about when I saw the exhibit list. The difference between the exhibit list and the witness list of Johnny and the ones of Amber. Amber threw the kitchen sink on her witness list and on her exhibit list. And I remember a lot of people were like, oh my God, this is so intimidating. This is like so much stuff. But I remember thinking that's also a lot of stuff to manage when you are putting on your narrative for a case. So like if you really plan on using all of that, that's a lot to manage. And it may very well be that these lawyers, I mean, keep in mind, these lawyers have been swimming in this case. They have been living this case for years. It is so hard to pull yourself out of it and to be able to see the forest for the trees when you have been living in it. It's just this case may have become like the air around them. So trying to pick out which facts are important, which ones aren't, which wins do we need, that can be really, really hard if you don't give yourself a chance to sort of take a break, take a step back, and then refresh your brain before you look at it again.
That's part of what you're doing in your trial preparation, though, is you're sort of making a list of which things are like the most essential points you really want to nail home, as opposed to other issues or matters which you'd like to get, but they're certainly more second. They're not vital. And there's some things that are just vital. You need to win here, and you need to make these points. And
you've deposed Johnny Depp before. You've deposed Johnny Depp before. You know how he's responded. You've got another trial of his responses. You shouldn't be getting riled up by this stuff. I mean, you shouldn't.
Yeah. Hey, Ian, how's it going?
Pretty good. I haven't seen what's happened so far, although I've heard that
Ian's day is going better than Rottenborn's.
So wait, I'm a little confused because I missed some testimony. Nurse Liz, you were actually Johnny Depp. You treated Johnny Depp, or are you just a random nurse?
I am just a YouTube.
She's a nurse
person.
You're just a YouTube
I mean, I'm
nurse.
with a lot of opinions.
I don't know. I don't want to. I'm not questioning. I just want to know who your context here.
I'm not at that level yet.
I thought it was very insightful. I thought it was very. It was almost Johnny Depp type of visually colorful language when you described the dinosaur biting his finger off there.
I thank you. I worked in pediatrics for a long time. So.
We're all talking a little bit like Johnny Depp now. It's all metaphorical.
off on us. We're gonna start walking like we've got sea legs at some point.
Oh man, yeah. Well, he burned himself to the ground. That's a metaphor. So we're getting there. We're getting there. I'll make it more colorful as we go on.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So
Crazy.
it's this. I've said it before. Yesterday I cautioned that the cross-examination, if they really try to go through everything, you can lose the jury. And I mean, this is tough for everybody watching right now to keep track of what's going on, right? I mean, even if you are trying to keep very detailed notes on stuff, if you're trying to, really get the details of the dates and the this and the that, at a certain point, you start realizing this isn't really making much of a difference. How much attention do I need to be devoting to this? This is a lot of mental energy.
He probably coined some of the monster stuff himself. He probably isn't careful about what he's telling you about alcohol and drug use. And anybody got anything else?
He probably felt guilty about being a drug addict.
Yeah.
Is that the best they've got?
Oh my God, Ian. They have
hours on this. Hours.
Yeah, I mean, they need to land some things in this cross-examination because the jury right now is going to be super sympathetic, and they need to twist that.
You're all slowly catching up to me on the percentages here. You're all catching up.
I've been with you the whole time. I've been with you the whole time.
Thank you, Miss Liz.
Not a legal opinion in any way, but
no, it's even more important. So
yeah.
I'm
all right.
actually
I
curious.
need to bust out of here. So
all right.
I want to wish
Thanks
you all
for joining us, Joe.
I'll be back here, God willing, on Monday at some point. But you all take care of yourselves. Always great working with you. Make sure that you like, subscribe, comment, just do everything you can to make Alita feel like she's doing something here, because she feels like she's not doing anything.
Alita is too self-deprecating. Subscribe, like right now.
Thank you. And make sure that you also subscribe to everyone who has been showing up
doing
on
that.
This channel.
We're setting you.
Yeah, but I know, but I got it. I got, you guys are also volunteering your time here, and I want to show appreciation for everybody here, because the commentary would not be the same if it was just me.
Wait, we got a super chat from this. We got some guy named Nate the lawyer.
Some guy named Nate the lawyer. He said this cross is a disaster. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right, I'm out of here. Later, guys.
Oh, good seeing you.
See you, Joe.
Bye.
Nurse Liz, I guess you'd be the person to ask about something that came up yesterday. They were talking about how she was denying him his medication when he was on withdrawal, saying it's not time yet. I was wondering if you had thoughts on that one.
So I have been a nurse in that situation. I've never been a prescriber. And so from my, like, I'm not 100% sure on it. So I don't want to like speak on it because I think other people know a whole lot more. But I would, if I was a nurse, escalate it and say like, hey, this is happening. I wouldn't give a hard and fast, like, oh, you're telling me these things. Like, I have worked with a lot of patients who were detoxing off of different things, and you would just escalate it. And almost every time they did then receive additional medication to calm them down, because what you don't want in this scenario, is for them to go into some kind of a different medical emergency. So almost every single time you're going to then be given something. But I don't know what they did tell Amber, in her fairness. Like, they might have given her a strong line
Right.
of like, hey, that's why I think the family doing this is completely inappropriate, because if you were in a facility, they would know those guidelines, versus as a family member, you're stuck between, well, I don't want to enable you into this other like into these other things, but I also want to help you. Like, that just puts a family member in a horrific position.
That was
But-
going to be my next question, is just how
Mhm.
weird is it that they've got Amber Heard, in control of the meds there?
Yeah. And it was supposed to be his sister, right? And then she demanded that it be her. Yeah.
Yeah, like that whole scenario just seems weird to me.
Yeah.
Well, and Liz, you talked about the other day when you were on talking about the nurse Debbie Lloyd, her testimony. You talked about how concierge medicine is kind of like the wild west, right? So that seems, I mean, does this seem to fit into what you know of concierge medicine with that kind of a choice?
You can kind of get what you pay for. Yeah. Essentially, like if you had a high profile client who was willing to pay you a ton of money, and they ask, it happens all the time in healthcare. If you have a lot of money and you donate a lot of money to the hospital and you ask for something, it's going to happen, even if that is literally never the standard operating procedure. It will magically happen for you.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
I can't speak on these things. My sole expertise is in Scrubs.
Yes.
Which was nice to
excellent
have Private
show,
Island
to
money.
be honest.
Love
they
that
were the
show.
nicest ones to the nurses. Yeah, we had someone who he donated a whole wing to the hospital, and like things went totally different for him. So if you have enough money,
like a lot of things in life, right?
yes, indeed.
I could maybe donate a pamphlet.
My commentary.
We're a few steps away from a wing.
Yeah, I could go to
Just a
maybe
few, right?
like a hand sanitizer dispenser or something.
Sure, that's
Come on, we can
useful.
all pool our money and get a bench. We can do it.
With a little plaque on the back.
Yeah.
Little Runkle of the Bailey bench.
Yeah.
I remember thinking if I ever like made a lot of money, if I wanted to like donate something to my law school, when I was in law school, I was like thinking about this. I was like, I would like do like a proper drinking fountain, because I remember thinking like the drinking fountains. I for some reason I don't remember exactly why, but I remember being like, this just doesn't cut it for me. Like I want a better one, and I would just put one in and put my name on it.
The Stay Hydrated Station. Yeah.
I thought you were
could
going
see
in a
that.
different direction with the drinking fountain. Like it was going to be producing things other than water. I was like,
No.
Oh, law students have no problem with that on their own. They
That's
don't
what I mean.
need
I was
to-
like, oh yeah, my
Yeah,
nursing school
yeah.
could have used that.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Bree, I don't know that we heard from you. Have you been watching the cross here before you jumped on?
I missed all of yesterday and most of today, so I'm trying to catch up just based off of you guys' commentary, and then
you're
as it goes forward. So
You're gainfully
I know you
employed.
keep
That's
saying
good.
he's burning himself to the ground. Are you referring to the attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Our good friend, Aggressive Cross-X guy, came out with a cool tone, right? The proper tone to handle a creative artist, Johnny Depp. And then they focused on a bunch of stuff that I'm having trouble making matter. And then even that was really running up against a witness that maybe was a little sassy, but not too much, and just overall difficulties getting to their points. And that has only snowballed in the last couple of hours. So much so that he seems visibly flustered. He had a sequence that you may have missed where he got objected to either 3 or 4 times in a row on compound questions. Like he just could not stop compounding his question. Just rough.
And then
Yeah,
he kind of gave up on them rather than trying to take a step back, pull them apart.
Mhm.
What is it that I
Yeah.
want to get in here?
The I'll move on from the blood writing was interesting. He started to ask something. It was compound, seemingly pretty easy to decompound, and said,
Yeah.
"I'll move on. Forget
Yeah.
this."
That's
Yeah,
bad when
exactly.
you've got somebody who's got to abandon their questioning just because they
Yeah.
can't get to it.
Yeah.
He's flustered.
Yeah.
He's very flustered. He had like some kind of backhanded, almost Johnny Depp-esque statement to Johnny. I'll let you argue with me in just a second. And it's like,
No.
It
okay.
didn't work the same way though, because he
No.
didn't have the same charisma that
Yeah,
Johnny had built up over 2 days.
Johnny has
Right.
charm. The cross-examiner does not.
No,
So
no.
yeah,
And because he
that-
hasn't been trying to build up charm in his
No.
persona in
usually
front
your
of the
goal.
jury.
Right. And so I
No,
popped
no.
in like towards the end before the break. And it almost seems like the way he's asking his questions or even commenting back to Johnny, it's almost like he feels like he's losing and he doesn't know what else to
Mhm.
do. Are you guys getting that sense?
Mhm,
He
mhm.
better feel like he's losing, or he's not going to correct for what the earlier parts of
Well,
his cross were.
The problem is that once you start feeling like that, you're gonna let the jury know that by, just
They
by your
know.
demeanor.
They know.
Yeah.
He was tramping about.
Yeah.
He got mad at an objection that they made where he's like, "I'm just reading the damn thing," and it's like, okay,
Like I'm trying to what was it? It was something about like laying foundation to admit it or something. I don't know, but it was just
Oh.
like that doesn't matter. You're doing something
how
improper.
many compound question objections has he lost? It's got to be like a dozen in the
I
last
saw-
couple
I-
hours.
I
How
lost
did he
track.
get to get mad about objections when he was I mean, I was going through, I watched some of his hearsay objections. Some of them were actually better than I thought when I looked at them the first time.
Mhm.
But there was a lot of them where I was just like, this is not a good hearsay objection. This is just you objecting because you think you can get away with it. So
Well, I think he
No.
thought he was generous to Johnny, and in ways he was. Johnny went off on some tangents that maybe could have gotten objected to, and he resented that. You heard that. He said, "With all due respect, I let you talk," that kind of thing. And it's
That's
like,
not how it works on a cross-examination though.
Yeah, it's
As
not
the
gonna-
lawyer, you are the one that has the control and it's
Mhm.
your choice about whether or not you hold it. So
the
Not
break
doing
came at a good
job.
time for him because he was really wheels off. So hopefully he can circle back. I'm rooting for good lawyering and useful information and not wasting time. So I want him to get better, but it was quite the show.
So who had the better
Yeah.
cross, this guy or Binger?
it's the same to me. It's the same to
That's
me
bad.
because the jury's not paying attention either way on either one.
Yeah, the worst thing that's happening here is that it is boring, right? Like
Mhm.
I'm presenting it as it's entertaining because I'm interested in seeing the strategies and how he tries to cope. He's a stand-up comedian who's having everything fail, and he's
Mhm.
trying to get back in his groove, and so that's interesting to me. I don't know that it's interesting on any other scale.
And as a
Now-
non-legal person,
Yeah,
it looks like he's just like, "Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah."
Mhm.
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen it. I'm just wondering if there's any possibility, just of being charitable to this guy. Is there any possibility that he's trying to bury the crap part of his cross-examination in the middle, or is this just?
I mean, I think we're
no.
currently paced to go into tomorrow on this, but I don't know that anybody wants to.
Okay, it's that
Or
bad.
Monday.
Yeah. Let me interrupt real quick because I'm trying to. Whoops, not that one.
Oh.
I know I need to. I'm sort of skipping around on super chats here. We got this one that just came in. Manny Fabani says, "Boss Attorney Bree to 2K. Let's go, Bree.
Make it
What's your
happen.
sub count at?"
I was over 1,500 on Tuesday, and all of a
Okay.
sudden it just dropped by like 30 or 40. So it dropped back down to 1485. I think I'm at like 1490 right now. But I was
Okay.
so confused of why it did that large drop. But
They
That's
do
It
YouTube.
auto
happens.
clearing every once in a while.
That's a bad
It's-
tweet or YouTube.
YouTube
It's
just
most
goes
likely
in.
I went
YouTube.
live,
Yeah.
and I don't
Yeah.
think that many people watched my live. So I'm like, I'm not sure where it
It-
came from.
It happens. It happens all the time. People, YouTube
Mhm.
will unsubscribe people all the
Mhm.
time. So, but that's a good reminder. Hey, anybody, even if you have been subscribed to Bree, go and check out her channel. She's linked in the description below, just like everybody that has been on this channel so far. Check out her channel. subscribe. She's got some really, really great stuff. She's got a lot of stuff on like trademarks and copyrights. That's like very, very beneficial. And like what else? What else have you talked about on your channel, Brie?
I do a little bit of family law. I just started including things about like custody with the Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. And then they also have like China has a lawsuit against the Kardashians that's going forward this week as well. So I covered that earlier this week.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. So there are almost 12,000 people watching right now. I think we can get Brie to 2,000, don't you think? Let's do it. Let's do it.
Go subscribe. Yeah, and if you've already subscribed to one of us, do check that because YouTube gets wonky. It does.
Yeah.
Do make
they
sure that
sometimes
you're
think
still
people are
subscribed.
bots and start unsubscribing them.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, thanks Manny for Bandy for super chatting that. And let me get some more super chats because I know I'm woefully
You're
behind
only 160
again.
in the hole.
177 according to my count.
Oh my gosh. We're not up to speed.
I know.
I think this is a problem that's kind of good to have in its own way.
I know. I can't complain about
Y'all
it,
are
right?
so generous. I told you. So here's the deal. Alita has to get off in an hour and a half or 2 hours and a half. She is committed to hitting your super chats in a later stream. So if you want to see more of Alita, send in the super chat. Get her 200 in the hole, 250 in the hole. Just get a longer stream with Alita. How great is that?
And the rest of us here who aren't Alita, we've discovered an interesting thing from last night's stream, which is that if a super chat is high enough, it comes in red.
Do you like red? Red super
Hogan and I
chat.
had never seen that before, so
none of us have seen that. It's an Alita special.
Oh man, thank you. But yeah, and just a reminder. Also, I've tried to say this several times today because I don't want people to get upset if you super chat me today and I don't get to it. I'm really behind on them. I'm going to get to every single one. So like Rick said, if you don't see yours today, if it's not addressed today, I will absolutely be committed to doing it tomorrow. We don't have trial going on tomorrow, so I can be a bit more free to go through super chats, talk about stuff, maybe get in on some of the the Friday events or Thursday events. It's Thursday. We don't do trial on Fridays, but talk about the week, what's gone on throughout the week. So, and of course I'd love to have friends on for that as well. Just kind of come on in and chit chat as people want.
I think I have to do legal work at some point, but yes, I'll pop on.
That's why I have
point,
been
right?
not coming because I have some.
No,
I have
absolutely.
some of my own hearings that have been crazy.
I know. And I completely understand. And I'm just so grateful for all of the people that have tuned in and also the people that have joined in as well on the panel. Oh, and we are back. Is there? Okay, we have sound on, so it's not quite
grumpy and where that came from because I've been wondering about that.
I think that's just a Johnny Depp vernacular. So Bubbleonia Rising says, if Johnny Depp texted her those lyrics, it's abuse. If he texted them to a friend to vent equals not abuse. You know what actually is abuse, though? Hitting people, like Amber proudly said she did. Agreed. I see no lies there.
Well, we'd have to discuss like a text. Yes, that's fine. Move on.
I feel like I got the worst real estate on this screen because every time the super chats come in, it's like,
I know. I wish StreamYard would push you up. When we've got It's yeah. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. It's funny.
Okay, let's see if maybe I'll get one more. Killer Sloth says, if you all were the lawyers for Amber, would you prevent her from taking the stand due to the tapes from yesterday? Why or why not? Can you even do that? No. I mean, technically technically she can, but not if she has brought counterclaims. If she's brought counterclaims, she's got to go up there so that she can explain her side of the story.
Jury at this point, having heard from yesterday's stuff, like the allegations that came out were so bombshell that you can't leave those unanswered.
Yeah, and this cross-examination, as much as we hate it, is premised on the fact that they're going to get Amber Heard up there to talk about what she thinks. This would look, I would hope, this would look a little bit different if Amber Heard were never testifying.
And I mean, the way you get Amber Heard out of testifying at this point is an out-of-court settlement.
You say this has gone wrong, folks.
Yeah, we have settled our disputes for an undisclosed sum.
Yeah. Thank you, jurors, for your time.
Erica Horvath says, I get the texts are bad, but I think text to Amber would be a lot more harmful. This is more venting, even if a little far. Agreed.
To Amber would be worse.
Yeah.
Ann Moe says, I'm depressed and agree dark humor
Thank
makes
you.
it
Be
bearable.
seated, and your
Sorry you're
next
depressed. I hope things get
questions.
better.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think before the break, we were going to ask to play a portion of Exhibit 380, which is an audio recording. Counsel for both sides have conferred that neither side has an objection to the following excerpt being played, which is 33:33 through 34 minutes, through 34:00.
So
They cut off
33
the
minutes
last
to
10
34
seconds.
minutes. So you're only entering to evidence that 1 minute of this audio. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. There's
So somebody's going to get me an audio clip of just that at some point, correct?
Sure, we're happy to take care of that.
Okay, so I'll make that 380A.
We can fight over the rest of it later, but for
It's-
now, this will be just
Plaintiff's
this.
380A.
Plaintiff's 380A. Would you
Okay.
like, we're happy to take care of that if,
That's fine. Somebody just gives me that 1 minute.
oh, I'm told it's actually defendants, so, oh, they're both 380, so take your pick. So we'll get it to you. How about that?
Oh, joy. Okay.
He's in a good place.
All right, three.
Yeah, he
three,
uses a lot
somebody's-
of words.
We're gonna go
He
with
might have taken a chill pill.
Okay. Try to keep the record clear. Yeah, 380A and 33, 234. Okay, go
He's
ahead.
like, this cost me $100,000 today. Can you believe it?
You don't want the woman to laugh
And how do you fuck me over
unless it's
and make me feel sick of myself? There's still a lot left in the day. Maybe you should dye your hair. I see your roots.
I don't understand what that was.
That's your voice in that audio recording, Mr. Depp,
He
correct?
sounds inebriated.
I'm unlocking her dye job.
Now,
Yeah.
we talked a little bit about what you wrote on the one mirror when you said Billy Bob Thornton and Easy Amber. Remember seeing that picture a few minutes ago?
I do.
And we talked about how Amber had just been in London filming a film with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you were apart from her, she would want to socialize with other people, and that made you feel insecure, right?
Found and speculative.
All right, compound as sustains to compound.
Okay. When you were apart, she would want to socialize with other people, right?
Yes, I suppose at times, yes.
And that occasionally made you feel insecure, didn't it?
Not necessarily, no.
Let's look at page 257 of your UK transcript, please. I think that's day 2.
Okay. Presumably he says it does.
$330. What was the number again? I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. It's day 2, page 257.
257.
So it's page 23 of the document.
All right. Oh, boy.
Why did they play the clip? What does it mean?
I think that they're trying to show that he was abusive because he was mocking her dye job. If that's the best they've got to confront him with, this is not going well.
No.
Well, I mean, I think it can be like, well, you could see the inebriated state she was living with. Like, I think that's coming up, but like, it's all very vague.
Yeah, and to show that it was aggressive, maybe.
I mean, but the jurors are
Just
going to
the
be
tone.
mentally comparing the
257.
one audio versus the other.
Yes, sir. 257, line
And-
13.
Yeah.
Did you give the
And they've
following
also
testimony in
seen his
response to the
finger
following
chopped off.
questions?
So,
Question.
it's
And when
so-
you were apart, she would
someone
want
in
to
that
do
position
things with
has a
other
right
people, see other people,
angry.
go out with other people,
Right.
socialize. Yes. Answer, yes, sure. Question.
That's the same
And
answer.
did this occasionally make you feel insecure? Answer, occasionally, yes, it did. Did I
Okay.
read that right?
You did.
Occasionally.
Consider
Can we
him
please
impeached
pull
on
up,
insecurity.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is a recording. It's been admitted, and we propose to play seconds 30 through 45.
Okay.
With your permission, Your Honor, may we
Go ahead.
play that portion?
I wonder if the insecurity stuff can bounce back on evidence of cheating.
Hmm.
I mean, you're not paranoid.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
real.
If you look at the bigger picture, what is become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
Could be placating. We've established that he said that.
Can we play that one more time, please?
Sure.
But does him being
Actually,
insecure
before we do, so
mean he's
this is,
abusive?
you tell her you become irrational when you're doing movies. And you say you become weird. You heard those, right? I'd
like to hear it.
Yeah, let's play it again. Thank you.
If you look at the bigger picture, what is become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
And that's so common in terms of like an abusive
So,
relationship where the
You
person
heard yourself,
receiving the
Mr. Depp,
abuse will
say,
try
I
to
become
take the
irrational
blame
when
then for
we're
it.
doing movies. You heard that, right? I can play it again if you'd like.
It's very difficult to tell if that's a you or I.
Sure. Why don't we play it again?
Thank you.
Also, his apologies are also very general. Always the apologies that we've heard so far.
Well, there's no apologies for like, I'm sorry I cut off your finger, ashed
Yeah.
the cigarette out on your
If
face.
you look at the bigger picture, what is become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, in that audio, you say, I become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous, fucking crazy, and weird, and we fight a lot more. You heard that, right?
Yeah, something of that effect, yeah.
You can take that down. I'd like to fast forward, Mr. Depp, to December 15th, 2015. I know there's been some testimony on that day for the jury.
Yeah, that's like exactly what you would say
And
after things
you
are
and Miss
calming
Heard,
down. You're right.
you
You're
gave
right.
some
It's me. It's
testimony
not you.
yesterday about an altercation that you had that evening. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I
And
don't
do you
remember
remember?
if it was evening? I'm not sure.
Yeah. And okay. You would agree that after this altercation that you had, that you wrote on the countertop in your penthouse at the ECB in like a gold Sharpie. Remember that?
Very well, yes.
And
Abuse victims are very commonly
you're
apologizing for their own abuse. So
your counsel has showed a picture to you that allegedly was taken that day. I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which was shown to the witness yesterday, I believe, Your Honor.
Bree, you're at 1.92 subscribers. That's what
Yay.
somebody said in the chat.
Bree.
Almost there. Almost there. Come on, guys. We've got almost 12,000 people here. Let's do it. Let's do it. I want to see her get to 2K.
4K. Let's go with 4K.
Well, yeah.
Set ourselves goals.
Yeah, I was trying to check, but my computer's slow.
It's the, yeah, there we go. Mr. Depp, and the jury will hear more about this as the case goes on, but do you recognize this picture of Miss Heard as a picture that was taken directly after the December 15th, 2015 incident?
Do you?
Yeah, we saw it
I
yesterday.
don't know when it was.
No, I mean, does Johnny?
I don't know when the photograph was taken. I don't know much about it.
Okay.
I was out of the
You
picture.
can take that down. In any event, you don't disagree that that there was a headbutt that evening. That I know that there's disagreement about the cause of it, but you would agree that that you headbutted Miss Heard that evening, correct?
No, I would vehemently disagree with that.
There you go. He's never going to agree to that. What kind of a question is that?
A lot of I was trying to restrain Ms. Heard, and in the once I had restrained her, I would
letting him get his
say
story out
if
again.
she's trying to still move around and kick at me or trying to get loose, any sort of movement when you're like this, the heads are together, this close together, it's not impossible for them to bump, but a headbutt is that's pretty extreme.
Okay, let's see
Definition
what
You
of
said
that.
exactly that yesterday.
Let's take a listen to Exhibit 587.
Okay.
I
Where
believe
he
that's defendant's
apologizes.
Exhibit 587.
This stuff is at least more on point.
And Your Honor, this is one of the recordings that is just
What could you?
the two parties, Amber and Mr. Depp, and we would propose to play 8:45 through 9:20.
All right, is this whole 587 coming into evidence, the whole tape, or just that portion?
Yes, we propose the whole tape come in.
And to the extent that the tape is all just the two
And
parties, and that's fine.
just the two parties in this tape?
I believe so, Your Honor.
You're gonna have to do
yes.
better than that, counsel.
I mean,
Right.
we'll
Listen to
confirm,
that
but
one?
for right now, I would just like to get this part into evidence. If we can have tonight, we'll confirm with you tomorrow that the whole thing is just the two of them. That's my understanding, Your Honor.
I believe.
Yes. I mean, we'll confirm, but for right now, I would just like to get this part into evidence. If we can have tonight, we'll confirm with you tomorrow that the whole thing is just the two of them. That's my understanding.
All right, well, so right now.
You
I
should
can
know
put
that one before you're
587A
tendering it.
in, which is, and the minutes are. what were the
This is
minutes
all
again?
coming in hot.
8:45 to 9:20.
8:45 to 9:20. Okay, that portion's in evidence at the moment. Okay.
I mean, what you're representing to the court matters.
Well, and
Right.
just
If you're gonna try to bring something into evidence, you should know what it is.
like we're tendering this evidence, nobody actually listens to it. Who knows what's on it?
Yeah.
Somehow, the end all be all, very sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream. Couldn't believe you did that.
Maybe they're on a budget. They couldn't afford to have a junior lawyer listen.
I
Why don't we
heard
play that one
headbutt.
more time, please, because Mr.
It
Depp,
sounded like he said I didn't headbutt.
my
Yeah,
question
I
for you
thought
is,
so.
did you say I
Sound like
headbutted you in the forehead? That doesn't break a nose. So let's take another listen.
Okay, if that's what he said.
But he did say he hit her in the forehead because of how close they were.
Well, you did.
Yeah, but
Thanks for your sorry.
he had me screaming and like somehow the end all be all, very sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream. Couldn't believe you did that.
Forehead.
You
That doesn't break me up.
don't know if you.
I heard that doesn't break a nose. I heard forehead.
Mr. Depp, you said I headbutted you in the fucking forehead. That doesn't break a nose.
Um,
Correct?
I did say those words,
Okay,
but
all right,
I
let's
didn't. I
move
said
Yep, yep, it's showing up.
was using the words that Ms. Heard was using,
Okay.
but there was not an intentional headbutt. And if you want to have a peaceful conversation with Ms. Heard, you might have to placate just a little bit.
There comes
Allowing
placate.
us
Let's
all
listen
in.
to
He
exhibit
tried to cut him off and he couldn't do
598,
it.
Please,
Yep.
Your Honor, this is
This is
another.
a tough witness.
This is another recording that
I don't get why he doesn't stop him more harshly and then afterwards say strike non-responsive.
To play.
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
where I am, a witness is allowed
minutes
to answer the question even
6:05
outside of
through
they can get away from you like
7:36
that. So
of
All right.
598.
598A and evidence of 6:05 to 7:36.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
who is loudest is most responsible.
My
Just
16-year-old daughter heard you saying
by
shit
the way,
that she
that's
would
because
rather
I'm
not hear.
louder. By the way, because I'm louder.
Okay, what
By the
for?
way, my family, my friends,
you
everyone
scream.
around me saw all the bruises and broken blood vessel under my eye, the bruises on my head, the missing chunks of hair, the split lip, the black eye, the swollen nose, all that shit, because you're stronger. It does not mean because they heard me that I'm somehow more responsible. It just means
So much
they heard
hearsay.
me because I yell in a fight. You do provoke. I yell. It doesn't mean I'm more responsible or badder. However, I am exposed via that. The distance between Cafe Cabronis and the house is significant, and I know that does not mean that they got an accurate representation of our fight. But if you told them stuff, great, cool. Thanks for exposing me. As I said to you before, don't do it again unless you want me to really also tell them my side of things. Because trust me, trust me, you know I have a different side than you. And if I show them pictures and stuff, I'm sure they'll have even more different side. And in fact, if I tell them even more stuff, they'll have an even more clear picture of what I think are both sides.
Maybe I should show them this and this.
That's true. You
from
can
the
do
mineral
you
spirits.
can do whatever you want. You can do whatever. You can do whatever. By the way, do it. I promise you, do it. Do whatever you want.
You don't want me to do that.
No, you own.
I'll
You do
never
whatever
speak
you
to you
want.
again.
You do whatever you want.
He doesn't admit to those injuries that she says she had.
Let's take a look at
Right.
Defendant's Exhibit 526.
I don't understand how this one got admitted, actually. Because there's no statements against party interests.
They admitted the whole tape.
Yeah.
Sounds like the sides have basically agreed if it's heard in depth, everything's
After the
admissible.
incident on December 15th, you wrote these words on the countertop.
Agreed not to fight it
suite, or at
because,
ECB,
they
the
know
Eastern Columbia building.
and through whatever.
Correct?
And that is correct.
And that's your handwriting on the counter, right? You wrote,
I wrote it in my own handwriting, yes, sir.
why be a fraud? All is such bullshit. You see that?
Very well, yes.
And that's in Penthouse 3.
I meant it. Why be a fraud?
Okay.
Why lie?
Well, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at Exhibit 580.
I honestly don't think that I can show him pictures and give him my side plays super well for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually kind of plays more into Johnny's hand.
Narrative.
This idea that she's trying to concoct something and conspire to create this image of
Mr.
him.
Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the text message 2 up from the bottom. It's a text message. This is my question to you. It's a text message from you to David Hurd, Amber's father, on December 30th, 2015. Do you see that? It's,
Which one am I looking
It's good question. 131. Can you scroll up,
131.
please? And my only question for you now is that's a text message from you to David Hurd on December 30th, 2015, correct?
I was just reading it, sir. Sorry.
All of these little things are really good at winding up a lawyer.
Oh yeah, he becomes the slowest reader in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate just how good he is at that. For this point.
Yes, yes, that's from me to David Hurd.
Your Honor, move for admission of 580. Just that text is all I want to ask the witness about.
No objection, but with the redactions of the phone numbers.
Of course.
So now we get a 20-second break
Yeah.
at least.
And back with the headbutting thing too, if they had ever been in any kind of therapy, he would have been taught to like repeat back to her, like, oh, I hear that you're saying I headbutted you. So I'm going to repeat it back so you know I'm listening. So even if that wasn't like exactly how he recalled it, that would show that he was listening to her.
Oh,
I think they have testimony to that effect because I think the headbutting is the only win I'm willing to give this guy this afternoon.
Mhm.
Is that sounded bad from Johnny? It sounded a little evasive.
Mm-hmm.
580 entered in evidence with redactions.
Yeah.
Nicole K says, when JD is talking about getting rid of the monster to be happy, could he also mean he has to stop his use in order to get Amber Heard to stop her abuse to him?
So in this text message, Mr. Depp, that you sent on December 30th, 2015, you tell him, Amber's father, below is a text that I never hit send on from a week or so again. It was in response to you. Hey, brother, I love you too, more than you can ever imagine. It's rare in life when one meets a kindred spirit, a couple of madmen with their thirst for further. There have only been maybe 3 people in my entire life of your ilk. You're a rare specimen and our friendship means everything. Yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. I cannot and will not excuse my part inside these dramas. But I can promise you with all confidence, they will never happen again.
Am I reading this wrong? This
My
isn't
most
to Amber.
sincere apologies if I've let you down.
It's to her
Love
dad.
you, brother. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
You did read that right, yes.
It's from
And
Johnny
so,
to her dad.
In this text sent on December 30th, you're telling David Heard that you messed up and went too far in a fight. And
It
in the
doesn't
audio
say
business-
physical fight.
And in the audio video,
fights can be arguments.
sure. And in the audio that we just heard,
yeah,
Amber's talking to you about people seeing her injuries from December 15th and how she hid them from your kids during Christmas.
Objection, per se.
Is that right?
I'll-
We just
I'll-
listened
I'll-
to-
I know, but I'll sustain the objection to that question. Next question.
Okay.
Dave, thank you so much for the very generous super sticker. Thank you.
I'm wondering if they're going to bring in experts on domestic violence.
After you came
or
back
just
from
bring in
Australia,
For Johnny, at least.
you
Yeah.
and Amber saw, you can take that down.
That was it for Australia time period, I guess.
You and Amber saw someone by the name of Dr. Amy Banks. You joined her by Skype. Do you remember that?
The only time that I've ever seen Dr. Amy Banks was on a video link from Australia.
Right. And you saw her for a joint session with Amber, correct?
Yes.
And then you saw her individually for a session as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, a brief session, as far as I remember. Yeah.
And during the joint session with Dr. Banks, you didn't contradict Amber's reporting that you were
Objection,
violent toward her,
hearsay.
correct?
All right.
That's, if he contradicted that.
Now I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
We're going to jump around a little bit in time here, Mr. Depp.
How shocking.
Earlier today, you recall that we talked about March of 2013, and you saw the picture with the cocaine box that said property of JD. You remember that?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you a few documents here.
When he gets shut down, he turns the whole page, and now he's all confused.
Well, we're back to
Really
box of
good
cocaine. I
point.
don't even know where this can go any better.
I feel bad for him almost.
Can you
He's
pull up
just like,
exhibit,
oh God.
Defendant's Exhibit
Yeah, this
159?
is a rough day for him. I don't envy him, and I also feel
No.
bad for him.
Yeah, I went in really mad at him, but now I just feel bad.
He has 4 more weeks of this.
Yeah.
I mean, this was the most important one for his job.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, what I'm going to ask you about is the second text down. It's the text from you to someone named Sis, who I think you testified was, you said at first it was Christy, but I think you then testified that it was Whitney Heard, correct?
Sis is always Whitney. I call my sister Christy something else, another nickname.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for well, this is a text from you to Whitney on March 9th, 2013, correct?
Is this
see that?
in relation to the
Longest pause
cocaine
ever.
box?
What am I supposed to see? I'm sorry.
I think we're doing more
The
cocaine
second,
box.
the text, two down is a text from you to Whitney dated March 9th, 2013.
Yes, I see that. Yes. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of this exhibit 159 with that text and then the second and third text from the bottom, please.
If I were in the jury, I think I would have let out an audible exhale when I heard cocaine box.
With the
Like
appropriate
we're
redactions
back
on
to
everything
this.
else.
That's the thing too, is he keeps jumping around and revisiting different subjects, and there's no narrative to this at all. So no one is going to retain anything.
Like, I thought he was having some success in December of 2015.
Yeah. And then he got shut down with an objection and started flipping all of his pages.
And I just think going back to the drugs is just not smart, because it's like, if you're using drugs, why would you be a reliable witness? So
Yeah,
that,
that's
like,
the
if you're
overall umbrella. They'd love to put him in unreliable, but
But they haven't been able to tie drug use to him not having enough memory for these events. That it's the needle that they still need to thread, and he has not been able to do it for any of it. And now it's like you really need to get that tight from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you lose the jury. We've now had lunch. We've now had recesses. We've had multiple opportunities for him to get the attention of the jury back, because they've been able to stand up and walk
Can
around,
you,
and
Michelle,
he's
can you
not
please
getting it.
redact everything but the second text message, please?
I tell you what, Depp's counsel in charge of objections on this earned her salary.
Yeah. And they're never like way off. They're like, oh, were you kind of jealous? He's like, not really. And they're like, well, you said you sometimes were.
Yeah,
right.
He said maybe.
Wow.
They're all some of those impeachments are like, yep, that matches up. What are we
Yeah.
doing?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I could not be
Yeah.
a lawyer. You guys are.
I mean,
Have more
he's
patience
trying to
than
make
me.
something out of nothing. And with some witnesses, you can do that. But Johnny's smarter than he is.
There's no the impression, regardless
What
of
we'll do is just
truth,
call this
like on a written
159A,
test, is that he's
and
the
that'll be
smartest
admitted
person in
with
the room.
redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Depp, this is a text message you sent to Whitney Hurd on March 9th, 2013. And in this text message, you say, you blow that up as best you can, please. We had a slightly grim morning, but not a doozy. We kissed, she splits and texts me sweet stuff. I do the same right back and nada. So I just want to know that she is safe. I've heard nothing, just worried about her, XXX JD. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that text
What date is this
was sent
from?
on March 9th, 2013. With that in mind, could you please pull up Defense Exhibit 161?
We're in March 2013, years before Australia, years before headbutts.
How did we get back to 2013?
Because he
I
took
don't
us
understand.
there. He took us there, Alita.
But why?
On the magic
Why?
dinosaur
Before they were
time.
married too?
Yes, it's before their wedding.
It's like he's got a time turner, and he's like, now we're going to go here.
Yeah,
It's
here
now
we go.
there.
Your Harry Potter references continue to amuse.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's amused by them.
Nerd.
We're in Fantastic Beast mode, right?
That's true. Tying it all in.
Exactly. See, I can thread the needle.
Did you see
Sometimes
four
anyway.
texts or 5 texts up from the bottom? There's a text exchange between you and Miss Hurd. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And this is sent on March 12th, 2013.
But this text
Okay,
is
yes, sir.
so.
Which, if I'm doing my
Milquetoast.
calculation right, was Tuesday, March 12th, 2013. And in the top text, you write, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, I'd move to move for the admission of this exhibit with those texts.
When you say those texts, which ones? Just
Those four. The text exchange between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
okay. Any objection to that?
We have no objection to the omission of the 4 text messages between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard
All
on
right,
that
so you
date.
make those redactions?
Yeah.
Disco bloodbath sounds so amusing, and at this point, it sounds exactly like something that Johnny would say.
Or that I would text my husband, and be like, "Look how funny!" Like, why does this exist?
We've heard so many strange metaphors coming from Johnny so far that it's like,
it could even be
okay, this
code.
fits.
Yeah, yeah.
There's nothing crazy about it
161 in
now.
evidence with the redactions you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we'll just focus on the text. So we can see the top text is from you to Ms. Heard. And you say, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. And Amber wrote you back and said, we need that book, exclamation point. And you wrote back and said, is it about last Friday night? By any chance? I'm sorry. I got it wrong.
I think you're right, yeah.
Amber writes you and says, we need that book. And then she writes you and says, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And you write, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? Yes, it is. Funny bitch. I fucking love you, you cunt. You
People are
wrote that
joking.
on
People are
Tuesday,
laughing. Did you
March
hear that?
12th, 2013, referring to the previous Friday night,
They've
March
distilled
8th, 2013.
that word that they tried
correct?
to use as a punch against him. They have distilled it with humor.
I believe that this subject, I sent her
they
that
doing?
text that there exists a book called Disco Bloodbath from a bookstore that I was in. She said, we need the book, asked me about if it was about last Friday. I believe that I have a very different opinion of what that Friday was than you do, and I
Well, your counsel can ask you about that, and I'm sure
indeed,
Ms. Heard
well, I
will
think that's
testify
when
to
we'll
that.
get into that, yes.
But my
Oh,
question to
we
you
need to
is,
start assumptions
you're
in the chat
writing,
now.
you're referring to such a hideous moment. You're responding to Ms. Heard's text is about, is it about last Friday night by any chance? Isn't that right?
That's what she's asking me.
Okay. You can take that down, please.
Bless you.
I feel like he didn't anticipate that Johnny was going to be so sarcastic and
Can you
witty.
please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638?
Maybe. Although, again, they did a deposition together. So it's like he should know his style, you know? But then again, it wasn't in front of a jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Move for the admission of this video into evidence.
He's
We have no
really coming
objection,
off
Your
as
Honor.
less
All right,
likable
6
than
feet in
Johnny,
evidence.
and he's making Johnny look good.
He really
I had to step out for a minute. Was the key piece of cross-exam just now? Was there something critical that happened?
Yeah. Well,
Oh, this is the kitchen video I was telling you about.
Okay.
What happened?
She's always recording.
What happened?
I like the style.
Yeah, avant-garde.
this morning. You know that?
Although those shelves suck, those cupboards.
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
That's a fair amount of wine.
You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really?
Is that $1,200 a bottle of wine?
No, I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, so they are playing the full recording. Uh-huh.
Do we have a date for this
He's asking the questions.
illegally recorded tape?
Do we have the date for the illegally recorded tape?
Date or no date or anything like that?
Why is that lawyer letting him get away with
Since
that?
you have some questions about it, why don't we watch it again?
Control.
Oh, I've
Play
seen
it
it.
again,
honey.
Michelle.
Who has the control? Gee, I wonder.
Since you have some
You know what,
questions
John.
about it,
we
let's
don't
watch
have
it
to-
again.
No, that's good.
We don't
Yeah.
have to do that.
You haven't been asked a
This is
question.
at your
You
house.
don't get to talk.
in West Hollywood on Sweetser Avenue, correct?
I honestly think that's on the judge.
And that's you in the video, Mr. Depp,
It's also
right?
on the lawyer.
It's
I think the
it's
judge
definitely
might
on the
be asleep.
lawyer.
And you would agree that you were violent in that clip, correct?
Clearly, I was having a bad time.
But he
I
wasn't
don't,
violent to her.
I don't know what it was with regard to completely at this point, since I don't know the date. But being illegally recorded by your chosen other is, well, it's quite fitting with the rest of the photographs and the recordings she made.
And
So,
he's just letting him go.
I thought what was most interesting is that she tried to hide it from me, and then that
She
she
did try to hide it.
laughed
She did.
and smiled at the end.
Yep.
I thought that was the most interesting part myself.
Even the
But so,
time that she
yes,
set it
You didn't
up.
react
I
to
did
it.
assault
Manipulative.
a couple of cabinets, but I did not touch Miss Heard.
And
As you can see, I think, no.
and you may have been drunk in that video, correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes, sir.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
It doesn't hurt him to admit it in this
A mega
instance
pint.
because there's
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Mega pint.
Right. Well,
and there's nothing wrong with him admitting it here because
let's
there's
look at
nothing
let's
to
look at
impeach him
UK
on
101,
him being violent.
please.
You know?
Hadn't he already said that that's what he does? Is he hits walls and random things when he's frustrated?
Exactly.
Yeah, this is day one.
Still,
It fits
okay.
exactly
yes.
what he said.
I haven't seen that video before. I do think it looks terrible.
I mean, it doesn't look great, but it's still, at the end of the day, they don't have him doing it. The worst part of that video is that she felt the need to start recording. That's the part that I would be resting things on.
I agree. It doesn't look great, but it also, if he was so violent, she
You
wouldn't
see,
stand there and film
there at
it.
line 5. Do you have the
Right.
page up?
And she came there to film.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's a very provocative act.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of a bushel here. 101.
Yeah. If she was fearful for her own safety, she would have just gone.
Yeah. Instead of convincing him that
Mhm.
nothing happened, so she doesn't understand why he's mad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's in the volume for day 1. If that helps.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm looking through, but it's all, it's a bit of a jumble.
She's making a lot more
here.
sad
Well,
face today.
Page 101, is that what
She's
you
had
like?
that for the
Yes,
last few days, ever since Johnny took the stand.
And just
She looks more
since
stone-faced
you
yesterday,
seemed
I thought.
amused by the terminology. You were asked the question, you were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer, I may have been.
Where are we, sir?
Line 5.
Thank you.
Question, you were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer, I may have been. I do not recall. The chances are very good that I was if I was upset. Question, we saw you pour a sort of answer mega pint. Question, mega pint of red wine, which is not everybody's choice for breakfast, is it? Answer, no. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you were very, very upset in that video, correct?
The way he says it,
That's
it almost
pretty
sounds like he's
curious.
saying
And
congratulations.
you would agree that your behavior in that clip could be intimidating to anyone present in that room, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
You would agree that your behavior was intimidating, correct?
Objection calls,
Calls
for
for
speculation.
speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you're a lot bigger than Amber, correct? Physically?
I wouldn't say that.
A lot.
Okay.
They're like the same height.
Would you agree with me that the standards of a Southern gentleman were not in your mind in this particular moment, were they?
These
Oh.
questions.
What a
I
weird.
don't know about anyone else, but I have had experiences
started with-
in my life where
That was
one
at the beginning
does,
of the cross.
Stray
It's still a bad question.
Yeah.
from
Southern.
Because it's
gentleman.
open to interpretation.
control
He can
over
waffle
their,
on it.
Yeah.
Do exactly what he's
emotions
doing.
at times.
You open him
It's-
up to
it's
give him a
not
Johnny
cross.
Depp answer.
And that is a very normal, primal thing to do. I did not try to intimidate Ms. Heard. If she was intimidated, why was she filming? If she was scared to death, why didn't she leave?
Can you pull up Exhibit 821, please?
He let him
Defendant's
get that in
exhibit.
there.
He's been doing it all day.
I was expecting a
I-
history of the South there, so it was shorter than expected.
We're going to fast forward in time a little bit, Mr. Depp.
The end of your cross.
In the pages.
This makes me
I'd
need
like
to
to
go
direct
ask
your
a restaurant
attention
for a mega pint
to-
and see what they say to me when I order it.
The third text down,
I think we could all use a mega pint
text
to get through
message
this
from
cross.
you to your
You're
sister
not wrong.
Just very
on June
flat faced,
4th,
like a mega pint.
2016. Yes, sir. See that?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Approach. All right, approach so we can get some super chats. Deborah Wallace says, are these texts really showing abuse towards Amber if they aren't being said to texted to Amber? That's a good question.
I mean, they
Jury's
could.
gonna-
You know, if he'd said something like, "Yeah, I hit her, but she had it coming," or something like that. But there's nothing
Yeah.
good like that.
He was name calling her in these texts.
Yeah,
That's what they were.
But he named
So,
called
yeah.
her to her face in her text to her too.
Yeah. Jay Watt says biting nails is also typical for smokers because he's saying that because somebody pointing out, I think it was Nate that pointed out that he was biting his nails earlier on cross. Annie Boyd says she cut his finger off and he started complying with her orders. Of course, everything was, quote, perfectly fine with their relationship, but his sarcasm shows he was anything but happy, muddying the monster. Michael Mud Dragon says, we were out of Red Bull. I had to drink Monster. Oh, God, that Monster line of questioning was just rough. Chris Hudson said, Amber looks like she's acting, except with her eyes moving around quickly. She's better now than in the 2016 depo. She may have gotten some words from after that deposition was done.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get the next one soon.
The post.
Can you pull up Exhibit 870, please? Actually, can you pull up it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 157, 11. 157, page 11.
There we go. Okay, 157.
So many trees died for this lawsuit.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's harming the environment.
Do you guys know if he's a partner or if he's just a
Mr. Depp,
senior associate?
These
Gotta
are
be a
text
partner
messages that
for
you
a case like
sent
this.
to
Mhm.
your friend Isaac Baruch, correct?
Yes, and I'll just say that I'm not proud of any of the language that I've used in these anger
Your Honor, I move for admission of just this page of this exhibit.
Your Honor, we object on relevance.
All right, if you want to approach, let's
Visibly
That,
annoyed.
that little breathy laugh. That,
Yeah, he's
Or was
done
that
that a
from
couple
us?
times. The exasperation.
that was from him.
yeah.
Not a good look.
No,
No. No.
not going how he practiced in the mirror.
No. Good point. Just
3 hours
Nova.
ago.
Yeah. It's such a good point. A really good
Yeah.
point.
I usually
Just
don't do
Nova.
my. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Just Nova 1138 says it seems more apparent to me the defense has nothing but arguing on monster, zero defense on the actual evidence presented.
Yeah.
Still looking
They've
that
gotten
way. And that was
better.
a while ago that we got that super chat.
They've gotten
Yeah.
better since then.
I don't usually do my practicing in the mirror. I like to do it in the car. I find that that's where I get my best rehearsal in and my best.
Cars are righty, and I was worried where you were going with that.
Oh, just you go for a drive and you start thinking of the cross examination and how it might go.
Sure.
For me, that's usually afterwards when I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm totally going to
Yeah.
said that.
Should have
Post,
said that. That's what he's gonna be saying.
yeah, the aftermath where you're
You can tell her what redaction.
sort of
You just
trying
come
to
up with the-
evaluate what you could have done better is the worst.
Right.
Just come up with a great zinger a week later.
Yeah. Oh, and
Yes,
he's
we
going to
can,
have
yeah.
such a bad time with that.
Plaintiff's 157, page 11. So I guess we'll call it 157A. Page 11.
People are also
Incorporate
asking how long this is going to take. It's going to take until the defense decides to sit down, until they decide they're out of questions.
Yep.
But the thing is, they're running out their own clock right now because
Mhm.
they're keeping time for each party. So even though this is Johnny is Johnny's witness, this cross examination is
Your Honor,
the
permission
defense's
to
time.
publish, this redacted
And
exhibit.
importantly, I don't think they've hit May 2015 at all yet, have they?
Mr. Depp, these are two
Mm-mm.
texts that you sent to Isaac Baruch. The jury's heard from on October 17th, 2016 and October 18th, 2016.
We got the
Can-
second text already
Can you
earlier.
just read for the jury that first text?
Would you like me to read that?
Yes, please.
Definitely
Sure,
has
Mr.
creative
Rottenborn.
writing.
Sure, Mr.
Is the
Rottenborn.
slippery whore that I donated my jizz to for a while staying there?
And can you please read the text under that, please?
Certainly.
Why would you say that?
I'm not sure I sent that text. But...
He's
Well,
very
I'll
angry.
read it. You say.
No, I'll read it. It's fine if you'd
No.
like to hear it.
I'll go ahead and
Oh,
read it.
you-
sir. You tell Mr. Baruch on October 18th, 2016, hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. 2 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Why would you
Two
fight him on
exclamation
reading that?
points.
You want that to come out of
You
Johnny
did.
Depp's mouth there, don't you?
Yeah. I was just
And can
thinking,
you
like,
please,
put that in Depp's mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have insisted Depp read it.
Yeah. That was a.
can you please pull up
He's making weird strategic choices at bare
Exhibit.
minimum.
And like, have you never had an ex?
485,
Yeah.
defendant's exhibit.
I mean, it's definitely not gentlemanly speech.
No.
That
That's
is
for
not
sure, but
Southern
we've-
gentlemanly behavior.
No.
But
Yeah,
this is
but-
also what people do when they're angry in a
Yeah.
in a breakup.
Yeah. After a breakup, I didn't send ladylike text to my friends.
Yeah. And this is
Do you
after May
recognize this
21st,
is a text exchange that
2016.
you had between you and Amber Heard on September 28th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of the exhibit with just happy to have all of it, or just Mr. Depp's, depending on what his counsel
Yeah.
wants. And
Give
Your
him,
Honor,
give him a moment to read it.
of course.
Also, does this mean we're going to see an endorsement deal for Johnny Depp for the Honda Civic?
I hope so.
We're happy to
With a
have
rotting
I don't know about
Mr.
that.
Depp and
The
Mr.
trunk could
Fortune
fit a
submitted,
body.
But we would ask that the phone numbers be redacted.
All right.
Of course.
So you could redact the identifying information.
I think he's getting back into coming off as defeated. The attorney.
Aquarius says, is this going anywhere anytime soon? We're still on the same meandering path, it seems.
All right.
For
45
non-law
evidence as
people, what is the
redacted.
timing thing about?
Can you,
Do you have a
can
certain
blow
amount
up
of
the top
time?
text?
The court has allotted a certain number of minutes per side, and has
And I'm not
allocated
going to read
that
the whole
throughout
text, Mr.
this
Depp,
trial.
but
She said,
um,
"Oh my God,
if you start
It's a long text.
4 lines down, you say, and I'm on such a beastly head fuck from earlier that I feel like I won't know what to do or how to be. I feel like I only just continue to piss you off. Believe me, I never want to hurt you and always have never wanted to hurt you. Never. I don't want to be in that position anymore. Not ever again. I feel pushed and I push back. I feel hurt. I will hurt back. A fight commences. I will fight back. And obviously so will you. But I can't again to see it coming. It puts us both in some stubborn space where neither of us can hear, much less understand one another's position. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Can we pull up Exhibit 186, please?
May I just make a point of clarification for DX 485? It's a multi-page exhibit.
Is it? Okay.
I
Oh,
just want to make sure it's just this page.
It was, it was just that page.
All right, what page is it?
Page 1 of 8.
So that'll be 485.
A week ago, that text
Yes.
would have
Thank
looked
you.
damaging.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
But after everything that we've heard so far from his direct
186.
and the cross examination so far, it's just like now it's like, okay,
I don't read hurt there as physical hurt, so I don't
exactly.
Yeah.
But a week ago you were, because a week ago you were like, ooh, that could be physical violence.
That was an
you know?
accusatory finger towards me. Yes.
No, I
yeah.
don't mean it like that. I mean, it's I'm just
you're
just
exactly right.
noting the change in your mental space, in this, because you're kind of a bellwether for people that are fresh to the case.
Well, they seem to try to be squeezing in these notions of a very emotional person dealing with, giving Amber Heard credit, a very emotional person, and trying to frame these
Mr.
things
Depp,
in an odd way. Now, I
you
don't
can
like
go
the
to
headbutt testimony.
the
I don't
first
like the
page,
video.
Michelle, please. This is a text exchange between you and Miss Heard on September 6th, 2013, correct?
We're back in 2013.
What's the date?
September 6th, 2013, I believe. You see that in the lower right of the text boxes?
Third.
There's no rhyme or reason
from
to
the
any of
second
these.
one, the top one says September 5th.
Starts on the 5th, right? And then I was looking at the one that starts, thank you for your letter.
Hello, my fellow slippery friends.
That's September 6th, correct?
Hey, welcome.
Okay. And then if you
Are you here for the disco bloodbath?
Your Honor, I'd move for admission
For
of
the
this
mega pint.
document, starting with the text.
I
that says,
must
"Thank
have
you
missed
for your
that part
letter."
because I've been in and out all afternoon.
And
working.
Happy to have both texts or not, depending on what Mr. Depp's counsel
Look at this guy is useful.
argues. But thank you for your letter. And then going into the next page.
Rottenborn seems like
through
he's getting
the,
pretty agitated.
Text that says, I have other uses.
He's having a real bad day.
Yeah.
Well, Johnny's a rhetorician, so he's good enough to fight back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's a
he's been
way
doing
to
so
do
very
it.
charismatically too.
And he's not doing it.
Can you scroll down a little bit further? Thank you.
Can we please continue down further?
Yeah, today feels like a disco bloodbath.
Yeah. It feels like his notes got dropped on the floor and he like just put them back together, but they weren't in order.
I wish
And
it
now
felt
he's
more
like, oh,
disco.
You guys
God.
are gonna have to tell me about this because I missed it and now I feel like I missed something good.
I
would like through.
It's such a
um,
crazy
the
phrase.
text messages on
Yeah.
the third page.
that I can't help but laugh.
I
to
just
Mr. Depp's
that text message
at
though comes back full circle to where we
September
were
6th,
last week.
2013 at
Which,
8:10
if this is all they got, this is pretty limp.
a.m.
Yeah, I don't. They're so much
No objection
better
to
to
that.
me when
That's
they're
fine.
focusing
Alright,
on the
so it's-
incidents and how
so
he's
it's
generally
exhibit-
violent in
Then
certain
exhibit 186,
respects.
pages 1
Then
through 3,
the,
then as
the
redacted.
drug
is that correct?
nonsense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
So
but
186.
that video, I saw the video. That was when I
pages 1
got
through
back on.
3
Yeah.
as redacted.
Her smiling and giggling like, "Oh, I caught you." It's like, yeah, you don't look scared, sweetheart. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
you know, that just blew half your claims out of the water that he abuses you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think you could frame it as I feel like I finally got the evidence I need. I don't.
You could
Beating-
frame it
be-
like that, but I don't think that's how it came off.
No.
And I think that they needed to land that better than they did.
Mhm.
Well, they knew
But-
better than to
Well,
edit it
people
because they
win.
knew they were going to get smacked with it in the face coming the other
Yes.
way.
Yeah.
But, you know, Richard, I was going to say, when you're trying to... Uh-oh. Is there a sidebar?
I think they're redacting. They have to
Okay.
redact for like 2 minutes.
I think I heard earlier that there was a comment when he said, "Well, I'm not trying to." Did Johnny
you
make a
just scroll
comment
down
like you
so
seem to be wasting our
counsel
time with
can
all the
see
time,
and the court can see
or
the
is that not
redactions are
correct?
Rottenborn did make a comment about like I'm trying not to waste people's time or something about him being
Yeah.
long-winded, about Johnny being long-winded.
I mean, the sniping back and forth might have been good for defense or for Heard's team if they could have actually
Written evidence then.
made
186A.
Johnny
Permission to
kind
publish?
of like
Yes.
overly smooth kind of creep.
Yeah.
But they're not doing that. They're not pulling it off.
There
They're
we go.
he's looking like
So,
the
Mr. Depp, on September 6th, 2013,
Oh, no, he said thank you. That's so dangerous.
Send Miss Heard a
love
text
you.
that says, "Thank you for your letter. I love you."
Yes,
Scroll
that's
down.
correct.
Love means kill.
She
doesn't
writes,
it?
"Thank you for mine." Did I read that right?
Mm-hmm.
You did.
And then you write, "The only reason we go for the throat is love."
And that's
Did I read
redder.
that right?
You did.
That's not going to sell.
And
People
then she
understand what he's
writes,
getting at.
Yeah.
"My throat is yours.
All right.
You're going to be
What
the
else we
death
got here,
of me,
counsel?
but I don't care."
You're gonna
Yawn.
be the
And then
death
you
of me,
write,
but I don't care.
"I have other
That's
uses
the
for
jury
your
right
throat, which do not include injury.
Why are we highlighting
I
the
have
sex,
other
bud?
uses for your throat,
Why are
which
you
do
using the same
not
color?
include injury."
Sorry, could you read that again?
Do your words, sir. Right? You
Make
read
him
that
read
right.
it over
correct?
and
He's
over.
like, that's right.
You
Read it
can-
again. Read it
you can
again,
take that
son.
down.
He's
You wish you
obviously
could tell
not
that.
afraid of these texts.
Why would you
Johnny
be afraid
Depp.
of that set?
No.
They don't
Well,
really say
right.
Can
too
you
much.
pull up Exhibit 483, please?
You
Johnny's
just read
like-
sexting into the record.
Yeah. And Johnny Depp's thinking, you'll never be able to tell that to Amber Heard, just me.
He's smiling.
Yeah, that's it. The case is over. Amber wins.
What
Oh,
does
no.
he think he
Journal
proved right there?
That you,
I don't know.
that you and Amber would write
I've been
to
asking
each
this
other in,
for
correct?
the last several
It's
hours.
a picture of a journal,
This guy
right?
needs to take a break and
That's
drink a glass of
correct.
water.
Yeah, going for the throat is
or a
more
mega
like
pint of
stand,
wine.
Like
Is
Pint
he
of
going to
wine.
impeach him on deep throating or what's going
Yeah.
on here?
And this is an entry that you made on September.
You crossed the
looks like
line.
September
I was
27th.
going to make a Fozzie Bear joke, but never
Is
mind.
that right?
That's correct.
Waka waka.
And if, Your Honor, I'd move for. Is there another page below it?
You're 7 hours in, Alita. It's not going to hurt you.
No, I know. I
YouTube
know.
can't touch you
I'd
anymore.
move for the admission of these two pages as Exhibit 2. Sorry,
Object on relevance
483A.
grounds. Just take the
Any
wind from
objection?
them.
no objection.
All right, 43, and that's the first.
But
and
also
second
the jury's
page
not
of
paying
that exhibit,
attention.
correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's
Yeah.
no way. There's absolutely no way they're
Now
paying
when we
attention right
bounce
now.
back to
I was making a
2013.
joke. I was sleeping. This
What
is
number?
not.
What number trip to 2013
Permission to
is
publish?
this for us? 6.
Yes, Mr. Depp, in 1986. In 1986, isn't it true you and Nikki Sixx did coke off
What
a
do we got
hooker?
here?
And if you can scroll down, Michelle, to the bottom that starts with "I love and adore you."
I
Please.
feel like they're not
Did
sticking
you
their
really
point.
love her?
That looks like serial killer writing.
He's
Yeah,
got better
that-
handwriting than I do.
Like it looks like
He's
straight
also an artist, though. I
Mr.
don't
Depp,
know.
you write in this journal, and just to be clear, this journal is something that you and Amber would write notes to each other in that the other one would be supposed to read, correct?
Yes, we wrote notes to each other for
That's
each
kinda
other
cute.
to read.
And you
Yeah,
wrote,
it is.
"I love and adore you. I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you.
This is better.
I am far from being proud of myself for such a
Why isn't he making Johnny read this?
I don't know
grievous
because he's
error,
bad at his job.
shameful. I will never allow myself to resort to such disgraceful and odious behavior, no matter what." Did I read that right?
You did.
You should have led with that, Haas.
Yeah.
Can you please pull up audio tape?
Because it puts into question everything. If he's apologizing for willing to lie to hurt her, you start with that.
Yeah.
Well, he keeps
that already
flipping
been-
all
Well,
of his
maybe,
pages.
well, Richard, maybe those untruths were like him telling people, "Oh, she's a great person."
Well, the context can be completely different. It's not for
Yes.
context. It's for the notion that he's acknowledging he's
Told
done
us
that
it's
in the
plaintiff's
past.
exhibit.
Well, no, but it's like I told my sister you were such a great person. I'm sorry for lying about it.
396 plaintiffs.
Did it say that he said it to
And
other
this is
people?
another one of those, Your Honor, that I'm pretty sure is just between the two, but I'd like to confirm.
I don't think 396A, which part are you
I
playing?
think you have to tell untruths to other people.
709
to
to
her.
719.
That's true.
Yeah, and she would have to. But Amber's gonna have to
and
say what those untruths were.
2004
Otherwise, it's
to
like
2023.
what did he say?
Sometimes people say things to hurt that person
two
and it's
clips.
untrue, but
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all right. Any objection to those two clips?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right. 396A entered into evidence. Go ahead.
What's the date?
Johnny Depp Esquire.
All right, I have to head out, but thanks for letting me hang out.
Of course. Thanks for
Bye,
doing
Liz.
that.
I'm not. You're a
Thanks for
cunt.
your email.
I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
That
I
was
want
to
out.
me. I was
Fuck
like,
this.
Jesus.
sorry,
Right.
Nurse Liz.
Cunt.
That's what Liz gets for leaving. I'm just
We
kidding.
set Liz
Right.
out on a good note.
In that portion of the recording, Mr. Depp, you tell Amber you're a cunt and you fucking hate her, correct?
Sounds like.
Yes, I did.
No lies detected.
Can we play the next portion, please?
He's like, as a matter of fact, I did.
It's like, and I stand by that.
It's like A Few Good Men. You're goddamn right, I did it.
I was thrown up.
Sounds like me after watching the baby food.
I don't buy her demeanor.
So the first clip was at about 7 minutes in. This is at 20 minutes in. So that was about 13 minutes later, correct?
Did he give a
My
date
math's
for
right.
this?
Probably 2013.
I don't know. What's
but
the
I don't
date?
remember.
He's jumped around
you
so
pull
many
up that
times.
Time or do you
December
want to do-
3rd,
Can you pull up exhibit
1972.
180, please?
Defendants 180?
Yes.
Yeah, somebody said it. Johnny's role next one needs to be as an attorney.
You scroll down, please.
Yeah, I don't know if they said a date.
I believe you've testified, Mr. Depp, you did not like Ms. Heard expressing her disapproval of your drinking and drug habits, correct? But
Her disapproval went much further than just drink and substances.
Okay, let's go to the first page of this, please. This is text messages from you to Miss Heard on, looks like July 9th, 2013. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is it just 2 pages? Okay, 3. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 180.
Any objection, or do you need to look at the 3 pages?
Yeah, I think we saw the first two. Could we just see the third?
Sure.
14 minutes left, guys.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, no objection, 180 in evidence with the, is there any redactions needed?
I don't believe so.
No
Your Honor.
identifier?
No.
It doesn't appear to be.
Okay,
It's our lucky day.
all right, there you go. All right, 180 in evidence, then you can publish.
Okay. In this, and when it says Steve here, Mr. Depp, that's what Ms. Heard referred to you as, correct?
Yes.
And you referred to her as Slim, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
And so you text her rears, tears, beers, shears,
read it.
sapphires, leers, jeers, queers, hears, fakirs, mouseketeers, ears. I can go all night, DJ Maxi Pad. The old vintage motherfucker you went for, dumbass. Did I read that right?
I was signing off as dumbass.
And then below that, you write, don't call me again and do not expect anything from me. You see that?
I do see that.
Did I read that right?
Okay.
You really did.
Let's go to the next page, please.
And she's still married.
Eat salad with your equine.
That's another good
AD
point. She
bovine
also agreed to
yurts.
marry him after
And
that.
thanks for the support.
Mhm.
Have a
I'm
great
just
shoot.
waiting for him to say
You
something like,
sicken
"Good
me.
job" on reading that.
Leave me fucking be.
They
He's
always
almost
sound
gotten
like
there.
Airhead.
The next half is
Your
yeah,
display
congrats.
of guilt and
Gold star.
matronliness as a lesbian camp counselor was plenty. Your future is on display. Best of luck.
Best if luck.
Thank you for the correction.
It's actually a
Ooh,
typo.
that's correct.
And thanks for the tunes. Bye, JD. Don't call again. I will begin to feel embarrassed for you. Go away, coach. Hup. Done. Did I read that right?
No.
What's the point?
Go away, coach. Done. Up.
He did skip
Hey,
one.
that's
Otherwise,
correct.
did I read that
He
right?
did.
Objection, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Sure.
You agree that referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor is a highly offensive reference to make.
What is that?
But she
What
was
is
a
your problem
lesbian.
with lesbians,
Um,
counselor?
What does that
Yes.
mean?
What's
Yeah.
the date here? 2013.
She was
It
in a
wasn't,
relationship with a woman before him.
Yeah.
as, considered as egregious.
Do you
it was a
consider the
bit
term
more-
lesbian
It
offensive?
was a bit more understanding.
She was also in a
about
lesbian relationship.
terms. Amber
just
also
out of that,
called herself a
wasn't she?
lesbian camp counselor many times. So, I don't think I'm the first to say that.
You'd agree that there's nothing appropriate about referring to your girlfriend or fiance as that in those disparaging terms in that text, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, sustained.
You'd agree that you meant the terms in your text as
Also,
an
it's
insult
argumentative.
because you didn't like the fact that she was disapproving of your alcohol and drug habits.
Objection
right?
compound.
Sustained compound.
Yep.
There was
Can we do another
nothing
trifecta?
involved.
Answer that, sir. That's
Sorry.
right. Next question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's
If you
okay.
can go up one page, please.
He'll give
You
up
told
on
her, "You sicken me. Leave me fucking be, Officer Squarehead." Correct?
I don't know why we're here, chat. I don't know why we're listening to this, chat. I don't know
I don't
what any
either.
of this means for anything.
Why is she Officer Squarehead?
Completely. He's just running down the clock. He's wasting
Yes.
his own time.
We get it. You think Johnny's a
Officer
piece of shit, but
Squarehead.
Sometimes they sexted. Sometimes
Yeah.
they were upset. Okay.
yes, and they got kinky. That's like
Hearing Rick Hoke say that right now, we are at this point in
Yes.
this trial.
So, let's go
I'm
to,
so over this cross.
Rick's talking about it. It's almost like your Sunday school teacher talking about it. God,
I wish I
was
could
out.
see what the point was. I mean, even a vague point. Even okay, maybe they're circling around to this. What are you doing, Hoss?
It's that they've got
Maybe
nothing else.
verbal abuse.
They're
This
trying
is
to spin
becoming
shit into
physically
less
painful.
Verbal abuse is not.
Then
yeah.
call it. Give the jury 10 extra minutes on the weekend. They'll love you.
Yes. Yes.
Scroll down, please.
This is becoming physically painful. And I feel like,
Mhm.
dude, guys, I'm
The
getting
thing is-
slap happy. How about you?
Well,
If
I
you've
was.
got a witness who isn't as good as Johnny, you can turn this into something.
Mhm.
The
Maybe.
problem is that he's not able to do that with Johnny Depp. He's not able
Go up then, please.
to make it land.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
see what
he's
he's
not
trying
sticking
to
the
do.
landing.
He's just not
And
getting
here I-
anywhere close.
And here I was sitting there like typing
Now,
an
Mr.
appeal
Depp, I'd
today
like to
and
direct
hating my
your
life,
attention to the
but
text
I'm
at
glad
the
I did that
bottom.
instead.
We've heard
This
some
is
testimony
pretty
in
bad.
this case. The jury's heard testimony in this case about the events of May 21st.
You're tough, Alita. You
2016.
sat through this whole thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
These
we're in May.
texts are texts that
We're in May
you
2016,
and Amber
folks.
exchanged
Get
on
excited.
May 22nd, 2016.
All right.
You see that?
So we jumped 3
Yes, I
years.
see that.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 736.
All right, any objections?
Well, the identifiers need to be redacted, and
Sure.
I just want to clarify that the 3 pages we scrolled through are
I'm
only
sad
3
that they're not
pages.
putting their
Sure, let's
personal
take a look
selves
at
into
them
the
right
public
now.
record.
I think they're gonna go
Six
into
those
next
pages.
week. And he'll
Oh,
have the
yeah.
weekend to
Going
think
into next
about
week.
it.
Thank
We
you so
just
much
got
for your
the mail.
generous super
If
chat.
it's just these
Paulina
2, then that's fine.
says,
Okay,
I'm
we'll take
tired of
out
the stupid
the,
cross. This lawyer's dumb. He
identifiers.
doesn't know what he has. He's just throwing dumb evidences. Like you said, she married him because she wanted money. And when she saw she wasn't getting any, she is trying through a far cry. Definitely is feeling that way.
All right.
Okay,
736 in evidence as redacted.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Depp, if you can take a look at the text message at the bottom of the first page. You write to Ms. Heard the day after the incident on May 21st, 2016. Just let me know when you have a minute and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease. All my love and profound apologies, Jay. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we go to 771, please?
Okay, he apologizes.
Michael Gaunt, thank you so much. This is super generous. He says this just reinforces Amber is petty and was the abuser in this relationship.
This pointless cross-examination is brought to you by White Claw.
No, surviving it is brought to you by White Claw.
Mr. Depp, is this a text message from you to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016?
Yes, that seems to be the case, yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor, I'd move for admission of this exhibit with identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, if you do those redactions.
Yes, I'd make a pint of White Claw. That'd be awesome. From Pacer Fox.
All right, 771 in evidence with redactions.
And on May 22nd, 2016, you wrote the text that we just saw. You also texted Ms. Heard, sorry if was a bit. Please know that my hurt toward you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid X. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we please pull up Exhibit
That means nothing.
587? And Your Honor, this is an
Well,
audio
I mean, these
recording
would be
that,
pretty useful if we didn't
will
already
take
see the
about 5 or 6
placating
minutes, so
language
it
and
might
him
be
apologizing to
just till the end
everybody
of
on
the day.
Earth for everything he's
They
ever done.
established
Every 2
such
minutes.
a good foundation on his direct for all of this. None of this has any staying
Yeah.
power.
Well, we know he told her they were going to divorce.
Again, I'm 99% sure it's just
There is
them.
no sorry I rattled your chicklets at all.
I'll confirm.
Yeah. I mean, the
That's
real
fine,
MVP
can you
right
please
now
just let us
is
know which
is
portion
whoever
of
crafted his
course.
direct.
This will be
Well, and the defense team here needs a
32,
text that actually lands with something that's got something like,
to
you know,
38.
sorry I pushed you down those stairs and, you know,
Or yeah, sorry I hit you in
Mr.
the
Depp,
teeth.
yeah.
Before
All they're
before
doing
we
is
move
showing
on,
that they don't have it.
You and Miss Heard
And everybody
saw
on that
each
jury
other
knows
in
somebody's been
July of
divorced. They've talked
2016,
shit about their ex-spouse.
one
Yeah.
final time.
So calling somebody a whore
Correct.
is not.
You testified to
That's
that,
very
right?
tepid.
You saw each other in San Francisco,
Yeah,
right?
yes, we
Okay.
did.
All right.
I'm still not sure if that was the final time. I believe the last time I saw her was in her divorce attorney's office when the agreement was signed,
I wonder how Eve's holding up.
I'm sorry.
I believe.
Has anybody checked in on her?
I believe I misspoke, Your Honor. I'm sorry. It's 586. Sorry. It's the,
Same video that you were discussing, just the wrong number?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
so-
Your Honor. And what I would propose to play is 3210 to 3805.
So we'll make it 586A,
Yes.
sections 3210 through 3805. All right, that's in
Yes,
evidence. Okay,
thank you. And with your permission, I'd ask for us to play this to
Okay,
the jury.
go ahead.
Thank you.
Just so you guys know, messing up exhibits is really common.
Even
if you have like 3 or 4, you'll screw them up.
Lawyers are human beings.
Actually, but before we
that-
start,
yeah.
Mr. Depp, during this meeting that you had with her, at one point you tried to cut yourself
I've
with a
been
knife.
that guy.
correct?
For a trial
I
like
don't
this,
recall that, no.
they want
let's
a guy
put this-
I
just
mean, I might
handling.
have
Fair point.
made a move.
Because you don't want to give a charismatic guy like this something to mock you over.
Is that
Wait,
noise
is
coming
Johnny
in the
saying
courtroom?
Did they ask him if he did self-harm?
Everybody mute.
Runkle, can you mute yourself?
It's not us.
Not us. Good.
Was he asking Johnny if he ever cut himself?
He did, yeah. And now they're reading a message of some kind about it. Meanwhile, someone is rubbing a live hot mic in the courtroom all over themselves.
That's
No,
Eve.
I think this is audio. This
Yeah,
is an
this is
audio
from- this
clip
is
that
from
we're
the
It's a
getting.
phone in a pocket.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh, sorry.
I think we're supposed to hear some kind of self-harm.
Okay.
Fight
But the fact that we have to speculate as to what this is not helpful. Because the
Should
jury,
all be-
the
they
jury
should cut-
surely has no context.
This should be
Oh, yeah.
They should be cutting this down.
Hang on.
We know the scar.
Don't cut your skin. Please do not cut your skin. Please don't.
Someone in the chat
Why
said
would I do that?
ASMR.
Easy.
Don't, please do not do that. Please do not do that. Please don't. Please don't cut yourself. You don't need to cut yourself.
I need to do what I want.
I know. You know it hurts. Thanks.
Tell me. I love you more.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Sorry.
They're gone. No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows.
What?
Such weird things.
If you don't, I will. Come here. Really, Spitzer won't answer for this because he's a fucking conservative prick.
Don't.
Cut.
Please don't. Don't cut yourself.
Cut.
Please don't cut.
Cut.
Please don't cut yourself. Please, I know it
You
hurts.
do it.
I would never cut you.
Isn't it true
I would
you cut
never
off
do that to you.
finger?
Please don't.
Come on, pussy.
Why did she record this?
Yeah, you fucking hate me. Come on.
We know why.
Tell me.
Not a problem. I hate you.
You're on my arms.
Not on your own. Not on your own. Want to be cut? Do you? Just gonna go to court. Didn't cut.
The knife is really dull.
I have to use the sharp part.
Don't.
Don't you tell me.
Please don't do that. Put the knife down. Just put the fucking knife down. Don't do that. Do not do that, Johnny. Please,
I
you're
want to
gonna
look at you.
hurt yourself. Please
I want to
stop.
look at you.
I know you're in pain. Wait. Stop. Please
There's a
don't.
way for the pain to go away.
No, it's not. It's not that. It doesn't make it go away. Trust me.
Yeah, fucking no.
I do know. It doesn't make it go away.
Really?
Did it make it go away?
Yeah.
It did? Please don't. Please don't. Is it okay? There's love here. There is love here. There's love here. I wouldn't be here. I have no other reason to be here. The knife is really dull, and it would be the worst thing in the world to use to cut me with. It would be too painful and dull and dirty to use.
Yeah, that's the tip of the
Here, let me get you a sharper one.
Yeah, that's a weird comment to make.
Here's the knife I got you.
Right? It's pretty.
Yeah, I got you an engraved knife. Use that.
No, please do not. Don't. You're gonna hurt yourself. Don't.
Notice that she's not afraid that he's going to hurt her in
Please don't
this
cut yourself.
interaction.
Please don't.
Exactly.
Please stop. Please. Don't hurt
Like-
yourself, please.
Abusive guy with a knife. He's
Your Honor, I think that might, if it's okay with Your Honor, I'm probably going to move on to something else.
Later, next
later.
time. Okay, I assume you still have quite a bit cross or.
A bit.
eventually
Oh
you're
my
going to get
God.
to the point.
All right, but more
Why?
than we could do.
Yes.
You can
Okay.
think
All
about
right,
it over
that's
the
fine.
weekend.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we've come to the end of our week. So I won't be seeing you again till Monday. Since I won't be seeing you till Monday, I just want to give you the large jury instruction I gave you, and I'll try to give you on each Thursday evening, just to remind you, since I won't see you for 3 days, okay? So remember, it's the court's instruction to you, the jury, that you not read anything about this case, that you not watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites.
But
Further,
watch
you're
this.
not to read, watch, or listen to anything about
Don't
this
watch
case
this.
on any social media,
Subscribe to
social media
Legalbytes.
networking sites such as Twitter,
After the trial.
Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, blogs, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your family, friends, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right, so I hope you have a safe and quiet weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning bright and early, okay? Thank you. You're excused for the weekend.
Well,
Oh, okay. So the end of that, it was so hard to understand what was going on, but it seems like Johnny was having a rough time of listening to that again. So
well, here's one problem, right? So Johnny's testimony has put in at least my head that
All right, so
May
you can sit
21st
with
ends
your
with
attorneys, Mr. Depp. You can sit down with your attorneys. Go ahead. You can stay with your attorneys. All right, so tomorrow, I won't see the litigants anymore. Obviously, no posting on social media, no talking to the press for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard. The attorneys, I'd like to see at 9 o'clock tomorrow. If we could start at 9, please. So we can start with the deposition designation objections. I would, if you could send that list to me or to Sammy. It's all yours. You don't have any more depositions we need to go through? We've done all yours?
So
Good.
I have 10 that I sent them last weekend. We've sent all of our withdrawals and objections, et cetera. I don't have any of theirs.
Well,
back
we'll,
yet.
we can do what we did last week with the round robin. The more attorneys you bring, the more round robin we can do. That seemed to work okay. And we'll just keep doing it until we went to 6:30 last week. I don't know. Hopefully we can get done before then, but we'll stay until they get done.
And we do intend to be sending our comments.
That's fine. We can discuss it tomorrow at 9, and any redacted exhibits that you're going to have for me, because now I'm owed quite a bit. If you could bring those as well, whatever you can, okay?
So they're down to 4 days a week because they came in so hot.
Okay, which, it's number 40, hopefully? Not, we're still waiting on 40. 40 is on my first page, so I was hoping I could get that one, but that's okay.
all right. So sounds like is that the end of the audio feed, or
Might be the end of the audio because we've got their guy up at the podium.
mm-hmm. Although he is just kind of standing. Okay, so we're not even done with this cross-examination. Oh my God. There is no rhyme or reason. They are literally just
You have 492?
throwing
They're
the
trying to figure out where
kitchen
their
sink.
destination is for their cross examination, but they haven't got there.
I don't know
Well,
what
what I
I
was
end on this.
What I was saying before the hearing stuff started
All right,
was
487A, got it.
you know, the problem is that Johnny's testimony is that she started screaming into the phone herself.
You have them?
On May 21st.
Yes, we have those, and
so
Your Honor,
all
if
the
you
stuff
could
that's
just
like
remind the
recording where you
witness
can't really
to
tell
stay
what's
on the
happening,
stand
and then
is
she's
not
just like,
discuss
"Don't cut
testimony
yourself,
anyone
don't cut
who is
yourself."
Right,
counsel.
Like,
and again, Mr. Depp, since you're still testifying, you
maybe.
can't
I mean, like, I don't know what's
testify
happening here, but I do know that
Thank
you're
you, Your Honor.
accused of
Anything
faking
else?
recordings.
No, Your
All right.
And if
Yeah.
this is you recording
Tomorrow.
this,
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But this just like you leave this for the whole weekend, the jury's gonna forget about it by tomorrow.
I was thinking
I don't know
about
why
it.
you don't start out with this in the morning.
Yes. And the other thing is he's obviously rattled from this. Now he gets to go home and recover. He's got 3 days to recover, to
Take
work
some
it off.
oxycodones.
And then what are they planning on trying to play it again on Monday? Because that sounds like that would draw some substantial objections, and they would be right for that.
Yeah.
Because
did they tell us what date it was? Did I miss it?
I must have missed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
2007.
guarantee you the jury had missed the jury missed it.
Well, it matters, I think, whether it's early or late. It matters, you know, what has happened before that.
Yeah.
I mean, they
It's
wanted
hard
it
to
to be
keep the
presented because she
timeline.
sounds doting, right?
Right. Like she's being helpful. She's trying to prevent him from hurting himself. She's there to help him. She's there to help him get through his drug addiction. She's there to help him get through suicidal thoughts. You know, this is what they're trying to paint, but I don't.
Sure.
But that's rehabilitative towards Amber, but she's not we're not here to prove Amber is a domestic abuser. How does this hurt Johnny? How does that tape hurt Johnny?
I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, you know, maybe they want to use this for the Australia thing to say that, you know, he's had suicidal thoughts or thoughts of
But-
self-harm, and so therefore he's the kind of person that might have chopped his own
That's
finger
what
off.
I thought first. Yeah.
But they didn't tie that into the story of Australia.
Maybe, but then how does that explain Amber's allegation of getting beat up? So
Right.
the self-harm just okay, he sounds crazy, but that's, you know, I think the jury would agree this guy's a little kooky anyway.
Yeah,
So-
it's almost
He
like,
wrote with
oh,
blood and
since he's
paint,
Yeah. Yeah, I saw those pictures on Twitter. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's
You could
almost
s-
like
you
if
could
he
sell
hurts
that in a
itself,
studio.
so it's believable to think that he will also hurt Amber, but she's
Yeah.
sitting there in a lot of the incidences and he's not hurting her
Yeah.
and not showing she's scared either.
And that you need a sharp knife comment is weird because if you know he's not hurt, if he's really going to hurt himself,
Why would you
even bring it up? Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go on. I'll do
Yeah.
devil's advocate.
It's down the
what I
highway,
do.
Johnny, Yeah, not let's- across the road.
please.
It's what I do. So devil's advocate is you've got a problem. Somebody's out of their mind. They're doing things. You put in blocks. You put in blockades. You stop that action's momentum in any way you can. You can't do it with that knife. The knife in your hand won't work anyway. You know, you stop it. You put in different directions that things can go. And I'll leave it at that without getting too personal.
I could say not myself, but I do know experience I witnessed in college. Somebody explained that to the person. You can't hurt yourself with that. And they were in the bathroom of the dorm. And they just looked at the mirror and just went, Psh! And like, okay, well now I can use that. So, yeah, ooh, that was loud. Yeah,
sorry.
I don't know. It just, she's too weird in her own right that I think she doesn't come off in the right direction either.
I agree with you that
That's
you
what I'm
could tie it
starting
to
to come with.
Australia. I agree with you, Alita, that you could tie it to Australia, but why wasn't it part of Australia then?
Why didn't they thread the needle? Because they did not. This was a completely disorganized mess of a cross-examination. There's no way that people could follow and pay attention. You have taken a cross-examination that was, well, our live stream is 7 hours and 40 minutes in. 30 minutes of that was intro. You know, okay, lunch, a few recesses. That was 6 hours, 5.5 hours of cross-examination. And it has been a completely disorganized mess. Just a complete disaster.
It's the Homer Simpson makeup shotgun of cross-examination and has exactly the same effect.
Yes.
But the most unforgivable part is the fact that they don't have him reading his lines. If you really think these lines are damning, if that's your premise, which is the only reason you'd be bringing them in, you think these words are damning. Great. You make him say them, right? You want to put the knife in his hand, as it were. You know, if it's the murder suspect on the stand, you want to put the knife in his hand, even if he's pleading not guilty. Once the knife is in his hand physically, and the jury sees it, right? They make the connection. You're there. So you want him saying the words. Why isn't he making him say all the words that he? I mean, obviously he could read the parts that aren't his.
Well,
but why
I
isn't
didn't
he
even
making
notice.
him read all these damning words?
Kurt, I think you're exactly right. I don't even notice, but why did he fight about it?
Yeah, he fought for the right to say the
because
words.
Johnny mind fucked him. Johnny got in his head and he's like, I'm controlling this. You know, he's looking at Johnny saying, I'm the captain, basically, for lack of a better term. You started screwing. Oh, sorry, Bree.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't realize you
I
weren't
mean,
done.
I popped in and out, you know, clicking around this afternoon and today. Yeah, Johnny's been getting his goat and he's been able to battle back to the point where I think he's gotten a little pissed off, and he keeps on saying, like, we're not trying to waste anybody's time, Mr. Depp. Let me take care of this.
Yeah.
And I think Johnny came back with a quip like, I'm not wasting anyone's time.
Yeah.
And just really came back. And I guarantee you he doesn't even realize he's agitated. He's getting all passive aggressive, but everybody else is seeing it. That's why he's trying to, he forgot that this is Cross, not him just trying to kick the shit out of Johnny.
Yeah.
Right. Because the strangest thing that I saw was fights over wins, trying to get a win. But if you really think about the fight you're watching for 20 minutes or a half hour, you say, all right, let's just concede. Let's hypothetically say, okay, you got him, Rottenborn. He admits to cocaine. He admits that's his box. He admits X, Y, or Z. What did that do? Where did that put you? He was getting into these, like, you read history books about wars and maybe putting all your resources into battles that don't win you the war.
Yes.
Yeah.
All it does is drain your military and then leave you in a terrible defense position. Yeah.
It was inscrutable when you look at it at that macro level. It really was to me. Because I'm here to watch lawyering. I'm here saying, okay, I feel like you can put together a battle plan here. Johnny left you some openings. He spoke a lot about a lot.
Yeah, and this is like your best stuff, presumably. I mean, so, and you don't really have much, maybe one or two things in there somewhere, but in 6 hours, that's the best you could do, really?
Yeah.
If I'm Amber Heard or that guy's boss or whoever's in charge, I'm taking every bit of his binder and everything that says 2013, I am ripping it out.
Yes.
Sir, you do not go back to 2013 on Monday.
Right.
2013 does not exist to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Alita, you might be able to answer this for me, and Richard, you too. I don't know who else has been here all day. Wasn't there at some point when I clicked on Twitter a couple times too to keep updates. At some point, Johnny said, "Okay, yeah, fine. For the sake of argument, I'll agree with you." For one of the lines of questioning, at some point, did that happen today?
I don't remember that exactly.
Okay,
but
well, yeah, probably did.
Yeah, there have been some comments that are along those lines. So I would, yeah.
And I mean, I think I don't know if anybody objected, but you have to say like that's not necessarily an accurate state, like a responsive comment. But it sounds like Johnny finally said, "Look, fine, whatever, you win, let's move on."
Right.
And this guy Rottenborn didn't do it himself, just saying, "Okay, cool,
well,
let's move on."
Both the lawyer and the judge allowed Johnny to ask questions. He did that three times that I counted.
He asked
well. I've been in this situation before where I've accidentally left an open-ended question before on cross. Now I'm surprised he didn't try to say move to strike after every time Johnny did it, because I think the judge is going to say, sorry, you let him go. But I've also been in front of a judge where the judge said, stop him before he starts. Don't, I'm not going to let him talk to the jury. Then you ask for that to be removed all the time.
It also isn't even like these are just open-ended questions. Sometimes he's fumbling for an exhibit and Johnny asks him something and he responds.
Oh,
in the
okay.
middle of it. In the middle of it.
That's
He's reaching
awesome.
for his binder and Johnny asks something about dates or like what
So that
another
happened?
thought he
what
had.
date was it?
And you're like,
wow.
where are we?
Yeah. Where he said, what's the date of this video or of this? Oh, it was the video in the kitchen that he was like, what's the date of this? I can't. I don't. It like he seemed genuinely confused too, and it was just like.
I mean, he was jumping all around the timeline. For what purpose is beyond me. So Johnny Depp was confused about when this video is from. I mean,
The other thing, but Johnny Depp isn't really confused about that video that he's watched for 800 times for the last 4 years.
Yeah, maybe, but at the same time, he couldn't remember what film he was filming when he was coming from Boston to LA.
I'll say this: I'm not even.
And that also has been a subject, in this case a million times over too. So I could.
Here's what I'm willing to grant: Johnny Depp is the smartest person in that courtroom, and so anything that he says, it's like everything works in his direction. He might have forgotten what films he made for those 2 years. He might not have. I don't know. I think his stuff is sincere. I think he forgets what he wants to forget. I think
that could be.
Chat's going to say I'm accusing him of lying. I am not. I am saying he is so vastly above that cross-examiner and everything else that he's playing with him. And what do you do with that? I mean, the cross-exam guy has to start going just to yes or no, jumping on everything else, because he didn't make that mistake. Johnny was taking a yes and then spitting off into the universe.
Well, that's
I mean,
a lot of his questions will require like you to assume something, and so Johnny is coming back with him like, no, you can't say that. That's what you think, but not necessarily. And I think that's the issue with all of the exhibits that they have. They probably have so many, they haven't really put together a plan to actually stick their point with the exhibits. They're just like, look at all of this stuff that we have.
And
Excellent point. Excellent point. And the thing is also, it comes down to the way that you craft your questions. The light was red, the light was yellow, the light was green. Not you were feeling, anxious about running a red light. Like that is the kind of thing that is like, well, how do you define anxious? Well, at what point about, was I feeling anxious? Are you asking me?
Well, and a good cross-examination.
Southern gentleman.
You gotta box the guy in before you hit him with the hard points so that you can't weasel out. And all of these questions there's these assumptions. He hasn't done any of the legwork to box him in before he hits him with that question. And I mean, you can do that with a dumb witness, maybe, but Johnny Depp is not a dumb witness. And there's plenty of other places where he's making just completely unforced errors, like reading the texts. When you're putting a witness's words back to them, you've got to be 100% accurate, because and I think this lawyer's been lucky that his misreading hasn't been something important, because a judge could rip you apart for misreading a text where you're feeding a guy's own words back to him. But instead, all they do is it wasn't significant, but it let Johnny Depp mock him and be like, no, you didn't get that right. This is the actual thing that it says there. Can't you read? And I'm like, how is it that you are getting clowned by your witness?
And that's just pissing him off more.
The first one I saw this of was he reads exclamation point, exclamation, exclamation point. He goes, well, sir, those are question marks.
Yes.
Well, there's a thing you can do with a witness who's pulling that. You could be like, sir, this is about domestic violence. Do you think this is funny? Is this funny to you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking, okay, once you know he's so smart, once you know he likes being so
Client's
smart,
claims are funny to me.
you try to make that slimy, right? I think it was you that said that, Ian. All right, you're the smartest, slickest dude in the room. A genius plan has that circling back around.
By the way, I've seen it in the chat a couple times that it's breaking news. Bree has surpassed 2,100 subscribers.
Yay.
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. So yeah, it started off pretty good, actually, this cross-examination. The questions that he asked at the very beginning were like tough. They were just yes or no. And then it was almost as if he was like just flying by the seat of his pants. Like he didn't have a cross-examination. Like he should have had basically I don't know. What I would have done is had a script, have all of your questions lined up. With a direct, you can have some more fluidity because you're having to guide someone openly, right? And so you have to actively listen. They are taking you down their story. But the thing about a cross-examination is it is your narrative as the attorney that you are forcing out of this person. So, and that's why I have such a bone to pick about the fact that he's jumping from 2015 to 2018 to 2015 to 2016 and just going back to these events that he's already revisited. There's no narrative, there's no story, there's absolutely nothing. This is how, when you are on defense in the beginning of the first half of this trial, you are driving your narrative through the cross-examination of these witnesses. That is how you are doing it. So the way that you craft those questions is exactly that. Is you say you have a story that you have to tell, that you want to tell. You have things lined up very tightly so that the witness cannot fight you on it. And all they can do is say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Occasionally, you ask a question where it doesn't matter what the answer is. You're just putting a thought into the jury's head.
Well, they're also writing bad narratives.
There's none of that here.
I mean, I would have stayed away from that entire cutting clip. Give it, just let that vanish into the
into the ether. We know that because now before or after she gives a knife.
Yeah,
sorry to jump on you,
redirected.
Elaine.
You were cutting yourself and she gives you a knife?
I mean, is that what
Said I
was
would
it
like to
before she
move
gave him a
on
knife?
now.
I don't.
I
Either
can't
way,
tell
it's
because
bad.
he's been so loose with the timeline, but I know in my brain right now, I have yesterday, she gave him a knife right after Australia.
Yeah.
Right after she cut his finger off. Then she gave him a knife saying until death, XX slim. And now we have him in a bad place and her saying that knife is too dull. Let me give you a sharper knife. Well, I don't see how this is helpful for Amber. I don't
I
see how this
agree.
is helpful for Amber. What are her attorneys doing with this? I don't.
And if they thought it was helpful, it's wasted now because, like you said, they're not going to be able to republish this.
Yeah.
There is
they didn't
no hey,
put it
let's
in a good
recap,
spot.
ladies and gentlemen.
They'll play it again. I mean, they played a bunch of the audio clips twice or 3 times even. So
Yeah.
they'll play it again. I'm almost willing to guarantee they'll play it again on Monday.
I just feel like there's got to have been a point where Depp's lawyers are sort of looking at each other going, which side were we on this one? Are we sitting at the wrong table?
So, Alita, were you aware of this recording?
This last one?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't aware of this one or the vomiting one or him on the plane in agony. Like those ones I wasn't aware of. So when I first heard them, I was like, ooh, like this, he does sound like he's really moaning in some kind of pain. I don't know what's going on. It sounds like maybe drugs, maybe alcohol, or I don't know. And then the vomiting, it does hurt his testimony saying, I drink, but it never has an impact on me. Like it does go to that. But the problem with the way that they have put their cross together is who's listening? If a tree, I've said this several times today, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one to hear it, does it make a sound?
It's got
the
no
same thing
punch
with
at all.
None.
It doesn't.
None.
And yeah, it's sketchy. I mean, the existence of the tape in some of these instances is sketchy. I mean, he's in a bad place. You're talking. What is happening? Why is there a tape? What?
Yeah, if I was dealing with somebody cutting themselves, the last thing I want to do is like, let's roll tape on this.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me turn on the voice recorder.
Okay, so Alita, I actually have to bounce slightly early today, so I apologize for that. But I do want to get down an announcement. So it's 5:24. Alita has utterly no chance of getting through all her super chats today. So I
will say, and let me just interject here that the live stream that I was going to be going on today got rescheduled to next week. So I do have some more time, but I definitely can't. I definitely cannot do all of these tonight. I will be. I mean, I won't sleep. I won't be able to get a recap out.
Now
so if you guys want to recap,
under false pretenses.
Okay. I needed to get in there to make sure that you had the good information.
She wanted it disclosed before I went too far. Well, in any event, I'm still looking at a number that says she can't get it done at any time today. So we want to make that number a lot worse. So if you like this, there's 11,000 of you. Like, subscribe, maybe a small super chat, because Alita's going to be spending all her time answering you either today or tomorrow. And she's got hundreds. Her backlog is hundreds. So get in there. Get in your super chat. And Alita, thank you for having me all week. I might bounce in on your very, very long, hopefully even longer super chat stream tomorrow. But otherwise, I've had a great time. And everybody, it was lovely meeting all of you. I knew many of you, really, honestly. But I'm going to bounce for now, and then I'll definitely be back next week. So thanks again. And send in those super chats for Lita. Like, subscribe. She's doing great stuff.
And before he leaves, also subscribe to his channel. We got him over 60K today. Let's get him to 65.
I'm going to convert my channel to just short videos asking you to subscribe to Legalbytes. It's going to be very specialized content, but I feel like I'm good at it.
Very niche.
So come on over. We're going to do that in virtual legality from now on. It's a change in branding. But thank you so much, and I will see you guys next week.
Of course. Thanks, Rick.
See you,
Thank you so much. Michael Gaunt says, can Depp's team bring up the cutting clip to Heard and ask why she recorded instead of dialing 911 or his security or someone to overhear and come help? They can. They absolutely can. Those would be very valid questions. Like why did you hand him a knife? Where was your phone? Well, maybe not necessarily say, why would you hand him a knife? But they would say,
you didn't call 911.
Exactly. It'd say, you said that you detected that he was suicidal. You detected that he had a knife on him. You were concerned that he had this knife on him. You had a phone on you, or there was a phone nearby. You knew that you could get to a phone. Then after that, maybe, you didn't dial 911.
You never told
You know how to
anybody
dial
afterwards.
911. You understand that in dangerous circumstances, you should call 911. And then say you decided to hand him a knife instead. You said that his knife was too dull. You said that he needed a sharper knife. You handed him a sharper knife. Those are all factual
Yeah.
based on the recording that we just listened to. And that sounds not great for her. And all she can do is say yes or no, maybe try to weasel in certain things. But when you do it based on, like, we all have heard this. So if she tries to say no, well, that then is saying the reality that you, jury, have already heard is not real. Listen to my reality that doesn't conform with what you already know to be real.
And and what you can also dovetail that on is her security detail. Sean Bett, I don't think he's not subject to recall, is he?
He is.
Oh, he is? Okay.
I believe. Yeah.
Well, I think some of the other security guard, the other bodyguards might know this. Did Amber ever tell you guys there was a concern he was going to hurt himself? And that way you know the answer. It's like, did you ever do it? And then say, Sean, were you ever aware this happened? And he's going to say no. She never told us a thing. She didn't tell us afterwards.
Yeah.
And that doting wife is not very doting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that also would go into her cross-examination to say, you knew that he had security guards. You knew that Sean Bett was one of his security guards. You knew Sean Bett personally. You saw him daily, almost.
He's always nearby.
You knew Jerry Judge.
And so instead of telling the security guards that could maybe do something about it, you started addressing whether or not you were in his will.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, just add that in.
If you're gonna do this.
Payoff.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this cross-examination was an absolute disaster. And it's not over yet. And that's the part that blows my mind. I thought maybe a half-day cross-examination would be a lot. And a full-day cross-examination is nuts. After, by the way, we had 20 minutes yesterday. So now we've got 20 minutes yesterday, all day today. How long are we going to go until tomorrow? People have asked, how long these things are going to go for in this kind of a cross-examination. It's entirely up to the defense. It's entirely up to how many questions they feel they need to or want to ask.
Alita, when you say that you think it was a disaster, do you mean that you just think it was ineffective and they didn't really gain any ground? Or do you think they actually did themselves some demonstrable harm? They actually made things worse for themselves?
Both.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I'd agree for the first part of that they didn't really gain any ground. Because a lot of their stuff just seemed so off point, and I couldn't quite figure out why they were telling it, and they didn't really gain anything. But I don't know.
The reason why it was harmful for their case is that they show that the worst that they have is Johnny did drugs.
Well, okay, and so in that respect, I would agree with you.
Which means the direct that we saw that was so compelling yesterday, the day before, it still stands. Everybody, we were also concerned that he had left so many doors open for them to walk in and rub some salt in some wounds and see if they could get him to react. And we have nothing. All we have is a lot of drugs that he did. Okay, we know about that. And we have, what else? Like what other
Amber records him and she looks like a snake.
Yeah.
We have this huge contrast in terms of like both sides presented some audio, and whatever other evidence. But Depp's stuff that came out was so damaging and punchy. And Heard's side is like, oh yeah, and you sent a text that could be interpreted maybe if you are really generous to, Amber Heard's side as maybe potentially bad. Like, it just looks so bad when you've got one side landing really big punches, and they come back with, oh yeah, like here's this weak tea.
Yeah, agreed.
So I have a question, and maybe I didn't because I didn't see all day today, or maybe because I'm an idiot. Could be both.
Nonsense.
The text messages about I love you, I understand Johnny's team putting those in, but Amber's team doing it makes no sense to me at this point, because unless they're showing he's manic and bouncing off the walls.
I think that's about it. That's all I
Yeah,
can think of
it's
either is
like,
that he's high and he's low.
yeah,
and
I want
it's
to,
volatile.
yeah, I want to kill you and light your corpse on fire. Okay, yeah, that sounds bad, but then it's like, sweetheart, I love you, and she's like, I love you too.
But
Yeah,
then
that-
he jumps from 2013 to 2016.
Yeah, well, there's that too.
It's like,
Yeah.
And then they also used examples. The one example of him calling Amber directly a see you next Tuesday was I love you, see you next Tuesday. And it
Yeah.
looked like it was like hey, a-hole, you know,
Yeah.
a lot of times couples will joke around like that. They'll you know, say something offensive to the other just to make them laugh. And it's not abusive to do that. And so when we have seen his language, we've seen an example of him calling her a see you next Tuesday along with I love you, that completely disarms the sting of that word, because it shows. And also it reminds me of how Isaac Baruch, when he was first asked, because that was where we first heard the word. And when Elaine said, you know, when she was using that word over and over and over again, saying, you know, that he's called her a see you next Tuesday, but she used the full word. And she said it over and over and over. And he was like, I mean, he's called me a see you next Tuesday. So hearing that, seeing this text message, it actually lines up with what Isaac said, which means that word, the way that he's used it, is actually not as bad as what the defense is trying to say. So their credibility to me is starting to really come down with these words that initially had some pretty bad sting.
Yeah.
And Uncivil's absolutely right. Why wouldn't you put that in his mouth? Make him say it over and over. You know, if
they would have let him say it, he probably would have then kept talking after he was done reading. So that's why I would think the attorney
That's just on
took
them to
back
get
the
control,
reins on that.
cut him off and prevent him, and
that's what
get the
you say
judge
is,
to tell him to stop.
you know, if the guy
He's not
keeps
good at cutting
talking,
off Johnny.
but once the guy
Yeah.
keeps talking after the reading, you just interrupt and you say, "Is that in the text?" No, okay. I have a question for you, and you regain control. Like,
Yeah. All right. Bobby Skiles says Amber Heard looks like a robot. Same look, same face, no emotion. We've seen some variations now at this point, but she has mostly maintained a pretty stone face. And there could be, you know, giving some charity. There could be several reasons for that. This is obviously a very stressful situation to go through, regardless of what she's feeling on the inside. And she's very,
also,
very hyper aware of the cameras, I'm sure.
yeah, you got to be poker face as much as you can for this, but yeah, it's tough. She can't win either way on that, because if she shows emotion, then the jury's going to pick up on it. If she doesn't show emotion, then the jury's going to pick up on it.
Yeah. I think that her biggest error with that is what Spidey noticed was her trying to make eye contact with the jury in the beginning. She should have just completely disregarded, because then, you know, her trying to make that eye contact, he said that it was like her looking for supporters on the jury, which means I'm looking for supporters. I'm looking to connect with you through my emotions, through my facial expressions, which then means I'm trying to sell you with my face. When people think that they're trying to be sold emotions, that oftentimes is a turnoff. And so the biggest thing that she could have done for herself was to completely disregard the jury while she's sitting there.
Jurors acquire currency.
Yeah. Frame Shoot says, have they swapped Angelica Cream with Monster? Yeah, Amica Cream has Monster is the new Amica Cream. Although Monster also it started, that was their initial theme in their opening statement. So that's why this buzzword is kind of coming up. It's a motif, right? Because that they want to sort of thread throughout this trial so that they can come back and say, well, he actually was a drug fueled monster, and you know, everything was horrible. Yeah, anyhow. Phelan Jones says Lady Gaga's Little Monsters are demanding that Rottenborn keep their names out of his MFN mouth. I think so. I think that there probably are a group of people that probably don't really like being part of this, right? Aquarius says, don't forget to like the stream, guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me see. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, I've got that. Oh, we've got another one here. Michael Gaunt, thank you so much. You have donated a lot of very generous super chats today. Thank you. Saying, calling it now, Amber is going to try and be quippy in her cross like Depp has been, but it'll come across as aggressive and argumentative instead of charming and funny.
Oh God, I hope so.
If they're
Please let
smart,
that
they're
happen.
if they're smart, they're stopping that right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling her that's not happening.
Yeah, if I'm her attorney, I'm telling her don't do that. Don't even
Listen, you're not
try.
that good.
Yeah.
You're not likable. Don't try
Yes.
to be likable. Just try to be human. And we'll call that a win if
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Namie says, are they confirming that monster meant his drug and not him being abusive like they were claiming? This is confusing me. Believe me, the jury is feeling the same way because the term monster has been used in so many different ways in this cross-examination. Just like the see you next Tuesday word, as soon as you start to show examples of it being used in multiple ways, you've got multiple interpretations, it loses the sting that you're hoping for by introducing it. A's Pretty Little Life says Amber Heard's team's plan not to be prepared with their exhibits is definitely strategy, but it's annoying and looks unprepared instead. Bad move, in my honest opinion. I do agree. I don't know that they intended that. I have an overall sense that a lot of these exhibit issues, evidentiary issues, have to do with the fact that they had a lot of late in the game additions to the evidentiary list. There were a lot of motions for sanctions right up to the gate. So all of those things that they are fighting about right up until the start of trial means that it's less time for them to actually prepare their exhibits and get things lined up and organized so that they can have a smooth show during trial. I had a feeling that might happen, and it's looking that way. JJV says, more important than cross is his demeanor the same. What do you guys think? Do you think Johnny's demeanor has been about the same between direct and cross-examine? Those of you who feel like you've seen enough to be able to tell.
Maybe slightly poorer on cross, but not enough to be an overall problem.
I think
From what I've seen.
I think he's picking up on the fact that Rottenborn is doing badly, and so he might come off as a little kind of smug, but I feel like he's earned the smugness. I don't know that it's going to turn off a jury.
Yeah, because we did have a journalist come in during the lunch break, and she said that we asked her what the jury looked like during the cross-examination, and it sounded like the jury is checked out during cross-examination. So they may be feeling the same kind of frustrations that Johnny is expressing while he's on the stand, with a lot of those quips, which means they're right there with him, which is a tough place to be when you're the cross-examining attorney.
I mean, the jury should be most alive, right? Cross is supposed to be interesting.
It is because this is where you're like, okay, this guy's under pressure. Let's see him crack. What's going to make this guy crack, and how, like, in what direction is that going to go?
We're going to see all the dirt.
I feel like they don't have the evidence. Yeah, they don't have the dirt to make him look bad.
Yeah, blind press. Yeah, go ahead.
So how did that reporter? I forgot you were going to have this happen. Did she comment on how Johnny did during direct? Did the jury seem engaged?
Absolutely engaged.
Oh, okay.
She said that there's one juror who's been copiously taking notes throughout the entire trial. And so I think it sounded like that witness was also taking notes during the cross-examination, but she said that the attention span appears to be gone during the cross-examination, but they were completely engaged. She said that she remarked how when he would turn and look at the jury, and kind of express to them what he was saying, she said that they were just laser focused on him, basically expressionless, like they were not showing any kind of responses, any kind of emotions, which, so she was like, I'm pretty sure that they've been instructed that way, which makes sense. That's you typically don't want, at least as the judge, you don't want your jury giving all kinds of signals to the two sides. That can be distracting too. But yeah, but it sounded like they were laser focused on him.
Cool.
So, yeah. Blind Press says, I don't feel like these texts are proving what the defense wants them to.
No.
I definitely agree. Suze D says, I live in a party household and that table is way too tidy. The table with the cocaine on it, that looked like that Johnny was suggesting was set up in a very particular way that looks like if things were placed on that table, indicating that that was not exactly a natural photo and maybe was part of the whole I don't know about hoax, but part of the whole setup by Amber.
On Twitter, people were commenting that device looked like a feminine
It did.
use applicator. So
I would agree. Although the only reason why I didn't say anything about it, though, is that I don't know enough about this kind of drug use to know what kinds of items are typically used. So I don't know if that's something that is commonly used or if that's truly strange for that kind of use.
I'm betting whatever works.
That's kind of what I
want to
was
snort a
thinking.
rail.
Yeah.
Drug
Karen
users
Burks.
tend to be masters of improvisation, so you'll see all sorts of stuff used.
Mm-hmm. Karen Burke says, how are text messages retrieved? Do phone carriers need to be subpoenaed? I assume Turd's texts were just turned over, but how did they get Johnny's? Who saves text from far back as 2013? Love you all. So if it's on somebody's phone, they can get it directly from Johnny's phone, from Amber's phone. If it's from somebody else's phone, they would need to subpoena it. But most likely, because it's like they're not going to be able to get texts between Christy Dombrowski and Keenan Wyatt about Amber Heard. That's going to be outside the scope because that's not relevant to anything, it seems like. So it would have to be communications between Johnny and somebody else or Amber and somebody else. So either getting it directly from their phones or subpoenaing the phone provider to get those records, because SMS text messages are the content of those messages are typically saved. If it's SMS, not necessarily like data messages. If it's, I believe, iMessage or WhatsApp or Signal or any of these other ones that are encrypted, you don't get that kind of data by subpoenaing the telecommunications provider.
It looked like Johnny had an iPhone from the green messages, so that's all iCloud too, probably.
Could be.
But yeah, that's a lesson for everybody. Just because you delete it doesn't mean it's gone. They stick around.
Yeah.
And it really depends on the carrier. Some carriers have a retention policy that is like forever, and some have a retention policy that's like 3 days. So,
yeah. 2012 Jameson says Amber Heard defamation article was her last chance to abuse Johnny. She used the rest of the world to abuse Johnny since she no longer could. I can see that argument coming through in the evidence that we have seen for sure. Michael Turchin says, any idea what software they use to extract text messages from an iPhone into a format like this? Need to know for personal reasons. I don't know, because I've never had to extract it like this. Would you guys happen to know by any chance?
There's a whole bunch of stuff, but I just hire an expert for that because I don't want to be tested.
They would pay somebody. There's all kinds of crap. Cellbrite, whoever.
Oh, Celebrate, I think that's what was used in this case. There was a lot of discussion about Celebrate issues.
They're the gold standard for the most part.
Yeah. And also I saw a question in the chat about whether I'm going to be going on Chrissy Mayer's channel in 15 minutes. I'm not. We had to reschedule for next week because something came up for her. So I'll be going on there next week, probably next Thursday or something. We've got to shore up the details. But I'm happy to go over there. I can't wait. Anyhow, oh, not this one. Sorry. Michael Gaunt, thank you again for another one. Very generous of you. It says, happy to donate. You guys are doing great work. I feel like they're trying to get admissions from these texts, but they've already covered his vernacular so well it means nothing. Yes, that's why I really think that the MVP of this cross-examination is whoever crafted the direct examination of Johnny Depp. Whether that was the attorney that led it or if somebody else wrote it for them. It was a very good job because they really covered all those bases. That it was like when you get these things coming out on cross, it was like, okay, all right, and what's your point? Okay. Michael Turchin, thank you. Natalia Sanabria, welcome to YouTube membership. Nicole K says, does Rotten Breath seem nervous in his cross exam? Did you guys think that he seemed nervous? I mean, towards the end of the day, I think he was probably, by that point, you get into a certain level of comfort. Definitely got flustered. That's true. Very true.
I missed the
But I wouldn't.
beginning, but I would say more flustered than nervous.
Yeah. True. 2012 Jameson says, I call you evil Nate, my boy. Stop killing it. Mostly Dead says, this is so stressful. We'll continue into tomorrow. By the way, you're doing a great job. I love all your panelists. If you aren't watching Legalbytes, you're missing half the story. Thank you. And yeah, we are absolutely going into Monday. So also a reminder that there's no trial tomorrow. Tomorrow's a Friday. We all get a break. We get to rest for a little bit. I'm definitely going to be streaming tomorrow, doing a super chat stream, because I've got it. There are too many. It's a wonderful blessing of a problem to have, but there are too many to do tonight. I do need to get rest, and I do need to do a recap for today. So tomorrow I will be streaming. There will be no trial, but trial will kick off again on Monday. So 2012 Jameson says, Momoa now following JD on Instagram. He was Amber Heard's witness. I don't actually recall if he was on the witness list for Amber Heard, but I did see that he is apparently now following Johnny Depp. Who knows if that's, a subtle support for Johnny, or if that's just because he's kind of curious because there's a lot going on around Johnny Depp right now. But definitely interesting. Sandeep Kumar, thanks for the super sticker. Sarah Julia says, those text messages out of context make it hard to form a real conclusion. I'm sure if you take mine out of context, I can seem like a monster too. That's very well put. Alex the Bird says, Nate is the Isaac of Legalbytes. Thanks, video peeps. I think I would agree. 2012 Jameson says, showing weed after 420 non-factor. Line Press says, if I were on the jury, I'd resent Rottenborn at this point. We get it. Drugs are bad. Move on. Michael Gaunt, thank you again. He says, as stupid as this sounds, and I doubt they'll go there, but the cutting himself could also be put to his vernacular and ways of expression showing how Amber hurts him. He did ask her to cut him. Also, we did get that email that he had sent to Dr. Kipper after the Australia incident, something about to remind myself I'm going to cut off my left hand or my left arm or something like that, to remind myself of to never do this again or something. I don't know that anyone would believe that he meant that literally, but there's at least 5 different interpretations, I feel like, of his using that. So that's a great point too. All righty. Julia Zaleski says, do the legal teams have the full information about the evidence that will be shown? And if it does, can they prep Johnny of how to answer specific questions? Thank you guys. Much love from Czechia. Thank you, Julia Zaleski. Yes, they have to. They have to be given all of the evidence from the other side. This is one of my things about legal dramas, is when you have a TV show where at the very end, one of the sides they're at trial and one of the sides magically discovers some evidence and then they spring it on the other side and they're like, we win, Your Honor. You can't do that, because you have to disclose to the other side before you even try to introduce stuff into evidence, because that is wildly unfair. Both sides need to have a fair chance to prepare their cases for trial, for litigation. So everything that has been discovered by one side that is going to be anywhere near relevant has to be sent over to the other side first. So yes, they can absolutely use all of that so that they can prepare Johnny and Amber for their testimonies at trial.
There may be an exception for the defense in criminal trials, because at least here, the defense in a criminal trial has no obligation to disclose anything.
Fair point.
You don't.
I'm thinking specifically of civil litigation.
And in criminal cases, they have to disclose experts they're going to use.
Yeah, experts, we'd have to disclose alibis.
Yeah.
But other than that, if I've got evidence that is exculpatory, I can surprise the prosecutor with it.
Yeah.
Mm.
True enough.
Vicky R says, are Franco and Musk still involved? By the way, currency is Indian rupee. I believe James Franco has been deposed. Elon Musk has not, because he hasn't been properly subpoenaed. So he has not been served a subpoena, which means he cannot be compelled to court. So most likely he will not be testifying at this point unless something changes there, which would be kind of nuts. But Franco, he's both of them are actually on the witness list. So I would expect Franco to be called, because I believe he's been deposed. I think he has. Westy Wear Dog Kilt says the composed photo. Apparently he was asleep when Amber took that, and Whit was the one who used the tampon applicator to snort. Talking about the cocaine photo. It'll be interesting to see what comes up on redirect, and then also to see if they can put this photo in front of Amber to see what she says about it. And also Whitney, by the way, is supposed to be testifying in person. So maybe we'll get her thoughts on this photo as well. Sujanya Viguru says, has the trolley suitcase thingy disappeared from behind Amber? Spidey mentioned how that wasn't a great look yesterday. These guys are watching you guys. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I didn't see anything today. Did you guys by any chance?
I didn't take a note of it.
Yeah. I actually didn't even notice it until he pointed it out. So who knows if the jury noticed that either. They may have. They may be, bored to death, and so looking for details like that. But I didn't see it yesterday or today, actually, until yesterday, not until it was pointed out. Potato Pirate says, got abusive texts all the time, could never limit it to in person. Even when I was in NICU with our son, said horrific things to me, not to her, not the same. Yeah. 2012 Jameson says, as a society, do we want guys hitting punching bags, walls, or women? If we say hitting a wall is the same as hitting a woman, it is a bad message.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but the issue with that application in this particular case is, you can't say that because he's punching a wall, he's therefore not punching a woman. It's trying to prove a negative, right? That's the kind of the difficulty here with it. So, he has to continue to explain and just say, like, there's no evidence of me hitting her because I never hit her. There is evidence of me hitting a wall because that was what I learned to do, and that was what I considered to be safe. That's about the best that you can get for that. But I completely understand your point here.
And there's plenty of guys who will swing on a wall, but also swing on their girl.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
People with anger issues might easily do both.
Yes, exactly. Jen says, just love your interpretation of this case. My new favorite channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dizzy B says, over explaining things is a leftover of abuse. I do it, and many people in my therapy group do it. Survivors often imagine revenge on abusers, not new. I can see that happening too. Linda Hedges, welcome to YouTube membership. Superior Maximus, thanks for the super chat. Carrie Smith, welcome to YouTube membership. And Peyton Henderson says, I thought it was interesting that he mentioned his sense of humor was because of Monty Python. That's super evident in the text with Paul Bettany. So Silas said, are you saying you have not enough streaming that you go talk elsewhere? You are nuts. Don't forget to rest. Thank you. And that's why I will be. Yeah, well, I will definitely be getting some extra rest tonight, I'm going to have to shut it down a little bit earlier than I did last night, for example, because that went on a little bit too long for my body's needs, I think. Brian Wilson said, remember Johnny testified he'd shut down when Amber would berate and keep interrupting him. We saw that when he said, I'll just stop talking. That's a very interesting point. We actually saw this in real time. And I was thinking about this too, is that the jury may also be paying attention to how he acts in real time with controversy and with verbal conflict. And so seeing him kind of push back and fight back quite a bit was interesting. Also seeing when he said, okay, I'll just shut up and I'll stop. There are multiple ways that jurors can look at those varied responses. But that might leave an impression. Ezekiel Crow said, I have never known a pothead to be violent, maybe a wrestling match over Cheetos. That's funny. Superior Maximus said, connecting Johnny to Manson strategy, jury not banned from researching similar Manson allegation by Evan Rachel Wood, birds of a feather strategy. That is also, but now that Manson has been mentioned in the case, looking up Manson would also be looking up information about the case. So trying to get around that and say, I just want to look up what this guy is because it has nothing to do with Johnny. His name has now been mentioned. So that would fall under what they're not supposed to be doing. But I do understand what you mean by because of the similar allegations that have been made by Evan Rachel Wood against Manson. It's very interesting that his name is coming up in this trial.
Just to be safe, don't even listen to beautiful people.
Yeah, right. Eladin 13 says, is there any worry that Johnny opens himself up to criminal prosecution for use and procurement of controlled substances? Why or why not? I don't think so, because I think we're outside of the statute of limitations, aren't we?
Yeah, it's 5-year statute of limitations from the feds. California certainly doesn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with weed now at this point. Steve H88 says Johnny uses monster like most people use commas. That's the problem with introducing a certain buzzword too many times. It dilutes the meaning of it. Eleanor Scott says the corpse texts are script from a Monty Python film. I hope that gets raised in the redirect. That'll be really interesting to see what they do for sure. Fair and Balanced said, y'all are absolutely amazing. I'm a news anchor and I'm truly impressed with the commentary and long hours y'all put in. Keep up the great work. You're fun to watch and you're all super relatable too. Thank you.
That's really nice. Being compared favorably to a news anchor, I feel honored.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Esther Lev said, in the tapes from yesterday, around the 2-hour mark, Amber accuses Johnny Depp of hitting her in Australia and not remembering due to drug use. Amber should have no motive to lie about that in private conversation. Could it help her case? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Why wouldn't she have motive to lie about it in a private conversation?
Yeah, the notion she's got no motive to lie is just one that's.
I don't understand this. If she has a motive to lie to the public, why wouldn't she lie in private as well?
Yeah.
What am I missing?
Yeah. I mean, especially if she thinks that she's being accused of something that she wants to defend herself against.
And it's also been made clear that she was aware of every time that there was a recording going on, either because it was her recording or because Depp would tell her that he was recording. So,
Yeah, I'm not so sure that she doesn't have motivation to lie in the private conversation. So it's still that recording is still very, very damaging to her case, in my opinion. Ashley Harrison says, Nate, if you had to call the trial right now, what's your prediction? I've got to save this for when we've got him on. Let me screenshot this right now because I can totally put this to him later. I will totally do it. All right. Noemi Gravel says, thank you for the coverage. Been faithfully watching your videos every day, including the preps before the trial. I am openly Team Johnny, but I love to hear counter arguments. Absolutely. Me too. I think
things are going pretty well for Team Johnny at the moment.
I want to see
so.
I want to see her get up on the stand, and I want to see what that looks like, because that, I think, is what's going to be real interesting.
Yes.
She could come off, and you know what? Let's be fair to her. She could get up there, and she could end up being really sympathetic. But there's also the possibility that she gets up there and is exactly the opposite and comes off looking like a horrible monster. And even if they don't actually make out the defamation, legally speaking, if she looks like a horrible monster when she gets up there, the jury's going to want to find for Depp anyway.
Yep.
So, I mean, juries don't always make decisions based on what the law says they should do. So,
yeah, absolutely. Barry Dvorak says Amber is dressed like Bogart in To Have and Have Not. Good. Google some still shots. I'm chuckling. So yesterday she was Lauren Bacall. Today she's Humphrey Bogart. That's pretty funny. Hunter Gilstrap says, do you think the defense is trying to show a lot of Marilyn Manson to show Johnny Depp is friends with an alleged abuser? Could be because
I
they
think
may
it's just
have.
because his name has shock value. I don't even necessarily think they're necessarily thinking that people know about Marilyn Manson's abuse allegations. It's just that he has shock value and is a shocking persona.
Well, and
is what it
also
is.
the other thing is that they can't research Marilyn Manson now. However, we didn't get to listen in on the jury selection, so we don't know what kind of questions they used to weed people out. We don't know if any of them asked about Marilyn Manson. My guess is probably not. So there is a chance that some people may know about Marilyn Manson and the allegations against him, and then maybe think, "Ooh, this is guilty by association." So I can see how that would be a potential for guilty by association, but that's such a small possibility, I feel like.
And you need the
That
jurors to make that connection in
Yeah.
their own head, because you
Yeah.
can't go in and say something like, you
Yeah.
know, birds of a feather flock together, like, okay, mistrial.
That's highly improper. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. Aaron Flemons, thank you for your super chat. 2012 Jameson says, sent you DM something Nate would like. Oh, okay. I will check it. I will check it. Shirley Peralta said, how long will the trial be? This is torturous.
4 more weeks,
LOL.
baby.
4
Another month
more
of this.
weeks.
Another month of this.
And 5,000 years. I'm kidding.
And
Ricky
it's
L.
gonna take
Hendricks.
about 3 weeks for the defense to figure out what they want to do on cross.
I mean, it could be. Ricky L. Hendricks says, has a witness ever got frustrated for being forced to answer yes or no and let the attorney know that? I sort of tell the whole truth. I'm sure. I'm sure it's happened because, especially if a question is asked in a way that in order to properly respond to it, you need to give more than just a yes or no answer. That can be frustrating, but also a witness can get away with a lot more by saying, in order to answer the question that you're asking me, I need to elaborate a little bit, because then a judge is going to look at that and say, you need to let this witness answer. So
And I've in witness prep said, like, yes or no. You're not necessarily limited to yes or no if that would be a misleading answer.
Yeah.
You can say yes, but, and at least here the witness is entitled to answer the question.
Yeah.
So,
Or it could have been framed as in a certain way that isn't exactly accurate according to your recollection, your experience. So it could be that, you could, instead of saying yes or no, you can say, and Johnny did that quite a bit today too. I don't have specific examples in my brain right now, but I remember thinking like that was a good answer because he didn't just take the framing that was given to him. He reframed it himself in his own answer. So it technically wasn't yes or no, but the answer that he gave seemed truthful and it seemed pretty reasonable.
I mean, I remember a trial where the witness blew up on the stand and said, it's so unfair. You keep asking all these questions in a way that makes me look bad. And like, he was really upset by that. And we had to wait for him to calm down. And I said, I'm just going to ask, do you think it's my questions that make you look bad or your answers? That got objected to, but it still made the judge smirk. So I was
Oh, that's funny. Danny says, I appreciate the fact that you are presenting both sides as much as possible. I came into this confused because everything I have read is so biased. Thank you. I appreciate that because I know that I have formed my own conclusions about this case. I think I've been fairly open about it that I'm supporting Johnny at this point. But this is based off of information that I have come across, evidence that I've come across so far. And I hope that we're at least able to provide multiple perspectives on different ways of looking at these things. But thank you. I appreciate that.
I still don't know if he's gonna win, but I know that I like him better, like so far.
Yeah.
Like, and that's a distinction, right? Is that sometimes you've got people who are likable and you really want to see them win. But a lot of this might come down to if his defense is smart and they can get the jury into the right place of thinking of this as a highly technical issue and, whether or not that particular article counts. They could still pull this off. Like, this is not, as much as I'm seeing this, and so far it looks really ugly for Heard personally. I feel like this is still in the air. This is still an actual battle.
But I will say that I think Depp has won on one angle, which is that he needed to get a lot of this out into the public to try to redeem his name. And I think that even if he loses, he might still have scored a win just from that.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Laminia M says, I don't think you realize how important your coverage is. This is affecting how we see these trials. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. And I mean, it's so true because, just like, before the media coverage that has been covering this case has been through one particular lens. And that, especially starting from early on, was through the defendant's lens here. And this is the reason why it is so important to have these kinds of trials with media coverage, with cameras in the courtroom, so that people can see for themselves. I mean, this is one of the reasons why we love doing this, right? Is because, I mean, not just because as lawyers, for us, it's like a mini World Series that we get to call, or something like that, or like a World Cup or something, if you're international, maybe as an international reference. But it's so for us, it's kind of fun to look at these things and talk about them and nitpick here and there. But at the same time, it also is very important because this way people can see for themselves what is going on in these trials rather than taking the word of the media and especially with the headlines that they come up with that are very clickbaity these days.
I was going to point out that some of the headlines just don't match at all what we see in court at all.
Yeah.
And in Canada, we've had similar problems, but because we don't televise our trials, there's no counter. Like here, I can say, like, for Rittenhouse, check out Nick Rekieta's channel, see the coverage. For this one, I could say, I know Nick Rekieta is also covering this one, but check this out. There's a whole, see what the lawyers are saying, see what actually happened.
Yeah.
I feel like I used to be much more of it's a good thing we don't televise trials. I'm not sure that I feel that way anymore because there's got to be a way to correct that. And
yeah. Agreed. Anna P says, if the jury were to side with Johnny, would they be allowed to award him more than the $50 million he is suing for? I think it'd be poetic if they awarded him the $100 million she's suing for, just to make an example out of her. So, Kurt, I feel like you've got some knowledge on this, being Virginia barred.
Yeah.
What are
memory
your thoughts
serves,
on
the
that?
answer to the question is no. Now, this, of course, doesn't refer to the ultimate figure, because when we're talking about 50 million, we're talking about 50 million in compensation damages. And so there might be other kinds of damages that push the total amount above 50 million. In Virginia, there's only $350,000 worth of punitive damages, so we're still talking about 50 million. But you could also get some legal fees potentially as a remedy. So that could be quite expensive. So the
probably another 50 million.
Yeah. So the 50 million is a cap for compensatory, but if there are other kinds of damages available, then those can be awarded on top of that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And this is one of those cases where you might actually see the money, because in most circumstances, if you get a $50 million judgment against somebody, you're probably never seeing a dime of it. You'll be going after and like seizing their their office furniture and stuff.
I totally seize their office furniture. I'm such a bastard.
Oh, I mean, why not, right?
Yeah.
But Amber Heard might actually be able to make a cash payment on it. So
50 million? I don't think she has that kind of money.
Yeah, I don't know that she's got 50 million, but he can say, hey, put her in the next Aquaman.
I'll garnish your next check.
Yeah, it might be that she does a few more films and
yeah.
What do you call it? Every time she
yeah. Just take what is it for garnishment, like 13% or 15% right off the top?
Yeah, which would actually be funny, because then I could see a lot of people in the Justice for Johnny Depp community or elsewhere, maybe saying, actually go watch Amber Heard's movies for now, because that all of that money is going to go to Johnny or something. I don't know. It would be a weird flex actually that would end up happening, because then oddly enough, then maybe it's like she's a little bit more marketable in the short term, and then in the long term less. I don't know how that would actually pan out with that kind of an impact. That would be a weird result. Paulina says, this is insulting my intelligence. Someone violent is someone who is proactively violent. This is so misleading. I get that it's his job, but this lawyer doesn't have much unless he's playing dirty. And just a reminder, every lawyer, you don't necessarily get to pick the facts of your case. So it's one of those things that sometimes you just have a turd of a case, to put it poetically for this case. Sometimes when the facts aren't on your side, you still have to make your best arguments, and sometimes your best arguments sound like BS. So as much as that may feel like somebody's trying to pull the wool over your eyes, I personally would caution against taking that as this person is being dirty. I know that there have been a lot of dirty moves by the defense legal team going into this trial with regard to handing over, photos and metadata so that they can be analyzed in enough time before trial. A lot of stuff that just felt very, very dirty. But I still don't want to take that as, each individual attorney is dirty, or even the whole team, as a whole, that maybe they made some judgment calls. Maybe they made some moves that they thought were proper and just looked really bad.
And maybe in trial stuff, but in terms of the actual conduct of the trial so far, and I haven't seen everything, but I haven't seen anything that was like Binger, where I was just shouting, going, like, "What are you doing?" I was instead just being like, "This is maybe ineffective." I thought he was doing more damage to his own case, but like Binger, I came out of it thinking like this guy should be fired. This one, I came out of it going, it would have been nicer if they had a better lawyer. But I mean, he's constrained by his facts. He's really trying to spin something, and you have to do this sometimes as a lawyer where you've got crap facts and you're hoping that you can turn them into something better by the witness's reaction. Like, I really feel like that's what he's doing when he's presenting this stuff to Johnny that is kind of weak tea. It's the best he's got, and he's hoping he can get Johnny angry and like get us to see bad Johnny. But Johnny's playing him, and sometimes you got to take your swing and you just don't land it. So I don't like, I wouldn't say like don't hire this guy or anything like that. I think he's just having a rough day in court. I suspect that if you gave him better facts, I suspect he would look phenomenal. He's just, he's trying to build a skyscraper out of Tinker Toys.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. Anna P says, also, is the court of public opinion generally a good indicator of how the jury's feelings / what they're thinking? They're regular people like us. Well, the thing about the court of public opinion is that there are no rules of evidence, right? So in the public, we can get all of the information come out that can't come out in trial. So that is one very important difference, is that the jury is very limited in what they're allowed to see. Unlike us, as an example, they can't have lawyers talking into their ear about what these things mean and what's going on exactly in trial, and and how to look at these things and how to analyze the lawyers involved. They don't get any of that. So that's information that they don't get, that you guys get. And that maybe other people watching some of these other watching Rekida's channel, watching Emily D. Baker's live streams of these things, watching some other live streams as well. So other people are able to get those kinds of thoughts and analyses and stuff that may help inform their opinion one way or another. Or they also are allowed to look at the newspaper articles that are coming out throughout this trial that can also impact their opinion that the jury is not allowed to look at.
Well, so, and a huge thing that we don't get to see is the jury. Like, we've got a good group of people, we vibe off each other, and our reactions influence each other. The jury does that too. And so you can end up with how the jury's vibe ends up being can be a huge factor that we don't know. And like, if the jury starts getting into a thing where they're looking at each other making stink face every time Johnny Depp talks, we don't see that. And I mean, that would, if I was in the courtroom and I saw that, I would have a very different opinion on how this is looking.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Although from what we heard from one journalist today, who's been in there the last few days since day 2, actually, she said, that hasn't been the case. So, but exactly, like that's such an important point too, is that, being here on the live streams, we have to rely on somebody to come out and tell us what she saw. So we're relying on her impressions. Talk about hearsay, right? So that's one difference too. But yeah, anyway. Pharrell Drake says, do you think that JD hurt his case by saying on direct that he would retreat, but it's looking like although he was nonviolent towards Amber, he did have violent explosions? What do you guys think? Do you think that hurts his case from what he was saying? Because he also was talking about how his dad punched a wall in order to not act out against his mom when she was verbally abusive towards him.
I mean, there were a couple wins
in
for
some ways he did retreat, because it seemed like, especially in the kitchen video, they might have had some back and forth, and then he went into the kitchen, and then she came into the kitchen and started the video. So that almost does seem like he is retreating and she's following him. That's just one example that I saw, but I don't know if it makes it look like he has that violent. I mean, he has violent outbursts. No, not violent outbursts, but he did have some outbursts. But I don't know if it proves that he doesn't retreat.
Yeah.
And
I'd agree with that.
Sorry, folks, I got to step out.
All right.
It's been wonderful watching this with you. This is again this is coverage that you just can't get, like, if you turn your TV on. And I think we made the point before, but if you got all of us in a room and were to pay us our hourly rates to do this for you, you'd be talking thousands an hour. So viewers are getting excellent value. Hit that like button. I see Alita's at 67,000. Let's get her to 70. Come on, guys.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. And guys, the same goes for everybody that is donating their time here. I mean, it's by you guys watching and super chatting, you're benefiting my channel right now. Everybody else that is coming here, volunteering their time. The way that you can show some love to all of them also is by subscribing to their channels, watching their stuff, liking their stuff, because I've said this so many times before. I will say this until I'm blue in the face. The way that you get more content like this is by supporting more content like this, by supporting all of the people that are contributing. So be sure to go check everybody else out too. Everybody's linked in the description below.
Let's get Bree to 4,000. Let's get Uncivil another 5,000 subs. Like, let's
get Runkle another 5,000.
Oh, I do Canadian law, so I know it's kind of niche, but
it's still great to nerd out on, though. I love it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I will let you guys go, and thanks again.
All right. See you, Runkle. Okay. Aquarius says, where do they get these messages from? So through Discovery, they're able to either request them from the parties and then take them directly from their phones or from their cloud, or by through a subpoena, in various directions. Mr. Steve VC, thank you. Sophie S is finding this non-engaging and repetitive. It absolutely was. That cross-examination was incredibly repetitive. Cherokee girl in puppy voice. Indy want treats? LOL. She always wants treats. She's actually sleeping behind the camera right now. And as soon as she heard her name, she opened her eyes. But yes, she always does. Thank you. David A. Hamilton says, Johnny should start critiquing his readings like a director. That would be fun. I mean that people in the courtroom, at least in the gallery, would get a kick out of it. That the only risk with that is would the jury go along with him on that too?
Yeah.
Court Scara says, I feel sad for him more than anything else. He's a severe drug addict and his wife is recording him at his worst. Does this speak to abuse? I don't know. It's true. Those recordings don't make her look good either.
Yeah.
Lowe says, does it look bad that they are focusing on drugs that his team got out ahead of anyway versus the physical abuse from Amber Heard? Yeah, because there's no sting that they're giving with those, right? What do you guys think?
Yeah. Did you recall when he messed up, he got an objection and he decided to change his course of action. And he goes, you are the owner of the cocaine box. And Johnny goes, yes. And then he doesn't go any further. He like goes into a different line of questioning. It's almost like he does drugs, so he's an abuser. It's almost like that's what he's relying on. So yeah, I think they need
threading
to
the
focus
needle.
on the actual abuse than, oh, he just does drugs. That doesn't really prove anything.
Yeah. They have to find that causal link between the two.
Mhm.
DJ Smith, 11,000 watching. Woohoo. Yeah, I think we almost got to 12,000 today. That was incredible. We got a lot of people watching. I really appreciate it. And I love the fact that there are still 7,000 people hanging out with us too after the trial.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Mhm.
Goddess of War 2702 says she was dedicated to helping him by drinking in front of him and starting arguments with him while he is trying to detox. That's dedicated and help. No, thank you. Jury could be thinking the same exact thing. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Because they
Mhm.
definitely put that evidence in front of them too.
Right.
Carla Ferreira says, I truly believe that Amber had a plan to destroy Johnny since the beginning of the relationship. It can, there's evidence to suggest that.
Mhm.
There is. Ingrid Joanna says, I'm so glad I'm watching this with you. Stomachs and knots. Yeah, I was nervous at the beginning of the day, much less so by the end.
Oh,
Potato
yeah.
Pirate says, yeah. Potato Pirate says victims idealize their abuser. Psychology matters. I really hope that they get some kind of a domestic violence expert out there that we can talk to. Julia Zaleski says, can they ask him questions and not let him answer? No, they are supposed to let him answer. Sometimes they'll ask a question and not really care what he actually answered because it's just about putting an idea in the mind of the jury, but they have to at least let him answer. Maria, thank you so much. Isaac Baruch's Wholesome Gabagool Art says, what's the most cursed meal you've eaten at trial? Cursed meal? I don't know what that means. As in like what, like the most disagreeable meal that like didn't end up sitting well?
It made you sick?
I've been fairly lucky with all of my like pre-hearing, pre-trial meals that I've attended in you know in various regards. So yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't have a spicier answer for you. Use the Force 1977 says, I say, let Rotten Bottom fly off the handle. Let's see where it goes. LOL. He sounded like he was maybe going to be getting there at some point.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens on Monday. Joshua Frost said, who image/perception does the butting of heads hurt more, Johnny or the defense counsel?
I was only half listening during that entire exchange, so I didn't quite even understand what they were saying.
I mean, Johnny. So the defense counsel was trying to get Johnny to admit that he headbutted Amber. The problem with that is we already know that he's not going to admit to that. He also testified in the UK trial that it was not a headbutt. So why dedicate time and energy to trying to wrestle him into that response when you know it's not going to work? The thing is that you know what Johnny's going to say is no. She had her arms flying all over the place. I was trying to restrain her to protect myself, and because of that struggle, we ended up hitting our foreheads together or something. You know, like that was what he was getting at, and it was like Rottenborn did not want to accept that answer, but that was the only answer that he was going to get from Johnny because that was the only one that he had to give. So it's I mean, it depends on whether you buy Johnny's explanation. If you buy it, then you buy it, and if you don't, then you don't. You know, but what it does hurt for the defense is that it wastes a lot of time and energy and attention because the jury can only pay attention for so long and to so many details and struggles. Ashley Harrison says, LOL Hogue, I would not be happy if that sound was on my flight. You made me LOL with that one. Very true. Very true. Sophie S says, I really hate this rotten egg guy. 2012 Jameson says, Nate near Mike and still has his ears. Rainey says, I hope they bring up the fact that they're characterizing drug users / those with severe mental health issues as violent and reckless.
Yeah.
That's another risk that they run, because if these jurors have experience with people, either themselves or family members or friends that have been through these kinds of struggles in the past, they may say, look, I know plenty of people with these kinds of struggles and they have never abused, their loved ones. And so what are you trying to say here? That absolutely can backfire. SoCal Sex says, wonder if Johnny's hair is to show no earpiece. Oh, you mean from prior days, maybe?
Well,
Yeah, 'cause
his
his hair
sound
was
guy
pulled back
mentioned he always
today,
had an
wasn't it?
earpiece.
Yeah, but today he had his hair
Yeah.
back in a ponytail as well. So I see what you're saying. So maybe that now that it's back, you want to show that there's no possible way that he has an earpiece in him. I mean, that could be.
I think
That could
somebody
be.
mentioned it also. He looks a lot younger with his hair back. So
He does. It's also just a cleaner look all the way around. Hey Nate, welcome back.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Sorry about that. Hey, listen, I thought you had to go at 6:00. That's why I was like, oh, let me let her know.
It got rescheduled, so I can hang out for a little bit longer. Although I am still going to have to do the recap for today, so I'm not going to be able to stay as late as yesterday, because that was a little bit rough, and so the recap came out a little bit later than I wanted it to. It was like right when we went live. So I can hang out for a little bit longer.
Cool.
But maybe in another 5 or 10 minutes, I say, so that way I can be rested enough for that, and then get the rest of these super chats tomorrow. So basically, what I'm saying is, all of these that I haven't yet gotten to, I'll be doing a live stream tomorrow, probably around noon. I'm gonna double check just to make sure that I'm not interfering with somebody else who's doing some live stream at the same time. I want to try to make sure that I'm not bumping into other people, but
Yeah, today's live stream of this trial was like insane. It was like so many people live streaming it. It was crazy.
Yeah, for sure. So, but if it seems to work tomorrow at noon, then I'll do it. That's kind of what I'm going to be targeting, is somewhere in the middle of the day. So yeah. 2012 Jameson says, Nate, where is the coverage of Rock XFL IP case?
I'll look into it. I got a lot on my plate. People. And thank you for the 1,000 subscribers that joined today. I appreciate it, you guys.
Oh, wow.
They killed it.
That's
Yeah, I don't
really
know where
fun.
these guys came from. They just love me on this stream. That's why I'm
Yeah.
back, baby, to get them.
Yeah, exactly. And then also, so we got a super chat earlier that I screenshotted because it was directed to you, and I wanted to make sure that you heard it because they were looking for an answer from you. It was from Ashley Harrison, who said, Nate, if you had to call the trial right now, what is your prediction? Because you are the law oracle.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
I'm split though. On the law, it's a no. On the facts, it's a yes, if that makes sense, right? So factually, based on what I'm hearing, I would say Johnny should win. But my lawyer brain says Johnny should lose because the law isn't. I don't think the law's on his side in this case, but I do think the facts are. So
I do still disagree with you on that, but that's fine.
yeah. Hey, I've been wrong before. So
Bugaboo Boone, thank you for your super chat. Bill Potter says, why are 3 different law tubers streaming the same trial? Did Nick finally piss off the rest of you? I'm sure that makes his day. No, we just decided that we all were super interested in this trial. It's a really big one. There's a lot of interest in it. And I mean, look at the viewers that all of us are getting. I mean, it seems like there's plenty of love to spread around on this one, right?
You even had another one on. What's his name? Joined the front too. Was streaming it too. The lead attorney. So everybody was like,
oh,
up
he was
streaming
too.
it. Yeah.
Kit Meowza says they might be talking about Marilyn Manson because of recent allegations about him, possibly trying to prove that JD is friends with alleged abusers. Yeah, it could be. It would be improper and also not a guarantee that would work. But yeah. Tammy S says, in case anyone's wondering, during the UK trial, Heard's defense were accidentally given Johnny's phone data, 70,000 texts to scour through. That's what they're reading from. Well, no, because if you improperly disclose information that you didn't intend to send to the opposing counsel, you let them know right away, and they're duty bound to not look at it. That's a professional responsibility issue, and there can be some very serious consequences. So there's absolutely no way that they could use that in trial. They could not possibly admit that into evidence, because that's an improper disclosure, basically. Now, can you put the genie back in the bottle? It's hard to make somebody pretend that they don't know that something exists, but basically it would depend on how far down the road they are at looking at that when they are notified that that is not for their eyes. Junior, thanks for your super sticker. Junior. Oh yeah, what's up?
I do want to just straight out and say, I think Johnny won today, though. I think this cross-examination hasn't been going though. Is not,
and it's not over
Amber.
yet.
Yeah, even though I know they probably got a lot to go.
Yes,
today's a definite. Yesterday and today is definitely a win for Johnny. I don't see. Even though the last, it got a little touchy at the end with the whole, don't cut in yourself thing, but I still think Johnny's got the better of it today.
Completely agree. Junior says money manipulates the only the wicked ones. Katie reacts. Thank you for your super sticker. Valenisme says, isn't Washington, D.C. not part of a state? Does this mean federal benefits can't be paid there?
It doesn't
mean
because
it's not.
When they define state in the relevant law, they usually define state to include Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Washington.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's although it's not a state, it is a district. So you can be a resident of the District of Columbia, and you have all the same rights and responsibilities as all the states.
It's a weird little thing called it's corporation versus not incorporated. So, for instance, Puerto Rico is an unincorporated territory of the United States, meaning they can eventually leave if they want. If they were an unincorporated territory, then they would get the Constitution would fully apply. So Washington, D.C. is fully incorporated. That's why all the rules play there. But Puerto Rico is not fully incorporated, and that's why the Constitution doesn't apply there fully.
Yeah. Olive Green says, Darth News, a YouTuber who's insightful of this trial, is in the courtroom. You guys should get him to come on. He drove far from California, I think. Yeah, I just made a note of him. Thank you for letting me know about that. That would be great. I know that there are a bunch of people that have been covering this trial for years and years, and I've gotten a handful of them on the channel, but definitely not everyone. And I'm certainly interested in talking to all of these people to get their thoughts. Two Truth for Liberty says SCOTUS decision in Austin's sign case was 5-4 only in parts, and the remand could still strike it. Reeling in if you must read it just a little bit.
I read through the syllabus, so I have the sense of the decision. I'm going to read through the entire decision. I'm on stream later to discuss it. I thought it was 6-3 because it was a concurrence in part in the decision. But either way, yeah, the Supreme Court said that you still have to justify the intermediate scrutiny standard. The lower court had invalidated it on strict scrutiny. And so the Supreme Court said strict scrutiny was the wrong standard. But since the appellate court didn't decide the intermediate scrutiny issues, they're going to pass it back down. I think you can probably get to intermediate scrutiny because it's a time, place, manner restriction and pretty typical. So I think you're going to be fine. But yeah, we'll talk about it more in depth on my channel in an hour. It'll be fun.
Go and check it out. Subscribe to Kurt so you can get all of this really great Supreme Court knowledge. For sure. Connolly Branley, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Ancient Dad says, I think that if the jury feel that Amber Heard explicitly faked injuries, etc., then that will easily override any negative feelings regarding Johnny Depp's behavior, testimony, etc. I think so. And I think that the very thin evidence on her injuries is going to be very compelling on that, in my opinion, based on what I have seen. Alyssa Matherin says, does Rottenborn's frustration work against them? Against Amber Heard's team? Yeah, I think so. CK says, do we already know if people like Elon Musk or Whitney will take the stand for Amber? I believe Whitney will. I think she no, I know she did in the UK trial. Elon Musk, I doubt it. Blurry Lights says there are plenty of people of both genders who have been in relationships with a person who behaves just like Amber. I mean, as predictable as clockwork, which is another reason JD is believable. A lot of people who have been in these kinds of relationships have been saying that. KH8 says it says a lot about JD if the worst thing they can prove he's done is lie on an insurance form. Yeah, I was expecting a lot more to come out at this cross-examination today. Faces says, how does defense create their narrative? Amber. I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, but the way that they do it is, because early on they are trying to craft their narrative as well. You do it through a cross-examination, which is a really actually typically a good vehicle for giving your narrative, for giving your version of the facts, because you're able to ask leading questions where if you do it right, you've got somebody who is just saying yes, no. And so that's how you craft your story in the beginning as a defense attorney. Then when
Yes.
it shifts over to your side, you as the defense are doing the direct examination. So you do the same thing. And obviously the plaintiff side is continuing to craft their narrative through a cross examination. But that's typically how it's done. And it just has not been effective in any of these cross examinations so far.
Yeah, I don't think they've properly tried to create a narrative through these cross examinations. The first couple you heard their narrative was biased, right? You get paid from Johnny, you get this. So they created a narrative for that unique situation. But here with Johnny, their whole narrative is he's either a liar, he's an addict, and he's an abuser. And instead of telling that through a story, they're just trying to tell that through shots. Like 2013. When you said this, what did you mean? Okay, you didn't say the exact same thing. We're going to impeach you for it. What about now? Let's go to 2016. So they're jumping all over the place. And this is what's making it so hard to understand what they're doing on cross-examination, because they don't have people remember the stories. They don't remember sometimes the details, the fine details within the story. And that's the problem I think they're having. They just haven't been able to get out a coherent story where we can all follow it.
Exactly. Hachimama says, if he was framed, he was defamed. Thank you all so much for the coverage. I watch it every day and y'all are the best. Thank you. And yeah, all credit to Rick Hogue for coming up with that little that little jingle. That was great. Angry Redhead says, I haven't heard anything from Cross that says he's abusive, which supports Depp's defamation claim. I agree. I would agree. JD Peugeot says, if she burnt his face, award the case. That's another good one. I like it. Let's go with it.
We can't pretend a lot of those clips though, because I don't think Amber has to win, but a lot of those clips showed an abusive husband, or if I'm just watching this as somebody who was an abusive, like the clips today with the whole him grabbing the camera and him saying I want to have sex with her dead body after he kills her, like all that is we don't know how that's going to play with jurors who don't know as much as we do. You know what I mean?
But
those are some damning things.
They have gotten to know Johnny Depp over the last few days. That's what they have. They have all of the testimony that we've seen come out at trial. So I think for me, and okay, let me put it this way. We today saw some emails and some text messages that we saw several days ago, that when we saw those several days ago, the reaction was, that could be suggestive of physical violence. That could really be suggestive of physical violence. I don't know how this is going to turn out. But today, when we saw those same text messages and emails, we were like, okay, we know what we know from what he has talked about. And it just didn't feel the same. It didn't feel the same at all. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, how many crimes has Amber Heard committed worldwide? I have no idea. I wouldn't venture to guess, because
you got to ask Billy Bob Thornton.
I suppose. JD Peugeot says, if she failed to donate, you must compensate. Love it. Lucy Kate Westbrook, thank you for your super chat. Eggster 97 says, if Heard laid the turd, let Depp be heard. That's a good one too. I love it. These are great. You guys are on a roll. Stacey Farrell says, have you seen Amber's Depot from the UK? Hashtag Amber Alert.
I like that hashtag Amber Alert.
Amber Alert, yes. And for anybody that's maybe international that isn't familiar with an Amber Alert, that is a real thing in the United States, but it's typically when you have a kidnapping. I can't remember if it's just a child kidnapping or if it's also for adults. I think it's just children. But anyhow, you'll get some kind of a warning on electronic overpasses that says Amber Alert, right. There's this kind of a car with this kind of a license, that some child has been kidnapped, and so people are looking for them.
I think they have something for the elderly they call Silver Alert, I want to say I've seen.
I haven't seen that, but
I've seen those before.
Yeah, okay. Could be. 2012 Jameson says most do preparations. Amber Heard does preparation H. Oh no. Oh
Here it's
man.
good for bags under the eyes.
That might help me right now, actually. Jason Broyle said, is the audio in the courtroom bad? I've been watching the whole trial with captions at work, and it's frustrating how many times Johnny has to say he's being misheard. Yeah, it's the audio has been on and off. Some has been much louder, some much quieter. Hopefully they'll get that kind of neutralized soon. Mostly Dead said someone made a statement to the press. Check Twitter.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting. Papa Crow Gaming says, I'm excited to see how Amber reacts to everything on the stand. Personally, I think she will be inconsistent. Based on a lot of the narratives that I have seen coming out of her side, I would agree personally.
She like she was about to drop a tear today. When they had that, she zoomed in on her, I was like, she's about to hit the act and she's about to go for the Oscar right now.
You think it looked fake?
Well, I just they've given me this picture of her as this cold, manipulative person where I thought it was fake. Just even though looking at her, it looked real, but I just inherently thought it was fake. I don't know. I don't know if you guys. Yeah, I don't know if you guys felt that same way.
From the baseline. Yeah. I mean, I know what I know, but I'm at this point, I may be biased to want to see certain things in her reaction. So I do want to be careful about that too. That I'm not just like saying, that proves it. But
I told you she's going to drop tears. You guys were denying it. I said she's going to drop tears, baby.
No,
of course she's going to drop tears.
I think that's likely. I do think that's likely. Tasha Clellan says nothing that proves he's a wife beater looks weak. That nothing, everything that we saw today, nothing of that was proving that he's a wife beater and that it looks weak. I would agree. There was nothing that really connected.
This is where you try to manage expectations too, because people she doesn't have to prove he beat her every time. She just has to prove it was just one time, right? She hit me one time. That's it.
Yeah. And that's another thing about the opening statement is you need to present things in a way so that the jury knows how to expect the case. Because even if you in your opening statement say, this is a 100% knockout case that we know exactly we're going to hit it out of the park. And even if you rise above your burden that you need to prove or that you need to defend in your case, if you actually kind of successfully show your case, but you don't quite meet the expectations of the jury, that can negatively impact your outcome because they can be like, wait, hang on. I thought there was going to be more. I don't know that I trust you. I don't know that that the way that you're selling things to me is correct or real. Patricia Mazzini says, hello from Brazil. OMG, you guys are great. I'm enjoying a lot watching the trial with you. # me poop. Thank you. This is so much fun. Shirley Peralta says, barely able to deal with people. I feel that way every day sober. That was another one of those nothing burgers, right? Mia Miller says, I feel like the legal teams are playing chess. I love you, Lita, and all the panel members. Thank you.
This is not chess. Oh, we love you, but this is not just.
One of them is playing chess. The other one is playing checkers.
Yeah, this was just bad because today it was like.
Matters.
Oh my! The thing it was so frustrating today though to watch. Like every time he essentially with this lawyer, this whole plan was that I'm going to take the testimony from the trial in England, and I'm going to ask him every single question he asked, and if he gives me any other answer, then I'm going to impeach him with that testimony. And that's what we constantly kept seeing. And it's good sometimes when you have something, but after the 10th time, it's like, unless you have something good, you're just wasting our time. And that's why, if you're going to do it, I understand doing it for something real, but it's just like seems like he was constantly doing it where it just lost all its pizzazz after the 10th time. It's like, okay, we're doing this again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Elliot Wizard says, why are they talking about drugs all the time? Because they really want the jury to know that Johnny did drugs. What they want to do really is to tie that in to say that he was so coked up, so drugged out, so drunk all the time that there's no possible way that he could possibly ever remember any of these incidents. So for all he knows, he can't be trusted with his take on these events. So therefore, like, don't listen to anything he says. You've got to completely discount his narrative, his testimony. Listen to everybody else in the room, especially Amber, because she's the adult in the room. She has always been the adult in the room, and therefore she's much more trustworthy. The problem is they haven't been threading the needle between Johnny doing drugs, Johnny, drinking a lot, and him not remembering these events. They haven't made that connection. So that's one of the things that is so problematic with what they've been doing here. Yekaterina Ulyanenkova says, is there any unsavory text from Johnny Depp to Amber Heard directly? Could all those nasty texts to his friends be read as extreme locker room talk? The text to his friends could be read as extreme locker room talk. It could be, absolutely. There were some texts to Amber, right, that we heard. I mean, one of them was, "I love you, see you next Tuesday," which was not.
Yeah.
That was damaging to Amber. Like I said before, because it's just diluting the meaning or the sting of using that word against somebody as an insult. So, let me just make sure that I'm capturing all of these. Okay. Elliot Wizard says they're trying to say he's taking drugs. LOL. Paulina says both of them use drugs. Duh. Does that mean he's a wife beater? Does that mean what he said is a lie?
Well,
that his wife is not an abuser? Stupid lawyer.
Well, the one thing though is that you also have to understand they're trying to make him seem like the blackout drunk that's violent. I don't remember. So how could you remember? You were high on ecstasy. You were coked out. You don't remember hitting Amber. You wouldn't remember. And here are some videos to show that when you're drunk, you're an angry drunk. That's why you had the video of him slamming that thing. That's why you got this, right? That's what they're trying to portray. He did hit her, but probably wouldn't remember because he was coked out for 4 years.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's working, but I'm saying from what I'm seeing, that's their plan. That's why they're harping on the drug so much. You're just so high you don't remember anything. We can't,
Yes, exactly. So let me. Oh, sorry. Did you want?
I was going to say, I think one of the people who commented before it's still a good point. People in the jury may not like the idea of saying, well, people who have mental health issues and, have addictions are, ticking time bombs. I mean, that can certainly piss off the jurors and go the wrong way. So I think they need to be careful with that.
Yeah.
Also, I sent that to you in your
yes,
chat.
I'm about to share it here. Okay, so do you guys see this here? Okay, good. So we've got this tweet from Christina Pickles saying, I got the screenshot. The individual taking ownership is an Amber Heard supporter named Christina Taft. So here's what people are showing. Is saying that there are people that are tampering. Christina Pickles?
Oh, that's our Christina. I'm like,
not the one that came on earlier. No. This is another person on Twitter. Who's been pretty active in the Justice for Johnny Depp community. I recognize the name. So this says they're also tampering with potential jurors, papered on cars in Virginia. Save a life, Amber Heard. Amber Heard's ex-partner uses online companies and services to harm her and others. I mean, yeah, it's like if this kind of thing were to reach jurors, that is potentially very problematic.
That hurts Johnny, because if Johnny's winning, that destroys his case. He's got to redo it again.
Yeah, it does. So if this is somebody who is indeed supporting Amber Heard that is doing this, what they're trying to do is tamper with these witnesses, try to give them external information saying like, you don't have the full story. Here's the full story. And what does this say here? It takes all of my ethics with no words being twisted to help Amber Heard as I have. Here is Molly reading flyer. But yes, Barlow is horrible. We could have had CSOs in media. We blocked escalations Barlow wanted. In the end, she's kicked and I'm not. I mean, I don't, we can all we can do is, take this at face value.
I don't understand
right?
that
Like,
first sentence. I don't,
yeah,
it takes all my ethics. It's like, I had to why should it be hard if you believe this? Why would it take all your, I don't understand.
Yeah. I don't quite understand either. But
it takes all my ethics sounds like it was really ethically hard for you, and it
Yeah.
sounds like you depleted all your ethics to make it work. Sounds like I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and one of the issues here is that, well, in order to have this actually throw the trial, first off, we have to find out that, whether any jurors saw any of these, right? So the fact that somebody's papering cars with that is, of course, problematic. We don't want to be seeing that, because that is a misuse of this entire process. And it's just completely unfair, and it is outside the bounds of our justice system. So that is a very serious thing if they actually are reaching jurors for that. But if they are not reaching jurors with that, then there's nothing that really can be done unless you can find out who that person is and what kind of connection they have, and particularly if they have connections to one of the sides. But honestly, even if I'm on Johnny Depp's team right now, I don't want there to be a mistrial, because things are going pretty well for him.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah. So if no jurors have been reached by this, I say continue on full steam ahead. Don't try to make this into a huge mess if no harm has actually been done, because they're doing very well. They're, in my opinion, they're ahead right now. Now, another thing about that is that the jurors, especially in a high profile case like this, they are always going to be very concerned about this kind of a thing. If there's enough of this kind of thing happening, I don't know, maybe we could see some talk about sequestering jurors, which would suck for them, because then they're spending an entire month together and outside of, not being able to really talk to pretty much anyone. And that is a lot of resources, a
If we're
lot
getting
of money.
sequestered, can I get sequestered at the same hotel Johnny Depp is, so that at least I can have the same standard of living?
Take him to the Mayflower in DC.
Can I get the Watergate or something?
Yeah.
Now the other thing is,
but sorry, let me just finish this thought though. And this is also why, even without sequestering, they really do try to take a lot of efforts to protect the privacy of the jury. They don't drive to the courthouse. They drive to some other undisclosed location where usually they're bussed. Usually they're they are really, their anonymity is generally protected in a variety of ways.
Well, that's what I was actually going to ask. Are they doing that? We pick you up in a parking garage somewhere and bus you in. Is that what they've been doing?
I don't know if that is what they've been doing in this particular case, but I know that that's what they were doing in Rittenhouse. And so I would imagine that seems, when I heard about that, I was like, that seems pretty reasonable. That seems pretty normal. So I think I don't see why they wouldn't do that for any high profile case.
Yeah, especially with the army of paparazzi involved here, who, they're not worried about getting in trouble. That'll be worth it for them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Mademoiselle, aka Heather, says, I moved to stipulate as a society that JD has done a drug or two and we move on. I would appreciate that too. That would be helpful for everybody, right? Because I don't think anybody disagrees at this point. Leigh Santana says, I hope JD's lawyers play the audio where she confesses that she was going to use makeup to fake bruises and falsify evidence to use against him. That would be great.
Yep.
Let's listen in for that one. Poetic Dissonance says, focusing on addiction is a mistake. In the midst of an opioid epidemic, huge backfire. Lots of us have dealt with a tragic but gentle addict. Not to mention she is using with him for much of this. Agreed. Multiple ways that can backfire.
Did she use pills too? Or was she just an
They said MDMA, mushrooms, wine. Can't remember what else. But she's used a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, but I didn't know she was using pills.
Yeah, I don't.
That's kind of the big one.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Red Rumax says, are Johnny's lawyers pathetic and bad? I don't think so. I think they've done a phenomenal job of setting the stage for Johnny to prepare him for this cross-examination in multiple ways, not just in preparing the jury for all of the bad facts to come in, but also preparing him to deal with the bad facts as they come in, deal with it in a measured way, in a responsible way, and in a way that is I think appealing to the public, to the jury. A-Train says, y'all have repeated yourselves a ton defining impeachment. So sorry in advance if you've answered this, but when can impeachment of testimony ever rise to something more significant like perjury? Not likely in any kind of a civil case, because you can impeach someone on a way that they characterize something that is just slightly different. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are all out lying on the stand. In order to get somebody for perjury, it generally has to be a pretty big lie, I would think.
And perjury is a tough charge. I mean, unless you have somebody admitting like, Lamal, I lied on the stand. Haha, they didn't catch it. That's usually it's really hard to do.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
A lot of times with the perjury charges, you'll see it's a lot of politics behind it. So
yeah. Heather KS is 11K watching. Way to go, Legalbytes. This cross is nails on a chalkboard.
It became that way for sure.
Yeah. Under the Veil says, I can believe he was obtaining coke to give Manson. Could be.
That would have been a cool party.
Epicurean Bard says, Depp, I see you haven't forgotten how to read. That would maybe be a little bit too much sass, though. I don't know.
Too much.
Elliot Wizard says, Amber Heard should drop a lawsuit for talking about drugs. Sarah Moore says, Rottenborn, what about speeding things up for a jury? That would be nice, right? Sonia Aranya says they're going to say that his drug use killed his career, not Amber's articles.
Bullshit. The amount of people in Hollywood taking drugs, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Those studios will medicate him and get his corpse across the finish line to make more movies.
Well, I mean, that kind of sounds like Bruce Willis, right? The amount of work that he was doing in recent years, and then it comes out that he's got aphasia, right?
Yeah.
All kinds of craziness. Completely agree. Maida Lizette says Michelle is the star of the Amber Heard team.
No.
Michelle.
Isn't there a lawyer or is it a female lawyer, or am I making a mistake?
Elaine is who I'm thinking of.
Then I don't know.
On their team. I'm not sure. Okay. Ames says, I prefer death by 1,000 I don't recalls with notes than death by 1,000 redactions. Yeah. Jonathan Bott says, at some point it is like, we get it. You love drugs. Move on. I can't disagree with you there. Yusuf Amir Gofran. I'm sorry, I kind of butchered that a little bit. Michelle is doing more work than anyone in the room. Oh, Michelle was doing the redactions. Michelle is doing more work than anyone in the room. Also, would the charm of Johnny work if he was a random person in a regular lawsuit?
Sure. Yeah, people who are charming can work. Yeah.
Charm absolutely can. Charm absolutely can work. But his particular type of charm, I don't know, because he's very quirky and he has a very quirky life and a very quirky reality. So it's hard to compare how his type of charm would work in a regular person's case.
My recommendation would be, if you think you're that funny, you're nowhere near that funny, and you're nowhere near that charming.
Alba Gamer 82 says it's like watching a train wreck in slow-mo. P.S. Loving the videos. #Justice for Johnny. Thank you. Ingrid Ioana says, thank you, Legalbytes, for your input and hard work. You're welcome. And thank you to everybody that has been joining me to help give their input as well. Steve H88 says, are they slow playing so that they can get the kill shot at the end of the last day so that the jury has 3 days to think about it? Or is this just rubbish? It looks like they tried. They tried to do that with that last recording.
Poorly
but
planned.
I'm sure they'll try to refocus over the weekend and try to come back in with that kill shot. But that was not the plan.
They didn't stick the landing.
No.
They didn't stick the landing. Chelsea Dicey says, cue Enya's white flag. Rod or whatever is going down with his ship. I do agree. Okay. And with that, I think that probably about does it for tonight. We still have a lot of super chats, so we will definitely be doing a live stream tomorrow for sure, because we've got to, I want to continue going through these. So tomorrow, keep an eye out through YouTube notifications and through Twitter and all the other social media platforms. I'll post the link there so you guys can come and join me, and we can talk about this case. We can talk about what's happened in the last week. I'll invite all my same friends that have been coming on so far, and hopefully we can talk, about all this stuff and get everybody's thoughts. And of course, go through all of the super chats. So, and also thank you to my mods. I know that I've got several mods that are working hard. There's been a lot of people in the chat, and I really, really appreciate all of the stuff that you guys have been doing for that as well. With that, go check out everybody that has been on this panel. Please, please, please. It helps support our entire community. Subscribe to their channels, watch their content, like their videos. That all helps. question on approximately what start time and time zone. What I'm looking at is noon East Coast time. But I'm going to double check to make sure that that doesn't have some crazy interference. So keep an eye out for it. But I'm going to aim for somewhere around there. So with that, you guys have any last thoughts before we go?
Check out my channel in a half hour.
There you
I've
go.
got a nice little stream coming up. I'm going to be doing a react to a Supreme Court decision that came down today on the First Amendment regarding billboards and what restrictions there can be on billboards. So I'm going to do some nice legal analysis there. So if that's your spiel, your speed, check me out. Uncivil Law, links below. Be on in a half hour. So hope to see you there.
I love First Amendment cases.
And 9:30 tonight, if my cringe is your speed, I'll be doing a live stream and be covering some stuff from the past week. And yeah, interesting case out of Ohio just got resolved yesterday that we're probably going to be talking about. Doctor was accused of murdering all his patients with fentanyl.
How that
got acquitted. He got acquitted. All counts.
Did he really?
Yep.
Okay.
Wow. Slightly
There we go.
surprising. There were so many of them.
I'll send you the link. If you watch the first Detective, there's no way you. I mean, it was not guilty the whole way through. I was not convinced from the start. So.
Okay, well, definitely have to check out your stream too, because that sounds fascinating.
Yeah, if you want to, come on over.
Absolutely. All the links are in the description below. And with that, tomorrow, Super Chat live stream. Monday, we're back at trial. So otherwise, I will see you guys in the next video.